Brain storage. The third training ground. Naruto, who was tied to a wooden stake, looked at everything in front of him with a complicated expression, his eyes containing 3 parts of confusion, 3 parts of puzzlement, and 3 parts of thought, as well as a hint of indescribable emotion. As a person who has traveled through time again, Naruto still finds it difficult to adapt to everything now. The reason why the word again is used is because this is not the first time that Naruto has traveled through time, but the second time that his soul comes from the real world and he has experienced time travel before. Likewise the world of Naruto, and Uzumaki Naruto. However, his last time traveling through time ended in failure. As for why it failed, all this is thanks to Naruto himself. At that time, as a time traveler, he was very ambitious. In order to make up for his regrets when reading the original novel, he kept changing the original plot, which eventually led to a huge butterfly effect. That is, after failing to stop Kaguya Satsuki from resurrecting, when she faced him and Sasuke, it was as if she had read the script in advance. She separated him and Sasuke right away, and then focused on dealing with him first. Although he was no less powerful than Kaguya Satsuki at that time, she still found a tiny flaw in his single combat with him. Then, she used her move, Grey Bone Killing, to directly pierce his body, and he lost consciousness instantly. When he regained consciousness, he was surprised to find that he had returned to Naruto's childhood. At first, he was full of doubts and thought that he had been hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi and was trapped in an illusory dream. However, after some careful investigation, he discovered that this was not the case, but that he had actually traveled through time again. This time, he decided to learn from the last lesson and not change any of the original plot, but to proceed step by step according to the original plot. He just didn't believe that if this continued, there would be a butterfly effect. However, reality was like a loud slap in the face, ruthlessly shattering his beautiful idea. Because he found that he did not change the plot of the original work, but reality changed it for him first. The reason I say this is because he rescued a little girl who was 7 or 8 years old. A little loli is naturally nothing big. However, the identity of this little loli surprised Naruto greatly. Her name is Konoha Ling. At first glance, the name doesn't seem to be anything special, but she has a heavyweight identity, that is the current third Hokage of Konoha, the granddaughter of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the only grandchild of the Sarutobi family, with no other brothers or sisters. In other words, she is Konohamaru's gender-reversed form. When Naruto first learned about this, his shocked expression could only be described as dumbfounded. He didn't believe it was real at all and felt that he was having an absurd dream. However, reality woke him up like a huge alarm clock. Because, not long after he learned of Mu Yeling's identity, an angry voice rang out in his ear, "Hey, who are you, you little brat? How dare you come and ruin my good deeds?" Hearing this, Naruto immediately raised his head weakly and looked straight ahead. He saw that not far from him and Mu Yeling, there were 2 people standing, a man and a woman. The boy looked to be about 14 or 15 years old, and he wore a Sand Village forward protector, had strange patterns painted on his face, and carried a puppet wrapped in bandages on his back. The girl was about the same age as the boy. She had light golden hair tied into 4 short braids, a Sand Village forward protector hung around her neck, and a huge iron fan was carried on her back. These 2 people are exactly Kankuro and Temari. That's right, Naruto saved Konoha Ling from the 2 of them, or to be more precise, from Kankuro's hands. At that time, he was standing on the telephone pole above them, looking at the 4 extremely familiar avatars on the Hokage rock not far away, when he heard Konoha Ling's exclamation suddenly coming from below. He immediately looked down and saw Konoha Ling being held in Kankuro's hands. She struggled and shouted angrily, "Ugly monster, let me go!" Kankuro seemed to be angered by her words, and immediately threw her out without saying a word. However, Naruto, who was standing above, was very keenly aware that the moment Kankuro threw Konoha Ling out, he deliberately glanced towards him with obvious provocation in his eyes. It was obvious that Kankuro had noticed his presence and had done all this intentionally, and his purpose was also very obvious, just to force him to take action. Although Naruto at the time had already made up his mind not to interfere with the plot of the original work, but at this moment, he couldn't sit idly by and watch an innocent little girl get hurt because of his own reasons. And, even if we save a little girl, it shouldn't have any significant impact on the overall situation. Naruto comforted himself in his heart, and then, with a flash of the body technique, he easily took on Konoha Ling unexpectedly. After he rescued Mu Yeling, the first words the little loli said surprised him. "It's you, brother, that's great," Mu Yeling said with surprise. At that time, Naruto had just traveled through time and had no memory of this Naruto world in his mind, so he didn't know Mu Yeling. He immediately asked her subconsciously, "Little girl, who are you? Do I know you?" When Mu Yeling heard Naruto say this, her eyes suddenly turned red, her mouth pursed in grievance, and she said in a crying voice, "Brother Naruto, don't you remember me? We met in my grandfather's office." "Your grandfather? Who is your grandfather?" Naruto asked while trying to find the memory of Konoha Ling in his mind quickly. "The Sand Aim Hokage." Konoha Ling replied, "Oh, the the Sandaime is your grandfather. Naruto nodded subconsciously after hearing what Konoha said, but he came to his senses in an instant when he was halfway through his words. He looked at her in surprise. Wait, the Sandaime is your grandfather? Then who is Konohamaru to you? What Konohamaru, Naruto brother? No one in our family has this name. Mu Ling answered seriously without thinking. Impossible, he is your grandfather's grandson. Naruto widened his eyes and said in disbelief, what grandson does my grandfather have? Among my grandfather's grandchildren, there is only me, Mu Ling. Of course, if Uncle Asuma gets married and has children in the future, that may not be the case. Mu Ling said seriously, Nanny. After hearing what Konoha said, Naruto felt his head buzzing, as if countless flies were flying around his ears. He only felt that the world around him became blurred, and he stood there in a daze, falling into deep shock. Although he didn't know what happened, he was very clear about one thing, that is, this Naruto world seems to be a little different from the one he is familiar with. At the same time, Naruto had not responded to Kankuro's words. So, Konoha, who was standing next to him, took the initiative to speak for him and replied, listen up, ugly bastard. The one standing next to me is the son of the 4th Hokage, and also one of the strong contenders for the next Hokage. He is my most admired big brother, Uzumaki Naruto. Ha! As soon as these words were spoken, Naruto, who was in a daze, was brought back to reality. His face, which was already shocked, became even more shocked. He looked at Konoha in great surprise. Wasn't it true that he was the son of the 4th Hokage, in this Naruto world? Was it really a secret? He was saying it out loud like that. Was he truly a man? On the other side, after hearing what Konoha said, Kankuro's eyes that originally had a hint of contempt when he looked at Naruto disappeared without a trace in an instant, and was replaced by a deep vigilance and fear. After all, the name of the 4th Hokage, the Golden Flash, is well known in the ninja world. As his son, Naruto's own strength should not be too weak. Tamari, who was standing next to him and had a calm expression, looking at the show, also showed a hint of curiosity and expectation on her face when she looked at Naruto after hearing what Konoha said, as if she had become interested in him. I'm so lucky, I didn't expect to meet the son of the 4th Hokage as soon as I arrived in Konoha. That you must be very strong. How about fighting me? Kankuro made a provocative gesture towards Naruto. Naruto ignored his provocative gesture and replied lightly, no fight. After saying that, he took Mu Yelling's little hand and turned away. He didn't have time to waste here with Kankuro. He had more important things to do. He now needed to find a place to digest the information he had received. At the same time, the most important thing was find out your own memories that belong to this Naruto world. Kankuro saw that Naruto was not fooled, and he became anxious, especially when he saw Naruto's back gradually going away. He became even more anxious. At that moment, he didn't care about whether it was despicable or not. He moved his fingers, and 10 thin chakra lines flowed out from his fingertips and quickly gathered into a chakra whip. Boy, you have to fight today whether you want to or not. Kankuro shouted and swung the chakra whip towards Naruto, who was running away. Swish! The whip suddenly became like a ferocious python, sweeping towards Naruto at an extremely fast speed with a whistling sound. The whip tip cut through the air, making a sharp sound, as if it was going to tear everything around it apart. Feeling the sound of breaking air behind him, Naruto frowned immediately. He didn't expect Kankuro to be so persistent. He immediately picked up Konoha, jumped up, and easily dodged the chakra whip. At the same time, he exerted force with his feet, stomped the chakra whip on the ground, and said angrily, enough, don't do it again, otherwise, I won't be polite. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Naruto said, Kankuro was not afraid at all. Instead, he said excitedly, then let me see how rude you are. As he spoke, he moved his fingers, and the chakra whip that was originally under Naruto's feet instantly turned back into a chakra line, slipped out from the left and right sides of Naruto's feet, and quickly gathered into 2 smaller chakra whips, which were swung to the left and right sides of Naruto respectively. Seeing this, Naruto no longer hesitated. His eyes immediately became stern. He put his index and middle fingers together and murmured, shadow clone technique. Bang, bang. A white mist rose up, and 2 clones immediately appeared on his left and right sides, each of them firmly grasping the chakra whip that was coming towards him. Since you want to fight me so much, then I will satisfy you. Naruto put Konoha aside, then took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag and threw it at Kankuro without hesitation. A trace of disdain suddenly flashed in Kankuro's eyes. He thought Naruto would perform some powerful ninjutsu, but he didn't expect him to just throw a kunai. He immediately tilted his head and easily dodged the kunai attack. Unexpectedly, just as the kunai brushed past his hair, it suddenly made a bang sound and turned into Naruto's appearance, holding a kunai and stabbing towards his neck. What? Kankuro was shocked that he had no idea when Naruto used the transformation technique to turn into a kunai. This sudden change caught him off guard and he had no time to dodge. At this critical moment, Tamari, who had been standing by and watching the battle, moved. She quickly pulled out the large fan on her back and waved it towards Naruto behind Kankuro. Wind style, wind scroll. Call. A strong gust of wind suddenly surged out from the fan, blowing Naruto, who was stabbing Kankuro, away, and turned into smoke and disappeared in midair. Tamari. Kankuro looked at his sister with a complicated expression, with both reluctance and a hint of gratitude in his eyes. You lost. Kankuro. Temari put away her fan, glanced at him indifferently, and then her gaze fell on Naruto not far away, with admiration and fear in her eyes. In fact, not only did Kankuro not notice when Naruto used the transformation technique, but she didn't notice it either. But she could probably guess that Naruto must have used the clone technique to the moment the white mist emerged. It was completed at an extremely fast speed. This made her admire Naruto. He was indeed worthy of being the son of the fourth Hokage. His strength was indeed extraordinary. Thinking about it, Temari said apologetically, "I'm sorry, it's my brother who was too reckless. I'm here to apologize to you on his behalf, and I hope you can forgive him." When Naruto heard Temari say this, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Forget it, in view of your sincere attitude, I will not bother with him this time, but if there is a next time, I may not be sure." After saying that, he thought about it and untied his clones on the left and right. The chakra whips that were originally held tightly in their hands also quickly retreated towards Kankuro. "Thank you." Temari nodded gratefully, a smile on her face, and said, "See you in the Chunin exams later. I hope I can have the opportunity to spar with you then." "I hope so," Naruto replied perfunctorily. In fact, when he was with Kankuro and the other two, he already knew that they were here to take part in the Chunin exam. However, at that time, his mind was completely focused on what Mu Yeling said, and he had no intention of paying attention to these things at all. In fact, even now, Naruto still doesn't care too much about this matter. He just wants to find a place to learn about his own memories of this Naruto world. He didn't say anything more to Kankuro and the others, but grabbed Konoha-Ling's hand again and turned away. Unexpectedly, he had just taken a few steps when Kankuro, unwilling to give up, started moving again. He gathered the chakra whip that had retreated to his front again and whipped it towards Naruto again. "Kankuro, don't." It all happened so quickly that Temari had no time to stop it and could only yell. Naruto naturally noticed the movement behind him immediately, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't want to argue too much with Kankuro, it didn't mean that he would tolerate the other party's repeated provocations. Naruto decided that this time, he must teach him a lesson. However, just as he was about to take action, he stopped because he realized that someone had taken action before him. Sure enough, the next second, a wall of sand suddenly rose from the ground, blocking the chakra line that was shot towards Naruto. Immediately afterwards, a figure slowly emerged from the sand wall and stood on it. I saw that the man was carrying a huge gourd on his back and the word love was carved on his forehead. Exactly, I love Luo. As soon as they saw Gaara appear, Kankuro and Temari's faces turned pale, as if they had seen something terrifying. Kankuro, in particular, was so frightened that the purple patterns that originally decorated his face seemed to have faded, making him look exceptionally pale. Gaara, I. Kankuro spoke tremblingly, and was about to explain his behavior. Unexpectedly, Gaara ignored him and turned to look at the alley beside him. Naruto also stopped and did the same thing as him. It's a pity that the alley was empty, with only a few fallen leaves fluttering gently in the breeze, making it seem particularly quiet. However, both Naruto and Gaara were certain that there was indeed someone there just now, because there were several kunao stuck in the sand wall facing Naruto under Gaara's feet. The person who just tried to stop Kankuro was not only Gaara, there was another person as well. Although Gaara did not see that person, Naruto caught a glimpse of her figure out of the corner of his eye. It was a figure that was very familiar to him, but for some reason, he vaguely felt that there seemed to be something different in her figure. "I hope you haven't changed in this Naruto world," Naruto said in his heart. At this time, Gaara retracted his gaze and fell on Naruto, who was not far away. His eyes flashed with a trace of fanatical fighting spirit and killing intent, and he said, "You are very strong, Uzumaki Naruto. I will remember you. My name is Gaara, and I will be your strongest opponent in this Chunin exam. I look forward to fighting you." As he said that, he turned and glanced at Kankuro and Temari calmly. "Let's go." With that, he jumped down from the sand wall and walked in the opposite direction of Naruto. Kankuro and Temari immediately followed without saying a word. Looking at Gaara and the other two who were gradually going away, Naruto said nothing. He wished they would leave immediately because then he would have time to find his own memories of this Naruto world. Unexpectedly, he was just about to say something to Mu Yeling and then they separated. An angry female voice suddenly sounded from behind him, "Naruto, I finally found you." Naruto and Konoha-Ling immediately turned around and looked back, only to see a figure coming from a distance at an extremely fast speed, raising a cloud of dust. Soon, the figure came to Naruto and Konoha-Ling. Only then did they see the person clearly. She had a broad forehead, long light pink hair, and a look of obvious anger on her face. "Sakura." Naruto looked at the newcomer in astonishment and shouted, "Nonsense. Who else could it be if not me?" Sakura glared at him fiercely, her tone full of dissatisfaction. "You are really amazing. You even dared to be late for the assembly time set by Kakashi-sensei. Do you want to be buried in the ground by Kakashi-sensei again?" Gather, I. Naruto hadn't quite understood what Sakura was talking about, and a look of confusion appeared on his face as he hadn't found the memories of this world yet. Unexpectedly, Xiaoying interrupted him directly. What do you mean by you come with me? Do you want us to be punished with you? As she said that, she grabbed Naruto's collar and walked back the way she came, so fast that she didn't give Naruto any chance to resist. Naruto had no choice but to let him drag him away. Of course, during this period, he did not forget to shout at Muya Ling, go home quickly, Muya Ling, Muya has been a little uneasy recently. Okay, Naruto nii. Konoha Ling immediately replied to him, who had been pulled away by Sakura. At the same time, she did not forget to secretly say in her heart, I have to become as strong as Naruto nii, so that I can. Soon, Naruto was pulled by Sakura to a place that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him, the third training ground. As soon as the two of them stepped into the training ground, a figure suddenly dropped from the sky, stretched out his hands, and grabbed Naruto's shoulders. Naruto dodged subconsciously, and the hands immediately hit nothing. Its owner immediately let out a surprised cry. Immediately afterwards, the owner of those hands increased his speed and grabbed Naruto's shoulders again. This time, Naruto did not dodge because he had already seen the person's appearance clearly. He had short silver hair and wore a Konoha forehead protector on his forehead. Most of his face was covered by a black mask, leaving only one eye exposed. This person is Kakashi. Naruto, you actually dared to not gather at the appointed time again. It seems that you really want to experience the feeling of being buried in the ground by me again. Kakashi put his hands on Naruto's shoulders, looked at him with a grim face, and there was an obvious threat in his tone. For some reason, facing Kakashi's kind look, Naruto's heart suddenly panicked, and he subconsciously replied, no, Kakashi-sensei, I have a reason. Oh, reason? What reason? You'd better tell me one that I can believe. Kakashi narrowed his exposed eye slightly, with a hint of amusement in his tone. I was stopped by the people from the Sand Village. Naruto thought quickly and immediately brought up the encounter with Gaara and the others as an excuse, people from the Sand Village. Kake-11 was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Naruto would meet someone from another village so soon. That means he might have already known about the Chunin exam. However, Kakashi changed his mind and realized that he would tell them later anyway, so it didn't matter whether Naruto knew it earlier or later. Of course, in order to teach Naruto a lesson and prevent him from being late again, he deliberately asked, do you have any witnesses? Oh my god. Hearing this, Naruto immediately cursed in his heart. He didn't expect that Kakashi in this Naruto world would be so serious. However, he was not panicked at all, because he had witnesses and was just about to speak. Then he heard a cold female voice behind him, Kakashi, I can testify for Naruto about his encounter with the Sand Ninja. The next moment, a girl with short black hair and a stern face, wearing a shirt with the Uchiha family crest printed on the back, walked over slowly. Her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and there was an innate arrogance between her brows. Naruto was stunned for a moment when he saw the person coming, but with the previous experience of Konoha Ling, he could already guess what was going on. Sure enough, the next second, Sakura, who had been watching the show from the side, rushed towards the girl with excitement and shouted at Satsuki, where have you been? What took you so long to come back? That's right. The person who came was none other than Uchiha Sasuke's gender change Uchiha Satsuki. Facing the flying Sakura, Satsuki skillfully moved to the side and easily avoided her attack. Then, she looked at Naruto, who was staring at her strangely, raised her eyebrows slightly, and asked, what, you don't recognize me after just one day? Hearing this, Naruto wanted to subconsciously nod and say yes, after all, he really didn't know her at the moment. But in order not to reveal his flaws, he still forced himself to hold back, quickly adjusting his expression and forcing a smile. He then made up an excuse and said, no, I just thought you seemed a little different today than usual. You seemed more beautiful. Snort. Zoyu immediately snorted coldly and said, don't flatter me, I won't be fooled. She said so, but the glimmer of joy in her eyes betrayed her deeply. Hey, Naruto, you are not allowed to have any unrealistic ideas about my Satsuki, otherwise I will beat you to death. At this time, Sakura, who had missed and fell to the ground, suddenly dodged and stood in front of Satsuki, staring at Naruto viciously and said, hey. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and looked at Satsuki and then at Sakura with some surprise. Although he had gradually adapted to certain settings in this Naruto world, he still couldn't help being surprised when he saw the scene before him. After all, he was still a little surprised that Sakura in this world actually had obvious Yuri tendencies. What are you talking about? Sakura clenched her fists and shook them in front of Naruto, her tone full of threats. In short, you are not allowed to have any improper thoughts about my Satsuki. Otherwise, I will not let you go. Zoyu, who was standing behind her, looked at this scene with a complex look in his eyes, which included helplessness, embarrassment, and a hint of indescribable emotion. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just sighed softly and chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Naruto could only look at Sakura speechlessly, not knowing what to say for a moment. He felt as if he was caught in an inexplicable triangle and he was a complete outsider. At this moment, Kakashi, who had long been accustomed to this scene, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He coughed lightly and interrupted their quarrel. Alright, you guys, stop making trouble. I called you here today because I have something to announce, but before that, there is something else that needs to be dealt with first. As he said this, he looked at Naruto maliciously, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. This made Naruto feel nervous, and an ominous feeling suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, Kakashi's next words confirmed his ominous feeling. Naruto, since Satsuki can testify for you about your lateness today, I will let you go for now. However, you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. From now on, you will be tied to the wooden stake beside you and listen to my announcement. As for the kidnapper, you will be the one to do it, Sakura. After saying that, Kakashi released his hands from Naruto's shoulders. Okay, teacher Kakashi. Sakura shouted excitedly. Hey! Naruto was startled. Before he could react, he saw Sakura rush to him and push him to the ground. Then, she took out a rope from somewhere and tied him up skillfully, as if she had practiced it countless times. Kakashi stood aside and watched the scene with an expressionless face, while Satsuki stood behind and covered her mouth with her hands, laughing. Soon, Naruto was tied firmly to a wooden stake by Sakura, and the knot was tied particularly tightly, as if in revenge for his inappropriate thoughts toward Satsuki. In response to this, Naruto could only sigh helplessly in his heart. However, he didn't care, because he could take this opportunity to find his own memories of this Naruto world. As for what Kakashi said he was going to announce, Naruto didn't even think about it. It must be related to their upcoming Chunin exam. Therefore, whether he listens or not is not the most important thing for him now. Soon, his mind calmed down and he entered a state of selflessness. Everything around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. He closed his eyes slightly and began to explore the memories of himself in this world in his mind. However, no matter how hard he tried, those memories were like being shrouded in a thick fog, blurred and difficult to reach. This startled Naruto, and he immediately increased the intensity and depth of his exploration. But even so, he still couldn't access those memories at all. Not only that, those memories were deliberately moving further and further away from him, as if someone was controlling these memories and preventing him from touching them. Damn! What is going on? Naruto opened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him with a complicated expression. His eyes were 3 parts confused, 3 parts puzzled, and 3 parts thoughtful, as well as a hint of indescribable emotion. At this moment, Kakashi's voice suddenly sounded in his ears, bringing him back to reality. Naruto, did you hear what I just announced? Naruto suddenly woke up as if from a dream, looked up at Kakashi's face that was so close to him, with a kind light flashing in his eyes, as if he would be angry if Naruto's next answer made him dissatisfied in the slightest. It will make Naruto suffer. I heard it. Naruto immediately shook his head and replied, oh, then what was I announcing? Kakashi asked this. Naruto was suddenly speechless, and his eyes subconsciously looked in the direction of Satsuki and Sakura, and found that Sakura had an indifferent and nonchalant look, and there was even a hint of gloating in her eyes. In comparison, Zoyu looked a little anxious, and kept signaling something to him with her eyes. Unfortunately, Naruto couldn't understand her hint at all. Helplessly, he could only grit his teeth and decided to take a gamble. He answered according to what he knew so far in the original plot. Isn't it just recommending us to participate in this Chunin exam? As soon as these words came out, a hint of disappointment flashed in Sakura's eyes, while Satsuki showed a hint of relief, but soon returned to normal. That's right, this is it. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction and said, you passed. Hearing this, Naruto immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. Although he didn't know why he was like this, he always felt that it was the instinctive reaction of this body at work. Then, Kakashi glanced around at Naruto and the other two present, his tone filled with anticipation. I'm very optimistic about your performance in the Chunin exams, so today's gathering will end here. You should all rest and recuperate. We'll see you at the ninja school tomorrow. Now, disband. After saying that, Kakashi instantly left the scene. Of course, he didn't forget to shout, by the way, Sakura, please help Naruto untie the rope. Don't keep him tied up. Why? Sakura pouted in dissatisfaction, and although somewhat reluctant, she still walked up to Naruto and began to untie the ropes on him. After a while, Naruto was freed from the wooden stake and immediately moved his stiff wrists. Humph, you're lucky this time. Sakura rolled her eyes at him, then turned and looked at Satsuki with a smile. With a hint of expectation in her tone, she said, Satsuki, let's go together. No, I still have training plans, so I'll leave first. Satsuki shook her head and rejected Sakura's invitation in a cold tone. Her gaze lingered on Naruto for a moment, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just frowned slightly and turned to leave the training ground. Sakura looked at Satsuki's departing back. A trace of loss flashed across her face, but she quickly returned to her normal expression. She turned around and glared at Naruto, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. Humph, it's all because of you that Sayu is so cold. Stay away from her from now on, do you hear me? No, what does this have to do with me? It's obvious that she's not interested in you. Naruto complained in his heart. Although he failed to find his own memories in this Naruto world, after this short time together, he could clearly feel that Sakura's abnormal feelings for Satsuki were just his wishful thinking, and Satsuki obviously did not have the same feelings for her. There was even a hint of alienation and helplessness in Ziyuyu's attitude. However, he didn't want to argue with Sakura anymore, so he immediately obeyed her, nodded perfunctorily, and said, okay, I'll stay away from Satsuki from now on, okay, that's more like it. Sakura nodded with satisfaction, and said with a hint of pride in her tone, then we'll see you tomorrow. After saying that, she turned and left the training ground with a brisk pace, and it seemed that her mood had improved a lot. For a moment, Naruto was the only one left standing alone in the third training ground. He looked around, a complex emotion welling up in his heart. Although his memory of this world is still vague, he knows that he must adapt to everything here as quickly as possible in order to deal with the troubles that may come next. Forget it, let's go back first. Naruto shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the confusion before him, and turned around, also leaving the training ground. Since Naruto was unable to find the memory of this world, he had no idea where Naruto of this world lived, and could only go to the place where he lived in the original work. On his way there, Naruto found that the villagers were unusually enthusiastic towards him. From time to time, some people took the initiative to greet him, and some even put some food and other things in his arms. This still surprised Naruto, who had completely adapted to this world, but it also made him gradually realize why when they met Konoha before, she had so unscrupulously exposed the fact that he was the son of the fourth Hokage. Because, those villagers who put things in his arms would almost invariably say almost the same thing to him, Naruto, do your best in the upcoming Chunin exams, don't embarrass Lord Minato. This made him realize that he was loved by the villagers in this world and did not want to be ostracized like in the original book. As for the reason, Naruto guessed that it should be related to his father, Minato Namikaze. It's a pity that he was unable to find the memories that belonged to him in this world. Therefore, Naruto could not know the exact reason for all this. However, he decided to wait for a while and find an opportunity to investigate it himself. Soon, Naruto arrived at the original residence in his memory that he first put the things in his hand aside, and then began to grope on the carpet at the door. Because, whether it was Naruto in the original work or the one who traveled through time last time, they were both used to putting their keys here. However, he was not sure whether Naruto in this world had the same habit. However, when his fingers touched the familiar metal key under the carpet, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seems that no matter which Hokage world you are in, some habits cannot be changed, Naruto said to himself, immediately picked up the key and opened the door. The first thing that caught his eye was a spotlessly clean room. This made Naruto wonder if he had come to the wrong place. After all, in his impression, the rooms of boys living alone usually look a bit messy, whether it is Naruto in the original work or himself who traveled through time last time. Could it be that the Naruto in this world is misophobic, or did I really take the wrong path? Naruto stood at the door, feeling a little unsure, but in the end, he stepped inside. It didn't take long for Naruto to dispel his worries that this wasn't his place. Because he saw 3 photos, one was a photo of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, another was a photo of him, Kakashi, Satsuki and Sakura, and the other was his graduation photo. These photos prove beyond a doubt that this is where he lives in this world. It seems that the Naruto in this world must be a germaphobe, Naruto said to himself with certainty, and then brought in the things placed at the door. However, he would soon realize that this was not the case. Naruto in this world does not have any misophobia. The reason why his room is so clean is because of other reasons. After moving the things in, Naruto closed the door and then lay down on the bed. Although he has adapted to this world now, the information he received during this period still makes him feel a little tired. Especially since he was unable to find his own memories in this world, he felt somewhat uneasy. He thought that after some time, he would find another opportunity to try to find the memory. Of course, apart from this, he also did not forget the more important point, which is improve your strength as quickly as possible, and even try to surpass your last time traveling. After all, the Chunin exam was approaching, and the situation in this world seemed more complicated than he knew. Naruto knew very well that with his current strength alone, it would be difficult for him to cope with the challenges he might encounter next. Although he has inherited most of the abilities from his last time travel, he still has 2 fatal problems. One is the issue of physical fitness. He can clearly feel that Naruto in this world has been trained and his physical fitness is not bad, but it is not as good as the last time he traveled through time. Therefore, he decided to carry out a new training program for this body to ensure that he could become the same as his last time traveling. The other issue is the amount of chakra. The chakra in his body now cannot support him to perform too many ninjutsu that he has mastered. Therefore, he had to find a way to increase his chakra capacity. When Naruto thought of chakra, a familiar figure immediately appeared in his mind, the 9-tailed fox, Kurama. I wonder if the 9 tails in this world has changed. Naruto touched his stomach that he could clearly feel that the 9 tails in this world was still sealed in his body. It seems that I must get in touch with the 9 tails in this world. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath while lying on the bed, slowly closed his eyes, and his consciousness began to fall into his own spiritual world. Soon, he appeared in the sealed space where the 9-tailed fox was. However, he did not see the 9-tailed fox immediately, but was in a place similar to a sewer. Naruto stood on the water. Looking at this extremely familiar scene in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that the nine-tailed fox in this world hasn't changed at all. However, reality soon slapped him in the face. Because, as he walked forward, the dark and humid environment around him and the bottomless water under his feet gradually disappeared. Instead, there was a well-lit ground filled with various flowers. There was even a faint floral fragrance in the air, which formed a sharp contrast with the dark and damp sewer before. If it weren't for the huge iron door standing in the middle of the ground, and the powerful and familiar chakra fluctuations coming from behind the door, Naruto began to wonder if he had accidentally entered some paradise instead of the space where the Nine Tails was sealed. At this moment, a very seductive female voice suddenly came from behind the door. "You little brat, come here, come a little closer." When Naruto heard this voice, he suddenly smiled bitterly in his heart and said to himself, "Sure enough, the nine-tailed fox in this world has also changed." Naruto took a deep breath and walked towards the huge iron door. Although he was full of curiosity and vigilance towards the nine-tailed fox in this world, he knew that communication with the nine-tailed fox was inevitable no matter what. After all, the power of the nine-tailed fox is the key to improving his strength. After a while, Naruto arrived in front of the huge iron gate. However, before he could see the nine tails, a surge of red chakra suddenly surged out from the iron gate and swept towards him like a violent wave. "Oh my god!" Naruto exclaimed, and immediately stepped back quickly, while shouting at the nine-tailed fox inside the iron gate. "Hey, stinky nine-tailed fox, what are you doing? Of course we welcome you, little kid." The extremely seductive female voice came from behind the iron gate again, with a hint of teasing and laziness in her tone. "How can you welcome someone like this?" Naruto jumped up and barely avoided the red chakra wave. He said dissatisfiedly, "If you think my welcome is unfriendly, you can get out right now." The female voice had a teasing tone, and she seemed to be very amused by Naruto's reaction. The next second, the red chakra wave turned into a fox head, roaring and biting towards Naruto. "Depend on." Naruto immediately formed seals with both hands and said wind style, "Cut. Call out." A sharp wind blade flew out from Naruto's hand and slashed straight towards the red chakra ball that turned into a fox head. The wind blade collided with the chakra, making a sharp tearing sound. The fox head-shaped red chakra was immediately split into two and then dissipated into the air. "Hey, that's enough, Nine Tails. If you keep coming, I'll be angry." Naruto stared at the direction behind the iron gate and shouted, "Angry? Haha, a little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet dares to threaten me. I'm dying of laughter." The female voice behind the iron gate chuckled, with a hint of amusement in her tone. The next second, a huge figure slowly emerged from behind the iron gate. It was a massive nine-tailed fox, but unlike the nine-tailed fox Naruto remembered, her form was more graceful and her fur was a deep red, like burning flames. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised with a playful smile. "But, you little brat, you are much more interesting than I thought. Even if you just barely passed today, I'll let you pass." Kuwabai's voice was still lazy, but there was a hint of appreciation in his tone. She slowly raised a claw and waved it gently. The surrounding red chakra instantly condensed into countless tiny red light points, twinkling in the space like stars. "Tell me, little ghost, what are you doing here today?" Naruto looked at the nine-tailed fox in front of him, which was completely different from the one he remembered. Although he was still wary, he also felt a little curious. Her posture was elegant, and her tone held a unique languid and playful air, completely unlike the violent, hostile Kuwabai he had encountered before. "I came here to talk to you." Naruto stood up straight, looked at the nine tails with a firm gaze, and said, "I hope you can lend me some of your strength." "Lend me your strength? Ha ha ha." Jue put away her lazy temperament, and her aura suddenly changed. A monstrous murderous intent suddenly surged from her body, and she roared, "You little brat, do you think that just because I'm easy to talk to, you can make demands at will?" Kuwabai's voice suddenly turned cold, and a sharp cold light flashed in his originally playful eyes. Her body leaned forward slightly, and her huge claws scratched several deep marks on the ground. The red chakra spots around her also became violent, as if they would turn into a deadly attack at any time. Naruto felt the oppressive feeling coming towards him, and his heart tightened involuntarily, but he did not retreat. Instead, he straightened his back and looked directly at the Nine Tails without avoiding. "I'm not begging you, Nine Tails." Naruto's voice was calm and firm. "I'm negotiating terms with you. You need me, and I need you. This is a cooperation between us, which is beneficial to both of us." Oh, a hint of surprise flashed across Kuwabai's eyes, and then he returned to his lazy look, but there was still a hint of coldness in his tone. "You're quite courageous, little brat, but why do you think I need you?" "Because you want to remove the seal here and regain your freedom. You need my help." Naruto took a deep breath and said slowly, "As long as we cooperate, I can help you get rid of the seal and let you regain your freedom. How about it, Nine-tailed?" The Kuwabai's ears twitched slightly, as if it had taken a slight interest in what Naruto said. She narrowed her eyes, her tone tentative. "Oh, you're willing to break the seal? Don't you know that a Jinchuriki will die if he leaves the tailed beast?" "Of course I know this, but I have a way to keep us all alive." Naruto said with confidence that he was not lying, that he really mastered a technique that could separate the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki so that the Jinchuriki would not die. This was the ninjutsu he created with great effort when he traveled through time last time in order to deal with the Akatsuki organization capturing and extracting the tailed beasts, which would lead to the death of the Jinchuriki. A trace of surprise flashed in Kyubai's eyes that he obviously didn't expect Naruto to say such a thing. That he was silent for a long time, and suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you little brat, you are really funny that you can even tell such a lie to deceive me. But I won't be fooled. I didn't lie to you, I really. Naruto was about to continue explaining when he was ruthlessly interrupted by the Nine Tails, with a hint of disdain and ridicule in his voice. I don't have time to play such boring tricks with you here, get out of here, little brat. Explain then. A stream of red chakra suddenly surged out from under Naruto's feet, like a tornado, pushing him upwards into the sealed space. Naruto felt dizzy and was swept up by a powerful force. Like a kite thrown high into the sky, his body flew uncontrollably towards the top of the sealed space. He tried to struggle, but the Nine Tails chakra was like an invisible chain, binding him tightly. Nine Tails, wait, I really have a way, Naruto shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the empty sealed space. However, the nine-tailed fox ignored his words and waved its huge claws lightly, and Naruto was completely pushed out of the sealed space by the red chakra storm. After Naruto left, the corners of Kyubai's mouth suddenly rose slightly, and a cunning light flashed in his eyes, as if he was recalling something interesting. She slowly lowered her head and looked at the two balls of light red and light gold chakra not far behind her, with a hint of teasing and laziness in her tone. Kushina, Minato, your brat is really interesting, but he just loves to lie. I guess you'll have to teach him this in the future. Her voice echoed in the sealed space, carrying a hint of teasing and helplessness. The two balls of chakra trembled slightly, as if responding to her words, but no sound was made. Kyuubi narrowed his eyes, a complicated look flashing in his gaze. She slowly raised her paw and waved it gently. The surrounding chakra points danced in the air like fireflies, reflecting her huge fox face. However, this kid is quite courageous. He actually dared to negotiate with me and said that he could let me regain my freedom. There was a hint of disdain in Kyuubi's voice, but there was a barely perceptible hesitation in his eyes. She lowered her head and looked at the two balls of chakra, her tone filled with emotion. You two have given birth to an interesting son. Although he is still very young, his unyielding spirit is exactly the same as yours. Kyuubi's voice gradually deepened, as if he was talking to himself. However, the method he mentioned. If it really exists, perhaps. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. After all, she had long had enough of the small and boring sealed space and wanted to live freely somewhere else outside. But when she thought of the agreement between herself and Kushina, she immediately suppressed her hope. 2 years. Then let's wait for 2 years, after that. And that brat. Thinking of this, Jue slowly closed his eyes and shook his head gently. His huge tail swayed slowly behind him, bringing up a breeze. The entire sealed space returned to silence again, immersing itself in darkness. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, sat up in bed, and patted his dizzy head. That was a slight after effect of being forcibly pushed out of the sealed space by the Nine Tails chakra storm. Kyuubi, this guy is really a difficult person no matter which world he is in. Naruto muttered something in a low voice, but he didn't give up. He calmed down again and tried to enter the sealed space again, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't enter it. The entire sealed space seemed to be locked by someone. Naruto immediately thought of the Nine Tails, but he couldn't understand why she, as the one who was sealed, had such ability. After all, the sealed space is specifically used to restrict the tailed beasts. Logically speaking, the nine-tailed fox should not have the ability to control the sealed space. Naruto only found out about this much later. However, he had no idea what to do now and could only lie back on the bed. His first meeting with Nine-Tailed Fox ended in failure. Not only was there no substantial progress, but she also locked the sealed space. If he wanted to see her again, he would probably have to wait for her to open the sealed space on her own initiative. What a hassle! Naruto sighed softly, feeling somewhat helpless, but being optimistic by nature, he did not dwell on this matter for too long, but quickly shifted his thoughts to other things. It seems that I can only improve my physical fitness first. Thinking about this, Naruto began to plan a training plan in his mind. Time passed by minute by minute. It wasn't until Naruto's stomach made a rumbling sound that he realized he hadn't eaten for a long time. Naruto looked out the window and found that it had already darkened without him noticing. It's already so late. Naruto jumped out of the bed, stretched his somewhat stiff body, and then walked quickly towards the kitchen. After opening the refrigerator, Naruto found that there were abundant ingredients inside, but he really didn't want to cook, so he just took a pack of instant noodles, a few eggs and some vegetable leaves and made himself a simple bowl of egg and vegetable noodles. After a while, a bowl of steaming noodles is ready. Naruto sat down at the table with his bowl, then began to eat in big mouthfuls. Although it was just simple instant noodles, it was a delicacy for him who had been hungry all day. Soon, he finished all the noodles in the bowl. After finishing his meal, Naruto cleaned up the dishes, then found a pen and paper and began to write down in detail the training plan he had just planned in his mind. It was unknown how long it took before Naruto completed this task. Looking at the densely packed training plan on the paper, he nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, he suddenly yawned, and a feeling of fatigue suddenly came towards him from all directions. He immediately rubbed his sore eyes, put away his training plan, walked towards the bed, fell headfirst onto the bed, and fell asleep. Naruto decided to wait until the first half of the Chunin exam was over before starting special training according to the training plan he had set. The next day, when Naruto leisurely arrived at the ninja school, he found that Satsuki and Sakura had been waiting outside with impatient looks on their faces. As soon as she saw him appear, Sakura rushed to him, grabbed his collar, and was about to scold him severely. Then she heard Zoyu behind her say calmly, "Alright, now that we're all here, let's go in." After saying that, Zoyu walked into the school without looking back. "Okay." Satsuki. Sakura immediately released her grip on Naruto's hand, turned back to her, and replied sweetly before following him. Watching the two people gradually going away, Naruto did not immediately follow them. Instead, he straightened his collar that was wrinkled by Sakura and subconsciously asked, "By the way, don't we have to wait for Kakashi-sensei?" Upon hearing this, Satsuki and Sakura immediately stopped, turned around, and looked at him strangely. Then, Sakura said angrily, "You really didn't listen to what Kakashi-sensei said yesterday. He wasn't waiting for us here, but in the examination room inside the school, you idiot." Saitsuki also rolled his eyes at him, then continued walking towards the school with Sakura. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment, and then without saying anything more, he immediately followed them. Not long after Naruto and the other two entered the ninja school, they saw a group of people gathered in front of them, making a lot of noise as if something was happening. Just as they were about to move forward, they heard a loud noise from the crowd, as if someone was pushed to the ground. At the same time, an extremely arrogant and disdainful voice rang out, "With your mediocre skills, you actually want to take part in the Chunin exams. You really don't know your place. I advise you to go back and practice for a few more years before coming back, because you are really too green." As the man spoke, Naruto and the other two finally squeezed into the crowd and saw the scene in front of them. I saw a tall, stern-looking ninja standing in front of a big door, looking at the genin around him who came to take the exam with disdain. Next to him stood a thin, bespectacled ninja with a sinister smile on his face. The two were obviously in the same group, but he was also looking around with contempt. The genin. Looking at this familiar scene, Naruto couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No, why do examiners in this world also like to use this kind of intimidation? With Naruto's current strength, he can naturally see that the two guys in front of him who look like candidates are actually Chunin examiners in disguise. However, he was too disdainful to expose them, as someone would surely do so in a moment. Naruto's gaze lingered on Satsuki for a moment, noticing that she was staring at the two examiners in front of her and the gate behind them, seemingly thinking about something. Then, he looked at the genin who had been pushed to the ground earlier, and found that she was not Xiaoli in the original work, but a girl wearing a sleeveless tang suit on the upper body, loose trousers on the lower body, and two buns on her head. That's right, this person is Day by Day. At the same time, Naruto also noticed Niji and Rock Lee, who were hiding in the crowd and watching all this quietly. It was obvious that they were deliberately putting on a show for everyone present. At this time, Tiantian got up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, stared at the two examiners with indignation in his eyes, and asked, "If you don't let me in, then don't let me in. Why are you pushing people?" Pushing someone. The two examiners exchanged glances and sneered, "We're not only going to push people, we're going to hit them too." As they spoke, they both swung their fists almost at the same time and attacked Tiantian. However, just as the two examiners' fists were about to hit Tiantian, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Tiantian and steadily caught their attacks. "Have you two had enough fun? If you have, get out of the way, we still have to get to the exam room." Zoyu grabbed an examiner's hand and said coldly, "Exam room." The two examiners exchanged glances, and one of them immediately sneered, "Girl, are you sleepy? This is the examination room for the Chunin exam." As he spoke, the man stretched out his hand and pointed to the numbers on the door behind him. There were 3 numbers written on it, 301, which was the examination room number of this Chunin exam. Examination room. Satsuki glanced at the number on the door and said disdainfully, "Your boring tricks may be used to fool some fools, but you are too naive to use them to fool us. There are many people here who can see through your tricks, don't you think?" Sakura said. Ziyu turned her head and looked at Xiaoying, who was looking at her with an infatuated look on her face. "With your observation skills, you have already noticed that this is not the 3rd floor examination room." Sakura, who was originally immersed in Satsuki's heroic appearance, was suddenly brought back to her senses when Satsuki called her name. She blinked in panic, then quickly regained her composure and nodded. "Yes, Satsuki is right." Sakura cleared her throat and glanced sharply at the two examiners. Although your illusion is very clever, there are still many flaws in the details. For example, the angle of light on this floor is wrong, and the texture of the wall is a bit strange. Most importantly, she pointed to the number on the door, 301, and continued that the floor markings on this building don't match the actual height. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the second floor, not the third. You used illusion to pretend it was the third floor, just to test our observation and judgment, right? As soon as Sakura finished speaking, the surrounding genin suddenly burst into an uproar. Many people began to look around carefully and indeed found many things wrong. Someone murmured, "I see. No wonder something seems strange." When the two examiners saw that their trick was exposed, their faces changed slightly, but they quickly regained their composure. The two exchanged glances again, then simultaneously attacked Zoyu. "You little brats, even if you found out, what can you do?" As they said that, they both swung their other fists and smashed them hard towards Zoyu's face. Zoyu immediately loosened his grip on the two of them and was about to step back. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a green figure suddenly flashed in front of her and blocked the fists of the two examiners for her. Zoyu looked at the guy standing in front of him with some surprise. He had a rare watermelon-shaped head, wore a green tights, and his arms were wrapped in bandages. It was Xiaoli. "You little brat, how dare you meddle in our business? I think you're asking for a fight." The two examiners were immediately furious when they saw Xiaoli suddenly appear and block their attacks. One of them sneered and kicked Xiaoli in the abdomen, while the other punched Xiaoli in the face. However, Xiaoli's reaction speed far exceeded their expectations. He dodged the kick to his abdomen easily with a flash of his body, and at the same time raised his arm to steadily block the fist of another examiner. His movements were clean and neat, as if he had already anticipated the opponent's attack route. Then, he quickly raised his foot and kicked the two examiners in the chest, sending them flying. After doing all this, Xiaoli immediately turned around and made a gesture towards Zoyu that he thought was cool, saying, "This beautiful lady, are you okay? Don't worry, I'm here, no one can hurt you." Zoyu was slightly stunned, then frowned, and said in a cold tone, "Who needs your help? I can handle it myself." Seeing Zoyu's cold attitude towards him, Xiaoli was not discouraged at all. Instead, there was an excitement in his eyes and he was just about to say something. A dissatisfied female voice suddenly rang out, "Hey, Xiaoli, you're not following the plan again. Didn't you agree to keep a low profile and avoid alerting others?" The person who said this is Tian Tian. At the same time, a boy with white eyes squeezed out of the crowd and looked at him with dissatisfaction. It was exactly Ningji. Faced with his teammates' dissatisfaction, Rock Lee's face suddenly showed a hint of shyness. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he took a deep breath and shouted at Satsuki, That your name is Satsuki, right? My name is Rock Lee, please date me, I will protect you well." After saying that, Xiaoli did not forget to show her his signature big white teeth and give her a thumbs up. As soon as these words came out, all the ninjas present immediately cheered. Yes. Some people couldn't help but laugh out loud, while others showed surprised expressions. Some even whispered, "Is this guy crazy? He actually confessed his feelings in this kind of situation." A trace of panic flashed in Satsuki's eyes, and she subconsciously looked at Naruto, and found that he, like most of the genin present, was just watching the show. A trace of anger and loss flashed in her eyes. When she looked at Xiaoli again, her whole face became gloomy. She was about to say something. Xiaoying, who was standing next to her, was the first to stand up, staring at Xiaoli with wide eyes, and yelled, "Get out, you watermelon-headed thing, stay away from my Ziyu, she won't like you. Look at your weird outfit, you look like a pervert, did you just run away from that hospital, go back and get treated?" As she said this, Sakura seemed to be asserting her sovereignty. She immediately put her arm around Satsuki and made an intimate gesture, her eyes full of hostility and vigilance towards Xiaoli. When Xiaoli saw the intimate behavior of Satsuki and Sakura, a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. He frowned slightly, and with a hint of tentativeness in his tone, he asked, Excuse me, what is the relationship between you two?" In fact, it wasn't just him. All the genin present also showed curious expressions, their eyes moving back and forth between Satsuki and Sakura, as if they were full of doubts and expectations about their relationship. Sakura's face flushed slightly under everyone's gaze, but she quickly straightened her back and responded without showing any weakness, "That's right, Satsuki and I have the kind of relationship you think we have, so just forget it, there's no way she'd date you." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding genin were in an uproar again. Some looked surprised, some smiled meaningfully, and some looked envious. Of course, there were also people who whispered jokingly, "So that's how it is. No wonder I noticed something amiss in their relationship from the beginning. It turns out to be that kind of relationship." Xiaoli quickly looked at Zoyu, with a hint of urgency in his tone, "Could it be that Zoyu, are you really in that kind of relationship?" "I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense." Satsuki quickly denied it 3 times, her eyes subconsciously looking at Naruto, but found that his attention was not on them, but was looking at a boy. She recognized the man as a member of the Hyuga clan at first glance because his white eyes were so easy to recognize. At the same time, it also reminded her of a very unhappy figure. That's right. The boy who was looking at Naruto was none other than Niji. In fact, the reason why Naruto looked at Niji was because he kept staring at him, which aroused his curiosity and discomfort. Because Niji's action made him think of Sakura inexplicably. Could it be that the Niji in this world also has that kind of strange orientation? Naruto said in his heart, and the whole person couldn't help but shudder. He immediately looked at him and asked, you keep staring at me, is there something wrong? It's nothing, I just think you look familiar. Can you tell me your name? Niji asked bluntly. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto immediately replied, what, you are that? Uzumaki Naruto. Niji's pupils shrank, and a complex expression suddenly appeared on his face, with surprise, disappointment, a hint of murderous intent and sympathy. Naruto was somewhat puzzled by Niji's reaction, especially the hint of murderous intent and sympathy on his face, which made him feel even more baffled. Could it be that the Naruto in this world has ever offended Niji? Thinking about it, Naruto was just about to ask Niji when Sakura pulled him over and shouted, Satsuki, Naruto, let's go quickly. Don't stay with this lunatic for too long. After saying that, she didn't care whether Satsuki and Naruto agreed or not, and directly dragged them away from the crowd and walked towards the third floor. It turned out that Xiaoli had just learned from Satsuki that she didn't think that she and Sakura had that kind of relationship, so he rekindled his hope. Not only that, he also changed his offense in defense and tried to persuade Sakura. This made Sakura very annoyed, especially since she was surrounded by a group of genin who were watching the show. Even though she was thick-skinned and not afraid of other people's strange looks, she still felt a little embarrassed, so she wanted to leave here quickly. Therefore, this scene just happened. As for the two examiners who had just blocked the way, they had already taken advantage of Xiao Li's two kicks and slipped away while everyone present was distracted by Zouyu and the others. Hey, Sakura, don't pull me, I can walk by myself. Naruto broke free from Sakura's hand. Although he was curious about Niji's reaction, he did not look back, but continued to walk forward with Satsuki and the others. After all, they would meet again in the upcoming Chunin exam, and it wouldn't be too late for him to ask then. Niji watched Naruto and the other two walking away, subconsciously clenched his fists, and said to himself, Uzumaki Naruto, let me see in this Chunin exam whether you are worthy of Miss Hinata. Thinking about it, he turned to look at Tenten, who had been ignored from the beginning, and Xiaoli, who was also looking at Naruto, who was gradually going away, and said, let's go too. Okay, Niji. Tenten nodded immediately. Xiaoli did not respond immediately, but shook his head and said, you guys go first. Niji, Tenten, I need to confirm something. After saying that, he chased in the direction of Naruto and the other two without caring whether Niji and the others agreed or not. Hey, that guy called. Uzumaki Naruto, stop right there. Not long after Naruto and the other two arrived on the third floor, they heard Rock Lee's voice behind them. Naruto and the other two immediately stopped at the same time and turned to look behind them. Xiaoli was standing not far from them, pointing his finger at Naruto and saying, Uzumaki Naruto, come and fight me. Huh? Naruto was stunned for a moment, then asked, why should I fight you? Naruto, fight him. Unexpectedly, before Xiaoli could answer him, Xiao Ying, who was standing next to him, excitedly urged him, beat him up for me. It would be best if this guy would be afraid and not dare to have any unrealistic thoughts about Zouyu in the future. This way, we can completely get rid of this annoying person. Of course, as a reward, I will allow you and Zouyu to be closer in the future, but only a little. After hearing what Sakura said, Naruto was speechless for a moment. He had seen people using others as shields, but he had never seen anyone as blatant as Sakura. Moreover, the reward she promised made Naruto feel a bit amused and helpless. There was nothing abnormal between him and Satsuki, so why did they have to be so close? At this time, Xiaoli also responded, because I have heard of your name a long time ago, Uzumaki Naruto, as the son of the fourth Hokage, you should be quite powerful. I have always been eager to fight you, of course. Having said that, he subconsciously glanced at Satsuki, who was standing next to Naruto. Zouyu seemed to immediately sense the deep meaning in Xiao Li's eyes, and a slight blush flashed across her face. Seeing this, Xiao Li immediately understood and said to himself, as expected. In fact, he had noticed Satsuki's subtle attitude towards Naruto when he was on the second floor just now. Now her action further confirmed his idea. However, he said, anyway, I like to challenge the strong, and you are the first one I will challenge in the Chunin exam. Naruto frowned slightly after hearing what Lee said. He hadn't noticed Lee's little move just now, so he had no idea that there was another reason why Lee challenged him this time. He immediately shook his head and said, sorry, I refuse. Before Naruto could utter the word Ju, Xiao Li suddenly flashed in front of him and kicked him in the chest. Faced with Rock Lee's sudden attack, Naruto stretched out his hand and easily blocked his kick. His palm firmly caught Xiao Li's heel, with a hint of helplessness and confusion in his eyes. Hey, you guy, why did you suddenly attack me? Naruto frowned, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Xiao Li did not answer him. Instead, he took advantage of the force of Naruto blocking his heel, spun his body in the air, and quickly kicked Naruto's face with his other foot. Naruto reacted instantly, tilted his head slightly, and dodged the attack. At the same time, he released the hand that was holding Xiao Li's heel, and quickly took a few steps back, putting some distance between him and Xiao Li. Hey, what on earth do you want to do? Naruto asked impatiently. Xiao Li stood firm, looked at Naruto firmly, and said, I've said it before, I just want to fight with you. Since you are unwilling to accept my challenge, then I can only use this method to force you to fight. It's really troublesome. Naruto sighed helplessly that he knew that today's fight with Rock Lee would have to end in a fight, otherwise he would not give up. At this moment, Sakura, who was standing by, looked like she was enjoying the show. She excitedly waved her fists and shouted, Naruto, don't be a coward, beat him up hard, and let him know how powerful you are. When Naruto heard what Sakura said, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he muttered to himself, Sakura, this guy really wants the world to be in chaos. Zoyu stood aside, with his arms folded across his chest, watching all this coldly. Occasionally, her eyes swept over Naruto, a complicated look flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She said calmly, Naruto, if you don't want to fight, just ignore him. We still have important things to do. When Xiao Li heard Zoyu's words, a hint of loss flashed across his eyes, but he quickly became determined again. He looked at Naruto and shouted provocatively, hey, Uzumaki Naruto, don't you even have the courage to accept a challenge from others, or are you afraid of losing to me, so you only hide behind women? Hearing this, Naruto frowned, and his already unhappy mood suddenly became even more unhappy. Although he didn't like meaningless fights, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable after being provoked again and again. Not to mention, Xiao Li's last sentence is undoubtedly extremely damaging to a man. So, Naruto took a deep breath, his eyes gradually became sharper, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile, and said, okay, since you want to fight so much, then I will accompany you for a few moves. But let's make a deal first. After the fight, you are not allowed to bother me anymore. Seeing that Naruto finally agreed to his request, Xiao Li immediately showed an excited smile on his face. He immediately took a fighting stance and shouted, come on, Uzumaki Naruto, let me see your strength. As Xiao Li finished speaking, a tense atmosphere suddenly spread between the two of them, as if the air was filled with invisible fireworks. Saitsuki and Sakura also cooperated and stepped aside to give them space. Of course, during this period, Sakura naturally did not forget to add fuel to the fire. Naruto, come on, beat this watermelon rind head into a pig's head. Satsuki didn't say anything, but stood quietly by the side, looking back and forth between Naruto and Rock Lee. Her expression remained calm, but there was a barely perceptible hint of concern in her eyes, which only appeared when she glanced at Naruto. Although she was confident in Naruto's strength, she still didn't want him to get injured or consume too much physical strength here. After all, this might affect the upcoming Chunin exam. However, she also knew that once Naruto made a decision, he would not change it easily. Just like what happened back then, I clearly told that idiot to leave. He still stayed stubbornly, even at the risk of his life to protect her. When he thought of this, the corners of Satsuki's mouth could not help but curl up into an imperceptible happy smile, and he immediately said in his heart, come on, Naruto. Swish! At this time, Xiao Li took the lead in launching an attack. He turned into a phantom and rushed towards Naruto. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Naruto, swinging his fist and attacking Naruto's chest with a sharp sound of wind. Naruto quickly stretched out his hand, grabbed forward, and tightly grasped Xiao Li's attacking hand in his hand, then raised his foot and kicked Xiao Li in the abdomen. Xiao Li immediately stretched out his other hand to block Naruto's kick, but he still underestimated the strength of Naruto's kick. He was kicked back several meters before he could barely stabilize his body. A hint of surprise immediately flashed across his face. It was obvious that he didn't expect Naruto's attainments and physical skills to be so outstanding. Not bad, you're quite strong. Xiao Li shook his numb arms, but an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looks like I have to be more serious. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared again, but this time, his speed was even faster than before. He circled behind Naruto almost in an instant and kicked Naruto's waist fiercely with a whip kick. Naruto's eyes narrowed, as if he had already guessed Rock Lee's attack route. He quickly squatted down and easily avoided the attack. Then, he put his hands on the ground, he kicked his legs upwards, hitting Xiao Li's chin. Xiao Li's reaction was also extremely fast. He quickly leaned back and avoided Naruto's counterattack. The two's movements were so fast that it was dazzling, and Satsuki and Sakura, who were standing beside them, were amazed. They never imagined that Rock Lee was so strong, and they were also surprised by the physical skills displayed by Naruto. Even Satsuki couldn't help but open his Sharingan and copy the details of the battle between the two. At this moment, the situation on the field suddenly changed. After all, Naruto's current body cannot be compared with Rock Lee's body, which has been trained over the years in terms of strength, and he does not want to use ninjutsu to deal with Rock Lee. Therefore, Xiao Li finally found a flaw in him and kicked him away, and he immediately flew backwards. Xiao Li immediately seized this opportunity, bent his body slightly, increased his speed to the extreme, and appeared behind Naruto. The bandage on his arm was gradually untied and wrapped around Naruto. Naruto naturally recognized it at a glance. This was one of Konoha's famous taijutsu shadow dance leaf. Once he was hit by this move, with his current physical condition, he would definitely suffer considerable damage, which would affect the upcoming Chunin exam. Thinking of this, Naruto realized that he could no longer be limited to his original idea of just wanting to compete with Rock Lee in taijutsu. He immediately clasped his hands together, ready to use the shadow clone technique to buy himself time to break free. However, just as he was about to perform ninjutsu, a subtle sound of breaking through the air suddenly caught his attention. Naruto immediately withdrew his hand, and at this moment, a toothpick shot out from nowhere and landed straight on the bandage on Xiao Li's arm that had been untied. Puff! The toothpick with the bandage flew towards the wall not far away, and then embedded heavily into the wall, making a dull sound. When Xiao Li saw that his technique was suddenly interrupted, he looked around angrily, trying to find the person who interrupted him. At the same time, his body fell steadily to the ground through the bandages nailed to the wall. Naruto on the other side also fell down, but compared to Rock Lee, he had already discovered the person who tried to stop him. He stared at a place not far behind Xiao Li, and sure enough, he heard a bang and a white mist suddenly appeared out of thin air. The next second, an angry male voice rang out from within the white mist. Xiao Li, who told you to use such a dangerous technique on your fellow villagers? As he spoke, a green figure rushed out from the white mist and punched Xiao Li hard, knocking him away. At this time, everyone present could see the appearance of the person who came. He had the same watermelon head as Xiao Li and was also wearing green tights. He looked like a bigger Xiao Li, exactly the blue beast, might guy. Mr. Kai. Xiao Li got up from the ground and looked at Akai with a complicated expression. There was fear, uneasiness, and a hint of grievance. He said weakly, Teacher Akai, I just want to spar with him to prove my strength. Xiao Li, there are many ways to prove your strength, but harming your fellow villagers is the worst, Akai said seriously. This is a desecration of your youth, an insult to your hard work, and a denial of all your hard work. Do you understand? I know, Teacher Akai, I was wrong. Xiao Li lowered his head in shame after hearing what Akai said and said, It's okay, Xiao Li. Akai reached out, patted Xiao Li on the shoulder, and encouraged him. It's great to know how to change. Human youth grows little by little through countless corrections. Having said that, he seemed to feel that it was not enough. He deliberately turned to Naruto and the other two, showing his big white teeth, and asked, Isn't that right, young people? Naruto and the other two looked at him speechlessly. After a while, Sakura couldn't help but curse, Are you sick? Don't talk about Teacher Kai like that. Xiao Li immediately yelled at Xiao Ying in dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, his words attracted a scolding from Kai. Xiao Li, don't be like that. Other people's cold words to us are also a kind of affirmation of us, and a kind of encouragement for our youth. As he said that, he immediately gave Sakura a thumbs up. Thank you for your encouragement, little girl. Teacher Akai. Faced with Akai's sincere and passionate teaching, Xiao Li was immediately moved and finally couldn't help bursting into tears. Xiao Li. Akai seemed to be infected by Xiao Li's emotions and started crying too. So, the two of them cried, and suddenly hugged each other. This scene made Satsuki and Sakura feel nauseous. They couldn't help but shiver and had goosebumps on their bodies to varying degrees. They really couldn't stand these crazy master and disciple. In comparison, Naruto's reaction was very calm. After all, he had seen such scenes countless times when he traveled through time last time, so he had long been immune to it. Not to mention, he felt a little excited in his heart after finally seeing such a familiar scene in this world. However, he suppressed it forcefully. After all, he didn't want to be treated as a psychopath like Master Lee and his apprentice by Satsuki and Sakura. Finally, soon, Sakura could no longer stand the actions of master and apprentice Xiao Li, and said to Satsuki and Naruto, Let's go, I really can't stand these two idiots. As she said that, she took Zhou hand and walked towards the examination room. Naruto shrugged as well and immediately followed. Unexpectedly, just after Naruto and the other two took a few steps, Master Xiao Li and his apprentice recovered from their crying. Akagi instantly stood in front of Naruto and the other two, looked them up and down, with a strange smile on his face, which made Sakura and Satsuki feel creepy. Just when Sakura couldn't stand it anymore and was about to explode, Kai suddenly said, You guys should be Kakashi's students, right? Yes, what's the matter? Sakura replied in a bad tone, Are you familiar with Kakashi-sensei? Of course. Kai stroked his smooth chin and said proudly, We are not only familiar with each other, but also his lifelong rival. My record against him is 50 wins and 49 losses. I am stronger than Kakashi. As he spoke, he did not forget to show his signature white fangs at Naruto and the other two. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Xiaoying looked skeptical and said, You better than Kakashi-sensei, stop bragging here. Teacher Akai is not the kind of person who talks big. Before Akai could say anything, Xiao Li, who was not far away, shouted in dissatisfaction that he was trying hard to break free because the bandage was nailed to the wall by Akai with a toothpick. Xiao Li, everyone says you shouldn't treat people with this attitude. Kai turned around and glared at him angrily, then looked at Sakura and said, Little girl, if you don't believe me, you can ask Kakashi. I think he should be able to give you the answer. Of course I can do that. Sakura nodded and said, But uncle, if you keep blocking us, we'll be late. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and pointed at the clock hanging on the wall not far away. I saw that the time above was a little after 3:40, and there were only less than 20 minutes left before the start of the Chunin exam that Kakashi had told them yesterday. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Xiaoying said, Akai was like an eggplant hit by frost. His face, which was originally full of energy and spirit, instantly collapsed and he began to retreat continuously, muttering Uncle. Teacher Akai. Seeing Akai suddenly become like this, Xiao Li, who was not far away, couldn't help but shout worriedly, "Teacher Akai, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Li, am I really that old, have I become an uncle, Xiao Li? Akai looked at Xiao Li with a deathly pale face and asked tremblingly, Teacher Akai, no, you are not old, you are still very young. Xiao Li immediately replied, besides as the saying goes, as long as the heart does not grow old, then it will never grow old, it will always be young, and youth will never end. As long as the heart is young. Youth will never end, as long as the heart is young. Youth will never end, as long as. Akai kept repeating Xiao Li's last words, and his originally dull eyes gradually regained their luster, and his whole spirit and energy also recovered. He suddenly raised his head, his signature bright smile blooming again on his face, revealing a row of big white teeth, and excitedly shouted at Xiao Li, you said it so well, as long as your heart does not grow old and your passion is always burning, youth will never end. As he said that, he immediately turned to Naruto and the other two and shouted, so, you guys know. Just as he said this, he found that Naruto and the other two were still there, but they had disappeared long ago. Chunin examination room, outside classroom 301. Kakashi was leaning against the wall, his eyes closed with a calm expression, but he would open his eyes from time to look at the clock on the wall, revealing his anxiety at the moment. Why haven't these guys arrived yet? The exam is about to start, could it be that Naruto is late again? Kakashi muttered to himself, and at that moment, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from not far away. Kakashi immediately opened his eyes slightly and found that it was Naruto and the other two. He immediately said to them in a somewhat unpleasant tone, why are you guys just here? The exam is about to start. As he said that, he subconsciously looked at Naruto, his eyes kindly said, it's not Naruto, you're late again, right? I didn't. Naruto immediately denied, if you don't believe me, you can ask Satsuki and the others. Hearing Naruto say this, Satsuki rolled her eyes immediately, because the reason why they arrived so late was really related to Naruto's late arrival. However, in order to prevent Naruto from being punished by Kakashi, Satsuki was still prepared to smooth things over for him. Unexpectedly, before she could say anything, Sakura beside her volunteered to stand up and explain for Naruto, Teacher Kakashi, it's really not Naruto's fault this time. That the reason we were late was because we were delayed by two idiots. Idiot? Who? Kakashi frowned slightly and asked curiously, one idiot is called Xiao Li, and the other is called Kai. Sakura replied, Kai. Kakashi's mouth twitched a few times, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He said, if it's him, then it's really not your fault. That guy really likes to mess around. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, you really know him? Sakura looked at Kakashi with a little surprise, and then seemed to remember something. Oh, that's right, he seemed to have mentioned that he is your lifelong rival, and he is still ahead in the win-loss ratio with you, is that right, Kakashi-sensei? As she spoke, Sakura's eyes suddenly sparkled with curiosity. Although Zoyu looked calm, the hint of curiosity in her eyes betrayed her deeply. Only Naruto looked calm. Although he didn't know what criteria Kakashi and Kai used to decide the winner, based on his recent contact with Kai, his personality had not changed at all. Therefore, he felt that the weapon Kai and Kakashi fought against should be exactly the same as the last time they traveled through time. However, Kakashi did not satisfy Sakura and Satsuki's curiosity. Instead, he abruptly changed the subject and said, okay, let's not talk about him anymore, go inside, the exam is about to begin. As he spoke, his expression became serious, and his eyes swept over Naruto and the other two, encouraging them, do your best in this Chunin exam, I am very optimistic about you. Although Naruto and the other two were somewhat dissatisfied with Kakashi's abrupt change of topic, especially Sakura and Satsuki, considering that it was important to take the Chunin exam, they all nodded and said with a firm look, don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, we will do it. After saying that, Naruto and the other two pushed open the door of classroom 301 and strode in. As soon as Naruto and the other two walked into the classroom, they immediately felt a tense and oppressive atmosphere. The other ninjas in the classroom all cast scrutinizing glances at them, some with hostility, some with contempt, and some with cold observation. Facing these unfriendly gazes, Naruto remained calm. After all, he had experienced many storms in his previous life, so this little scene was nothing to him. Zoyu was also not affected at all and still looked calm. Only Sakura showed some nervousness, and her body trembled slightly. At this moment, a delighted female voice suddenly rang out, Sakura, why are you here just now? As they were talking, a girl with long light yellow hair tied in a ponytail squeezed out from the crowd with an excited look on her face and walked towards Naruto and the other two. Behind her, there were two boys, one had a lazy look on his face and rolled his eyes, and the other was fat and was holding a bag of potato chips in his hand and feeding it to his mouth. That's right. These three people are none other than the Ino, Shikamaru, and Joe trio, Ino, Shikamaru, and Chuji. Ino. Sakura also shouted with joy, walked up and hugged Ino, saying, I didn't expect you guys to take part in the Chunin exam too, that's great, now we can take care of you. Yeah, Ino immediately agreed, that's impossible. Unexpectedly, just as she finished her words, a discordant and lazy male voice rang out. The Chunin exam is a test that focuses on individual strength and teamwork. It's not a question of whether or not to take care of others. The person who spoke was Shikamaru. He still looked lazy, with his hands in his pockets and a hint of helplessness in his eyes. While chewing potato chips, Koji mumbled, "That's right, Shikamaru is right, the Chunin exam is not a game, everyone has to rely on their own strength." Seeing her teammates ruining her show, Ino glared at them both with some displeasure, her tone full of dissatisfaction. "Hey, Shikamaru, Koji, why are you butting in? Can't you see this is a conversation between us girls? How rude. What kind of conversation between girls is this?" Shikamaru complained. "We're in public here, everyone can hear everything you say, besides, look at Satsuki, she doesn't have as many problems as you guys." As he said that, he greeted Satsuki who was standing next to Sakura. "Hello, Satsuki." "Hello, Shikamaru." Satsuki glanced at him and replied lightly, then glanced at Naruto who had been looking for something in the crowd since he entered the door, with a hint of loss and dissatisfaction in his eyes. Shikamaru keenly caught the change in Satsuki's mood, and immediately a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had already seen clearly the love-hate relationship between Naruto and his team when he was in school, and he had always watched it with a spectator's attitude. So, in order to make the show more effective, he deliberately led the topic to Naruto, and said in a somewhat teasing tone, "Naruto, hello, by the way, what are you looking for?" When Naruto heard Shikamaru calling him, he immediately withdrew his gaze from looking for someone. In his current state, it would be really troublesome to find someone. At the same time, he turned to Shikamaru and replied, "Nothing, Shikamaru, just looking around." Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, another joyful voice suddenly rang out, but this time it was a man. "Long time no see, Naruto." As he was speaking, a boy in a gray-white coat with a red inverted triangle facial tattoo on his face and a white dog lying on his head squeezed out from the crowd. He excitedly came forward and hugged Naruto, shouting, "How have you been recently? I didn't expect you to take part in the Chunin exam as well." "Kana, stop hugging Naruto like that. You smell so strong." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a dissatisfied female voice came from behind him. The next second, a man and a woman also squeezed out from the crowd. The man was wearing a pair of sunglasses and was wrapped up tightly. The woman had short black hair and a pair of white eyes. She was looking at Ya, who was hugging Naruto with an unhappy look on her face. "That's right. These three people are none other than Kiba, Shino, and Hinata. What does it matter? A man should have some taste to be considered a man, don't you think, Akamaru?" Kiba released the hand that was hugging Naruto and said with some disapproval, "Woof." After hearing what Kiba said, Akamaru immediately barked out in cooperation. "Akamaru." Unexpectedly, it would have been fine if it hadn't barked. This bark immediately aroused Hinata's dissatisfaction, and her white eyes glared at it fiercely. Akamaru suddenly became like an eggplant hit by frost, with his ears drooping and shrinking back to the top of Ya's head, not daring to say another word. Seeing this, Ya was about to say a few words to defend his dog, but he heard Hinata lower her voice and said coldly in his ear, "You'd better shut up, otherwise, I'll see how I deal with you later." When Ya heard what Hinata said, panic and fear flashed in his eyes, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He nodded immediately and stammered, I understand, Hinata." Hinata glanced at him with satisfaction, then reached out and put her arm around Naruto's arm. A gentle look instantly appeared on her face, and she said softly, "Naruto-kun, long time no see, I missed you so much, don't pay attention to that guy. Yeah, he's always so reckless." As she spoke, she skillfully leaned her head against Naruto's body, looking like a little bird. Naruto didn't react at all to this. He seemed to be frozen and just stood there in a daze. In fact, he had been a little confused since he suddenly rushed out and hugged him. Now seeing Hinata like this, he was even more confused and had no idea what was going on. The relationship between the 12 young warriors in this world seems to be much more complicated than he imagined. Zhou, who was standing by, saw this scene, and a trace of dissatisfaction and jealousy flashed in his eyes. He muttered in a low voice, what a pretentious guy." Because her voice was so soft, no one present heard it. However, for a moment, the place where Naruto and others were was extremely lively, various emotions intertwined, and the atmosphere became extremely complicated. At this moment, a male voice suddenly sounded, "Hey, you guys better be quiet, otherwise, you'll get yourself into unnecessary trouble." As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the attention of Naruto and others, and they all turned their eyes to the person who spoke. I saw a man wearing glasses leaning against the doorframe, looking at everyone with a strange expression. That's right. This person is pharmacist Kabuto. "Who are you?" Ya asked him carelessly. My name is Yakushi Kabuto, I can barely be considered your senior." Kabuto introduced himself, Senior. Everyone looked at each other, and Sakura immediately asked, What did you mean by what you just said?" "You will know if you look around." Do did not answer her question directly, but glanced around and said lightly. Everyone immediately looked around as he said, and saw that many people in the crowd were using extremely Shen stared at them with a more serious look than when Naruto and the other two had just come in. That he was obviously very dissatisfied with the noise they had just made. Some people even showed murderous intent, as if ready to strike at any time. You guys just acted too ostentatiously, you'll be too conspicuous and become the target of public criticism. Kabuto said with a mature demeanor, judging from your immature appearance, this must be your first time taking the Chunin exams. Yeah, Sakura and the others nodded immediately, then asked, from what you said, Senior Kabuto, this is your second time taking the Chunin exam? No. Kabuto shook his head slightly, then reported a number that shocked Sakura and the others, this is my 7th time taking the Chunin exam. The elimination rate for the Chunin exam is very high. What? The 7th time participating? Sakura and the others immediately gasped, and except for Naruto, they all looked at him in surprise. Then, Ino couldn't help but blurt out, with such rich experience, do you know a lot about the Chunin exam? You could say that. Kabuto pushed up his glasses and said proudly, and, not only that, I've also collected a lot of information. As he spoke, he produced a pile of cards from nowhere. These are called acquaintance cards. They contain the information of most of the candidates who came to take part in this Chunin exam. I went through a lot of trouble to get them. What do you think? Are there any opponents you want to know more about? Since I'm your senior, I can tell you for free. Kabuto glanced at the group, a sly grin on his face, as if waiting for their reaction. Xiaoying and the others immediately looked at each other in confusion. Finally, it was Ya, who was always impatient, who broke the silence first. Since you were too embarrassed to do it, then I will go first. Oh, whose information do you want to know, Junior? Kabuto glanced at him and asked. Kiba touched his smooth chin, thought for a moment, then shamelessly pointed at himself and said proudly, then it's me, Inyazuka Kiba. I want to see if your information card is correct. Okay. Do nodded slightly, and immediately flipped the cards in his hand like shuffling a deck of cards. Then a card flew out and was caught accurately by him, and handed it to Ya. Junior Ya, this is your information card. Take a look at the information I collected. Is there anything missing or wrong? Let me see. Ya immediately took the information card and started looking at it. Sakura and the others also came over. Even Naruto and Satsuki subconsciously looked at him. The data card, covered in dense, tiny text, read Inyazuka Kiba, male, 12 years old, graduated from Konoha 60 years ago, from the Inyazuka clan, village, Konoha, ninja partner is Akamaru, favorite foods are beef jerky and cartilage, has performed 15 D-rank missions and 3 C-rank missions, belongs to Team 8, instructor is Korone Ui, teammates are Hinata Hayaga and Shino Abarame, strength is tentatively rated below average, character rating, C-rank. Wow, your information is so detailed, Senior Do. Ya couldn't help but sigh after reading his own information card, because it not only records his basic information in detail, but also the number of tasks he has completed, teammate information and preferences are all recorded clearly. Of course, there was only one thing that made him extremely dissatisfied, and that was, however, Senior Kabuto, your evaluation of my strength seems a bit wrong. With my strength, I should be at the upper middle level. Tell me, Akamaru. Ya said with a conceited look on his face. Woof, Akamaru on his head immediately barked in cooperation. Seeing this, Do didn't get angry. He smiled slightly, pushed his glasses, and said, Brother Ya, if you are not satisfied with my assessment of your strength, I can help you correct it right now. As he said that, Do took the data card back from Ya's hand and prepared to change it for him on the spot. Unexpectedly, Sakura stopped him. Senior Kabuto, don't pay attention to him. This guy is just an arrogant person. The more you pay attention to him, the more arrogant he will be. Let's take a look at the other people's information. Oh, whose information does the junior want to know? After hearing what Sakura said, Kabuto gave up on changing Kiba's information card. This naturally caused Kiba's dissatisfaction, but he did not get angry. After all, he also wanted to see other people's information. Forward. Sakura immediately thought quickly in her mind and found that she really didn't know whose information she should look at. At this moment, Zoyu's cold voice suddenly rang out, let's go with Rock Lee. Why? As soon as these words came out, Sakura looked at her in surprise, a hint of panic on her face, and asked, Satsuki, why do you want to look at that idiot's information? You can't really be. Sakura had just said this when she was interrupted by Satsuki in a firm tone, no, it's impossible, I just wanted to understand his strength and prepare for the possibility of encountering him in the upcoming Chunin exam. As she spoke, she subconsciously turned her gaze towards Naruto. Just at this moment, Naruto also turned his gaze towards her. So, the two of them looked into each other's eyes. An imperceptible blush immediately appeared on Ziyu's face, but she quickly regained her composure, quickly looked away, and pretended nothing had happened. A thoughtful look appeared in Naruto's eyes. All of this was naturally seen by Hinata, who had been holding his arm. She immediately hummed in dissatisfaction, with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Sakura also noticed this scene, and a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. Just as she was about to say something, she was drowned out by Kabuto's voice beside her. Okay, let me show you Rock Lee's information. Kabuto smiled and nodded, flipping the cards in his hand quickly again, as if showing off his skillful techniques. After a while, he accurately pulled out a card and handed it to Zoyu. This is Rock Lee's profile card, please take a look. Kabuto's tone remained gentle, but there was an imperceptible hint of depth in his eyes. Zoyu took the card, and the others immediately came over and quickly scanned the contents on it. Written clearly on the card was Rock Lee, male, 13 years old, graduated from Konoha in the 59th year, belongs to Konoha, excels in taijutsu, and his favorite foods are curry rice and milk. He has performed 22 D rank missions and 8 C rank missions. He belongs to Team 3, his instructor is Might Guy, and his teammates are Niji Hayaga and Tenten. His strength is tentatively rated as above average, and his character rating is B rank. Wow, no way, this idiot's strength is assessed as upper average. Are you kidding me, Senior Kabuto? Sakura said angrily after reading Rock Lee's information. Although she had witnessed the combat power displayed by Rock Lee in his battle with Naruto before, she was still a little dissatisfied when she saw that he was assessed as upper average by Kabuto. Of course, there is no mistake in this. My strength assessment is based on the task list. This is a comprehensive assessment based on current data and actual combat data. Given Rock Lee's abilities, he certainly deserves this assessment. Kabuto smiled slightly, pushed his glasses, and explained in a calm tone. After hearing Kabuto's words, Sakura and the others subconsciously looked at Kiba. After all, he was just as satisfied with his own assessment of his strength. Now seeing that Rock Lee's assessment was one level higher than his face was obviously not very good. Humph, there's definitely something wrong with this evaluation standard. Ya curled his lips, clearly unwilling to accept this fact. This guy named Rock Lee only graduated a year earlier than me. He just completed a few more missions. How could he be better than me, Akamaru, don't you agree? Woof, Akamaru barked again in cooperation, as if supporting his master's statement. Yeah, stop being so stubborn, just now you were forcing Senior Kabuto to change your strength assessment. Ino rolled her eyes at him after hearing what he said, then turned to Kabuto and asked, by the way, Senior Kabuto, can I ask you a question? Oh, what's the question? Tell me. Kabuto nodded and said, what does the final character rating on your card mean? Ino asked curiously. As soon as he asked this question, it immediately aroused the curiosity of others, including Naruto. After all, the last time he traveled through time, he didn't remember that there was such a thing in Kazuo's information card. Well, Kabuto raised a meaningful smile and said slowly, it is used to predict their chances of successfully being promoted to Chunin in this Chunin exam. The higher the character rating, the greater the chance of being promoted to Chunin. There are 5 levels in total: D, C, B, A, and S. S rank is the highest, representing not only a successful promotion to Chunin, but also a chance of performing well in the Chunin exams, potentially attracting special attention from higher UPS. A rank is next, representing a near certainty of Chunin promotion. B rank represents a certain chance of promotion, but it's not guaranteed. C rank represents a low probability of promotion. As for D rank, it's the lowest rating, meaning the possibility of promotion is extremely slim, and it's simply a formality. Having said that, Kabuto deliberately paused, as if giving Naruto and the others time to digest. Then, he pushed up his glasses and continued, of course, I don't have an S-level rating on hand at the moment, only an A-level one. What? There's only one A rank? Sakura and the others were shocked and immediately asked, who is it? Can you tell us his information? Only a glimmer of understanding appeared in Naruto's eyes, as if he had guessed who this person was. Sure enough, Do's next words confirmed his guess. Do nodded and said, of course. As he spoke, he quickly pulled out a card from the pile and placed it flat in front of Naruto and the others. The card read, Gaara, gender unknown, age unknown, graduation date uncertain, village of origin, Sand Village, food preference unknown, has performed 9 C-rank missions and 5 B-rank missions, instructor is Maki, teammates are Tamari and Kankuro, strength tentatively rated upper average, character rating A rank. After reading Gaara's information, Sakura and the others swallowed subconsciously. Although there are many unclear points in Gaara's information, the pressure he displays is overwhelming. The reason is the level of the missions he has completed. Grade B. This is a mission level that only Chunin or Jonin can accept, but he has completed it 5 times. Is this guy really still a genin? This was the same thought that popped up in Sakura and the others' minds at the same time. Then, they looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Only Naruto looked calm, because he already knew that the person Kabuto would mention was Gaara, and he also knew how powerful he was. What puzzled him was why Gaara's gender was unclear. Could it be that Gaara in this world has also changed? Naruto recalled the scene when he saw Gaara before, but he didn't find any difference between him and the original. There was a thoughtful look in Ziyu's eyes, as if he was thinking about something. However, Kabuto seemed to think that this wasn't shocking enough, and added, actually, there's one thing I haven't written on this information card, which is that it said that every time Gaara goes out on a mission, he completes it unscathed. What? Sakura and the others were shocked again, and a hint of fear suddenly appeared in their eyes when they looked at Gaara's information card. If they were shocked by Gaara's ability to complete B-rank missions that only Chunin or Jonin could complete before, then now, hearing that he completed every mission unscathed, Sakura and the others felt an indescribable fear in their hearts. This kind of strength has far exceeded their understanding of genin. They all memorized Gaara's appearance and information deeply in their minds, and decided that if they met him in the future Chunin exams, they would definitely avoid him or surrender directly. They don't want to fight such a terrifying monster. Seeing that Sakura and the others were frightened by Gaara's information, Kabuto couldn't help but smile triumphantly, and then he comforted them softly. You guys don't have to be so nervous. Now that I have this information to remind you, you just need to avoid him during the Chunin exam. Oh, that's right. At this point, he suddenly changed the subject and said, fellow students, do you want to make a little fortune? Ah, making a small fortune. Sakura and the others couldn't keep up with Kabuto's train of thought. They looked at him in confusion and asked, what do you mean, Kabuto-senpai? Even Naruto had a strange look on his face. He was a little confused about what Kabuto wanted to do. Well, actually, the character ratings on these data cards, besides indicating their chances of being promoted to Chunin, have another purpose. Kabuto smiled mysteriously, a sly glint in his eyes. That's it, the major gambling houses use it to set the odds for each genin to be promoted to Chunin. Gambling house. Sakura and the others widened their eyes, obviously not expecting Kabuto to bring up this topic. Yes. Kabuto nodded and continued, actually, senior, work part-time as a betting agent for a gambling house. If you're interested, you can place bets through me, either on yourself or on your favorite candidates. This way, you can experience a different kind of fun in this Chunin exam. What do you think? Are you interested? After hearing what Kabuto said, Sakura and the others looked at each other again, looking embarrassed and hesitant. Obviously, they all think this is it wasn't appropriate, but it was not easy to reject Do's proposal outright. Finally, it was Sakura who mustered up the courage to speak up. Thank you for your kindness, Kabuto-senpai, but we don't think gambling is a good idea. It's okay, just bet smaller and it'll be fine. Don't continue to tempt. As the saying goes, small bets are good for the heart, big bets are harmful to the body. You'll be fine if you bet smaller. Kabuto, you're corrupting the kids again. Unexpectedly, just as Do finished speaking, a rough male voice came from the podium in the examination room. The next second, there was a bang sound, and more than a dozen figures appeared around the podium. The leading man had several horrific scars on his face and was wearing a large black windbreaker. He was staring at Do with angry eyes. That's right. The person who came was Ibiki Marino, is also one of the examiners of this Chunin exam. When Kabuto saw Ibiki appear, a trace of panic and fear suddenly appeared on his face, but he still greeted him warmly. Ibiki-sama, long time no see, how have you been recently? Snort. Ibiki snorted coldly, his eyes sweeping across Kabuto like a knife, his tone filled with unquestionable majesty. Cow, you're using your devious tricks in the exam room again. Were the examiners too lenient with you in previous years? Believe it or not, I'm going to disqualify you right now. When Kabuto heard what Ibiki said, the smile on his face froze instantly, and a trace of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. If these words came from someone else, he might have taken it as a joke, but Ibiki was different. He was known as the Kana sadist. He always kept his word, was ruthless, and showed no mercy. If he was really disqualified from the exam, how could he complete the task given by that adult? Thinking about this, Kabuto quickly waved his hands, his tone a little flustered, and said, Master Ibiki, you misunderstood. I'm definitely not doing anything crooked. I was just chatting with the junior students to relieve the tension before the exam. Ibiki sneered, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Chat, ease the tension? Kabuto, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I heard everything you just said about chatting. Kabuto's face suddenly turned even paler, and the cold sweat on his forehead slid down his cheeks. He knew that Ibiki was known for his sharp insight and iron-fisted approach, and no small move could escape his eyes. Master Ibiki, I thought I was just joking to lighten the mood. Kabuto's voice was trembling as he tried to defend himself. You know, everyone is nervous before the exam. I just wanted to help them relax. Ibiki narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of danger. Kabuto, I appreciate your kindness, however, the Chunin exams are not a place for you to pull such tricks. If you dare to do this again, not only will I disqualify you from the exam, I will also hand you over to the Umbu. Do you understand what I mean? Do's pupils suddenly shrank, and a chill suddenly rose in his heart. He knew that Ibiki was not exaggerating. If he was really handed over to the Umbu, the consequences would be disastrous and might even affect the adult's next actions. Yes. Yes, Master Ibiki, I understand. Kabuto lowered his head, a hint of fear in his voice. I promise I won't do it again. Ibiki gave him a cold look, then turned his gaze to Naruto and the others, and warned, and you guys, don't believe what others say so easily. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to another place in the examination room, and saw that several guys wearing forehead protectors from the Kusanagi village were surrounding several candidates wearing forehead protectors from other ninja villages, and seemed to be talking to them. Hey, those people from Kusagakure over there, don't think I didn't notice you. Ibiki said sternly, the exam hasn't started yet, don't do anything tricky there. When the ninjas from Kusa village heard Ibiki's voice, they immediately stopped their actions, with a hint of embarrassment and nervousness on their faces. One of them quickly explained, Examiner, we were just exchanging some exam experiences, there's absolutely no other intention. Ha! Ibiki sneered, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Exchange experiences, do you think I'm a fool? This time, I'll let you go and give you only one warning. If you do it again, I will directly expel you from the examination room and disqualify you. As he spoke, he glanced at all the examines present with an extremely sharp look. Remember this is Konoha's examination hall, not a place where you can act recklessly. If any of you dare to do anything weird again, don't blame me for being rude. Do you hear me? At the end, he deliberately raised his tone. Ibuki's voice echoed in the examination room like thunder, and every word was filled with unquestionable majesty. The entire examination room fell into dead silence in an instant. Most of the candidates held their breath and didn't even dare to breathe. They clearly realized that the examiner was not joking. Sakura and the others looked at each other, feeling a little nervous. Sakura lowered her voice even more and said, "This guy is really scary, he looks scarier than Kakashi-sensei." After hearing what Sakura said, Naruto just smiled, because he knew that Ibuki was more terrifying than that, and the candidates present would probably see his even more terrifying side later. Seeing that his warning had worked, Ibuki nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Now, let me announce some of the rules of this Chunin exam. First, without the examiner's permission, you candidates are prohibited from engaging in any form of private fighting. Secondly, even with the examiner's consent, you are not allowed to kill each other. Finally, and most importantly, the examiner has absolute authority in the examination room. Any violation of the rules will be severely punished. If any of you dare to challenge the examiner's authority, you will bear the consequences at your own risk." Ibuki's voice was still cold and firm, like an invisible sharp blade hanging over the heads of every candidate. He glanced around the room again, making sure everyone heard him clearly. "Is there anything you don't understand?" Ibuki asked coldly. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, as if they could penetrate the heart of every candidate. The examination room was completely silent. No one dared to make any sound, not even to breathe. Become cautious. Seeing this, Ibuki's lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. "Very good, it seems everyone understands. Then, next, I declare that the first round of the Chunin exam, the written test, will now officially begin." Naruto looked at the test paper in front of him calmly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a hint of calmness and confidence in his eyes. As someone who had experienced time travel, he already knew the answers to these questions. The last time he traveled through time, in order to make up for the shortcomings of his own theoretical level in the original work, he read almost most of the books in the Konoha library. Therefore, these questions on the test paper now seemed like a piece of cake to him. He smiled lightly, picked up the pen, and began to write quickly on the test paper. The tip of the pen made a rustling sound as it moved across the paper, as if every stroke carried the knowledge and experience he had accumulated over the years. This scene stunned Satsuki and Sakura, who were sitting not far behind him. As Naruto's teammates, they are very clear about Naruto's theoretical level. That he can't be said to be well-read, but he can also be said to be completely ignorant. Therefore, when they heard that the first exam was a written test, they were all worried about Naruto and were even prepared to help him cheat. However, the Naruto in front of him was acting out of character. Not only did he not show any panic, but he wrote very quickly, as if he knew the contents of the test paper very well. When did Naruto's theoretical level become so advanced? Satsuki and Sakura couldn't help but feel puzzled at the same time. After a while, Naruto successfully completed all the contents on the test paper. He put down his pen, stretched, turned around and looked around, and found that most of the candidates were still concentrating on answering their questions. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a smug smile, as if he had just completed a trivial task. This scene naturally attracted the attention of Ibuki, who was invigilating below. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could this guy have finished all the test questions so quickly? Thinking of this, he immediately winked at an examiner who was near Naruto. The examiner immediately understood and deliberately walked towards Naruto. When passing by Naruto, he quickly glanced at Naruto's test paper and found that the answers on it were not only complete but also accurate. Even some extremely unpopular knowledge points were answered without any loopholes. The examiner was shocked and immediately reported the matter to Ibuki below with his eyes. Not only did he finish it, he even got all the answers right. Ibuki was also shocked and silently sighed in his heart, as expected. The son of the fourth Hokage, as expected, a tiger father has a dog son. This Uzumaki Naruto is really quite capable. Naruto naturally noticed the little movements of Ibuki and the examiner, but he didn't care, because he didn't cheat in various subtle ways like some people in the exam room, so he was not afraid of them at all. But having said that, he soon felt a little bored after finishing the test questions ahead of time. Moreover, the written test cannot be submitted in advance. So, he was bored and his eyes started to wander around. First he looked at Satsuki and Sakura, then Hinata, and then, unexpectedly, his action immediately earned him a warning from an examiner. Hey there, answer the questions carefully and don't look around. If you keep looking around, I will disqualify you from the exam." When Naruto heard what he said, he could only look away in disappointment. Then he glanced at the clock on the wall and found that there was still some time before the written test ended. He immediately lay down on the table, closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. Naruto's consciousness gradually sank, and suddenly, a hoarse female voice came to his ears, Go, go! Under the dim light, a little boy was standing precariously not far in front of him. Several ninjas with scratched forward protectors were standing, looking at him ferociously. Behind him, a little girl was lying on the ground, tears streaming from her eyes like a spring. The voice just now came from her. At the same time, around the two of them, there was a group of people lying, some big and some small. No, I'm not leaving. The little boy shook his head firmly, with a stubborn glint in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, and even though his body was shaking, he still had no intention of retreating. I can't leave you alone. Although the little boy's voice was childish, it was full of determination and courage. The little girl raised her head, looked at the little boy with tears in her eyes, and said in a trembling voice, But you are already injured. If you continue like this, you will die. Die? I won't die so easily. Don't forget, I am the son of the fourth Hokage. The little boy turned around and gave the little girl a sunny smile. The little girl's body jolted slightly, as if something was touched in her heart. She was about to say something when the ninjas standing not far from them rushed towards the little boy. Although the little boy tried his best to resist, he was eventually knocked to the ground by the ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto. The little girl cried out in grief. The next second, she stood up suddenly. Her originally black eyes turned scarlet, and Magadama-like patterns appeared. Right. Sherry Nan. Naruto, who was originally watching the show on the side, was startled when he saw the little boy turn around and heard the little girl calling his name. He was startled again when he saw Magatama appear in her eyes. He never thought of this sudden dream was actually about himself and Zoyu. However, just as he was about to continue watching, a loud noise brought him back to reality. What kind of rule is this? A ninja wearing a Konoha forward protector suddenly slammed the table and roared at Ibiki below, If you don't answer the 10th question, you will be considered to have a score of 0 and will be disqualified from the exam. If you answer the 10th question incorrectly, you will be banned from participating in the Chunin exam for life. Moreover, no matter which of these two options you choose, it will directly affect your teammates. What kind of unfair rule is this? Unfair? After hearing what the ninja said, Ibiki laughed instead of getting angry. When has the ninja world ever been fair? If you were on the battlefield now, would your enemy show mercy to you just because you or your teammates were injured? No, they wouldn't. So sometimes, you have to learn to choose whether to take the risk with your teammates or give up and save yourself. This is the way to survive in the ninja world, so you must make a choice, and, at this point, a murderous intent suddenly erupted from his body, enveloping the examiners present. Don't forget, I've said before that in the examination room, the examiners have absolute authority. Our rules are the rules. If you're not satisfied with my rules, you can give up the 10th question right now and get out. Ibiki's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting every candidate's heart hard. His eyes were cold and sharp, as if he could see through everyone's heart. The overwhelming murderous intent made the atmosphere in the entire examination room drop to freezing point in an instant. Cold sweat oozed out of the foreheads of many candidates, and some even began to waver. This is the world of ninjas. Ibiki's voice was deep and powerful. Here, there is no such thing as fairness. There is only survival and elimination. Your choices determine your future. The examination room was completely silent, with only the heavy breathing of a large number of examines to be heard. Naruto, who had just come back to his senses from his dream, looked at this scene with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. It turns out that some people's nature will never change no matter which world they are in, Naruto said to himself, and the images of Kai he had met before and Ibiki now appeared in his mind. The last time he traveled through time, he had a brief contact with Ibiki. At that time, he discovered that Ibiki had a serious tendency to abuse others. Whether physically or psychologically, he liked to torture others in various ways to test their limits. I thought he might be more restrained in this world, but now it seems not only has he not behaved in the same way, but he has become even worse. However, Naruto was not going to expose his actions because he knew that Ibiki's behavior was necessary. Because as Ibiki just said, the ninja world is extremely cruel. Without a firm will and strong psychological quality, it is impossible to survive in such an environment. At the same time, if you cannot fully trust your teammates on the battlefield, you will also be in deadly danger. Thinking of this, Naruto seemed to have already known what the content of the 10th question was. As expected, some candidates with poor psychological quality slowly raised their hands and chose to give up this Chunin exam. At the same time, as they gave up the exam, their teammates were also forced to lose their exam qualifications. In a short while, only dozens of people were left sitting in their seats in the originally crowded examination room. Seeing this, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Ibiki's eyes, and he immediately shouted to the rest of the people, "Congratulations, you have successfully answered the 10th question." As soon as these words were spoken, a low cry of surprise was heard in the examination room, and most of the candidates looked at Ibiki with puzzled and doubtful eyes. Naruto smiled knowingly that he had long guessed that Ibiki's so-called 10th question was actually. This will test you in two aspects, one is whether you have a strong will, and the other is whether you can fully trust your teammates. Ibiki's voice echoed in the examination room, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. The ninja world is cruel. Without a firm will and a strong mental state, it is impossible to survive in such an environment. At the same time, if you cannot fully trust your teammates on the battlefield, you will fall into mortal danger. So, having said this, he deliberately paused, glanced at the remaining candidates, and continued, those of you who remain have basically possessed these two key qualities, and you will be able to successfully pass the test of question 10. Yeah! As Ibiki finished speaking, the remaining candidates immediately erupted in excited shouts. Great, I knew it was right to stay. This is another step closer to becoming a Chunin. However, their joy didn't last long before Ibiki's next words brought them back to reality. However, this doesn't mean you've successfully passed the first round of the exam. This is a written exam. After all, I still need to review your answers. If any of you fail to answer a question correctly, you will be eliminated, and so will your teammates. As he spoke, he winked at the other examiners in the examination room. The examiners immediately walked over to the remaining candidates, collected the test papers on their desks, and began to mark them on the spot. Since there weren't many people left, it didn't take long to review it. Soon, the examiners finished marking all the collected test papers and summarized the results in Ibiki's hands. Ibiki lowered his head and glanced at the list in his hand, his expression still stern, without the slightest fluctuation. He then glanced at the remaining candidates again and said slowly, I didn't expect that you guys were so lucky that not a single one of you failed to answer all the questions incorrectly. Very good. Now, I declare that you have all successfully passed the first exam, the written exam. Bang! Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, a dashing figure suddenly burst in through the window. At the same time, a female voice poured cold water on him. But don't get too complacent. The real exam has just begun. From now on, I will be the chief examiner for your second exam. The man was wearing a light yellow coat and holding a bamboo skewer with glutinous rice balls in his mouth. This person Issa a Mitarashi red beans. Unfortunately, her self-proclaimed cool appearance did not elicit a warm response from the candidates present. On the contrary, the examination room was silent and the candidates looked at each other, seemingly puzzled by her sudden appearance. Seeing this, Ibiki couldn't help but tease her, ha ha ha, no one pays attention to you, how embarrassing, red bean. Hunga rolled her eyes at him after hearing what he said, but didn't argue with him any further. Instead, she quickly glanced at the remaining candidates and said, there are 72 people, 24 groups. That seems like a lot of people left for the first exam this year. Ibiki, what's going on? After hearing her words, Ibiki shrugged and said, that can't be helped. I tried my best. After all, this year's candidates are all very outstanding. Excellent. Red Bean's a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes swept over the candidates present again like a poisonous snake. Except for a very few like Naruto, the candidates whose eyes were swept by her felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were being stared at by some dangerous creature. Then, Hunga said sternly, I love outstanding people the most, because it's the most fun to eliminate them this way. Don't worry, in the next exam, I will reduce the number of you by at least half. Now, all of you guys, follow me. There was a hint of teasing and threat in her voice, as if foreshadowing that the upcoming exam would be even more cruel and difficult. Most of the candidates looked at each other in confusion, feeling both anticipation and anxiety, because they know that the real challenge has just begun, and they must give their all to go further in this Chunin exam. Konoha's 44th training ground, outside the Forest of Death. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the edge of the forest, adding a touch of mystery and depression to this gloomy forest. Hunga stood in front of everyone with a playful smile on her face, her eyes scanning the 72 examines present like a venomous snake. Welcome to the second exam. This exam is very simple. Each team will be assigned a scroll, either the scroll of heaven or the scroll of earth. You will only pass this exam if you collect both scrolls and successfully reach the tower in the center of the death forest behind me. Hunga's magnetic voice echoed in the air, carrying a chilling excitement. Of course, there's a prerequisite for this to work. That you must reach the tower together as a team. If any one person quits or dies, the entire team will be eliminated. As soon as she finished speaking, most of the candidates looked at each other in confusion, and the atmosphere became extremely tense for a while. It is obvious that this exam will not only test their strength, but also their teamwork and survival ability. Also, Hunga continued, a hint of teasing in her tone, due to special circumstances, the duration of this exam has been extended to 5 days. In other words, you need to complete this task within 5 days. If you haven't reached the tower or collected both scrolls after 5 days, you will also be eliminated. Hey, 5 days, then what are we going to eat? Unexpectedly, just as she said this, a slightly panicked voice suddenly came from among the candidates. The owner of the voice comes from Shikamaru. As a big foodie, he cares a lot about eating and drinking. Therefore, he could ignore what Hunga had just said, but he had to get things clear on this matter. What to eat, that's up to you. Hunga spread her hands, speaking casually as if discussing a perfectly normal matter. There are plenty of food in this forest, such as wild fruits, wild animals, and even food brought by other candidates. Of course, that's assuming you have the ability to get it. Her words caused the expressions of many candidates present to change, and some of them even began to discuss in low voices. Hunga seemed to enjoy the tense atmosphere and continued, oh, by the way, There's one more thing I want to remind you that this forest is called the Forest of Death for a reason, that there are not only dangerous beasts in it, but also all kinds of natural traps and poisons that if you're not careful, you might die without even knowing how you did it. Her tone was understated, but every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting the candidates' hearts hard. The air was suddenly filled with a depressing atmosphere, as if even breathing became difficult. Seeing this, Hunga raised a meaningful smile, as if she was very satisfied with the nervousness and anxiety of the candidates. Then, she clapped her hands gently, breaking the brief silence. Well, now, I will hand out a consent form to everyone that if you feel you can't handle this challenge, you can choose to withdraw now. After all, you only have one life, and you can take the exam again next year. As soon as she finished speaking, several examiners began to distribute consent forms to the candidates. The candidates took the consent forms with different expressions on their faces, some were firm, some were hesitant, and some had begun to tremble. Naruto looked down at the consent form in his hand, but a confident smile appeared on his lips. He turned to look at Satsuki and Sakura, and found that although Satsuki looked calm, there was still a hint of worry in her eyes. Sakura's condition was even worse, her hand holding the consent form was shaking constantly. Seeing this, Naruto said in a very gentle tone, "Don't worry, I will protect you." "Humph, who needs your protection?" Zoe rolled her eyes at him and said, but the smile on the corner of her mouth and the disappearance of worry in her eyes betrayed her deeply. "That's right." Sakura steadied the hand holding the consent form and agreed, "If you want protection, I also want Satsuki to protect me." As she spoke, she deliberately rubbed against Satsuki. Naruto didn't say anything about it, just shrugged. Soon, all the candidates present handed the signed consent forms back to the examiners. Seeing that no one had quit because of what she had just said, Hunga rolled her eyes in boredom and said, "You guys really don't fear death, but never mind, since you've all prepared yourself mentally, then next, I will distribute scrolls to each of your teams." As she spoke, she winked, and several more examiners began distributing scrolls to each team. The candidates took the scrolls, some held them tightly nervously, while others put them calmly in their arms. After all the teams had received the scrolls, Hunga kindly reminded them, "Remember, your mission is not only to collect both scrolls, but also to reach the tower within 5 days. Now, you can follow the examiner and wait at your respective entrances." Why? Most of the candidates present were obviously having trouble keeping up with Hunga's pace. One of them immediately asked in confusion, "No, aren't we going in from here? How is that possible?" Hunga curled her lips and said, "If there are so many of you, and you all go in from here, if you all get squeezed together, you'll all start fighting quickly, and that'll be no fun, so why don't you just spread out and wait 10 minutes before entering through different entrances, that'll be more fun." When she said this, a cunning gleam flashed in her eyes, as if she had foreseen the scene of candidates fighting each other in the forest. Most of the candidates present felt their hearts tighten again after hearing Hunga's explanation. Entering the forest separately meant that they not only had to face the dangers of the forest itself, but also had to be on guard against sneak attacks from other teams at all times. The cruelty of this exam was once again pushed to a new level. "Okay, stop wasting time." Hunga waved her hand, a hint of impatience in her tone. "The examiners will take you to your respective entrances. Remember, the exam will begin in 10 minutes. 5 days later, I hope to see most of you in the tower again. Of course, the premise is that most of you are still alive." As soon as she finished speaking, several examiners came forward and began to guide the teams to different entrances. The candidates followed suit, with different expressions on their faces, some were nervous, some were excited, and some looked solemn. Naruto and the other two were quickly brought to a remote entrance, where they quietly waited for the gate to open 10 minutes later. A crack, 10 minutes later, with the sound of the gate opening, the candidates at various entrances rushed into the forest one after another. Forward. Not long after Naruto and the other two entered the Forest of Death, he keenly sensed that something seemed to be spying on them in the dark. This feeling was extremely subtle, and apart from Naruto, neither Satsuki nor Sakura noticed anything unusual. However, this feeling of being spied on gave Naruto a sense of foreboding, and he secretly said, "Orochimaru, looks like he's here after all." In fact, long before entering the forest, Naruto had been secretly observing the other candidates, trying to find Orochimaru among them. After all, the last time he traveled through time, Orochimaru had caused trouble for them during this Chunin exam. However, at that time, he was going for Sasuke, and now he was not sure whether he would go for Satsuki. After all, he still didn't know much about many things in this world. But just in case, Naruto decided to remain highly vigilant about whether Orochimaru would appear or not. But the result of his search was the same as before in the 301 examination room. Given his current appearance, it was still a little impossible for him to find someone quickly. But now, this feeling of being watched made him immediately certain that Orochimaru was still targeting them, or to be more precise, Satsuki. Thinking of this, Naruto subconsciously looked at Satsuki beside him. Looking at her cold and delicate profile, the dream he had had in the 301 examination room before emerged in his mind. For some reason, a strong desire to protect her suddenly surged in his heart, and he immediately said to himself, "Don't worry, I will definitely ensure your safety." "Hey, Naruto, why are you staring at Satsuki like that?" At this moment, Sakura's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Naruto's thoughts. She stood on the other side of Satsuki, glaring at him dissatisfiedly, and said, "Although I promised you before that I could let you and Satsuki get closer, I didn't let you get this close. If you keep looking at me, believe it or not, I will dig your eyes out." Sakura's words immediately made a blush appear on Satsuki's face, who was standing between the two of them. In fact, she had already noticed that Naruto was watching her, but she just didn't point it out, because she felt a familiar feeling from many years ago in Naruto's eyes. Therefore, although she remained indifferent on the surface, she was very happy in her heart. This idiot won't recover his memories from the past, right? Zou said in his heart. If that were the case, it would undoubtedly be good news for me. At least I would be able to. Sakura, On the other side, Naruto, who was suddenly pointed out by Sakura, was just about to defend himself when he suddenly noticed a slight sound of breaking air in front of them. He immediately put his index and middle fingers together and said, "Shadow clone technique." Bang, bang. Two clones instantly appeared in front of them, quickly took out a kunai from their respective ninja tool bags, and swung it in front of them. A ding ding dinga. There was a burst of dense metal collision sounds, and the kunai knocked down the incoming thousands of weapons one by one, sparks flying in the air. Immediately afterwards, Naruto's shadow clones quickly dispersed and, together with the original body, looked around vigilantly, trying to find the location of the attacker. At the same time, Satsuki and Sakura quickly entered combat mode, each taking out a kunai from their ninja tool bag, observing their surroundings vigilantly, ready to deal with enemies that might appear at any time. Up there. At this moment, Naruto shouted and looked up quickly. Suddenly, a dense attack consisting of various blades came down from the sky, pouring down like a rainstorm. Naruto's shadow clone immediately leaped up, waving the kunai in his hand, facing the falling rain of blades. Although they blocked most of the attacks, they were eventually hit by several shurikens and disappeared in white smoke with a bang. Fortunately, since the shadow clones had blocked most of the blades, Naruto and the other two were able to easily avoid the remaining sporadic attacks. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, three people wearing Rain Village forward protectors suddenly jumped out from the surrounding bushes. They formed seals with their hands quickly and shouted in unison, "Water style, water thousand bones technique." In an instant, countless thousand water kimonos shot out from all directions. The densely packed water kimonos flashed with cold light in the afterglow of the setting sun, like a deadly rainstorm, instantly enveloping Naruto and the other two. "Naruto, Sakura, get down." Sasuke's calm voice sounded, and at the same time, a foot of jade appeared in her eyes. Her hands quickly formed seals and she shouted, "Fire style, great fireball technique. Flood." As her voice fell, a huge fireball gushed out of her mouth. The scorching flames collided with the falling water thousand books, instantly evaporating a large amount of water vapor. The air was suddenly filled with white mist, and the vision became blurred. Shadow clone technique. Naruto immediately seized the opportunity, created several clones, and rushed towards the three rain ninjas. After a while, screams of pain came almost simultaneously from the direction of the three rain ninjas. Just at this moment, the fog had dissipated for the most part, and Naruto and the other two had regained most of their vision. They immediately followed the directions of the three rain ninjas. Looking in the direction of, he saw that the three rain ninjas had been knocked unconscious by Naruto's shadow clones, and the scrolls they had also fallen to the side. One of Naruto's shadow clones immediately picked up the scroll and walked towards Naruto and the other two, ready to hand it to them. However, just as he took a few steps, a kunai suddenly appeared from nowhere and pierced through the body of the shadow clone. The shadow clone immediately banged and turned into a puff of white smoke, and the scroll in its hand fell to the ground. At this moment, a long snake shadow suddenly rushed out from the fog that had not yet completely dissipated, rolled up the scroll like lightning, and then quickly retracted into the fog. At the same time, a tall figure slowly walked out of the fog. He had an extremely charming face, and wore a Kusagakure forward protector on his forehead. A long tongue stretched out of his mouth, licking his lips constantly. The scroll that was previously taken away by the snake shadow was now tightly held in his hand. There was a cold and greedy glint in his eyes as he looked at Naruto and the other two. Naruto recognized who the person was at a glance. It was Orochimaru. "Three of you, please tell me, is this scroll yours?" Orochimaru raised the scroll in his hand, a strange smile on his lips, and asked Naruto and the other two who were not far away. Before Naruto could respond, anger was already burning in Satsuki's eyes. She launched the attack without hesitation, and the kunai in her hand flew towards Orochimaru's throat like lightning. The reason why she suddenly became so angry was, firstly, because Orochimaru snatched away the scroll that belonged to them. Secondly, this scroll was obtained by Naruto with great difficulty, and she could not tolerate it falling into the hands of others so easily. "Call out!" Satsuki's kunai cut through the air and pointed directly at Orochimaru's throat, but Orochimaru simply tilted his head slightly and easily avoided the attack. The kunai pierced deeply into the tree trunk behind him, making a dull bang sound. "Haha, you have quite a bad temper, little girl." Orochimaru licked his lips, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes, "but I like prey with bad tempers the most." Before he finished speaking, a strong murderous intent burst out from his body, instantly enveloping Naruto and the other two. Feeling this murderous intent that was as tangible as a substance, Naruto and the other two reacted differently. Naruto still looked calm. After all, as someone who had traveled through time once, he had already experienced many ups and downs. Orochimaru's murderous intent was nothing to him. In comparison, the situation of Satsuki and Sakura is worse. Satsuki was still able to hold on with the help of the Sharingan, but cold sweat had already broken out on her forehead. Sakura couldn't bear it at all and collapsed to the ground. Oh, I didn't expect a little brat like you could actually withstand my killing intent. Orochimaru looked at Naruto in surprise and said, I'm starting to be interested in you. As he spoke, a glint of excitement and greed flashed in his eyes, as if he had seen a prey worth studying. It's a pity I'm not interested in you. Naruto curled his lips and quickly took out a kunao from his ninja tool bag. He wiped it on the kunao, and a piece of text spell immediately attached to the kunao. Then, he threw the kunao towards Orochimaru with force. Call out. The kunao cut through the air and headed straight for Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with disdain and disappointment, and he sneered, How come you little brats, you only know such inferior moves, don't you have? However, before he could finish his words, Naruto's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbed the kunao that just came in front of him, and at the same time, a high-speed rotating chakra ball appeared in his hand. What? Orochimaru was startled and had no time to react before the high-speed rotating chakra ball in Naruto's hand fell on him. Raise non. Bang! Orochimaru was hit hard by the blow, and his body was blown away like a cannonball, hitting a tree trunk in the distance heavily with a dull thud. The tree trunk broke instantly, wood chips flew everywhere, and dust flew everywhere. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Naruto quickly turned to Satsuki and shouted, Satsuki, take Sakura and go first. He knew that although the attack just now hit Orochimaru, with Orochimaru's strength, he would never be defeated so easily. Then. What about you? Zoyu gritted his teeth, a hint of hesitation and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Because the scene in front of her reminded her of the scene many years ago, when Naruto also protected her behind him. After that, she swore that she would never let that happen again, and that she would be able to stand by him and fight alongside him. This is also one of the reasons why I have practiced so hard over the years. But it was not until now that she realized that with her own strength, she was simply unable to achieve this. Because she didn't expect that Naruto's strength had reached such a level that he could even confront a suddenly appearing strong man like Orochimaru head-on. Zoyu felt shocked, but also a little unwilling and self-blame. Alright, stop talking nonsense, let's go. At this moment, Naruto's urging voice brought Saitsuki back to reality. He stared at the dusty direction in the distance, and gripped the kunao in his hand tighter. You staying here will only distract me. Satsuki originally wanted to say something to ask Naruto to let her stay and help, but after seeing Naruto's determined eyes, the scene of him standing in front of her many years ago involuntarily emerged in her mind. She nodded immediately and said, Okay, we'll leave now, but listen to me, Uzumaki Naruto, you must survive, otherwise I will hate you for the rest of my life. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and she quickly ran to Sakura, helped her up, and said, Sakura, let's go. Although Sakura was still a little weak, she understood the current situation. After barely standing up, she followed Satsuki and quickly retreated into the depths of the forest opposite to Orochimaru. Flying Thunder God technique, Raise Non, I see, no wonder you look so familiar, you're the son of that Minato guy. As soon as Suzuki and the other man left, Orochimaru slowly walked out from the dust with murderous intent, staring at Naruto with a face full of resentment, and gnashed his teeth and said, All of Jireya's descendants deserve to die. As he spoke, he quickly formed a seal and said, Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. Roar, Oni huge fire dragon immediately spewed out of his mouth, and the scorching flames instantly swept across the entire space, heading straight for Naruto. Naruto's eyes flashed, and he quickly took a few steps back. At the same time, he formed seals with his hands and shouted, Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Call out. A strong wind pressure gushed out from his mouth and collided with the attacking fire dragon. The flames were immediately blown away by the wind pressure and turned into sparks that dissipated in the air. Haha, what a good reaction. Orochimaru smiled grimly, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes, but more of it was murderous intent and madness. You are worthy of being the son of the fourth Hokage, but your strength is far from enough. Before he finished speaking, Orochimaru's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared behind Naruto, holding a sharp kunao in his hand, and stabbed Naruto in the back. Naruto seemed to be prepared and turned around quickly. The kunao in his hand collided with Orochimaru's kunao, making a crisp clang sound. Their eyes met in an instant, Naruto's eyes flashing with calmness and determination, while Orochimaru's eyes were filled with murderous intent and playfulness. Kid, if it weren't for Jiraiya, I really wanted to take you in as my disciple, but unfortunately, Orochimaru's voice was low and cold, and he exerted a little force on the kunao in his hand, trying to suppress Naruto. However, Naruto did not retreat at all. Instead, he used the force to leap backwards, increasing the distance between himself and Orochimaru. At the same time, his eyes opened and closed, brown eye shadow immediately appeared at the corners of his eyes, and his pupils turned into yellow horizontal bars. He entered Sage Mode. Mayaboku Mountains. Sage Mode. I see. I was wondering how you could master the Flying Thunder technique and the Raise-Non at such a young age. A hint of surprise flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a stronger murderous intent. Where is that bastard Jiraiya? Tell me now. I don't know. Naruto responded coldly. At the same time, he opened his palm and a milky white shuriken quickly condensed into shape in his palm. What Naruto said was indeed the truth. He had never seen the Jiraiya of this world. All the ninjutsu he mastered were learned during his last time traveling through time, and had nothing to do with the Jiraiya of this world. Of course, if you insist on saying it's irrelevant, that's not entirely correct. After all, Sage Mode and Raise-Non were indeed taught to him by Jiraiya. It's just that Jiraiya came from another world. Compared to the Jiraiya in this world as described by Orochimaru, the Orochimaru in another world is not as full of hatred towards Jiraiya as the Orochimaru in this world. However, this also made Naruto curious. Why did Orochimaru in this world hate Jiraiya so much? What exactly happened between them? Naruto decided that when he met Jiraiya in this world in the future, he would definitely ask him clearly. Of course, he could also choose to ask Orochimaru, but judging from the current situation, Orochimaru obviously would not give him any answers. Sure enough, after hearing Naruto's answer, Orochimaru became even crazier. He thought Naruto was deliberately hiding Jiraiya's whereabouts and was unwilling to tell him. He sneered, the murderous intent in his eyes almost condensed into substance, and said in a low and cold voice, "You little brat, since you refuse to tell me, then I will break all your hands and feet, and then slowly force you to tell me." As he spoke, he suddenly opened his hands and shouted, "The Shadow Snake Hand." Hiss, 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 countless poisonous snakes immediately rushed out from Orochimaru's sleeves and pounced towards Naruto like a black tide. Each snake had a bloody mouth, and its fangs flashed with a cold light, obviously containing a strong poison. Just at this moment, the milky white shuriken in Naruto's hand finally took shape, and he immediately shouted, "Wind-style, Raise-Non Shuriken." A huge spiral shuriken spun at high speed in Naruto's hand, making a sharp buzzing sound. Without hesitation, he threw the spiral shuriken in his hand towards the oncoming snakes. Zzz. As soon as the snakes came into contact with the spiral shuriken, they were instantly cut into pieces by the sharp airflow around it. The Raisin Shuriken did not stop but continued to fly towards Orochimaru. Not good. Feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the spiral shuriken, Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed. He secretly said something in his heart, quickly pressed his hands to the ground, and shouted in a low voice, summoning technique, Rashomon. Boom! A huge Rashomon suddenly rose from the ground and blocked Orochimaru's way. There are hideous ghost faces carved on the door, emitting a gloomy atmosphere, as if it is a barrier from hell. Boom! The spiral shuriken hit Rashomon hard, causing a deafening roar. The entire facade caved in instantly, and then a whirlwind centered on Rashomon quickly spread out in all directions, madly destroying everything around it. The trees were uprooted, then cut into several pieces in mid-air, and finally turned into fine wood chips. Deep gullies were torn into the ground, and a storm of dust and gravel raged in the air, as if it was going to raze the entire death forest to the ground. Orochimaru, standing behind Rashomon, felt the powerful energy fluctuations and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. There was no slack in his eyes, because the Rashomon in front of him was increasing in depth at a speed visible to the naked eye under the ravages of the whirlwind. The ghost face on the door seemed to be twisting in pain and making low groaning sounds. A trace of solemnity flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He didn't expect that Naruto's Raisin Shuriken could cause such huge damage to Rashomon. Rashomon, one of his strongest defensive ninjutsu, was gradually collapsing under the impact of the spiral shuriken. Crack, crack, the cracks on the surface of Rashomon spread rapidly, and finally shattered completely with a loud bang, turning into a white mist and returning to its original world. The Raisin Shuriken broke through Rashomon's defense and rushed towards Orochimaru with violent energy. Orochimaru quickly retreated, forming seals with both hands, and shouted, "Earth-style, multiple earth flow wall." Thick earth walls immediately rose from the ground and collided with the whirlwind that broke through Rashomon. Bang! The first wall of earth flow was instantly penetrated by the whirlwind, and then the whirlwind continued to sweep towards the second wall of earth flow. Although the power was weaker than before, the second wall of earth flow was quickly broken through. The whirlwind was heading straight for the third earth wall, but due to the obstruction of Rashomon and the first two earth walls, although the whirlwind caused damage to the third earth wall, it only pierced a huge hole in it and then dissipated, allowing Naruto and Orochimaru to face each other. At this moment, it seemed like a long time had passed since Naruto threw the Raise-Non Shuriken, but in fact it was only less than a few minutes. The damage caused by the two of them really shocked most people in the Death Forest. They all looked towards this place. The same question popped up in everyone's mind: what kind of terrifying creature is fighting? Naruto, I hope nothing happens to you. Satsuki and Sakura, who were still far away from Naruto and the others, stood several kilometers away, looking at the scene with worry. What a terrifying power! who on earth is fighting Orochimaru that can even destroy Rashomon? Anko, who was rushing towards where Naruto and the others were, covered the mark on her neck with a look of pain on her face, her eyes filled with shock. At the same time, she forced herself to speed up, praying in her heart, I must catch up, I absolutely cannot let Orochimaru get away. Kid, it looks like you're about to reach your limit. Orochimaru stood behind the third earth flow wall, coldly watching Naruto gradually fade away from his sage mode. At the same time, a trace of fatigue appeared on his face. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. I advise you to tell me where Jiraiya is as soon as possible. Then maybe I will consider letting you go. Otherwise, your end today will not be too good. Naruto did not respond to Orochimaru's threat, but demonstrated his determination with practical actions. He put his index and middle fingers together and muttered, Shadow Clone Technique. Bang bang. Following a few soft sounds, 2 shadow clones immediately appeared on both sides of Naruto. A trace of helplessness immediately appeared in his eyes. The second stage of Flying Thunder God and the Raise-Non Shuriken just now were too much of a drain on his current body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to withdraw from Sage Mode after only using the Raise-Non Shuriken once. It seems that when the Chunin exam enters the rest period, I must improve my physical fitness as soon as possible. Also find a way to have a good talk with the Nine Tails, Naruto said to himself. However, the most important thing for him right now is to survive from Orochimaru. Thinking of this, Naruto and his 4 shadow clones opened their palms at the same time. A chakra ball quickly condensed in their palms and gradually became larger and larger. It was exactly Daima Raise-Non. Superior. Naruto hummed softly and winked at the 4 shadow clones. The 4 shadow clones immediately rushed towards Orochimaru with the large Raise-Non. A hint of coldness immediately flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He knew that Naruto was at the end of his strength, and the next move would be his last ripple. However, he did not take it lightly, but became more cautious. Orochimaru quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Roar! A huge Earth Dragon roared out from the ground, opened its ferocious mouth, and sprayed mud bombs at the 4 shadow clones rushing towards it. At the same time, Orochimaru formed seals with his hands again and shouted, Fire-style, Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. As his words fell, a fiery fire dragon gushed out of Orochimaru's mouth, forming a double attack with the mud bomb of the Earth Dragon Bomb. The fire dragon circled in the air, its blazing flames intertwined with the mud bombs to form a destructive barrier that headed straight for the 4 shadow clones. 2 of the 4 shadow clones immediately slowed down deliberately, while the other 2 sped up, using the large Raise-Non in their hands to meet the flames and mud bombs that were coming straight at them. Boom! With a loud bang, the large ball Raise-Non of the 2 shadow clones collided violently with the mixed attack of the Earth Dragon Bomb and the Fire Dragon Bomb, and a huge energy shock wave erupted in an instant. Flames, mud, and chakra intertwined in the air, forming a chaotic battlefield. After a while, the violent energy of flames and mud gradually dissipated in the collision, and the 2 shadow clones' large ball Raise-Non successfully offset the attacks of the Earth Dragon Bomb and the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. However, the shadow clone also turned into white smoke in the violent impact and dissipated into the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the remaining 2 shadow clones quickly approached Orochimaru from the flank, the large Raise-Non in their hands still shining with dazzling light. Seeing this, Orochimaru didn't show any panic in his eyes. He just put his hands together and shouted, Earth-style, Earth Spear Technique. Swoosh, 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 the ground cracked instantly, and countless sharp earth spears suddenly shot out from the ground, heading straight for the remaining 2 shadow clones. Puff, puff. Before the 2 shadow clones could get close to Orochimaru, they were pierced by the earth spear and turned into white smoke and dissipated. However, the next second, a kunai suddenly flew out from the white smoke and instantly appeared in front of Orochimaru. What? Panic immediately appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. He hadn't expected that all of Naruto's attacks were just feints, aimed at bringing the kunai to him. Because there was a Flying Thunder God technique. Swish! Naruto's figure instantly appeared in front of him, and the large Raise-Non in his hand immediately fell on his chest. Bang! Orochimaru didn't have time to react at all. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, crashing into trees and rocks along the way, and finally fell heavily to the ground in the distance, stirring up a cloud of dust. Naruto stood there, breathing heavily, and the large Raise-Non in his hand gradually dissipated. His body was already close to its limit, his chakra and physical strength were almost exhausted, his legs were trembling slightly, and he could barely stand. But he still managed to stand up straight, his eyes fixed on the direction where Orochimaru fell, and he said to himself, it should not work, right? But soon, his pupils suddenly contracted, because Orochimaru's figure was slowly walking out from the dust. Although he walked a little unsteadily, he was still very fast and appeared in front of Naruto. But now he looked much more embarrassed than before. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his clothes were torn. A horrible crack spread out from his chest to all sides of his body, as if his body would collapse at any time. Kid, for a genin, your performance is indeed surprising. Orochimaru's voice was still hoarse, but there was a hint of admiration in his tone. To be able to push me to this point, you have surpassed most ninjas. but it's far from enough. As he spoke, his body suddenly began to twist and his skin peeled off layer by layer as if he was shedding skin. His body slowly shed its old shell like a snake shedding its skin, revealing a brand new body. In a short while, Orochimaru returned to his original appearance, as if the injury had never existed. However, the fatigue in his eyes betrayed him deeply. It was obvious that Naruto's attack just now had caused him considerable damage. However, he is in much better condition than Naruto is now. Orochimaru slowly raised his hand, pointed it at Naruto who was breathing heavily in the distance, and said coldly, "Don't worry, kid, I won't kill you. I still want to know the whereabouts of Jiraiya from you, Snake Hand." As Orochimaru roared, several thick poisonous snakes suddenly jumped out of his sleeves and pounced towards Naruto like lightning. Looking at the venomous snake getting closer and closer, Naruto's body instinctively jumped back, but his tired body made his movements slow. In the blink of an eye, the poisonous snake was in front of him and was about to bite him. At this moment, a woman's low voice suddenly came from behind him, "Shadow Snake Hand." The next second, several equally thick poisonous snakes suddenly jumped out from behind Naruto, entangled with Orochimaru's poisonous snakes, and instantly neutralized the opponent's attack. Naruto looked back and saw a woman with an angry look on her face standing on a tree not far behind him. This person is none other than Hundu, who arrived late. Orochimaru. Hundu's eyes widened as she stared at Orochimaru below, her voice filled with anger and questioning. "Why did you come back? What is your purpose?" "Oh, Anko." Orochimaru immediately glanced at her, his tone filled with sarcasm and disappointment. "After all these years, why are you still using the techniques I taught you? After all, you're already a top jonin now, you should have grown, so why are you still standing still? I really don't know what that old man, the third Hokage, taught you, eh." Having said that, he sighed in pretended disappointment, as if he felt extremely helpless about Hundu's performance. "Shut up, Orochimaru." Anko's anger was completely ignited, and her voice was filled with uncontrollable anger. "Whether I have grown or not is my own business. I don't need you to tell me what to do. And you are not allowed to say that about the third Hokage. That he has been very good to me. Don't change the subject. Orochimaru, answer me, why did you come back?" "Tisk, tisk, tisk, you really don't know how to respect your teachers." He shook his head, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "It's a good thing I didn't choose you as my vessel back then, otherwise I would probably end up like you now." As soon as these words were spoken, the anger burning in Hundu's eyes suddenly became real, and her body began to tremble slightly, as if it would explode at any time. Orochimaru's words were like a sharp knife, piercing the deepest scars in her heart and evoking the past that she had always tried to forget. "Shut up, Orochimaru." Her voice was almost squeezed out from between her teeth, with uncontrollable anger and pain. "You are not allowed to mention those things in front of me." As she spoke, she quickly formed seals with her hands and whispered, "Fire style, dragon fire technique." Coax. A high-speed rotating flame burst out from Hundu's mouth, and the scorching flame cut through the air and headed straight for Orochimaru. Wherever the flames passed, the air seemed to be ignited and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. Facing the scorching flames coming towards him, Orochimaru remained calm, with even a hint of a playful smile on his lips. He clasped his hands together and whispered, "Wind style, great breakthrough." Bang! In an instant, a strong wind pressure gushed out of his mouth and collided head-on with Hundu's flames. The flames were blown away by the strong wind, turning into sparks and dissipating in the air. "Wow, you've learned some new ninjutsu after all. It looks like you've grown a lot." Orochimaru chuckled, a hint of amusement flashing in his golden snake eyes. "But it's still far from enough, Red Bean, but, forget it, in view of your growth, your former teacher, will mercifully tell you the purpose of my return this time." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Naruto, who had been ignored since Anko appeared. Naruto was still recovering his strength and chakra. "Originally, I came back for that man's sister, but now I have a new goal. And it seems to be 10 times more interesting than the original goal." Having said that, he deliberately stuck out his tongue and licked his lips excitedly. Suddenly, his body shook slightly, and he immediately raised his head and looked into the distance behind Hundu, cursing, "Damn it, a bunch of troublesome guys are coming." As he spoke, he retracted his gaze and fell on Hundu again. "Hundu, my good disciple, you must work hard. I don't want to see you like this next time. Without any progress." Then, he turned his gaze to Naruto and said viciously, "Kid, the matter between us is not over yet. The next time I see you, I will settle the score with you." After saying that, his entire body quickly sank into the ground, merged with the earth, and disappeared from the sight of Naruto and Red Bean. Damn it! As soon as Orochimaru left, Naruto could no longer hold on. He collapsed to the ground and cursed in his heart. When Naruto thought of his current miserable state, he was filled with anger. If he was the middle or late stage of his life when he traveled through time last time, Orochimaru would have been defeated by him several times already, so there was no way he could have gotten away. After all, he is not strong enough now, and he must improve his strength as soon as possible. Hundu, who was standing on the tree, was also holding on to the trunk in a panic. She was breathing heavily, and she reached out to cover the curse mark on her neck with her hand, a look of pain on her face. She actually wanted to keep Orochimaru just now, and she also sensed that someone was coming to reinforce them from a distance. But just as she was about to act, the curse mark on her neck suddenly caused her to hurt violently, as if countless tiny needles were piercing her skin and penetrating deep into her bone marrow, making her unable to move at all. Honda knew that this was Orochimaru's doing, and his purpose was to make her temporarily lose her fighting ability so that she could not stop him from leaving. Sure enough, as soon as he left, the curse mark on Honda's neck was no longer as painful as before. The reason why she is still in such a miserable state now is simply because the aftereffects of the curse just now have not completely subsided. After a while, Anko recovered and immediately jumped down from the tree. She walked over to Naruto, who was still recovering, and asked, "Hey, kid, are you okay?" As she spoke, she looked at Naruto's eyes, with surprise, curiosity, and unexpectedness appearing in them. How could she didn't expect that the person who fought with Orochimaru for so long was actually a young boy? What surprised her even more was that this young man had been able to hold out for so long under Orochimaru's command, and even made Orochimaru interested in him. There doesn't seem to be anything special about this kid, except that he's a little handsome, Hundu said in her heart. It's okay. Naruto could naturally tell what Hundu was thinking, but he didn't care. He just slowly stood up from the ground and replied, "Are you really okay, kid?" Hundu looked at Naruto with some suspicion, and said with concern, "You don't look well. Why don't you come back with me to rest for a while, and then come back to continue taking the exam?" As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and was about to support Naruto, but was pushed away by Naruto. "No need." Naruto shook his head and said stubbornly, "I know my own situation very well." After saying that, he walked towards the direction where Satsuki and Sakura had left without looking back. Looking at Naruto's stubborn back that was gradually receding, Honda couldn't help but grumble in dissatisfaction, "You little brat, you really take my kindness for granted. Don't forget, I saved you just now." When Naruto heard what Anko said, he immediately stopped, turned around, looked at her coldly, and said sarcastically, "Save me, haha, my examiner. If you could have noticed Orochimaru's presence at the first moment, we might not have fallen into such danger. Even if you couldn't notice it at the first moment, that would be fine. At least you should have rushed over quickly after Orochimaru attacked us. But unfortunately, you couldn't do either of those things. You couldn't even force Orochimaru to stay here in the end." At this point, Naruto shook his head in disdain, his eyes filled with a hint of disdain and disappointment. "To be honest, as a special jonin, you are really not suitable to be the examiner. You are too derelict in your duty and too weak." Hunga was choked by Naruto's words and was speechless for a moment, and her face turned ashen in an instant. She clenched her fists, her nails almost digging into her palms, feeling both angry and an indescribable sense of frustration. She wanted to refute, but found that every word Naruto said hit her sore spot, leaving her with no way to defend herself. It took a long time for Hunga to recover from this emotion, but she found that Naruto had quietly left the scene at some point. She was left alone with the devastated battlefield surrounding her, as if a large typhoon had passed through. That brat is really only a genin? Hunga looked at everything in front of her and couldn't help but secretly click her tongue in her heart. Then, she remembered that when she was in classroom 301, Ibiki had told her that the candidates in this class were very excellent. She couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for the candidates in the same class as Naruto. It must be hard for them to be enemies with such a terrifying guy. But soon, she remembered what Naruto said before he left. She couldn't help but clench her fists, a trace of unwillingness and anger flashed in her eyes, and she secretly made up her mind, "You little brat, you dare to say I'm too weak? I remember it. Next time we meet, I will make you pay." Fire style, great fireball technique. Flood. A huge fireball spewed out of Zoyu's mouth, and the scorching flames cut through the air and headed straight for the target in front. Wherever the fireball passed, the air seemed to be ignited and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. Not far in front of her, she saw 3 ninjas wearing Sand Village forward protectors standing there. Facing the incoming fireball, one of the Sand ninjas quickly tightened his grip on the fan in his hand and swung it forward vigorously, wind style, Kamaitaki technique. Swoosh, 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 several sharp wind blades instantly flew out from the fan, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and headed straight for Zoyu's fireball technique. Bang! The wind blade and the fireball collided violently in the air, making a deafening roar. The flame was immediately cut into several petals by the wind blade, sparks flew everywhere, and hot air waves spread in all directions. The surrounding trees were shaken violently, leaves fell, and a layer of dust was raised on the ground. "Hey, where's the girl with long pink hair?" At this time, one of the 3 Sand ninjas suddenly shouted. It was because Sakura, who was originally standing next to Satsuki and fighting with them, disappeared at the moment the fireball and the wind blade collided. "Go to hell!" The next second, Sakura's voice suddenly came from above them, and then a fist as big as a sandbag hit one of them. The Sand ninja didn't have time to react at all before he was knocked flying. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew backwards and hit the trunk of a big tree. His head tilted and he fainted immediately. Yao ran. The remaining 2 Sand ninjas immediately exclaimed, with shock and anger flashing in their eyes. However, just as they finished their words, Zoyu's figure appeared behind them like a ghost. She pressed her hands hard on the ground and kicked one of the Sand ninjas on the back, lifting him up and kicking him directly into the air. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Saitsuki quickly formed hand seals and spewed out several blazing fireballs from his mouth, heading straight for the sand ninja who was kicked away. The fireball drew a graceful arc in the air, like a blooming balsam flower, and instantly surrounded the sand ninja. He didn't even have time to scream before he was engulfed by flames and fell heavily to the ground, losing his ability to fight. If Naruto or Rock Lee were here at this moment, they would recognize that the action that Satsuki just used to kick the sand ninja was very similar to the shadow dance leaf that Rock Lee used when he fought Naruto before. It's a pity that neither of them is here now, so they can't witness Zoyu's move with their own eyes. Damn it! The last remaining sand ninja saw that Satsuki and Sakura had taken care of his two teammates in less than a short while that his face suddenly turned pale and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He raised the fan in his hand and swung it towards Satsuki behind him, but Satsuki blocked it with a kunao. The next second, Sakura's voice came to his ear, "Go to hell." Bang! Sakura punched him hard in the face, and he immediately flew out like the first sand ninja, and hit a big tree not far away. He slid to the ground and completely lost consciousness. At the same time, a scroll rolled out from his sleeve. Satsuki and Sakura didn't immediately step forward to put the scroll away, but stood there, breathing slightly. Although they successfully defeated the three sand ninjas, the battle also consumed a lot of their physical strength. After a while, Zoyu and the other person walked forward and picked up the scroll. There was a big word Tien written on the scroll. "Great, Satsuki, now we have finally collected the scrolls of heaven and earth." Sakura showed a bright smile on her face and said excitedly that long before entering the forest, Naruto and the other two already knew that their target scroll this time was the scroll of heaven, because they got the scroll of earth. Yeah! Satsuki also nodded excitedly, but soon her face darkened because she thought of Naruto, and a trace of worry and anxiety suddenly appeared in her eyes. Sakura immediately noticed the change in Satsuki's expression, and her originally excited face also dimmed. She was also worried about Naruto's safety. Because, at this time, a day and a night had passed since they met Orochimaru, but Naruto hadn't joined them. They'd clearly left signs along the way for him, so why hadn't he appeared yet? Could he have been in some danger? Satsuki and Sakura immediately felt uneasy, and the worry in their eyes became even stronger. "Naruto, please don't let anything happen to you." Satsuki and Sakura knew that Naruto had actually been on his way to meet them, but he had not noticed the marks they left for him along the way. The reason was very simple, because he didn't recognize these signs at all. Forward! Naruto, who was walking through the woods, suddenly stopped because he heard a faint cry for help from the left. Since he was unable to reunite with Satsuki and the others as soon as possible, Naruto took advantage of the night to rest. Therefore, at this time, his condition has recovered a lot, and his physical strength and chakra have been greatly replenished. Although it cannot be compared with his body's full strength, it is almost the same. He frowned and listened carefully, and sure enough, he heard a faint cry for help again, which seemed to be a girl's voice. Naruto actually didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but when he thought that the girl's cry for help might come from Satsuki or Sakura, he leaped towards the direction where the sound came from. Soon, his vision in front of him suddenly became clear, and then he saw a lake. The breeze blew, and ripples appeared on the lake surface. The sunlight shone on the water, sparkling with golden light. Not far from the lakeshore, a girl with her back to Naruto was surrounded by several huge black bears. Her arm was injured, with drops of blood dripping from her fingertips. It was obvious that she had lost her ability to fight. Naruto recognized her immediately. She was definitely not one of Satsuki or Sakura because her hair was the color of fiery red. However, Naruto did not choose to stand idly by. After all, since he was already here, he might as well act like a hero. Thinking about it, Naruto quickly put his hands together and shouted, "Shadow Clone Jutsu!" Bang, bang, bang. As the white smoke dissipated, more than a dozen shadow clones instantly appeared around Naruto. Without his orders, the dozen shadow clones rushed towards the black bears. In just a moment, the black bears were beaten back by Naruto's shadow clones and retreated back into the forest in shame. Naruto then landed from the tree and came to the red-haired girl. He looked around vigilantly and asked, "Are you okay? Do you need me to help you stop the bleeding?" The reason why Naruto was so cautious was because he was afraid that this was a trap. After all, in the world of ninja, the tactic of taking advantage of the weak to lure the enemy into a trap is not uncommon, not to mention that they are still taking exams. Although with his strength, as long as he doesn't encounter a cage-level strongman like Orochimaru like before, he still has a way to deal with it. Even if he couldn't win the first time, he was confident that he could escape unscathed, so he dared to help without hesitation. However, it is always better to be cautious. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. After hearing what Naruto said, the red-haired girl slowly raised her head, revealing a slightly pale but still pretty face wearing a pair of brown glasses. Naruto immediately recognized who the red-haired girl was and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's her. This world really is a small place. The reason why Naruto suddenly sighed like this was entirely because this red-haired girl was. "No need, I can recover from this injury quickly." The red-haired girl shook her head gently and said, "Thank you for saving me. My name is Karen." That's right. The red-haired girl that Naruto had just rescued was a member of the Uzumaki clan, just like his mother. In sense. Sure enough, as Karen finished her words, her injured arm stopped bleeding and returned to normal in an instant. Naruto was not very surprised by this. After all, he was already well aware of the Uzumaki clan's special physique when he traveled through time last time. Not to mention Karen's recovery ability, she is a leader among the Uzumaki clan. Therefore, he just nodded and said, "You're welcome, it's just something that comes naturally. But why are you here alone, Karen?" After hearing what Naruto said, Karen's face, which had just turned pale from being scared by the black bear, suddenly flushed. She said a little embarrassedly, "I got separated from my companions, then, on the way to find them, I was thirsty and hungry, so I thought of coming to the lake to drink some water and see if I could find some food. I didn't expect that as soon as I got here, I encountered those big black bears. I'm not good at fighting, so just..." Karen's voice trailed off, a look of embarrassment and shame on her face. She lowered her head and twisted her fingers together unconsciously, obviously annoyed by her carelessness. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but laugh and said, "Haha, so that's how it is, but you are really unlucky to encounter so many black bears at once." Xianlin raised her head, a look of grievance on her face, and said, "Yeah, I didn't expect to be so unlucky to encounter so many black bears at once. Fortunately, you showed up in time, otherwise, I might really have. Oh, right." At this point, she seemed to remember something, and the grievance on her face suddenly turned into embarrassment. "I don't even know your name." "Oh, my name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto replied with a smile, "Uzumaki." Karen's pupils shrank slightly, because she always felt that this surname was very familiar, as if she had heard of it somewhere, but she just couldn't remember it for a moment. After all, her parents wanted to avoid him. Their family was hunted by their enemies, and since she was a child, he never mentioned anything about the Uzumaki clan in front of her, and even deliberately concealed their surnames. Therefore, she did not know anything about the Uzumaki clan. She only heard her parents mention it occasionally in her dreams. However, since she was still young at that time, she only had some vague memories. After a while, Karen, who couldn't remember anything, decided to give up and gave him a friendly smile. "Anyway, thank you again for saving me, Naruto. I've already told you, no need." Just as Naruto said this, Karen's stomach suddenly made a rumbling sound. Her face turned red instantly. She lowered her head and unconsciously covered her stomach with her hands. She was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She muttered softly, Sorry, I just hadn't found anything to eat when those black bears showed up, so now I'm still hungry." Seeing this, Naruto smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's okay, it's human natured, I'll go get you something to eat now." As he said that, he walked towards the lake nearby, ready to get some fish to grill. It just so happened that he hadn't eaten for a long time since yesterday. Unexpectedly, just as he reached the lake, he suddenly stopped, his expression stern, and said coldly, "Don't hide, come out, I've already found you." Naruto's voice echoed by the lake, and the air around him seemed to freeze instantly, even the breeze stopped. There were tiny ripples on the surface of the lake, as if it was also uneasy about the upcoming battle. When Karen heard Naruto's words, she immediately became alert and stood up quickly. Although her fighting ability is not outstanding, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, her perception ability is not weak. At this moment, she clearly felt that the atmosphere around her became tense and there was a sense of danger in the air. After a moment of silence, a rustling sound suddenly came from the woods, and then several figures slowly walked out from the shadows. The leader was a tall man wearing a Taki Ninja Village Forward Protector and a sneer on his face. Behind him followed two Taki ninjas with equally gloomy expressions. "Kid, you're quite alert." The leading man looked at Naruto coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "If you know what's good for you, hand over the scrolls on you, and then we might let you go." "Ha, let us go." Naruto sneered. "Wait a minute, it's not certain who will let whom go." When the leading man heard what Naruto said, anger and murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. "Stinky boy, since you won't cry until you see the coffin, then I will grant you your wish. Earth-style rock pillar spear." Following a low shout from the leading man, the ground cracked instantly, and several sharp rock pillars suddenly shot out from the ground, heading straight towards Naruto and Karen. Naruto's eyes flashed, and he moved quickly, appearing beside Karen and hugging her. Then, he kicked his feet hard, and the two of them jumped up in an instant, avoiding the attack of the rock pillar. At the same time, his hands quickly formed Seal's water-style water dragon bullet technique. Roar! A huge water dragon suddenly rose into the sky from the lake, with majestic momentum, and rushed straight towards the three Taki ninjas. The water dragon opened its huge mouth, as if it wanted to swallow them all. The three Takinen saw this and their expressions changed slightly. They quickly and synchronously formed Seal's enchanted Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Three thick earth walls rose from the ground in an instant, blocking the water dragon. However, the impact of the water dragon was extremely strong. The earth wall they had built only lasted for a short while before it was washed away by the water dragon. The water immediately scattered in all directions, splashing all over the sky. But this still gave the three Taki ninjas enough time to avoid the water dragon's attack. They quickly dispersed and avoided the direct attack of the water dragon. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Naruto brought Karen to a relatively safe area and whispered, "Karen, hide first, leave this to me." Karen nodded. Although she was not good at fighting, she also understood that if she stayed here, she would only be a burden to Naruto. She quickly retreated and hid behind a big tree, watching the battlefield nervously. Naruto turned around and looked at the three Takinen with a stern gaze. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. Then next, it's my turn to fight back. Snort. The leading Takinen snorted coldly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Kid, don't think you can get carried away just because you blocked a move. We are the elite genin of Takinen village. You alone are no match for us. Naruto ignored his provocation and quickly put his hands together and shouted, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. Several shadow clones instantly appeared around Naruto, each one full of fighting spirit. Naruto stood at the front, his eyes as sharp as torches, looking coldly at the three Taki ninjas. There are more people, so what? They are just clones. The leading Takinen sneered and formed seals with his hands again, fire style, blazing flame. With a low shout, he took a deep breath, then exhaled suddenly. A stream of blazing flames suddenly gushed out of his mouth, turning into a huge fire snake, rushing towards Naruto and his shadow clones. Wherever the flames passed, the air seemed to be ignited, making crackling sounds. At the same time, the other two Taki ninjas were not idle either. They also quickly formed hand seals and said in unison, wind style, tornado. Two powerful whirlwinds were released from the hands of the two Taki ninjas and quickly merged with the flames. The wind fueled the fire, and the flames instantly expanded, turning into a huge fire tornado, sweeping towards Naruto and his shadow clones with destructive power. Naruto sneered, and immediately two shadow clones rushed towards the fire tornado. At the same time, a huge chakra ball appeared in their hands. It was Dama Raiznan. Bang! The two shadow clones, with the big ball Raiznan, slammed heavily on the fire tornado. The huge fire tornado collided violently with the big ball Raiznan, making a deafening explosion. The flames and whirlwinds were torn apart by the powerful chakra of the Raiznan, turning into countless sparks and air currents that scattered in all directions. The entire battlefield was instantly shrouded in flames and smoke. Although Naruto's shadow clones were engulfed in flames, they successfully stopped the fire tornado from advancing further. While the smoke and dust were still there, Naruto and the remaining shadow clones immediately rushed towards the three Taki ninjas. Naruto and his shadow clones quickly passed through the smoke and rushed towards the three Taki ninjas. Their movements were as swift as the wind, like several streaks of golden lightning streaking across the battlefield. The leading Taki ninja had just recovered from the shock of Naruto easily disintegrating the fire tornado when he saw Naruto and his shadow clones approaching. His face changed and he hurriedly shouted, quick, quick. Defense. However, Naruto's speed far exceeded their expectations. His real body and shadow clones arrived in front of the three Taki ninjas almost at the same time. The Raiznan in his hands had already condensed and made a sharp buzzing sound. Raiznan. Naruto growled, and his original body and shadow clones simultaneously launched the Raiznan in their hands towards the chests of the three Taki ninjas. The leading Taki ninja tried to form seals to defend himself, but it was too late. The power of the Raiznan exploded instantly, and the powerful chakra impact directly knocked them away. Boom! Three loud noises rang out almost simultaneously. The three Taki ninjas were hit by the Raiznan. Their bodies flew backwards like kites with broken strings, and then fell heavily to the ground. Their heads tilted and they fainted. Naruto immediately walked forward and began to search the leading Taki ninja's body. Soon, he found a scroll in his ninja tool bag. Naruto glanced at the words on the scroll and saw a big word Earth written on it. A trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes and he muttered, Tisk, what a waste of time. What? Nonsense, Naruto. As soon as he finished speaking, Karen's curious voice came from behind him. Naruto turned his head to see Karen peeking out from behind a tree, a look of confusion and concern on her face. Oh, nothing, it's just that they have the scroll of Earth, which happens to be the scroll my team has as well, so this is of no use to us. Naruto raised the scroll in his hand and shrugged helplessly. Then, as if he had thought of something, he immediately turned to Karen and asked, oh, by the way, Karen, what scroll did your team have? If it's the scroll of heaven, then I'll give it to you. Karen was slightly stunned, then said awkwardly, I don't know what scroll our team has, because my teammates haven't shown it to me. They said it wouldn't be any use even if they showed it to me. Having said that, her mood suddenly became depressed. After all, no one would be very happy if they were looked down upon by their teammates. Naruto frowned slightly when he saw Karen was in a low mood, feeling a little bit reluctant. He walked over to Karen, patted her shoulder gently, and said firmly, don't be sad, Karen. Your teammates don't trust you, that's their loss. Your potential is far more than this. You will definitely make them regret it in the future. As he spoke, he gave her a sunny smile. Listening to Naruto's encouragement and looking at his bright smile, Karen's heart suddenly warmed up and a blush unconsciously appeared on her cheeks. She felt her heartbeat suddenly quicken, as if something was quietly sprouting in her heart. Naruto, Karen murmured softly, with a hint of tenderness and dependence in her eyes. This was the first time in her life that she heard words of encouragement from her peers, and she couldn't help but feel moved. Coupled with Naruto's smile that seemed to have some kind of magic, she felt a sense of security and warmth. Naruto didn't notice Karen's change and continued to talk to himself. By the way, I was just trying to get you something to eat. I'm going to see if there's any fish left in the lake after the battle just now. As he spoke, he walked towards the lake, which had gradually calmed down. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a happy female voice suddenly came from behind him, Naruto. When Naruto heard this voice, a happy smile immediately appeared on his lips, because this voice came from. Naruto quickly turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, Satsuki and Sakura were standing on a tree trunk not far from him, their faces filled with joy. We finally found you. Sayo and Sakura jumped lightly and landed steadily in front of Naruto, saying excitedly, we thought you were in trouble. Having said this, they both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, as if the huge stone that had been weighing on their hearts had finally been lifted. Naruto looked at them, a touch of emotion flashed in his eyes, and then he said with a relaxed look, how could I get into trouble so easily? You underestimate me too much. Don't forget, I am Uzumaki Naruto. As he spoke, he patted his chest proudly, with a confident smile on his face. Seeing Naruto's arrogant look, and thinking about how Satsuki and I had been worrying about his safety all this time, Sakura couldn't help but roll her eyes and said helplessly, you guy, really, Satsuki and I are worried to death, but you still act like it doesn't matter. At this point, she seemed to remember something, and then turned to Naruto and asked, by the way, Naruto, how did you escape from that perverted guy? After hearing what Sakura said, Satsuki immediately looked at Naruto with curiosity, with an inquiring look in her eyes. Obviously, she was also very concerned about how Naruto escaped danger. How else could he escape? Of course it's because the examiner came, stopped him, and chased him away. Naruto shrugged and said this reason in a relaxed tone that it was something Naruto had thought of early on the way to reunite with Satsuki and the others. It was half true and half false. The true part is that it was Red Bean who arrived and eventually drove Orochimaru away. The false part is that if he hadn't delayed Orochimaru for so long, he wouldn't have been able to wait for Red Bean to come and rescue him. Of course, Naruto would never let Satsuki and the other girl know about this. He didn't want them to worry about him. After all, let the past be the past, and don't let it become a burden that hinders everyone's progress. After listening to Naruto's explanation, Sakura thought it was a bit simplistic, but she nodded and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, so that's how it is. Fortunately, the examiner arrived in time, otherwise, I really don't know what would have happened next. Satsuki frowned slightly and stared at Naruto sharply. She always felt that Naruto's explanation was a bit too understated, as if he was hiding something important. She immediately asked doubtfully, Naruto, are you really not hiding anything? That guy doesn't look like an ordinary enemy. With his strength, even an ordinary jonin might not be able to deal with him easily, right? Naruto felt a little uncomfortable under Satsuki's gaze, but he still pretended to be calm, grinned, and tried to hide his inner turmoil with a relaxed tone. Oh, Satsuki, you are too sensitive. I am standing here peacefully. Besides, the examiner is an elite-level jonin, so he is more than enough to deal with that guy. Satsuki still didn't fully believe it, but she knew that once Naruto decided to hide something, it would be useless to ask him any more questions. So she just snorted and didn't ask any further questions. Seeing this, Naruto immediately breathed a sigh of relief that he was really afraid that Satsuki would continue to ask questions and find out the truth, which would affect their emotions and cause unnecessary worry and self-blame. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Sakura's voice rang out again, by the way, Naruto, why don't you follow the signs we left for you and join us? Hey! Naruto frowned when he heard what Sakura said, and asked in surprise, did you leave a mark on me? Of course. Didn't you notice? Sakura rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily. Satsuki also looked at Naruto with a slightly reproachful look and said, we deliberately left marks on some trees and on the ground so that you can find us as quickly as possible. Didn't you notice at all? After hearing this, Naruto scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and said, aha, maybe I was too focused on getting on the road. So I didn't notice the marks you left behind. I'm so sorry, so sorry. What Naruto said was actually half true and half false. That he really didn't notice the marks left on him by Satsuki and the others, but even if he noticed, he wouldn't recognize them. Who told him that he has no memory of this world? After listening to Naruto's explanation, Sakura couldn't help but hold her forehead and sighed, you guys, sometimes you really make me speechless. You didn't even notice the march we worked so hard to leave. That if we hadn't taken the initiative to come back and look for you, I don't think we would have been able to reunite until the end of the exam. Naruto chuckled, scratched his head, and said, sorry, I will pay attention next time. But don't worry, I have a strong intuition. Even without a mark, I can find you. Zoyu snorted coldly, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. Intuition? If your intuition was really that reliable, you wouldn't have kept us worried for so long? Naruto choked a little at Satsuki's words, but soon he smiled again. Wrong, hey, Zoyu, don't be angry, I'm fine. At this point, he immediately changed the subject, let's collect the scrolls as quickly as possible and finish this exam. As for the scrolls, we've already gathered them. Zoyu rolled her eyes at him, a hint of pride in her tone as she said, if we had waited for you to come, the opportunity would have been lost. As she spoke, she took out the 2 scrolls of heaven and earth from her ninja tool bag and waved them in front of Naruto. Sakura seemed unsatisfied and added with a smile, hee, you didn't expect that, Naruto, we can still collect the scrolls without you. What do you think, isn't that amazing? As she spoke, she blinked her eyes deliberately, revealing a smug expression. Awesome, really awesome. Naruto immediately took the opportunity to flatter him, which immediately made Satsuki and the other two very happy, and they couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile on their faces. Naruto, can I say a few words? At this moment, Karen, who had been ignored by Naruto and the other two since Satsuki and the others appeared, suddenly interrupted. Although her voice was not loud, it was mixed with a hint of grievance. As soon as Karen said this, Satsuki and Sakura noticed her presence and their eyes turned to her. When they saw the Kuzagakur forward protector on Karen's head, Satsuki and Sakura's faces immediately showed vigilance and confusion. Saitsuki frowned slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes, while Sakura looked at her with a little curiosity. Then, the two of them spoke almost at the same time, asking Naruto, who is she? Oh, she is. Naruto was about to introduce Karen to Satsuki and Sakura, but Karen herself took the lead. Hello, my name is Karen, I'm from Kuzagakur village, and I'm one of the candidates taking part in this Chunin exam. Just now, Karen began to introduce herself to Satsuki and the other one. Of course, she did not forget to tell them that Naruto had just saved her. Wow, a hero saving a beauty, Naruto, I didn't expect that you were so considerate to women. Sakura smiled and joked after hearing what Karen said. Sakura's words made Karen's cheeks turn slightly red, and she was obviously a little embarrassed. Saitsuki glanced at Naruto coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. I didn't expect you to have so much leisure and elegance, in such a dangerous exam, you actually still have the mind to save others. After hearing what they said, Naruto shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, Hey, don't misunderstand me, in that situation, I couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. We didn't say you did anything wrong. Sakura smiled and waved her hands, saying in a relaxed tone, we just thought you were quite graceful, you were able to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, not bad. Zoyu still had a cold expression, but the vigilance in his eyes eased a little. She said calmly, however, in an exam like this, it's not a wise choice to trust a stranger. Who knows if she has ulterior motives. When Karen heard what Satsuki said, the blush on her face instantly faded, replaced by a hint of embarrassment and grievance. She hurriedly explained that I really have no ill intentions. If it weren't for Naruto saving me, I might have been killed by a bear. So I am very grateful to him. I will never do anything to harm you, so you can rest assured. Seeing this, Naruto quickly tried to smooth things over and said, Alright, Satsuki, don't be so nervous, I can assure you that Karen is not a bad person. Seeing Satsuki targeting Karen like this, Naruto had a particularly strange feeling when he thought about how Karen was so obsessed with Suzuki, who was Satsuki's sexual incarnation, in the original work. Thank you, Naruto. Karen said with gratitude. Although Satsuki was unhappy that Naruto spoke for Karen, he didn't say anything more. At this moment, Sakura seemed to sense that something was amiss in the atmosphere, and she immediately changed the subject, turning to Karen and asking, Karen, are you planning on continuing to look for your teammates, or are you going with us to the central tower and waiting for your teammates there? After hearing what Sakura said, Karen's eyes suddenly showed a look of confusion and hesitation. If she really went to the central tower with Naruto and the others, it would actually mean giving up the exam. But if she stayed and continued to look for her teammates, she was not sure whether she could find them. Moreover, with her current fighting ability, she might have met with an accident before she found them. Thinking of this, she subconsciously glanced at Naruto, as if hoping he would give her some advice. Naruto naturally noticed Karen's gaze and the questioning look in it, and immediately suggested, how about this, Karen, you should come with us first. After all, with your strength, it's really too dangerous to stay here. Once we get to the central tower, if you still want to continue the exam, you can find a way to contact your teammates. If you really can't find them, at least you can safely withdraw from the exam and come back next time without encountering any accidents. After listening to Naruto's suggestion, Karen thought for a moment, nodded, and said, then I'll listen to you, Naruto. I'll go to the central tower with you and wait. Maybe my teammates are already there. But this will trouble you. It's not a big deal, it's just a piece of cake. Besides, one more person means more safety, Naruto said with a smile. Sakura nodded and agreed, yeah, Karen, Naruto is right. Although Satsuki was dissatisfied and unhappy about Naruto letting Karen join them, she did not object. She just said lightly, now that it's decided, let's not waste time. We must hurry to the central tower and finish this exam as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows if we will encounter any trouble later. After hearing what Satsuki said, Naruto and the other two nodded immediately, and then the four of them headed towards the central tower. Along the way, the atmosphere between Naruto and the other three seemed particularly subtle, as if there was an indescribable tension in the air. Naruto walked in front with steady steps and a firm gaze ahead, seemingly unaware of the abnormality behind him. Satsuki followed closely behind, her steps equally steady, but her eyes would occasionally glance back and forth between Naruto and Karen, with a hint of complexity and dissatisfaction in her eyes. Karen followed Naruto closely, secretly glancing at him from time to time with a shy and grateful look on her face, and it was obvious that she was very dependent on Naruto. Sakura walks last. She seemed to be completely unaffected by the atmosphere and would chat with Karen from time to time, but there was a meaningful light in her eyes that betrayed her deeply. Soon, Naruto and the other three entered the area of the central tower. From a distance, the outline of the central tower looks particularly spectacular under the setting sun, like a huge fortress standing in the forest. When they were still some distance away from the central tower, Naruto and the other three suddenly stopped moving forward. Then, Naruto stopped and turned to Karen and said, "Karen, we're already near the central tower, you can wait here for your teammates, or you can go in with us and hand in the quest scroll that if you decide to withdraw from the exam, you can also wait here until it's over." Karen nodded, a grateful smile on her face, and said softly, "Thank you, Naruto. I'd better wait here for my teammates, if they haven't arrived yet, I'll make plans." Sakura walked forward, gently patted Karen's shoulder, and said gently, "Don't worry, Karen, you and your teammates will definitely pass smoothly. We will go in first, be careful." Saitsuki gave Karen a cold look and said calmly, "I hope you can keep your promise and not cause us any trouble." Karen nodded quickly and said firmly, "I understand. Thank you for your help, I won't forget it." Naruto smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Then we'll be leaving first, Karen, take care of yourself." With that, Naruto, Satsuki, and Sakura headed towards the main gate of the central tower. Xionlin stood there, watching their backs, a complicated look flashing in her eyes. She murmured softly, "Naruto, you're such a gentle man." Meanwhile, Naruto and the other two walked into the central tower. The tower is spacious and bright, with a line of words written in the center. Candidates are requested to open both the Heaven and Earth scrolls at the same time to pass the second examination. So, Naruto and the other two followed the instructions and opened the scrolls of Heaven and Earth at the same time. As the scroll unfolded, a faint white smoke slowly rose, and then a figure gradually appeared in the white smoke. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out, "Congratulations on passing the second exam, Naruto, Satsuki, and Sakura." The next second, the white smoke dissipated, and Kakashi's figure appeared clearly in front of Naruto and the other two. Above the central tower, inside the observation room, an old man with a fire-shaped hat on his head, a pipe in his mouth, and age spots all over his face, was silently watching the picture on the monitor. His gaze first swept over Sakura, then Saitsuki, and finally landed on Naruto, with a hint of imperceptible complex emotions in his eyes. In his mind, the scene of Red Bean reporting to him last night about Orochimaru sneaking into the Chunin exams immediately emerged. He couldn't help but say quietly, "How could you last so long in Orochimaru's clutches and even force him to reveal his Rashomon? Naruto, when did you become so strong? Or have you been hiding your abilities this whole time, or is there someone teaching you from behind?" As he spoke, he looked at Naruto's eyes in the monitor, and curiosity and anticipation appeared in them. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he shouted, "Instant!" Swish! The next second, a ninja wearing an umbu mask appeared behind him, knelt on one knee, and responded respectfully, "Hokage-sama, what can I do for you? Help me do something, you just do this first." Naruto walked up the spiral staircase of the central tower step by step with a very calm expression. Logically speaking, he should not be here at this time, but should stay in the lounge, resting and waiting for the end of the second exam. However, not long after he and Satsuki arrived at the lounge, a Chunin came and told him that the third Hokage had something important to discuss with him and asked him to go to the room above the central tower. So, under the confused and worried gazes of Satsuki and Sakura, Naruto followed the Chunin, left the lounge, and walked towards the room above the central tower. Without even thinking about it, Naruto could roughly guess why the third Hokage suddenly came to find him. It must be related to his battle with Orochimaru. After all, the battle caused such a big commotion that as the chief examiner, it was impossible for Hung not to report the matter to the third Hokage, not to mention that Orochimaru was involved. However, Naruto was not worried at all about this because he had already thought of an excuse. Soon, Naruto was brought into a spacious room, but he did not see the third Hokage himself here. Forward! Naruto couldn't help but frown, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air with murderous intent came from behind him. Naruto immediately turned around quickly, and at the same time, he quickly took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag and blocked it in front of him. Clang! A sound of metal collision was heard, and the kunai in Naruto's hand steadily blocked the sudden attack. He looked carefully and found that the person who attacked him was actually a ninja wearing an umbu mask. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Naruto's expression turned stern. He looked at him and asked. The umbu ninja did not answer him, but quickly retreated, while his hands quickly formed seals and said, "Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Call." A ball of blazing flame spewed out of his mouth and instantly blossomed into several fireballs in the air. At the same time, his hands quickly threw shurikens into these fireballs. The flames and shurikens intertwined to form a dense attack net that shot towards Naruto. Each fireball carried scorching heat and sharp blades, blocking all of Naruto's escape routes. Naruto immediately put his hands together and shouted, "Earth style, earth flow wall." A wall of earth suddenly rose from the ground and blocked his way. The flames and shuriken hit the earth wall, making a boom explosion. The hot flames were blocked by the earth wall, and the shuriken were firmly embedded in the earth wall. Shadow clone technique. Almost at the same time, Naruto's voice was heard from behind the earth wall. The next second, several shadow clones rushed out from both sides of the earth wall, and then quickly dispersed, holding kunai, and surrounded the umbu ninja. Faced with the siege from all directions by the shadow clones, the Umbu ninja did not show any panic, but dodged and avoided all attacks easily. Then, he used the shoulders of a shadow clone to leap up, and at the same time, he formed seals with his hands and said, "Fire style, great fireball technique." Boom! A huge fireball spewed out from the Umbu ninja's mouth, and the scorching flames instantly engulfed the surrounding shadow clones. The shadow clones turned into white smoke under the high temperature of the fireball and dissipated into the air. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard a whooshing sound behind him, and he subconsciously turned around to look, only to see that Naruto had appeared silently behind him at some point, holding a blue chakra ball in his hand, which was Raiznan. Naruto growled and slammed the Raiznan in his hand hard on the back of the Umbu ninja. However, just as the Raiznan was about to hit the Umbu, his hand suddenly stopped and his whole body froze in place. Because, that Umbu's eyes. Sharingan. Naruto looked at the three Megatama in the Umbu's eyes, his pupils shrank slightly, and he was even more shocked. The next second, everything around him changed instantly. The originally spacious room disappeared, replaced by a blood-red space. Under his feet was a mirror-like calm water surface, reflecting his slightly surprised face. However, he soon returned to normal and looked around, his pupils flickering with thought and confusion. This is a Sharingan illusion. Naruto was a little puzzled that why was there still someone in the Umbu who possessed the Sharingan. Could it be that the Uchiha clan in this world hadn't been exterminated, or perhaps, just as Naruto was thinking, the figure of the Umbu ninja slowly rose from the water not far from him. The pair of three Magatama-shaped Sharingan looked particularly enchanting and weird in the blood-red space. He spoke slowly, his voice echoing in the air. "Uzumaki Naruto, you are indeed very strong. Among all the genin I know, you are the second one who can force me to use my Sharingan. No wonder you were able to hold out for so long under Orochimaru. Haha, thank you for the compliment, but I'm a little curious, who are you and why do you have the Sharingan?" Naruto asked with a smile. "Well," the Umbu ninja smiled and said, "if you can get out of this illusion, then I will tell you." "That's what you said." Naruto smiled confidently and quickly formed seals with his hands. Looking at the seals that Naruto was rapidly forming, the Umbu ninja was shocked that he had never expected that a genin like Naruto could actually know such a high-level technique to break illusions. However, swish, just when Naruto was about to complete the hand seal, a person suddenly emerged from the water where Naruto was standing. It was that Umbu ninja. He was seen holding a long sword in his hand and suddenly slashing towards Naruto. Naruto was forced to interrupt the hand seals and quickly leaped back to avoid the fatal blow. "It's not that easy to escape from my illusion." The Umbu ninja stood at the original place and said to Naruto. And where Naruto stood before, there was also an identical Umbu ninja standing, holding a long sword, staring at Naruto coldly. Cut! Naruto smacked his lips in displeasure. He knew that it was impossible to remove the illusion by relying on ninjutsu. Now there was only one way. Thinking about it, Naruto put his hands together, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, two shadow clones appeared on his left and right sides, and then rushed towards the Umbu ninja at lightning speed. What a quick reaction! The Umbu ninja praised sincerely upon seeing this. He didn't expect that Naruto could see through the structure of his illusion so quickly. His illusion is actually more like a domain space. After forcibly pulling the target in, it will neither cause any mental attack to the target nor limit the target's strength. However, once the target is harmed, the pain endured will be infinitely magnified and may even lead to a mental breakdown. There are two ways to break this illusion. Point one is to use the extremely advanced ninjutsu that Naruto used before, and the other is to directly defeat the caster. Obviously, since Naruto cannot use ninjutsu to dispel the illusion, he can only choose the latter. However, the Umbu ninja would not let Naruto succeed so easily. He moved his fingers slightly, and three clones immediately emerged from the water. Together with the previous clone, they easily stopped Naruto's shadow clone. "Kid, no matter what, this is my illusion space. Everything is under my control." The voice of the Umbu ninja echoed in the blood-colored space with a hint of teasing. Immediately, he quickly formed hand seals and whispered, "Fire style, great dragon fire technique." Roar! A fiery fire dragon spewed out of his mouth and pounced towards Naruto with its fangs and claws bared. Wherever the fire dragon passed, large amounts of white mist evaporated from the water surface, and the entire space seemed to be engulfed by flames. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and he quickly retreated, while forming seals with his hands and saying, "Water style, water formation wall." Swish! A wall of water rose from the water surface, blocking the fire dragon. Bang! When water and fire collided, huge steam suddenly erupted and the entire space was instantly shrouded in white mist. Call out! At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and a kunai pierced through the white mist and shot straight towards the Umbu ninja. The Umbu ninja raised a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth, as if he found Naruto's childish behavior ridiculous. However, the next second, a look of surprise suddenly appeared in his Sharingan. It was because he saw the mark of space technique on the kunai, a technique he had not seen in many years. This is, just as the Umbu ninja thought of this, Naruto's figure instantly appeared in front of him, with a Raiznan in his hand, and hit him heavily. Bang! The Umbu ninja immediately flew backwards, hit the water heavily, and lost consciousness instantly. As the Umbu ninja fell, the entire illusion space began to vibrate violently, the blood color gradually faded, and the originally calm lake surface began to stir wildly, forming a powerful suction force that sucked Naruto in. Naruto felt dizzy, and when he came to his senses, he found himself back in the original room. The Umbu ninja was standing not far away, breathing heavily, his eyes full of surprise and admiration, as well as a hint of indescribable complex emotions. You are worthy of being the son of the fourth Hokage. As expected, a tiger father will have a dog son. The Umbu ninja spoke slowly, with a hint of fatigue in his voice, but more of recognition for Naruto. Thank you for the compliment, but can you tell me who you are now? Naruto stared sharply at the Umbu ninja in front of him and asked, I really want to tell you who I am. The Umbu ninja smiled, it's a pity. He stopped talking at this point, and Naruto immediately asked, what a pity. It's a pity that he can't say it. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, an old but extremely majestic voice came from behind the Umbu ninja. Naruto looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man wearing a Hokage robe and a Hokage hat slowly walking towards him. His steps were steady, his eyes were deep. It was the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. The Umbu ninja immediately knelt on one knee and saluted respectfully to the third Hokage. The third generation glanced at him, nodded slightly, his eyes gentle but full of meaning, and said, thank you for your hard work, Shun, you can leave first. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu ninja responded, and his figure flashed and disappeared immediately. The third Hokage then turned his gaze towards Naruto, only to find him just standing there staring at him blankly. He couldn't help but ask, what? It's only been a short while since we last met, don't you recognize me, Naruto? No. Naruto immediately waved his hand and said subconsciously, hello, Hokage-sama. In fact, it wasn't that Naruto didn't want to greet the third Hokage as soon as possible, but he found that he couldn't bring himself to say hello at all. The reason is very simple, that is, the moment this body saw the third generation, a deep fear suddenly surged in his heart, as if he was very afraid of the third generation in front of him, so he had to work hard to calm this strange emotion in his heart. This kind of feeling had never appeared in his life since he came to this world. This was the first time that it was as if his body was instinctively resisting something. This world, what on earth did the third generation do to Naruto before? He couldn't help but wonder in his heart. After hearing what Naruto said, the third Hokage frowned slightly, a hint of doubt and inquiry flashed in his eyes. He stared at Naruto intently and asked, Naruto, what's wrong with you today? Something seems amiss. I'm not. There's nothing wrong, Hokage-sama. Naruto felt his hair stand on end when he was stared at by the third Hokage. Coupled with the inexplicable fear in his heart, he tried to force out a smile and said, you said there was nothing wrong. You used to call me Grandpa Sarutobi just like Xiaoling. Why are you suddenly so formal today and calling me Hokage-sama? There was a hint of concern and confusion in the third Hokage's tone. When Naruto heard what the third Hokage said, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Since he had no memory of this world, he had no idea how the Naruto of this world had called the third Hokage before. In addition, after seeing the third Hokage, he had always felt an inexplicable fear in his body, which led him to subconsciously call him the third Hokage like the previous Umbu ninja. At this moment, Naruto felt a panic in his heart, fearing that the third Hokage would see something. But he soon calmed down, quickly adjusted his emotions, and forced a smile, saying, Grandpa Sarutobi, maybe the battle just now made me a little nervous, so I didn't react for a while. The third generation frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Oh, really? But your performance in the battle just now didn't seem like you were nervous at all. After hearing what the third Hokage said, Naruto's heart tightened again. He knew that the third Hokage had extremely sharp observation skills. If his next answer could not satisfy him, then he would be in even greater trouble. He tried hard to calm his emotions and forced a smile. Maybe it's because the opponent was too strong. I had to give it my all just now, so I forgot about being nervous for a moment. Now that I've relaxed, I'm actually a little scared. Oh, really? The third Hokage's gaze was still deep, as if he wanted to see through everything. He slowly approached Naruto, with a hint of tentativeness in his tone. Did you feel the same way after you faced Orochimaru before, Naruto? Naruto's heart trembled. He knew that the third Hokage was beginning to doubt him, but he still tried to remain calm and said, That's natural, Grandpa Sarutobi. After all, that Orochimaru was one of the legendary three ninjas. How could I not feel scared? Oh, so you know that Orochimaru was one of the three ninjas? Then what kind of strength do you have to be able to hold out from him for so long? The third Hokage's eyes were still fixed on Naruto, with a hint of meaningful inquiry in his tone. His question went straight to the point, and he had obviously noticed something unusual about Naruto. Naruto immediately said in his heart, not good. He knew that he had been tricked by the third generation, who had been testing him from the very beginning, and his answer just now had clearly revealed a flaw. He tried to calm himself down and quickly thought of a way to deal with the situation. Grandpa Sarutobi, actually I was just lucky. Naruto scratched his head, smiled casually, and said, Orochimaru might not have taken me seriously. After all, I'm just a little kid, plus, I tried my best at the time and barely managed to hold on for a while. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp glint flashed in his gaze, and his tone was filled with an unquestionable majesty. Naruto, are you really just lucky? Or are you hiding something else from me? Naruto felt the oppression coming from the third Hokage, and the inexplicable fear in his heart surged up again. He subconsciously took a step back and forced a smile. Grandpa Sarutobi, how could I possibly hide anything from you? You are the person I respect the most. The third Hokage was silent for a moment, his eyes still fixed on Naruto, as if trying to see through his heart. After a moment, he sighed softly, his tone filled with mixed emotions, and said with concern, Naruto, you are the child I watched grow up. I know your personality and habits very well. But today, you gave me a feeling. Very strange. What on earth happened to you? Can you tell Grandpa? Naruto felt the concern and worry in the third Hokage's words, and his heart couldn't help but feel warm. He could hear that the third Hokage truly cared about Naruto in this world, without any trace of hypocrisy or calculation. However, it is precisely because of this that Naruto feels even more conflicted and stressed. Because, no matter what, he could not tell the truth to the third generation. After all, he was not the Naruto of this world. If the third generation knew the truth, the consequences might become unpredictable. Naruto lowered his head and was silent for a moment before he slowly said to Grandpa Sarutobi, I know you just want to know why I suddenly became so powerful. Okay, I'll tell you. Although I promised him not to tell him, it shouldn't be a problem to tell you. Naruto knew that he could not tell the third Hokage the truth, that he was not the Naruto of this world. But he also understood that if he continued to be vague, it would only deepen the suspicion of the third generation. So, he decided to change the explanation he had previously thought of, and then make up a more reasonable explanation to tell the third generation. This would temporarily appease him without revealing his true identity. Oh, who is it? The third generation's eyes were still fixed on Naruto, with a hint of curiosity and inquiry in his tone. My father, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Naruto replied. Actually, in the original explanation Naruto had made up, this person should have been Jiraiya, but when he thought about the fact that he had used the Flying Thunder God technique in the previous battle with the Umbu Ninja, once he reported this to the third Hokage, the explanation he had worked so hard to make up would be exposed, so he had to change this person to the fourth Hokage. Moreover, he did not lie. He did learn the Flying Thunder God technique from the fourth generation, but that was in another world. What? Minato? After the third generation heard Naruto's words, suddenly, his pupils shrank, and a look of shock appeared on his originally calm face. He is not. No, if it is him, then everything seems to make sense. At this point, the third Hokage suddenly looked at Naruto seriously and asked, Naruto, did your father say anything else to you? Yes. Yes, Grandpa Sarutobi. When Naruto heard the third Hokage ask him this, he immediately nodded subconsciously. At the same time, he secretly sighed in his heart. He did not expect that in this world, the fourth Hokage's status in the third Hokage's heart was so high. As soon as he said this reason he made up, the third Hokage not only did not doubt it anymore, but immediately accepted this explanation. However, this also made him feel temporarily relieved. After all, it seemed that the third generation would no longer doubt why his strength suddenly improved so quickly. However, what the third generation said next shocked him, and it was a very shocking thing. I only heard the third generation slowly say, Naruto, what did your father tell you? Oh, he told me to protect the village well and to trust my companions. Naruto quickly made up a reasonable explanation and said, also, no, that's not what I wanted to ask. Unexpectedly, Naruto was interrupted by the third Hokage just as he said this. He shook his head, his eyes still fixed on Naruto, and his tone was full of deep meaning. What I want to ask is, has he ever mentioned to you that he wants you to pay attention to anyone? Yes. Naruto nodded immediately. In this situation, he could only follow the third Hokage's words. Moreover, from the third Hokage's words, he could also guess that a mysterious person should appear on the night of the nine tails in this world. As for whether it was Obito, with his current understanding of this world, he was not very sure. My father told me to be careful of a mysterious person. He said that guy is very strong and may pose a huge threat to Konoha and even the entire ninja world in the future. After hearing what Naruto said, the third Hokage fell into a brief silence. Then he sighed and said, it seems that Minato has great expectations of you, Naruto, although I think I shouldn't tell you this at your age, but that you will know it sooner or later anyway. It doesn't really make any difference whether I tell you earlier or later. At this point, he cleared his throat slightly, and his expression suddenly became very serious. Naruto, actually, on the day you were born, a mysterious man appeared and wanted to snatch the nine tails. Minato and I couldn't take him down even with the combined efforts of both of us, and we let him get away. And not only that, it was because of him that the guards guarding your mother were seriously insufficient, and eventually another guy took advantage of the situation and broke in, causing the nine tails to run wild. Although that guy who took advantage of the situation was eventually beaten away by Minato, but the successive battles still made Minato exhausted, and he eventually died with your mother when trying to stop the nine tails from running wild. However, they still left the nine tails for you, so that you can use this power to deal with that mysterious man in the future. Although we don't know much about that mysterious man, but as Naruto listened to the third Hokage's narration, a wave of emotion surged within him. He felt as if he were experiencing the first time he'd learned about this world, a world vastly different from the one he'd known. He was completely stunned. It was because he got a huge piece of information from the words of the third generation. On the night of the nine-tailed fox, there were not one, but two guys who wanted the nine-tailed fox. If the guy who took advantage of the situation mentioned by the third Hokage refers to Obito in this world, of course, Naruto was not sure now. After all, with his current understanding of this world, it is still unknown whether there is a person named Obito in this world, or whether Obito is still the Obito in his memory. But there is one thing he is very sure of, that is, he is sure that the guy who successfully controlled the nine-tailed fox and eventually caused her to go berserk, thus leading to the death of the Minato couple just like in the original work, was this person who took advantage of the situation. However, this is not what Naruto cares about at the moment. What he cares more about is the first mysterious person mentioned by the third generation. This guy was actually able to escape unscathed with the combined efforts of him and the fourth generation, and even made it impossible for the third and fourth generations to fully grasp his information. The strength of this mysterious man is obviously far beyond that of ordinary cage-level strongmen, and may even be more dangerous than the person who took advantage of the situation on the night of the nine-tailed fox. So, who could this mysterious figure be? This world's Ben? No, that's impossible. If we were to follow the timeline, if it was Ben, he would already be old and his fighting ability would be far less than before. Could it be Madara? If so, why would he run? But if it wasn't Ben, then who could this mysterious figure be? Could it be another unknown powerhouse in this world? Or have the Otsutsuki clan arrived early? Or perhaps? Naruto's eyes flickered with thought and doubt, his mind racing. Seeing Naruto's expression, the third Hokage thought that he was overloaded by the amount of information he had just received, so he gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, Naruto. You don't need to digest all these things at once. The power left by Minato and your mother, as well as our expectations of you, are all to enable you to face these challenges in the future. Having said this, he paused slightly, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, but he finally calmed down. So, you don't have to put so much pressure on yourself. We believe that you will definitely grow into a powerful ninja who can protect Konoha and even the entire ninja world. The third generation's voice was gentle and firm, as if injecting an invisible power into Naruto. In fact, what the third generation wanted to say just now was not these. He also wanted to tell Naruto more about that mysterious man, but considering that Naruto had already received too much information and worried that he would not be able to bear the pressure, he temporarily dropped the topic and instead said some encouraging words. Naruto could naturally feel the good intentions of the third Hokage, and his heart couldn't help but feel warm. In fact, even if the third generation continued to talk about that mysterious man, he could definitely bear it. After all, he is no longer that ignorant boy, but a ninja who has experienced countless hardships and is mentally mature. However, Naruto did not. Instead of asking further questions, he chose to follow the third generation's wishes and put the topic aside for the time being. After all, he really needs some time to digest all of this. Grandpa Sarutobi, I understand. Naruto nodded, a determined look on his face. I will practice hard and become stronger. I will not let my parents down, nor will I let you down for your trust in me. After hearing what Naruto said, the third generation nodded with satisfaction, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to relax a little. He reached out and gently patted Naruto's shoulder, his tone gentle and kind. Naruto, I'm glad you think so. However, while training is important, you should also pay attention to the balance between work and rest. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Everyone in the village will support you. You are not fighting alone. At this point, he changed the subject. Alright, that's all for today, you can go down first, prepare well for the next exam. The third exam will be an individual battle, so you must do your best. Yes, I will, Grandpa Sarutobi, I'll leave first then. Naruto nodded, then turned around and walked out of the room. Watching Naruto gradually walk out of the room and eventually disappear, the third Hokage stood there and sighed softly, his tone carrying a hint of vicissitudes. Naruto, Grandpa Sarutobi, I'm old. The future of Konoha will eventually be handed over to young people like you. I hope you can become a great ninja like your father, leading Konoha and the ninja world to a better future. At this moment, he was no longer the high and mighty Hokage, but an old man full of expectations and worries about the future. Soon, Naruto returned to the lounge at the bottom of the central tower. However, because he was still thinking about what the third generation had just said to him, he seemed absent-minded and didn't even notice that he had returned to his companions. It wasn't until Sakura's voice almost broke his eardrums that Naruto suddenly woke up from his thoughts. What are you doing, Sakura? Naruto covered his ears, looked at Sakura with some dissatisfaction, and complained, your voice is so loud, my ears are almost deafened by you. What are we even thinking of asking you? Sakura rolled her eyes at him, her hands on her hips, her tone laced with reproach. Ever since you came back, you've been completely distracted. I almost shouted myself hoarse. I just woke you up. What on earth were you thinking about? Did the third Hokage tell you something important? Although Satsuki, who was sitting next to Sakura, didn't say anything, her eyes revealed a deep worry and concern. Her eyes were fixed on Naruto, as if silently asking him if he was in any trouble. Feeling the different ways of concern from Satsuki and Sakura, Naruto felt a little warm in his heart, but at the same time he also felt a little pressured. He knew that they genuinely cared about him, but he didn't want them to worry about him, especially about the heavy topics that the third generation had just mentioned. Haha, it's nothing important. Naruto smiled casually, trying to use a light-hearted tone to cover up the heaviness in his heart. It's just some old sayings, telling me to practice well and not bring shame to the village. Sakura gave him a suspicious look, obviously not quite believing what he said, but she didn't ask any further questions. She sighed and softened her tone. Alright, since you don't want to tell us, we won't force you. But, Naruto, if there's anything, you must tell us. Don't forget, we are a team. Don't carry everything on your own. Although Zoyu didn't say anything, there was still concern in her eyes. She nodded slightly, as if silently supporting Sakura's words. Naruto looked at Sakura and Satsuki and felt a warm feeling in his heart. He knew that no matter what difficulties he encountered, these two friends would stand by him. Their care and support made him feel extremely warm, but at the same time it also made him more determined to protect them. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly turned to Satsuki and asked, by the way, Satsuki, I just saw a guy with Sharingan at Grandpa Sarutobi's place. Is he from your Uchiha family? It's strange that the third Hokage has an Uchiha around him. Before Satsuki could answer him, Sakura rolled her eyes at him, her tone filled with helplessness. The Uchiha clan is the second largest clan in Konoha after the Hyuga clan. Many of them serve under the third Hokage. So what's so surprising about seeing an Uchiha clan member next to the third Hokage? It is indeed so. After hearing what Sakura said, Naruto secretly said in his heart, it was just as he had guessed. In this world, the Uchiha clan was not exterminated, but was still thriving in Konoha village, and there were even many members of the clan active in various positions in the village. Humph, if it weren't for that guy's incident back then, the Uchiha clan would be the largest clan in Konoha now, and the Hyuga clan wouldn't even be in the picture. Unexpectedly, as soon as Sakura finished speaking, Saitsuki snorted in dissatisfaction, and at the same time, a strong murderous intent emerged from his body. Sooner or later, I will kill that guy and avenge the entire Uchiha clan. That guy, that thing. After hearing what Satsuki said, Naruto immediately recalled what Orochimaru had said to Red Bean before. He immediately realized that the guy that Satsuki was talking about and the person that Orochimaru was talking about should be the same person, a being similar to Uchiha Itachi in the original work. However, Naruto still didn't understand what this person had done to make his sister, Satsuki, hate him so much that she even wanted to kill him to avenge the entire Uchiha clan. Naruto's heart was suddenly filled with curiosity, but he didn't dare to ask Satsuki directly. He could see that Satsuki was very excited at the moment, and even had a hatred that was difficult to conceal. Therefore, he was afraid that he would accidentally touch her sore spot and bring himself a lot of unnecessary trouble. So, Naruto turned to Sakura, ready to get some information from her. However, when he looked at Sakura, he found that her condition was not much better than Satsuki's. Sakura sat there blankly, her eyes revealing a complex emotion, mostly pain. That if you look closely, you can even find that her body is trembling slightly, as if some word in Satsuki's words triggered a scar deep in her heart. Seeing this, Naruto could only swallow back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. At the same time, this made him realize that both Satsuki and Sakura seemed to have unspeakable pain and complex emotions about that guy and that thing. In order to prevent them from falling into deeper pain, Naruto could only temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart and decided to wait until later. The exam is over, let's investigate it carefully. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart, because he found that what he had to do next was really a lot. Fortunately, he has the shadow clone technique, so he doesn't have to be in a hurry or overwhelmed when doing these things. The waiting time is always long. Naruto and the other two didn't know how long they had been in the central tower. They only felt that every minute and every second seemed to be stretched out. Fortunately, apart from not being able to leave the central tower, their freedom of life was not greatly restricted, and they were not deprived of food and drink. Finally, with the ringing of a bell that echoed throughout the entire central tower, the second round of the Chunin exam finally came to an end. The candidates who passed the exam were quickly gathered together. Naruto took a special look and found that the group of examines that originally had more than 70 people was now reduced to only 21. This means that, including their team, only 7 teams successfully passed this cruel exam. The high elimination rate of this exam makes one sigh at how strict it is. Soon, the third generation appeared on the podium of the venue, surrounded by a group of Jonin and Chunin. His sharp eyes swept across the examines below, and then he slowly spoke. Greetings, examines, I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha. First of all, I would like to congratulate you all on successfully passing the second round of the Chunin exams. Secondly, I need to explain the significance of the Chunin exams. As we all know, the ninja world of the past was a world rife with war and strife. Nations frequently waged war for their own interests, resulting in the deaths of countless ninja and civilians, and heavy losses of financial and human resources. To prevent this endless struggle from continuing, the 5 major nations sought new ways to resolve their disputes, and thus the Chunin exams were born. It is not only an exam to select Chunin, but also a miniature ninja world war. Through it, nations demonstrate their strength, cultivate a new generation of ninja, and build trust and reduce misunderstandings. Therefore, your performance not only reflects your individual performance, but also represents your respective villages and countries. Therefore, I hope that in the upcoming exams, you will give your all and strive for honor and dignity for your villages and countries. Having said this, he deliberately paused, as if to give the candidates below some time to finish what he had just said. After a while, he continued, finally, there are some rules for the third exam. I'll let you, the examiner of the third exam, explain it. Hey 8. Yes. As the third generation finished speaking, a man with long brown hair, a ninja hat, and a ruddy complexion stood up beside him. This person is, hello, my name is Moonlight Gale. Moonlight Gale appeared in front of the candidates below in a flash, holding a board with the names of the candidates who passed the second exam. I will also be the examiner for your third exam. Now, let me introduce some of the rules of the third exam to you. First, the third exam will be an individual battle. Each of your teams will be broken up, and your opponents will be determined through random matching. In other words, you may meet your teammates and become opponents. Having said that, Moonlight Gale also deliberately paused to give the candidates present some time to digest this information. As expected, after hearing his words, many candidates looked around, as if secretly praying that they would not be matched with any terrible opponents or teammates. After a while, the commotion gradually died down. Seeing that everyone's attention had returned to him, Moonlight Gale continued, secondly, since this is a one-on-one battle, you are allowed to use any ninjutsu and methods in this exam, but the premise is that you cannot endanger the life of your opponent. If I, as the chief examiner, determine that a candidate's life is in danger, the competition will be terminated immediately. Of course, you can also give up the competition by surrendering, but that is not what we have in mind. What we hope to see is the wisdom, strength, and ninja will you display in battle, not senseless killing and blind sacrifice. Having said that, Moonlight Gale paused again, ready to give the candidates present some time to digest this information, but found that they all looked indifferent. After the baptism of the second exam, they were no longer surprised by this. After all the candidates who were able to pass the second exam had experienced life and death tests and had long been accustomed to cruel competition and fighting. Seeing this, Moonlight Gale's eyes flashed with admiration. He smiled slightly and continued, the last and most important point is there anyone among you who wants to give up now? If so, please speak up quickly, otherwise I will announce the start of the third exam. When Moonlight Gale said this, many students looked at him as if he was an idiot, as if to say, we've already come this far, how could anyone still want to retreat? If so, we'll eat. Examiner, I give up. At this moment, a male voice suddenly rang out among the candidates. Everyone present immediately looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man wearing glasses and covered in wounds, raising his right hand. This person is Yakushi Kabuto. Right. Uegwen Jiafeng glanced at the board in his hand and immediately turned to him and asked, have you really decided to give up the next exam? Yes, Mr. Examiner. Do nodded without hesitation and said, okay, just come up and sign your name here. That's enough. Uegwen Jiafeng saw this and didn't say anything more to keep him. Instead, he put the board in his hand flat and said, okay. Do immediately walked towards Uegwen Jiafeng. Senior Kabuto, have you really decided to give up? You've worked so hard to get here. When Kabuto passed by Ino and the others, she couldn't help but persuade them. After all, their team had been with Kabuto all the way here and had received some favors from him, so they felt puzzled and regretful about his behavior. Kabuto stopped, smiled slightly, pushed up his glasses, and said calmly, Ino, thank you for your concern, but my physical condition no longer allows me to continue to take the next exam. Besides, my purpose of taking the Chunin exam has been achieved, so there is no need to force myself. Ino wanted to say something, but seeing Kabuto's determined eyes, she just sighed and didn't say anything else. The other 12 young warriors who had previously come into contact with Do, after hearing his words, especially his sentence, the goal has been achieved, they thought it was because he had previously collected bets for the casino, and they all showed a helpless expression. However, only Naruto's eyes flashed with a meaningful look. He understood that Kabuto's real purpose must not be this matter, but it was definitely related to Orikimura. They should still have some kind of relationship in this world. However, he did not express this idea out loud. Firstly, he had no evidence and no one would believe him if he said it out loud. Secondly, now is not the time. Kabuto walked up to Moonlight Gale and quickly signed his name on the board. He then bowed to the remaining candidates and said in a gentle tone, everyone, I wish you good results in the upcoming exams. I also hope that you can demonstrate your abilities and advance further. After saying that, he turned around and left the venue without looking back, without a trace of nostalgia. On the podium, the third Hokage watched the scene thoughtfully, then suddenly turned his head to Ibiki beside him and asked, Ibiki, is the kid named Kabuto Yakushi who just left the one who participated in many Chunin exams? Yes, Sandame-sama, that's him. Ibiki nodded rather helplessly, his tone a bit complicated as he replied, he's also the only guy on the gray list for the Chunin exams. He's been collecting bets for various casinos during the exams many times and profited from it, giving the examiners a lot of headaches. Oh, so that's how it is. Sandai stroked his goatee, a thought flashing in his eyes as he continued to ask, has he ever made it this far in previous exams? That's not the case. This is the first time he's made it to the third exam. Ibiki thought for a moment before answering. He always withdrew from the second exam or failed for some reason. It's really surprising that he made it to the third exam this time. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and added, third generation, do you think there is something wrong with him? Do you need me to investigate? No, that's not necessary, I'll send someone else to do this. The third generation shook his head and said, you should just focus on the task at hand. Yes, Ibiki nodded respectfully and responded, it's Kabuto Yakushi. The third generation looked at Kabuto's back as he disappeared outside the venue gate below. A hint of depth flashed in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. In the center of the venue, as Do left, the commotion caused by his sudden withdrawal gradually subsided. Of course, during this period, Yuegwen Jiafeng once again asked the candidates present whether anyone still wanted to withdraw now. This time, naturally no one responded to him. Upon seeing this, Yuegwen Jiafeng immediately put away the board in his hand and announced, since that's the case, I now declare that the third qualifying round will begin now. As he finished speaking, the ceiling above the venue suddenly opened and two huge boards slowly fell down. Now let's decide the two sides for the first match. Yuegwen Jiafeng's eyes swept across the venue, then he raised his hand and waved it, and the names on the two boards began to scroll rapidly, as if controlled by an invisible force. After a while, two names appeared on both sides of the board. Yuegwen Jiafeng immediately announced the first match is Uchiha Satsuki vs Yamanaka Ino. Please ask these two candidates to stay, and the rest of the candidates to go to the waiting area above to watch the match. After hearing Moonlight Gale's words, most of the candidates present immediately walked towards the waiting area above without hesitation. Only Naruto's team and Ino's team stopped for a moment, as if they had something to say. Satsuki, wait a minute, when you fight with Ino, could you please? Sakura glanced at Ino not far away, and said to Satsuki beside her with a pleading look, I understand, Sakura, I will. Satsuki nodded slightly, interrupted Sakura, and said, thank you, Satsuki. Sakura immediately showed a grateful smile on her face, and said. Naruto looked at the scene, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. He always felt that there seemed to be some story between Satsuki, Sakura and Ino. In fact, he had noticed this feeling before in classroom 301, because he noticed that when Ino looked at Satsuki, there was always envy and pain in her eyes. Could it be that Ino likes Sakura? Naruto said maliciously in his heart. Of course, it was a long time later that Naruto realized that it was not the case and that the matter was related to him. Ino, why don't you give up this duel? After all, your opponent is Satsuki, she is a genius of the Uchiha clan. Shikamaru looked at Ino beside him, with a worried tone, and suggested, with your strength, it is absolutely impossible to beat her. Yeah, Ino, Shikamaru is right, you don't need to get yourself hurt. Koji echoed, if it were anyone else, I would definitely give up, but with her, I must win once. Ino shook her head stubbornly, a determined light flashing in her eyes, and said, so, I won't give up, you don't have to persuade me, Shikamaru, Koji. Seeing this, Shikamaru and Koji could only sigh helplessly. Without saying anything more, they turned and walked towards the viewing area above. Although they didn't know what the grudge was between Satsuki and Ino, they could vaguely sense that it was related to what happened that year. On the other side, after getting Satsuki's assurance, Sakura and Naruto also walked towards the viewing area above. After a while, only Satsuki, Ino and the chief examiner, Gekao Hayate, were left in the center of the venue. Moonlight Hayate stood between the two, his eyes swept between Satsuki and Ino, and then he announced loudly, the first duel, Uchiha Satsuki vs Yamanaka Ino. The rules are simple, fight until one side surrenders or is unable to continue. Now, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly became tense. Everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the venue, waiting for the showdown to begin. However, to everyone's surprise, Satsuki and Ino did not start a fight immediately, but stood there quietly like two sculptures. After a while, Satsuki slowly said, Ino, how many times have we fought? The 25th time. Ino replied calmly. So, let's follow the old rules, Satsuki asked. Yes. Ino nodded and replied, then, let's get started. As soon as Satsuki finished speaking, she and Ino quickly took out a kunao from their respective ninja tool bags and threw it at each other. Clang! The two men's kunao collided in mid-air, making a crisp metallic collision sound, and then both fell to the ground. Satsuki and Ino's eyes met in the air, and there was a tacit understanding and complexity in each other's eyes. Their movements were almost synchronized, as if this duel had been rehearsed countless times. Ino, you're much faster than before. Satsuki praised sincerely. I just want to keep up with you. Ino replied calmly, the fighting spirit in her eyes not diminishing at all. This time, I won't lose again. After saying that, she rushed towards Zoyu, and a kunao immediately appeared in her hand. Zoyu sighed helplessly and rushed towards her with a kunao in his hand. The two figures approached each other quickly, and the kunao collided again in the air, making a crisp clang sound and sparks flying. Satsuki and Ino's figures quickly crossed each other in the center of the venue. The sound of kunao colliding was endless, and sparks kept bursting between the two. Their physical duel was clean and neat, without any fancy moves, but each move was sharp and full of strength and skill. Ino's attack was swift, the kunao in her hand stabbed towards Satsuki like a storm, and each strike was filled with firm determination. Her eyes were filled with fighting spirit, as if she wanted to pour all her years of resentment and obsession into this duel. Zoyu seemed more calm, her movements were smooth and each dodge and counterattack was just right. Although she didn't use the Sharingan, with years of training experience and keen intuition, she could always predict Ino's next move. Everyone in the viewing area was watching this scene and was amazed at the physical skills of the two men. Although the physical skills of Satsuki and Ino still seemed a little immature in the eyes of physical skills masters like Rock Lee, for the vast majority of genin present, this duel was already exciting enough. However, I still don't understand why the two of them don't use ninjutsu. At this time, Yes suddenly said in confusion. In fact, it was not only Ya, but most of the people present had this doubt. After all, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique are well-known ninjutsu in the entire ninja world. It is indeed puzzling that they chose a pure physical combat instead of using such a powerful ninjutsu. Only Sakura, one of the parties involved, understood why Satsuki and the others were like this. She couldn't help but say quietly, "Ino, you still can't get over what happened back then." Clang! Another crisp sound of metal collision was heard, and the figures of Satsuki and Ino crossed each other again, and kunao drew cold rays of light in the air. Ino's attack was still fierce, but her breathing had become rapid and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Despite this, her eyes remained firm and the grip of the kunao in her hand did not slacken at all. She gritted her teeth, with only one thought in her mind: this time, she must win. Zoyu remained calm and composed, her movements smooth and graceful, as if she was dancing a silent dance. She spotted an opening in Ino's arm, quickly moved closer, and used a sweeping kick to force Ino back. Then she grabbed Ino's wrist and pulled it, causing Ino to lose balance. "It's over, Ino," Satsuki said softly, and at the same time, the kunao in his hand was already against Ino's throat. Ino's body stiffened slightly, and then she slowly put down the kunao that was originally tightly held in her hand, and it fell to the ground. A trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes, and she smiled bitterly and said dejectedly, "Sure enough, I still can't beat you. Ino, your taijutsu has improved a lot." Satsuki put away the kunao and pulled her up, comforting her. "If you intensify your training for a while, maybe you can catch up with me." "Satsuki, I don't want to catch up with you, I want to defeat you." Ino stood firm, looking at Satsuki with a complex light in her eyes, and her tone was filled with persistence and stubbornness. "Next time, I will definitely beat you." As she spoke, she turned her head and said to Yuegwen Jiefeng beside her, "Examiner, I lost, you can announce the result now." "Okay." Although Yuegwen Jiefeng was a little puzzled by the sudden end of the duel, he still announced very professionally, "First match of the preliminaries, Uchiha Satsuki vs Yamanaka Ino, the winner is Uchiha Satsuki." As soon as he finished speaking, Ino turned around and walked dejectedly towards the viewing area above. "Hey, Ino, there's no need to blame yourself so much for what happened back then. That anyone would have made that choice. That you just followed your heart." Unexpectedly, just after Ino took a few steps, Satsuki's voice sounded behind her, with a hint of comfort and understanding in her tone. "I know, I understand." Ino paused slightly, but did not look back. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and she whispered, "But I just can't forgive myself. Why did you have that courage back then? If I had been braver, Sakura wouldn't be like this today. So, maybe I can only wait until the day I can beat you, then I can get over it." After saying that, she continued walking towards the viewing area, but her back looked increasingly depressed. "Hey." Satsuki looked at Ino's back, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He sighed softly, turned around, and walked towards the viewing area above from the other side. Soon, Zoyu arrived at the viewing area above. Naruto was just about to go up and congratulate her when he noticed that she didn't seem to be in a very good mood after winning. Furthermore, Sakura, who was standing beside him and had also been in a bad mood from the beginning, made him swallow back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. For some reason, he had a vague feeling that once he said this, he would be attacked by both Satsuki and Sakura. So he scratched his head, shut his mouth awkwardly, and stepped aside silently. Zoyu leaned on the railing, staring at the fighting stage below in a daze. Her thoughts seemed to drift back to that night many years ago, the moment that changed the fate of her, Ino and Sakura. Sakura walked to Satsuki's side and asked softly, "Satsuki, Ino, has she still not been able to let go of that matter?" Zoyu nodded slightly, with a hint of helplessness in her tone, and said, "Yes, she always takes the responsibility on herself, always feeling that if she had been braver at the beginning, things would not have turned out like that." Sakura lowered her head, a trace of guilt flashing in her eyes. "Actually, I am also responsible for that incident. If I could be stronger, maybe Ino wouldn't blame herself so much." Satsuki turned her head and looked at Sakura, and softly comforted her. "Sakura, the thing is over, you are actually not wrong. For you, the choice you made at that time may be the most correct one. It's just that Ino herself needs time to accept this fact." Sakura nodded, but the guilt in her eyes hadn't completely left her. She whispered, I hope that one day, Ino can truly let go of this matter and no longer be bound by the past. Satsuki didn't say anything else, but just looked quietly at the battle stage below, praying silently in her heart that Ino could get out of the shadow as soon as possible. At the same time, Ino also walked to the other side of the viewing area. Shikamaru and Koji immediately came over, and Shikamaru said lazily, Ino, you've tried your best, Satsuki is indeed very strong, and it's not shameful to lose to her. While chewing some potato chips, Koji mumbled, yeah, Ino, you're already amazing. Ino forced a smile, but it was bitter, thank you, I'm fine, it's just that I need some time to adjust. Shikamaru glanced at her and said nothing more. He knew that some knots in her heart could only be untied by Ino herself. At this moment, Moonlight Hayate's voice sounded again. Next, the second match of the preliminaries will be between Kankuro and Akata Kai. As he finished speaking, Kankuro and the other man quickly came to the venue below from the viewing area above. Since the two did not know each other, they did not have a conversation first like Zoyu and the other one did before, but instead quickly started a duel. At first, Kankuro knew nothing about the abilities of the red copper armor, so he was put on the defensive from the start of the duel. The red copper armor used its unique chakra absorption ability to continuously weaken Kankuro's offensive, making every attack of Kankuro seem like hitting cotton with no effect. However, Kankuro was no ordinary man. He quickly noticed the special abilities of the red copper armor and realized that close combat would only put him at a greater disadvantage. So, he decisively adjusted his tactics and decided to use his expertise in puppetry to launch long-range attacks. He summoned one of his puppets, the crow, and quickly distanced himself from Chido Kai. The crows danced nimbly in the air. Kankuro's fingers moved quickly under the traction of the chakra lines, and the puppet's joints made slight clicking sounds, as if telling of the upcoming battle. Suddenly, the crow's arms popped out, revealing a hidden mechanism. Several poisonous needles shot out from the puppet's arms and headed straight for the red copper armor. Seeing this, Chiton Kai quickly waved his arms, trying to use his chakra absorption ability to block the poisonous needles. However, Kankuro was prepared. The poison needle suddenly exploded the moment it approached the red copper armor, releasing a burst of purple smoke. The smoke contained a strong paralyzing toxin. Although the red copper armor absorbed some chakra, it could not completely resist the invasion of the toxin. His body began to become stiff and his movements gradually became slower, as if he was bound by invisible shackles. Kankuro seized this opportunity and controlled the crow to approach quickly. The puppet's arm popped out again, and this time, a sharp blade extended from Crow's palm, pointing directly at the throat of the red copper armor. Because Chiton Kai was poisoned, he was unable to react in time and could only watch as Crow's blade approached his throat and stopped in front of it, just a millimeter away. You lose, Kankuro said coldly, with a hint of victory in his tone. He moved his fingers slightly, and the crow's blade retreated slightly, but still locked tightly on Chido Kai's throat, ensuring that the other party had no room for resistance. Chido Kai's face was pale and his body was trembling slightly due to the effects of the poison. He tried to raise his arms, but found that his muscles were completely unresponsive. He gritted his teeth, a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but in the end he lowered his head helplessly and admitted his failure. Seeing this, Moonlight Hayate quickly announced the result of the match, second match of the preliminaries, Kankuro vs Akata Kai. The winner is Kankuro. Kankuro, who won, did not show how happy he was, but took the crow back with an expressionless face. Then, he looked up at Naruto in the viewing area, his eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent, as if to say, just wait, you're next. A hint of helplessness immediately flashed across Naruto's eyes. Looking at Kankuro, who was gradually walking towards the other side of the viewing area below, he said depressedly in his heart, this guy is really petty. It's not just a victory in front of his sister. Is there any need to hate me so much? Satsuki, who was standing by, looked at his rather depressed look and couldn't help but raise a sly smile. His mood, which had become a little gloomy because of Ino's matter, now felt a little relieved. At this time, the two huge boards began to rotate again. After a while, two names appeared clearly on the boards. They were, the third match of the preliminaries is between Gaara and Harano Sakura. Gecko Hayate's voice echoed throughout the venue. Sakura, who was standing next to Naruto and Satsuki, suddenly had a very ugly look on her face. After all, Kabuto had introduced them to Gaara's information in classroom 301 before, and she also knew how terrifying and scary he was. A strong desire to retreat suddenly emerged in Sakura's heart. But when she thought about how hard it had been to get to this point, she felt a little unwilling. Thinking of this, Sakura subconsciously turned her head to look at Naruto and Satsuki beside her, hoping that they could give her some advice or encouragement. Unexpectedly, this happened to meet the gazes of Naruto and Satsuki, and they both saw Sakura's anxiety and fear in her eyes. Sakura, Satsuki spoke first. Her voice was calm and firm, and she looked directly at Sakura without any hesitation. Although it may sound cruel to advise you to give up, it is the wisest choice. Gaara's strength is far beyond your imagination. If you face him, you will definitely suffer irreparable damage. Yes, Sakura, Satsuki, you're right. Naruto immediately agreed. Gaara is not someone you can deal with. He's just a monster. There's no need to take risks just to show off. As Sakura listened to what the two of them said, her desire to retreat became even stronger. She lowered her head and clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her palms. She knew that Naruto and Satsuki were right. With Gaara's strength, she was indeed not able to contend with him. However, she was unwilling to give up just like that. She raised her head, a trace of struggle flashed in her eyes, and her voice trembled as she said, "But I don't want to give up like this. I don't want everyone to think I'm a coward." Satsuki shook her head, her tone still calm. "This is not a question of being a coward, Sakura. Sometimes a ninja must learn to judge the situation. Doing something knowing it's impossible will only put oneself in unnecessary danger. Therefore, giving up is not a sign of weakness, but a wise choice." Naruto nodded as well, patted Sakura's shoulder, and gave her an encouraging smile. "Yes, Sakura, you're already amazing. To have made it this far, you've already surpassed many genin of the same period. There's no need to risk your life for a preliminaries." Sakura looked at the concerned eyes of Naruto and the others, and the resentment in her heart was gradually replaced by rationality. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She knew that Naruto and Satsuki were both concerned about her safety, and she really didn't have enough strength to face an opponent as terrifying as Gaara. Finally, she made up her mind, raised her head, looked firmly at Moonlight Gale below, and said loudly, "Examiner, I forfeit this competition." Sakaseki Hayate below heard Sakura's voice, nodded slightly, and then announced, "Since Harano Sakura chose to forfeit, the third match of the preliminaries will be Gaara versus Harano Sakura. The winner is Gaara." Gaara did not show any emotional fluctuations about this duel that he won without fighting. His face remained calm, showing neither joy at victory nor anger at his opponent's surrender. After all, in his heart, he had long known that Sakura was not his opponent and had never been his target. His goal from beginning to end was actually only one, and that was Gaara. Slowly shifted his gaze towards Naruto, who was not far away from him. His deep eyes revealed a hint of cold fighting spirit and murderous intent. Naruto immediately felt Gaara's gaze, and a helpless look suddenly appeared on his face. He couldn't help but say in his heart, Hey, who did I offend? Why are they all targeting me? I'm the target of everyone's criticism." At the same time, the list of the fourth match also appeared on the two boards. The fourth match of the preliminaries is between Rock Lee and Ken Misumi. Swish! As soon as Yuguan Jiafeng finished speaking, Xiao Li and Jian Nichin jumped down from the viewing area above and landed steadily in the center of the venue. The two men just looked at each other, and Xiao Li took the lead in launching an attack. His figure rushed out like lightning, so fast that it was difficult to catch. His fist came with a sharp sound of wind and headed straight for Jian Nichin's face. When Jian Nichin saw this, a hint of surprise immediately flashed in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect that Xiao Li's speed would be so fast. However, he did not panic. He twisted his body at a strange angle and easily avoided Xiao Li's attack. Then, his arms were as flexible as a snake, and he quickly counterattacked, attacking Xiao Li's side. Xiao Li's reaction was equally quick. He hurriedly retreated to avoid Jian Nichin's counterattack. At the same time, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he was also a little surprised by Jian Nichin's body structure. Jian Nichin's body seems to have no bones and can be twisted and deformed at will, which makes his attack angles extremely tricky and unpredictable. Xiao Li quickly adjusted his tactics and decided to use his speed and physical advantages to find Jian Nichin's weaknesses. His figure rushed out like lightning again. This time, his attack became more fierce. His fists were whistling and his kicks were like whips. Every blow was filled with great power. Although Jian Nichin was physically flexible, she gradually seemed unable to withstand Xiao Li's fierce attack. Although his body could twist and deform every time he dodged, he consumed a lot of physical strength, while Xiao Li's attack was as continuous as a storm. Finally, in a fierce confrontation, Xiao Li seized a flaw in Jian Nichin. His fist flew out like a cannonball, hitting Jian Nichin's chest directly. Although Jian Nichin twisted his body in time to try to avoid the attack, Xiao Li's fist still grazed his shoulder. A powerful force instantly made him fly backwards, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Jian Nichin struggled to stand up, but Xiao Li had already approached quickly, stepped heavily on his chest, and said coldly, "You lose." Jian Nichin's face was pale and a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes, but in the end she lowered her head helplessly and admitted her failure. Seeing this, Moonlight Gale quickly announced the result of the match, the fourth match of the preliminaries, Rock Lee vs Ken Misumi. The winner is Rock Lee. Xiao Li immediately withdrew his foot from Jian Nichin's body, then turned his head and raised a thumbs up towards Zouyu in the viewing area above, revealing his white teeth, as if to say, "Suyu, wait for me. I will definitely prove that I am the one who can truly stand by your side." Zouyu ignored him and simply chose to ignore him. Sakura, who was standing next to Satsuki, glared at him angrily, and was quite dissatisfied with his behavior. Seeing this, Rock Lee was not angry, but turned his gaze to Naruto, his eyes full of fighting spirit and jealousy. Naruto was already used to this, and just like Satsuki, he chose to ignore it. Ding ding ding, another round of spinning sounds was heard, and the list of names for the fifth match was announced. The two teams for the fifth qualifying match are Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba. Uegwin Hayate announced, "Great, it's Naruto, Akamaru, this time, we can finally avenge our last defeat." Kiba said excitedly, "Woof." Akamaru, who was lying on his head, also shouted excitedly, his tail wagging rapidly, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. Hinata, who was standing next to him, just glanced at him calmly when she saw this. Then she shouted to Naruto, who was about to walk towards the venue not far away, "Naruto, come on." As soon as Hinata said this, Kiba's originally excited expression suddenly froze, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. After all, anyone would feel uncomfortable if their teammates cheered for their opponents. Although the relationship between him and Naruto has always been good, it is still a bit awkward at this moment. However, intimidated by Hinata's pressure, Kiba couldn't say anything and could only shrug helplessly. He whispered to Akamaru, "Akamaru, it seems we have to work harder. We can't let Naruto get away with it this time." Woof. Akamaru wagged his tail. There was a determination glint in his eyes, and he was obviously ready to give it his all. Hong, who was standing behind them, couldn't help but shook her head when she saw this scene, a helpless smile appearing on her face. Naruto on the other side naturally also heard Hinata's cheering. He immediately turned around, waved at her, a bright smile on his face, and responded loudly, "Don't worry, Hinata, I will." Zoyu stood aside, watching the scene coldly. Although there was not much expression on her face, there was a hint of jealousy and dissatisfaction in her eyes. She hummed softly, seemingly displeased with the interaction between Naruto and Hinata. At the same time, Niji on the other side was also dissatisfied with her. A trace of jealousy and dissatisfaction appeared on his face. He whispered softly, "Uzumaki Naruto, I hope you don't meet me in the future, otherwise, I will definitely." "Naruto, is this duel between us going to be a fight of arms, or a fight of words?" As soon as Naruto and Kiba stood in the venue, Kiba couldn't wait to ask Naruto, "A fight of martial arts, a fight of words?" Naruto was slightly stunned that he didn't expect that in this world, Naruto and Kiba would actually have such a duel. But in order to prevent Kiba from noticing anything, he deliberately asked back, "Oh, so what do you think we should do with physical combat, or with literary combat, Kiba?" "Of course it's a literary duel," Ya answered without hesitation, a sly glint in his eyes. "Last time, I lost to you in a literary duel. This time, I must win back." Akamaru, who was lying on his head, also barked twice, with a cunning light flashing in his eyes, as if agreeing with his master's words. The master and servant seemed to be plotting something. Naruto didn't notice this because his mind was completely absorbed in the martial arts and literary battles that Ya talked about. He nodded immediately and said casually, "Alright, then let's do as you said and have a verbal fight, but, yeah, you have to explain to everyone first, what is a physical fight and what is a verbal fight. After all, the people present may not be clear about the rules between us." "No problem." Seeing that Naruto had fallen for his trick, Ya nodded excitedly, with a hint of success in his eyes. Naturally, he had no time to pay attention to the problem in Naruto's words. After all, if he really thought about it carefully, he would notice that Naruto could easily explain to everyone present what a martial arts fight and a literary fight were, so why should he do it himself? Kiba cleared his throat and explained loudly to everyone present, "Everyone, I'm sure you're all curious about what we just called a martial arts duel and a literary duel. Actually, this is a unique way of fighting that's unique to the two of us. A martial arts duel is just a normal ninja duel where any ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ninja tools can be used. A literary duel, on the other hand, is a duel where both sides can only compete in taijutsu. If anyone uses any method other than taijutsu, they will lose the duel." As soon as Ya finished speaking, whispers broke out in the venue. Many people present were curious about this novel way of fighting between Naruto and Kiba, and some were particularly excited, such as Master Kai and his apprentice. Of course, some people scoffed at it, thinking that it was just a physical skills competition and nothing special. However, these have nothing to do with Naruto. After all, he only knew from Kiba's mouth what the so-called literary and physical fights between him and Naruto in this world were. Now he finally figured it out, a look of understanding flashed in his eyes, and he nodded immediately and said, "Okay, in that case, let's start the literary duel." "Yeah, okay." Yi nodded, then bent down, gently placed Akamaru on his head on the ground, and whispered to it, "Akamaru, follow the plan." Akamaru let out a soft hum to show that he understood. Kiba immediately stood up straight, pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool bag, and stared at Naruto with sharp eyes. Naruto also took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag and assumed a fighting stance. Swish! Naruto and Kiba rushed towards each other almost at the same time. Clang! The two figures quickly met in the center of the venue, and their kunai collided with each other, making a crisp metallic collision sound and sparks flying. Then they quickly separated, each took a few steps back, adjusted their posture, and rushed towards each other again. Ya's attack was extremely fierce and sharp, and each blow carried a strong sense of oppression, as if he wanted to end the duel in a short time. In contrast, Naruto responded with agility and precise blocking, appearing to be extremely calm. After all, he is no longer the Naruto of the previous world, and he is much stronger than Kiba in physical skills. After a while, Ya's rapid attacks gradually slowed down and his breathing became a little rapid. He obviously didn't expect that Naruto's taijutsu had become so powerful, even much stronger than the last duel. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, how come Naruto was making such rapid progress? No, it seems I have no choice but to use that in advance. Thinking of this, Kiba immediately winked at Akamaru, who was walking around behind Naruto. Naruto naturally noticed this at the first moment. In fact, he had also noticed Akamaru's actions a long time ago. Although his attack just now was very fierce, it did not pose a threat in his eyes, so he was able to act so calmly. In fact, if he wanted to, he was fully capable of subduing Ziwia in an instant and ending the fight. However, Akamaru's actions made him curious and he wanted to find out what the master and servant were planning, so he didn't end the duel immediately. Naruto easily dealt with Kiba's attack while observing Akamaru's movements out of the corner of his eye. Sure enough, after receiving Kiba's signal, Akamaru immediately and quietly moved around to the side and rear of Naruto, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Its movements were extremely covered, even its breathing was deliberately slowed down, obviously to avoid being noticed by Naruto. However, Naruto, who had already seen through their plan, couldn't help but feel amused in his heart that he immediately deliberately revealed a flaw, pretending to be forced to take a few steps back by Kiba's attack, exposing his back to Akamaru's attack range. Seeing this, Akamaru was fooled, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. With an excited look on his face, he suddenly leaped up and pounced towards Naruto's back. It was extremely fast and rushed behind Naruto almost instantly, with its sharp claws pointing directly at Naruto's shoulders. At this critical moment, Naruto suddenly turned sideways and easily avoided Akamaru's sneak attack. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, grabbed Akamaru by the back of the neck, and lifted him up. Akamaru, sneak attacks from behind are not a good habit. Naruto smiled, with a hint of ridicule in his tone, saying that Akamaru was lifted up in the air by Naruto, struggling weakly with his limbs, making a woohoo sound from his mouth, looking a little aggrieved. When Kiba saw this, his expression suddenly changed and he hurriedly shouted, "Naruto, let go of Akamaru." Naruto was unmoved. Instead, he lifted Akamaru higher, looked at Kiba with a smile, and said, "Hey, Kiba, did you forget something just now? The rules of a literary fight only allow the use of physical skills. Does Akamaru's sneak attack count as a violation?" His face instantly turned awkward, but he quickly regained his composure and said, somewhat desperately, "Who told you to break the rules first during our last duel? I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine." As he spoke, he quickly formed a seal and shouted, "Beastman clone." Bang! With a slight sound, Akamaru, who was originally held in Naruto's hand, instantly turned into a ball of white smoke. Immediately afterwards, an orc clone that looked exactly like Fang appeared in front of Naruto, waving its sharp claws and rushing towards Naruto. Naruto quickly stepped back, easily avoiding the blow. The orc clone took the opportunity to run to his side, standing on his left and right, and at the same time took an attacking posture, staring at Naruto, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and with a hint of ridicule in his tone, he said, "Yeah, it seems that you are ready to go all the way. In that case, I won't be polite." Yes snorted coldly, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes, and responded, "Humph, Naruto, stop talking nonsense, I will definitely beat you this time." As he spoke, he pressed his hands to the ground, his limbs facing the ground, and his body leaned forward slightly, as if he was ready to attack. At the same time, Akamaru, who had turned into an orc, jumped up and lay steadily on his back. Ya immediately growled, "Atonya!" Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Kiba and Akamaru's bodies began to spin at high speed, turning into two whirlwinds, carrying strong chakra fluctuations, and rushed straight towards Naruto. The ground was torn apart by their strength, dust flew up, and the air was filled with oppression. Naruto immediately clasped his hands together and shouted, "Earth-style, earth-flowing wall technique." As his voice fell, the ground shook violently, and a thick earth wall quickly rose from the ground, blocking his way. Boom! The whirlwinds formed by Ya and Akamaru slammed into the earth wall, smashing it into pieces in an instant. Gravel and dust flew everywhere, and the air was filled with thick dust. However, at the moment the earth wall collapsed, Naruto's figure was no longer there. Kiba and Akamaru's attacks were immediately ineffective, and the whirlwind gradually dissipated. Kiba looked around vigilantly and shouted in a low voice, "Naruto, don't hide, you won't be able to hide for long under the scent of Akamaru and me." As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto's voice suddenly came from above him, "Yeah, you're still a little slow." Kiba and Akamaru immediately looked up and saw Naruto in midair, his hands already forming seals, and he shouted, "Fire style, great fireball technique." Boom! A huge fireball burst out of Naruto's mouth. The scorching flames instantly illuminated the surrounding air and rushed towards Kiba and Akamaru with scorching heat. Wherever the fireball passed, the air seemed to be ignited, and the heat waves were rolling and suffocating. Ya's pupils shrank, and he reacted quickly, shouting, "Akamaru, Yatonja." Kiba and Akamaru spun rapidly again, transforming into two high-speed rotating whirlwinds, rushing straight towards Naruto's fireball. Bang! The whirlwind and the fireball collided violently in the air, making a deafening explosion. The waves of flames and chakra spread in all directions. In an instant, the entire venue was filled with flying dust and rolling heat waves. The battle between flames and whirlwinds lasted for a while. Finally, the whirlwinds of Kiba and Akamaru barely broke through the obstruction of the fireballs, but they were also blown back by the aftermath of the flames and fell heavily to the ground. Kiba and Akamaru managed to stand up with difficulty. There were several burn marks on their bodies and their breathing became rapid. Yeah, it seems you have reached your limit. Do you really want to fight more? Naruto landed steadily on the ground, crossed his arms over his chest, looked at Ya with a smug look on his face, and said that he didn't know why, but when he saw Ya being defeated in his hands like this, he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. This made him realize instantly that the relationship between Naruto and Kiba in this world was not just that of friends, but also full of competition. After hearing what Naruto said, Ya gritted his teeth and a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Naruto had grown to this extent. The gap between him and him was so big that it was like a huge chasm, but he knew that given his and Akamaru's current state, if they continued fighting, they would only be defeated more miserably, and would also cause more serious injuries to themselves and Akamaru. He immediately took a deep breath and was about to give up when he was suddenly bitten by Akamaru, who had burn marks on his face. Ya suddenly felt pain, but he didn't blame Akamaru, instead he looked down at it. I saw that its eyes were full of determination and indomitable spirit, as if it was conveying something to Ya. Kiba instantly understood what it meant, and an expression of embarrassment and struggle suddenly appeared on his face. He said, but we haven't fully mastered that ninjutsu yet. Woof! Akamaru shouted firmly, with an unquestionable determination, as if to say, no problem, go ahead, this time, we must win. Kiba looked at Akamaru's determined eyes, and the hesitation in his heart was gradually replaced by the desire to fight. He took a deep breath, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Okay, since you trust me so much, let's fight again, Akamaru. Woof! Akamaru responded immediately. Naruto, don't think we're giving up just like that. Next, let me show you the secret moves that Akamaru and I have secretly prepared for you. Kiba growled, quickly forming seals with his hands, and the chakra in his body began to surge wildly. At the same time, Akamaru quickly adjusted his posture and stood side by side with Kiba. The chakra fluctuations on his body gradually merged with Kiba's chakra. Inyazuka-style human-animal hybrid transformation two-headed wolf. Kiba and Akamaru shouted at the same time, and their bodies were instantly wrapped in a layer of rich chakra, transforming into a giant two-headed wolf, majestic and imposing, as if an ancient ferocious beast had descended. There was a fierce light flashing in the two-headed wolf's eyes, its fangs were exposed, and powerful chakra fluctuations emanated from its body, which was chilling. Damn, how come this guy has learned this move so early? Naruto looked at the two-headed giant wolf in front of him, which was much smaller than in the original book, but still huge. He sighed in his heart, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. This duel is finally getting interesting. Above, the viewing area. That brat from the Inyazuka family is really reckless, he even resorted to such a terrifying ninjutsu. A trace of solemnity appeared in the eyes of the third Hokage, but then he seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, Naruto, with your current strength, you should be able to handle it easily. This guy Kiba actually has such a powerful ninjutsu and uses it against Naruto. It's so hateful, if Naruto gets hurt, I will never let him off easily. Hineda's hands tightly grasped the fence in front of her, and the fence immediately made a creaking sound when she squeezed it. Uzumaki Naruto, let me see your true strength. Gaara crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the scene in the venue with great excitement, his eyes full of anticipation. Naruto, there won't be any danger, right? Sakura looked at Naruto below with uneasiness on her face and said, it's hard to say. After all, the ninjutsu that Kiba is using now is a very powerful ninjutsu of the Inyazuka family. As soon as she finished speaking, Kakashi's voice suddenly came from behind her. Hey, Teacher Kakashi, you're here. Sakura immediately turned around and a happy smile appeared on her face. She saw that Kakashi had appeared silently behind her and Satsuki at some point. Although he looked relaxed, there was a hint of concern in his eyes. When he was acting as a messenger before, after leading Naruto and the other two to the lounge, he hurried away, apparently to deal with something important. When the third Hokage appeared just now, he did not follow the third Hokage like other Jonin, which made Sakura feel lost for a while, thinking that Kakashi, as their instructor, would not come to watch their game. Now, seeing Kakashi appear, Sakura's loss was instantly swept away, replaced by a sense of security and warmth. Kakashi naturally noticed Sakura's mood and immediately said apologetically, I'm sorry, Sakura, Satsuki, I was delayed by something just now, I didn't see your game, but I believe you must have performed very well. Having said that, he paused slightly, turned his gaze to Naruto and Kiba in the field, and continued, as for Naruto, I believe. Before Kakashi could finish his words, Satsuki suddenly interrupted and said, Naruto, he will be fine. Her words were full of confidence, but when she looked down, a trace of worry still appeared in her eyes. She silently said in her heart, Naruto, I won't allow you to lose, otherwise, I will never. Seeing this, Kakashi said nothing, but quietly looked at Naruto below. In his mind, he recalled the huge destruction caused by the battle between Naruto and Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. He silently finished his unfinished words in his mind. Naruto, I believe that with your strength, you will be able to win easily. Take it, Naruto. In the meeting hall, the voice of Ya came from the mouth of the two-headed giant wolf, carrying a fierce momentum. His voice was mixed with Akamaru's growl, and the two combined to create a unique sense of oppression. The next second, he stretched out his giant claws and slapped Naruto hard. The giant claws came with a whistling sound, as if to tear the air apart, and headed straight for Naruto's face. Naruto's eyes focused, his body moved, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant, leaving only a shadow. Boom! Ya's huge claws hit nothing, and a deep hole was immediately smashed into the ground, with dust flying everywhere. Nice speed, Naruto. Ya's voice came from the other head of the two-headed giant wolf, with a hint of teasing. Naruto appeared behind Kiba, put his fingers together, and shouted, Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, dozens of Naruto clones appeared in the venue and surrounded Kiba. Ya sneered, and the two-headed giant wolf's body suddenly spun, and its sharp claws swept around like a whirlwind. Before Naruto's clones could use their power, they were all dispersed and disappeared in bursts of white smoke. However, just when Kiba thought he had won, Naruto's real body suddenly jumped up from the ground and spat a small stone from his mouth towards Kiba, Earth-style, rock cannon technique. Call out. The small stone quickly expanded in the air and turned into a huge rock. With a whistling sound, it smashed straight into the head of the two-headed giant wolf. Ya's pupils suddenly contracted. Obviously he didn't expect Naruto to have this trick. He reacted quickly, and the two-headed giant wolf twisted its body suddenly, trying to avoid the attack of the rock. However, the rock was moving too fast and the two-headed wolf was hit hard on the side. Bang! The rock hit the two-headed giant wolf heavily, making a dull loud noise. The huge impact force caused the two-headed giant wolf's body to tilt suddenly, and it immediately lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. Kiba and Akamaru growled at the same time, clearly having suffered quite a shock. It's not over yet, Kiba. Naruto took advantage of the situation and quickly formed seals with his hands, fire-style, great fireball technique. Boom! A huge fireball gushed out of his mouth, carrying with it scorching heat, and pounced directly on the two-headed giant wolf lying on the ground. The flames instantly enveloped the two-headed giant wolf, the hot tongues of fire licked its fur, and the air was suddenly filled with a burnt smell. Roar! The two-headed giant wolf let out a painful roar, the voices of Fang and Akamaru mixed together, full of anger and pain. In the flames, the two-headed giant wolf struggled violently, trying to escape the burning flames. However, the power of the flames was far beyond their imagination. At this moment, his eyes suddenly turned red, and his original rationality was replaced by violent emotions. His breathing became heavy, and there was a hint of madness in his voice. Naruto, how dare you hurt me and Akamaru? Seeing this, Naruto frowned slightly and felt a little uneasy, because he noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with the condition of Ya. Roar! Suddenly, Ya roared angrily, and the two-headed giant wolf's body shook violently. The chakra around it began to surge wildly, forming a powerful sense of oppression. Its eyes were red and its fangs were exposed, like a wild beast out of control, completely losing its mind. The next second, his entire body began to spin wildly, and the flames that were originally attached to his body were thrown off in the process. The flames scattered and turned into sparks that dissipated into the air. Soon, he transformed into a giant tornado and quickly spun towards Naruto. Wherever the tornado passed, a deep gully immediately appeared on the ground. The entire venue was filled with howling winds and flying dust, as if it was torn apart by this violent force. Damn it, this guy is out of control. Naruto naturally saw what was going on immediately and couldn't help but curse. At the same time, he quickly retreated, put his fingers together, and shouted, Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, dozens of shadow clones appeared around him. The senior ninjas in the viewing area, including the chief examiner in the venue, Uegwen Hayate, naturally noticed that Ya was out of control. However, the tornado was moving too fast, and most people were too late to stop it. They could only secretly pray that Naruto could block his violent attack. On the contrary, the third generation remained as steady as a rock, watching everything on the scene calmly, because he believed that with Naruto's strength, he would be able to deal with the crisis at hand. Earth Escape, Earth Flowing Wall Technique. In the venue, Naruto and his shadow clones formed hand seals at the same time and slammed their hands on the ground. As chakra surged, thick earth walls quickly rose from the ground in front of him, forming a solid line of defense, trying to block the tornado of Fang's incarnation. Bang, 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 the tornado collided violently with the earth wall, making a deafening roar. The earthen wall began to crack under the violent wind pressure, with rubble and dust flying everywhere. However, Naruto did not stop, his shadow clones quickly dispersed and continued to form hand seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. Dozens of shadow clones performed wind escape at the same time, and strong wind pressure gathered from all directions, forming a reverse whirlwind, trying to offset Ya's tornado. The two forces clashed fiercely in the air, and the air in the venue seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Finally, with the combined efforts of Naruto and his shadow clones, the tornado of Fang's incarnation was gradually suppressed, its speed began to slow down, and the violent chakra fluctuations on his body also weakened. However, Ya's eyes were still red, and he obviously had not recovered from his out-of-control state. Tisk, that's not enough. Naruto smacked his lips in dissatisfaction, and with a flash of his body, he immediately appeared above Ya. He opened his hand, and a blue chakra ball instantly appeared in his palm. The pupils of the senior ninjas in the viewing area shrank when they saw the chakra ball in Naruto's hand, because they are very familiar with this move. Kakashi whispered with great emotion, "Raise-non, Raise-non." Naruto let out a low roar, and without hesitation, he slammed the Raise-non in his hand heavily towards the center of the tornado below that was gradually stopping. Boom! The Raise-non collided violently with the tornado, unleashing a massive energy wave. The violent chakra intertwined in the air, forming a dazzling light that made it impossible for people to open their eyes. Finally, the tornado gradually disintegrated under the impact of the Raise-non, and the two-headed giant wolf incarnated by Fang was also shocked by this force and retreated repeatedly, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Roar! The two-headed giant wolf let out a low whine, and the chakra fluctuations on its body gradually weakened, and Ya's eyes slowly regained clarity. The next second, the two-headed giant wolf changed back into the appearance of Ya and Akamaru with a bang. Ya knelt on one knee, his body covered in wounds, his face full of fatigue, his forehead covered in sweat, and his breathing rapid and heavy. Akamaru had fainted and lay limply beside him, having obviously exhausted all his strength. Ya raised his head and looked at Naruto with difficulty, forcing a bitter smile. I'm sorry, Naruto. Naruto, I lost control." As soon as he finished speaking, his body could no longer support him. His eyes went dark and he fainted, falling heavily to the ground. "It's okay, you did a great job, Ya," Naruto said softly as he looked at Ya, who had fainted on the ground. For some reason, seeing Ya working so hard, he actually felt happy and relieved. However, he also knew that this emotion did not come entirely from himself, but from Naruto in the original world. "What a strange couple," Naruto said in his heart. At this time, the medical team quickly came in and several medical ninjas quickly checked the conditions of Kiba and Akamaru. At the same time, Uegwen Hayate, who had long since hidden in a safe area, also instantly appeared in the center of the venue and announced, "The fifth qualifying match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Inyazuka Kiba, the winner is Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto didn't show any excitement about this, but a trace of fatigue appeared on his face. He exhaled, then turned, and walked towards the viewing area above. Uegwen Jaifeng glanced at his back, then at the devastated field left by him and Kiba, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Are these two guys really just genin? Especially this Uzumaki Naruto, who used so many ninjutsu at once, and he was only a little tired. The guy who faces him later will probably be in big trouble. As Naruto stepped into the viewing area, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. "Naruto, who taught you your Raise-non?" Kakashi narrowed his eyes, looked at him with a smile, and asked, "Teacher Kakashi, you scared me." Naruto patted his chest in an exaggerated manner and said, "Don't change the subject, tell me quickly, who taught you the Raise-non?" Kakashi rolled his eyes at him and continued to ask, "This, a secret?" Naruto smiled mysteriously and said, "Of course, you can also ask Grandpa Sarutobi that he knows where my Raise-non came from, if he is willing to tell you." As he spoke, he deliberately nodded in the direction of the third Hokage, suggesting that Kakashi could go and ask the third Hokage. "Let me ask the third generation master?" Kakashi immediately glanced at the third generation not far away, his brows furrowed, and a conflicted look appeared in his eyes. After a moment, he sighed, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Forget it, since the third Hokage knows, I won't ask any more questions. Anyway, no matter who gives you the Raise-non, he won't harm you." When Naruto heard what Kakashi said, a cunning gleam immediately flashed in his eyes. This was exactly the effect he wanted to cleverly avoid Kakashi's questioning by throwing the question to the third Hokage. He didn't believe that Kakashi would go to ask the third Hokage in person just for a small Raise-non. Of course, even if Kakashi really asked, Naruto would not be worried. After all, the third Hokage had already believed the reason he had made up before, so there would be no problem even if he told Kakashi. Just then, a concerned voice suddenly came to Naruto's ear. "Naruto, are you okay?" Naruto immediately came back to his senses from his thoughts, turned around and saw that Hinata had run to their side at some point and was looking at him with a worried look on her face. Naruto was about to answer her when a sarcastic female voice came to his ears. "It's obvious that he's fine. Instead of taking the time to care about him, the winner, you might as well take care of your teammate, the loser." Naruto looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person who said this was actually Satsuki. She was looking at Hinata coldly, with obvious displeasure flashing in her eyes. In fact, after seeing Naruto defeat Kiba, Satsuki was very happy and even prepared some words to congratulate him. However, when she saw Hinata coming towards them and approaching Naruto, asking him with concern, she suddenly felt an inexplicable irritation in her heart, and she couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. Naruto was somewhat surprised by what Satsuki said. After all, in his limited memory, Satsuki rarely spoke in such a sarcastic tone. In fact, not only Naruto, but also Kakashi on the side was a little surprised that it was also the first time for him to see Satsuki like this. Only Sakura seemed to understand something, and a look of loss suddenly appeared in her eyes. In fact, she had noticed this, but she had been avoiding it. But now, facing Satsuki's ridicule, Hinata fought back without showing any weakness. "You don't need to remind me of this, Satsuki. Before I came here, I used my Byakugan to check out Kiba's physical condition. He and Akamaru were just exhausted. There's nothing else wrong with them." At this point, she seemed to remember something, turned to Naruto, and said, "All this is thanks to Naruto for showing mercy during the battle, so that Kiba and Akamaru did not suffer more serious injuries." As she spoke, she naturally put her arm around Naruto's shoulders and gave Satsuki a provocative look. In fact, Hinata noticed that Satsuki's attitude towards Naruto was a little special as early as when she was in ninja school. Although Satsuki always appears to be sarcastic towards Naruto, Hinata can feel that Satsuki cares about Naruto much more than anyone else. This also made her always have a strong sense of crisis towards Zoyu. And today, Satsuki's reaction made Hinata even more convinced of this. She must now declare her sovereignty to Satsuki that she doesn't want Naruto to be taken away by her one day. When Satsuki saw Hinata put her arm around Naruto's shoulders, her eyes instantly became colder. She gritted her teeth, her tone filled with suppressed anger as she said, "Say whatever you want, but, Hinata, don't you take yourself too seriously. Naruto doesn't need you to speak for him." Hinata responded sharply, "That's none of your business." Naruto didn't say anything. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two became tense, and the air seemed to be filled with an invisible smell of gunpowder. Ming, who was caught between the two, felt a sudden headache. If he still didn't know what was going on at this moment, then he was an idiot. Wasn't this the legendary Shura Field? At the same time, he couldn't help but blame Moonlight Gale in his heart. Why didn't he announce the next match? That way he could have a way to escape. He himself didn't even think about the extent of the damage done to the entire venue by his recent battle with Ya. Moonlight Gale has something to say. "I want to continue the competition as soon as possible, but the venue is so damaged, it needs to be repaired." In the venue, a group of ninjas who are good at earth escape are working hard to repair the damaged venue. Finally, just when Naruto was about to lose the awkward atmosphere, Moonlight Gale's voice resounded throughout the venue again. "Everyone, sorry to have kept you waiting. The venue has been repaired. Now, let's move on to the next match." As he finished speaking, the board above quickly turned, and two names appeared in front of everyone. The sixth match of the preliminaries is between Hinata Hyuga and Sack Stirrup. As Yuedwin Kafeng's voice rang out, Naruto suddenly felt a sense of relief. He immediately shouted to Hinata, who was still in a standoff with Satsuki, "Hinata, it's your turn, do your best." Hinata came back to her senses when she heard Naruto's voice. A blush appeared on her face. She loosened her arms around Naruto's shoulders and responded softly, "I will, Naruto. Just wait and see." After saying that, she turned and walked towards the conference hall below. Of course, before leaving, she did not forget to cast a provocative look at Zoyu. Saitsuki glanced coldly at Hinata's departing back, then turned his gaze to Naruto, glared at him dissatisfiedly, and did not say anything to him. Instead, he turned to Sakura and said, "Sakura, let's go to the other side." After saying that, she turned and walked towards the other side of the viewing area. Her back looked a little stiff, and she was obviously in a bad mood. Sakura immediately followed, but when she left, she looked at Naruto with a complicated expression, with anger, jealousy, and a hint of inexplicable loss in her eyes. Kakashi reached out his hand, patted his shoulder gently, and said meaningfully, "It seems that you will have a hard time in the future, Naruto." After that, he turned and left. Naruto was left standing there helplessly. After a moment, he said darkly, "What the hell is going on?" At the venue, the duel between Hinata and Seiku has begun. Sack Stirrup sneered, quickly formed seals with his hands, and then swung them violently. Two sharp wind blades shot out from his wrist device and headed straight for Hinata. Wind style, sky slashing wave. Hinata's eyes focused, and she quickly assumed the Hyuga clan's soft fist starting stance, lightly dodging the wind blade's attack. However, Sack Stirrup's attack speed was extremely fast, and the wind blade almost passed by Hinata's body, and she narrowly avoided it every time. Is this all the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan can do?" Sack Deng said sarcastically, and at the same time, he waved his hands again. In an instant, more wind blades attacked Hinata. Although Hinata managed to avoid most of the attacks, the aftermath of the wind blade still scratched her arm, and blood immediately seeped out slowly along her arm. She gritted her teeth, but there was no thought of retreating in her heart, and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. "If Uchiha Satsuki can win, I can't lose. I absolutely can't lose to her, especially in front of Naruto." Hinata muttered to herself, her eyes instantly becoming sharp. Seeing Hinata injured, Sack Stirrup curled up a smug smile and said, "It seems that you are nothing special, miss." However, just as he was about to attack again, Hinata suddenly closed her eyes, slowly raised her hands, and made a strange posture. White eyes, open. As Hinata growled, veins popped around her eyes and the power of her Byakugan was instantly activated. Sack Stirrup's movements became extremely clear in her eyes, even the flow of chakra in his body was visible. Soft fist technique, 8 diagrams 64 palms. Hinata's figure disappeared instantly, and the next second, she appeared in front of Sack Stirrup. Her hands struck out as quickly as a phantom, and each palm hit Sack Deng's chakra points accurately. 8 trigrams, 1 palm, 2 palms, 4 palms. Sack Deng had no time to react, he just felt his body paralyzed and the flow of chakra was completely blocked in an instant. His movements suddenly became slow, and he couldn't even use his wind-style ninja tools. How is it possible? You actually? Sack Stirrup widened his eyes and looked at Hinata, who was so close to him, with disbelief. He obviously didn't expect that Hinata actually had such powerful strength. However, Hinata didn't give him any chance to breathe, and hit him hard on the chest with the last palm. Sack Deng's body suddenly flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and then fell heavily to the ground. A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth, and he almost fainted. However, Hinata did not stop there. She quickly walked to the side of Sack Stirrup, stepped on his chest, and said coldly, "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you silent now?" Sack Stirrup groaned in pain and tried to struggle, but his body no longer obeyed him. Hinata's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. She raised her foot and kicked Sack Stirrup hard in the abdomen, causing him to roll over several times. "This is the price you pay for underestimating me." Hinata's voice was cold and sharp. She walked to Sack Stirrup again and punched him in the face. Blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth. You crazy madman," Sack Stirrup said with difficulty, his eyes full of fear. "Oh." Hinata sneered and ignored his words. Instead, she punched him again without mercy, knocking him unconscious. Then, she stood up with satisfaction, dusted off her hands, with a hint of anger and unwillingness still in her eyes. "Next time, don't underestimate me," Hinata whispered, then turned and left and walked towards the viewing area above. At the same time, Yuguan Ji Feng's voice came from behind her. The 6th qualifying match, Hyaga Hinata vs Sack Stirrup. The winner is Hyaga Hinata. Damn, this Hinata is so scary. Naruto looked at Hinata, who was slowly walking towards the viewing area, and couldn't help swallowing, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. He originally thought that the Hinata in this world was just bolder and more proactive in character, but he didn't expect that she would be so strong and ruthless in battle. This reminded him of the scene when he first saw her in classroom 301. No wonder Yan Akamura reacted so strongly after she whispered a few words in his ear. It turned out that she was really so scary. Then, he remembered the sympathy in Niji's eyes when he first learned his name. At this moment, he seemed to understand what it meant. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked at Niji on the other side of the viewing area. Coincidentally, Niji seemed to have thought of something and looked towards him, making eye contact with him. However, Niji's eyes were filled with jealousy and murderous intent. "Oh my god, what's going on?" Naruto suddenly felt his scalp tingling, and he was secretly complaining in his heart. He quickly looked away, pretending not to see Niji's expression. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, why is Niji suddenly so hostile to me? Is it because of Hinata? The more Naruto thought about it, the more he felt that this should be the case. He always felt that Niji's attitude towards Hinata seemed to be filled with complicated emotions. He couldn't help scratching his head, secretly sighing in his heart, what the hell is going on? Why do I feel like I've been inexplicably sucked into some strange vortex again? What Naruto didn't know was that he would encounter more and more of these strange whirlpools in the future. At this time, Hinata walked into the viewing area, and the coldness on her face gradually faded, replaced by the same gentleness and shyness as always. She walked lightly to Naruto and whispered softly, "Naruto, I win." Naruto was slightly stunned. Looking at Hinata, who changed so naturally, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this face-changing speed is too fast. However, he quickly recovered, smiled brightly, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Hinata, you're amazing, those moves just now were so cool, I was stunned." Hinata blushed slightly when she heard Naruto's praise. She lowered her head and said in a soft voice that was almost inaudible, "Thank you, Naruto, I just didn't want to disappoint you." Naruto scratched his head and said with a smile, "Why would I be disappointed? You performed so well, I was almost scared by you." Hinata raised her head, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes, and although her voice was still soft, it carried a hint of determination that could not be ignored. "As long as Naruto feels good, I'll be happy." "Really? Then I'm really honored." Naruto scratched his head with a smile, his tone hinting at teasing, but his eyes were filled with sincere admiration. Not far away, Satsuki looked coldly at the interaction between Naruto and Hinata, with a complicated look in his eyes. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her mouth was pursed into a straight line, obviously dissatisfied with the scene before her. An inexplicable emotion surged in her heart, including jealousy towards Hinata and resentment towards Naruto. She bit her lip and whispered to herself, this is so boring, can this game end soon?" Sakura, who was standing beside her, looked at this scene with a complicated look in her eyes. but she didn't say anything, just sighed silently in her heart. At this moment, the voice of Moonlight Gale was heard from the audience. He loudly announced, "The seventh match of the preliminaries is between Temari and Sheen Hammer." Soon, the two rivals arrived at the venue. Temari held a huge fan, looking calm with a confident smile on her lips, as if she was confident about the upcoming battle. Sheen Hammer seemed much more nervous, with a hint of uneasiness in her eyes, but more of unwillingness and determination. Sheen Hammer took the lead in launching the attack. She leaped up, and dozens of senbon appeared in her hands. She threw them towards Temari and shouted, "Senbon rain!" Swoosh, 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 the slender senbon poured down from the sky like a rainstorm, heading straight for Temari. Temari stood there with a calm expression, as if she didn't care at all about Sheen Hammer's attack. She gently raised the huge fan in her hand, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. "Wind style, Kama Itaki." Temari let out a low shout and swung the fan in her hand. Suddenly, a strong whirlwind swept out instantly, blowing away all the oncoming senbon. Not only that, the whirlwind also brought with it sharp wind blades and headed straight for Sheen Hammer. Sheen Chui's face changed when he saw this, and he quickly dodged. However, the wind blade was extremely fast. Although she managed to dodge most of the attacks, her arms were still scratched with shallow wounds. "Damn it!" Sheen Chui gritted her teeth, feeling a little anxious. She knew the difference in strength between herself and Temari, but even so, she didn't want to give up easily. Temari didn't give her a chance to breathe. She waved her fan again and whispered, "Wind style, hanging net." As her voice fell, she swung the fan violently, and several fine wind blades, like a huge net woven together, quickly enveloped Sheen Hammer. The wind blade net had a very wide range, almost blocking all of Sheen Hammer's escape routes. Sheen Hammer's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly formed hand seals to try to resist, but her speed was far inferior to that of Temari's wind escape. The wind blade net approached instantly, and before Sheen Hammer could react, she was pierced through by the wind blade net, cutting her clothes into pieces and leaving shallow blood marks on her body. Sheen Hammer's body was pushed back repeatedly by the force of the wind blade net, and she finally fell to the ground powerlessly, unable to stand up again. Temari put away her fan, looked at Sheen Hammer, who fell to the ground with a calm expression, and said in a calm tone, "The winner is decided." Seeing this, Moonlight Gale immediately announced, "The seventh match of the preliminaries, Temari versus Sheen Hammer, the winner is Temari." Temari immediately turned around and walked towards the viewing area above, but before leaving, her eyes vaguely swept in the direction of Naruto, with a hint of deep meaning in her eyes. This glance made Naruto feel helpless, and he could only sigh silently. Hinata, who was standing next to him, naturally noticed this situation first. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of nervousness and uneasiness flashed in her eyes. She immediately asked softly, "Naruto, do you know that sand ninja?" There was a hint of inquiry in her tone, with a hint of jealousy. Hinata must be extra careful with the girls who appear around Naruto, as she doesn't want another terrible rival like Satsuki to appear. I guess so." Naruto scratched his head and said helplessly, "Before the Chunin exam, I had some minor conflicts with them, so I was targeted." Hinata's tension eased a little after hearing Naruto's explanation, but the hint of jealousy in her eyes still hadn't completely disappeared. She lowered her head slightly and said softly, "It turns out that's right, but the way she looked at you just now seemed a little strange." "Oh, really? Maybe it's because I performed outstandingly in the preliminaries, that's why she looked at me a few more times." Naruto shrugged and said indifferently. Hinata didn't know what to say for a moment after hearing what Naruto said, because she really didn't know whether Naruto really didn't understand or was pretending not to understand. She could only sigh helplessly and pray in her heart, hoping that she was just overthinking it. At this moment, the board above began to rotate again, accompanied by a mechanical hum, and finally stopped at two names. The eighth match of the preliminaries is between Nara Shikamaru and Tenten. Moonlight Gale's voice rang out in the venue, announcing the list for the eighth match. Shikamaru yawned lazily, put his hands in his pockets, and walked slowly towards the meeting place below. As he walked, he muttered, "What a terrible duel. My opponent is a woman, and from the same village. It's going to be troublesome no matter whether I win or lose." There was a hint of helplessness in his tone, as if this battle was just a trivial matter that he had to deal with. On the other side, Tian looked energetic. She clenched the scroll in her hand, with a fiery fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. She didn't say much, but walked quickly towards the meeting room below with a confident smile on her face, as if she had seen the dawn of victory. Soon, Shikamaru and Tenten, the two opponents in the duel, arrived at the center of the venue. The two stood facing each other, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The scroll in Tianation's hand quickly unfolded. She formed seals with her hands and shouted, "Function tool, double rising dragon." In an instant, countless ninja tools flew out from the scroll, and kunao, shurikens, and senbons rained down on Shikamaru. Tenten's attack was swift and intense, clearly intending to suppress Shikamaru from the outset. Seeing this, Shikamaru frowned slightly, and his lazy expression instantly restrained a little. He quickly stepped back, formed seals with his hands, and whispered, "Shadow imitation technique." As he finished speaking, the shadow on the ground in front of him quickly extended outward and headed straight for Tia-Nation's feet. Tenten was obviously prepared. She jumped up quickly and avoided Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique. At the same time, the scroll in her hand unfolded again, and more ninja tools flew out. Tisk, what a hassle, Shikamaru muttered, and quickly dodged Tenten's attack. Although his movements looked lazy, each step was just right. He avoided Tenten's ninja tools with ease. Tenten couldn't help but feel anxious when she saw Shikamaru easily dodge his attack. She formed a seal again and whispered, "Tool, Heavenlock Disaster, call out." This time, what flew out of the scroll were no longer ordinary ninja tools, but several chains with sharp claws on the top, heading straight for Shikamaru. The chain was moving at an extremely fast speed, almost blocking all of Shikamaru's escape routes. Seeing this, Shikamaru's eyes flashed with a hint of solemnity. He knew that if he was entangled by these chains, it would be difficult for him to escape. He quickly formed a seal and whispered, "Shadow Strangulation Technique." In an instant, Shikamaru's shadow extended again. This time, the shadow no longer moved in a straight line, but meandered like a snake, quickly wrapping around Tenten's chains. Tenten's chains were immediately firmly controlled by Shikamaru's shadow, and he could not move forward at all. What? Tenten looked in surprise as she saw her chains being controlled by Shikamaru's shadow, and she couldn't help but feel a little panicked. She tried to retract the chains, but Shikamaru's shadow held her ninja tools firmly in place. Shikamaru took the opportunity to quickly form hand seals and whispered, "Shadow Imitation Technique, success." Tia-Nation's body suddenly stiffened and he found himself unable to move. It turned out that Shikamaru's shadow had extended to her feet through the chains, controlling her movements. Damn it, Tenten gritted her teeth and tried to break free from Shikamaru's shadow control, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from the shadow's restraints. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, and it was obvious that she had tried her best. Shikamaru lazily walked over, looked at Tenten, sighed and said, "What a hassle, but the winner is decided." Although Tian was unwilling, she also knew that she could no longer continue fighting. She sighed helplessly, nodded, and said, "I give up." Seeing this, Moonlight Gale immediately announced the 8th match of the preliminaries, Nara Shikamaru vs Tenten. The winner is Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru immediately released the shadow imitation technique, and Tenten was instantly free. Tenten silently put away the scroll while staring at Shikamaru angrily, his eyes full of resentment and helplessness. However, Shikamaru seemed not to notice her glance as he turned around, put his hands in his pockets, and slowly walked towards the viewing area above. Soon, the list of the penultimate match of the qualifiers came out. The 9th match of the preliminaries is between Hyagon Niji and Toss Anvil. As soon as Uegwin Hayate finished speaking, Ningji and Toss, who had been prepared early, immediately appeared in the center of the venue in an instant. There was no extra words between the two of them, and the battle was about to break out. Toss took the lead in launching the attack. He quickly raised his arm, and the device under the bandage suddenly burst out with a sharp sound wave, heading straight towards Niji. The sound waves were extremely fast and carried a strong concussion force, as if they were going to tear the air apart. However, Niji seemed to have seen through it all. His eyes suddenly bulged with veins, and at the same time, his body spun rapidly. Chakra instantly gushed out from various acupuncture points in his body, forming a perfect white spherical barrier. Bagua Zhang, return to heaven. Ninkai shouted softly, and the barrier of the sky repelled all the sonic attacks from Toss. Some of the sonic waves were even bounced back, vibrating Toss' eardrums. Pain. What? Toss's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly took a few steps back, trying to distance himself from Niji. He didn't expect that his sonic attack could be so easily resolved by Niji, and he couldn't help feeling a little panicked. However, Niji didn't give him any chance to breathe. Niji immediately stopped spinning, and with a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Toss in an instant. He waved his hands quickly and whispered, "Soft fist technique, 8 diagrams 64 palms." Niji's palms struck out quickly like a phantom, and each palm hit Toss's acupoints accurately. Toss had no time to react before his body was completely blocked by Niji's palm technique, and the flow of chakra was completely cut off. Bang, bang, bang. As Niji's palms continued to fall, Toss's body gradually lost strength, and finally fell to the ground powerlessly, unable to move anymore. Niji withdrew his palm, looked coldly at Toss who was lying on the ground, and said calmly, "The winner is decided." Upon seeing this, Moonlight Gale immediately announced, 9th qualifying match, Hyagon Niji vs Toss Anvil. The winner is Hyagon Niji. Niji didn't say much. He just raised his head silently and glanced at the viewing area where Naruto and Hinata were, with a complicated look in his eyes. Then he turned around and walked towards the viewing area above, his back looking cold and aloof. Naruto was already used to this, so he didn't react. In contrast, Hinata, who was standing next to him, frowned slightly, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes. She thought to herself, "Is Niji targeting Naruto? If that's the case, it seems I need to." Click, click. As the mechanical humming sound of the board fell, the list of opponents for the final match of the preliminaries was also released. Although everyone present knew who the two opponents were without even looking. However, the chief examiner, Sakaseki Hayate, solemnly announced the 10th match of the preliminaries will be between Abarame Shino and Akimichi Tsuji. In the venue, everyone's attention was focused on the two people who were about to take the stage. Abarame Shino still looked calm and mysterious. He pushed his sunglasses, put his hands in his pockets, and slowly walked towards the center of the venue. His expression was as calm as ever, as if this confrontation was just an ordinary thing for him. On the other side, Akimichi Koji seemed a little nervous. As he walked, he took out a bag of potato chips from his pocket and quickly stuffed a few pieces into his mouth, as if to replenish his energy. There was a hint of hesitation in his eyes, but more of determination. As a classmate of Shino, he knew how strong his opponent was, but the stronger his opponent was, the more he had to give his all in this match to prove his strength. Soon, the two stood in the center of the venue, facing each other. Shino remained silent, while Koji took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Shino took the lead in launching the attack. He quickly formed seals with his hands and whispered, "Secret technique, insect jade." In an instant, countless black parasitic insects flew out from his sleeves and swept towards Shikamaru like a black cloud. The swarm of insects made a low buzzing sound, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. Seeing this, Dinkai's face changed and he quickly took a few steps back. At the same time, he formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Double transformation technique." Bang! His body swelled up instantly and became extremely huge, blocking the swarm of insects like a small mountain. He swung his huge fist, trying to disperse the swarm of insects attacking him. However, Shino's parasitic insects were not ordinary insects. They quickly dispersed, avoided Koji's attack, and then gathered again and pounced on Koji. Although Shikamaru is huge in size, his movements are somewhat clumsy and he cannot completely avoid the attacks of the swarm of insects. Damn it! Shikamaru gritted his teeth, feeling a little anxious. He knew that if he continued like this, he would be devoured by the swarm of insects sooner or later. He immediately curled up into a ball and rolled towards Shino like a cannonball. Human bomb chariot. Seeing this, Shino frowned slightly and quickly took a few steps back. At the same time, he formed seals with his hands and whispered, "Secret technique, insect wall." In an instant, the swarm of insects gathered quickly, forming a black barrier in front of him, blocking Shikamaru's meat bomb tank. Koji's attack was blocked by the insect wall and his body was forced to stop. He quickly recovered, breathing heavily, having obviously expended a lot of energy. Shino still looked at Koji calmly and said calmly, "Koji, your attack is powerful enough, but you lack flexibility and cannot pose a threat to me." Koji gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat unwilling, but he knew that what Shino said was true, and he did not want to admit defeat. He took a deep breath, formed seals with his hands again, and whispered, "Super multiplication technique." Bang! His body instantly became larger than before, occupying almost half of the entire venue. Seeing this, Shino's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity. He knew that this move of Shikamaru was extremely powerful, and if he was hit, he would probably be seriously injured. He quickly formed seals and whispered, "Secret technique, insect clone." In an instant, his body was surrounded by the swarm of insects, and then split into several clones, scattered throughout the venue. Koji swung his huge fist, trying to defeat Shino's clones one by one, but his movements were too slow and he could not catch up with Shino's speed. Shino's real body stood in a corner of the venue, looking at Koji calmly and whispered, "It's over, Koji." He formed seals with his hands and whispered, "Secret technique, insect devouring." In an instant, the swarm of insects rushed towards Shikamaru's body, completely enveloping him. Koji's body was covered by the swarm of insects. He tried to struggle, but the power of the swarm was too strong and he couldn't break free. Finally, he fell to the ground powerlessly, unable to fight any longer. Shino retracted the insect swarm, looked at Koji lying on the ground, and said calmly, "The winner is decided, Koji." Shikamaru could only nod reluctantly and helplessly. Upon seeing this, Moonlight Hayate immediately announced, "The 10th match of the preliminaries, Abarame Shino vs Akimichi Tsuji, the winner is Abarame Shino." Shino immediately turned around and left the venue, walking towards the viewing platform above, still looking calm and mysterious. Shikamaru silently got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and also walked towards the viewing platform above. Although there was a hint of unwillingness on his face, he was more relieved. Cough cough cough, the third Hokage's voice resounded throughout the venue, a little hoarse but full of majesty. "First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone on successfully passing the preliminaries for the third exam. Secondly, the third exam's official competition will be held in a month. There are two main reasons for this long delay. First, it is to allow the daimyos and ninja leaders from various countries enough time to come and watch the official competition. Second, I hope that you will use this time to carefully analyze your opponent's strengths and work hard to improve yourselves so that you can contribute to a wonderful duel in the upcoming official competition. Of course, if you want to rest during this period, you can do so." At this point, the third generation paused deliberately, and with a meaningful look, he glanced at the candidates in the venue, and then continued, "However, I believe that most of you will not choose to relax. After all, this exam is not only to prove your own strength, but also for the honor of your respective villages and your future prospects. The voice of the third generation was steady and powerful, echoing throughout the venue, as if stirring up ripples in everyone's heart. Alright, next, please draw lots to decide your respective opponents for the official match. After the third generation finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the chief examiner, Uegwin Hayate, immediately appeared in front of Naruto and others holding a box. Naruto and the other candidates who advanced said nothing except Shikamaru's complaint. They just silently glanced at the opponents they wanted to fight next, and naturally, Naruto received most of the looks. In response, he could only shrug helplessly, not knowing what to say. After a while, the results of the draw came out, and their respective opponents were Uzumaki Naruto vs Kankuro, Hinata Hyuga vs Temari, Uchiha Satsuki vs Gaara, Nara Shikamaru vs Rock Lee, and Hyuga Niji vs Abarame Shino. Faced with this duel list, naturally some are happy and some are sad, and only they themselves know what they are thinking. The Sandaime Hokage, standing in the viewing area, glanced at every candidate in the venue. Seeing that the draw results had been finalized, he nodded gently and said in a calm and forceful tone, "Alright, everyone, now that the draw results are out, the next month will be a critical time for you to improve yourself and break through your limits. I hope you can make full use of this time to fully prepare for the official competition and show your best condition." Having said this, he paused, scanning the crowd with a sharp gaze, his voice filled with a hint of majesty and expectation. "Remember, true strength lies not only in the improvement of strength, but also in how to grow in adversity." His words echoed in the venue, as if injecting new strength into every candidate. For a moment, determination and fighting spirit flashed in the eyes of many candidates, and they were obviously inspired by the words of the three generations. The third generation smiled slightly, his eyes filled with hope and encouragement, and then announced, "Well, the preliminaries are over. Let's see you in the official competition in a month. Now, disband." Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, hoo-ha. In the dense forest several kilometers away from Konoha, Naruto, with several kilograms of lead tied to his hands and feet, was doing push-ups under a big tree, sweating profusely. His breathing was rapid and sweat dripped down his cheeks to the ground, but he had no intention of stopping. At this time, a day and a night had passed since the third exam preliminaries. Now he is carrying out high-intensity physical training according to the training plan he had previously formulated. At the same time, some of his shadow clones were also training in various ninjutsu in different places. There are two reasons why Naruto did this. The first was to refamiliarize himself with all the ninjutsu he had mastered. The second is to expand one's own chakra capacity by releasing as much chakra as possible from the body. This is a training method he obtained through improvement shadow clone training method. However, this method can only work on a certain number of shadow clones. If it exceeds this range, his method will become ineffective. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly, and a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. He murmured, "So that's how it is." The reason why Naruto suddenly made such an exclamation was because just now, the shadow clone he sent to investigate some things sent him back some important information. The first is the question of why Naruto in this world is so respected by the villagers. It turned out that after the Nine Tails night, the third Hokage, who had returned to the position of Hokage, held a grand village meeting in front of the Hokage's office building. At the meeting, he first announced a series of measures to stabilize the villagers' emotions, then revealed Naruto's true identity to them, and told them how the fourth generation couple protected the village. Of course, during this period, he cleverly concealed the fact that the Nine Tails was sealed in Naruto's body, and only mentioned lightly that the threat of the Nine Tails had been completely resolved by the fourth Hokage. In this way, the villagers' hatred for the Nine Tails did not shift to Naruto. Instead, because of the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage and his wife, they were full of respect and gratitude towards Naruto. Not only that, the third generation also repeatedly emphasized in many public occasions that Naruto is the heroic son of the village and the hope of Konoha's future. In this way, he closely linked Naruto's fate with the village, and gradually established a positive image of Naruto in the hearts of the villagers. As time went on, Naruto's position among the villagers became more and more stable, and everyone's respect and support for him increased day by day. The third generation in this world is really strong. Naruto sighed sincerely. He knew very well that the Sandaime had to bear enormous pressure to make these decisions and put them into practice. If you are not careful, it may lead to greater contradictions and conflicts. However, the Sandaime, with his outstanding wisdom and lofty prestige, not only successfully resolved the potential crisis, but also shaped Naruto into a heroic son who symbolizes hope in the future. This kind of skill and courage is truly admirable. Secondly, it is about why the Uchiha clan was not exterminated. In fact, Naruto's shadow clone did not investigate too many details in depth, because this matter seemed to involve the secrets of Konoha's top leaders, and many key information were strictly blocked. He could only understand some general information, that is, in this world, the Uchiha clan was not severely suppressed as in the original work, and the conflict between them and the village did not escalate to an irreconcilable level. However, some minor conflicts and contradictions still exist. Unlike the original work, on the eve of the Uchiha clan facing the crisis of extinction, a major change occurred within the clan. The clan leader at the time, Uchiha Fugaku, was suddenly stripped of his power and replaced by a moderate figure who advocated reconciliation with the village. After the new clan leader took office, he actively communicated with the third Hokage and worked hard to ease the tension between the Uchiha clan and the village. At the same time, the third Hokage also adopted a more inclusive policy, giving the Uchiha clan more trust and opportunities. Not only did he allow the Uchiha clan to continue to serve as the Konoha Guard, he also took the initiative to invite the Uchiha clan's elite ninjas to participate in important tasks and decision-making in the village. This two-way effort gradually eased the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village, avoiding the tragic genocide in the original work. As for why was Uchiha Fugaku suddenly deprived of his rights as clan leader, it all had something to do with his son, Uchiha Itachi. However, Naruto's shadow clone was unable to investigate clearly what Uchiha Itachi had done. However, Naruto speculated that this might be related to the earlier abduction incident of Konoha children. Unfortunately, information about this incident has been almost completely blocked. The memories of most of the parties involved were also erased by the illusion, leaving only some vague fragments and inexplicable gaps. Tisk, are you doing all this to appease people, or is it to cover up the real truth behind it? Naruto said meaningfully. However, this also made him understand why Satsuki held such a deep grudge against Itachi. Because, after being deprived of his rights as clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku began to live in seclusion and even appeared depressed. His reputation in the village and within the clan plummeted, and as his daughter, Saitsuki witnessed her father's decadence and the decline of her family, so she naturally felt resentment towards Itachi. Naruto took a deep breath, feeling a small sympathy for Satsuki's situation. However, he vaguely felt that there seemed to be a deeper secret behind this matter, which was far more complicated than it seemed on the surface. It seems that there are more secrets hidden in Itachi. Naruto murmured in a low voice that he realized that there might be deeper reasons behind Itachi's actions, and these reasons might be closely related to the decision-making of Konoha's top leaders. Finally, it is about the grudge between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and the mysterious man mentioned by the third generation. These two matters were even more difficult to investigate, with almost no clues, not even a hint of news. However, Naruto is already very satisfied with this shadow clone investigation. After all, it has answered a lot of his doubts, and for the rest, let him figure it out little by little later. The time spent in training is always boring and painful, especially when one chooses a high-intensity training method like Naruto. The pain is multiplied. After the first day of training, Naruto's body seemed to be falling apart, and every muscle was screaming with fatigue. He dragged his heavy steps, almost stumbling back home, without even the strength to raise his hands. As soon as he touched the bed, his eyelids felt heavy as if filled with lead and he fell into a deep sleep instantly. Fortunately, although the Nine Tails did not actively lend its chakra to Naruto, due to their special relationship of sharing one body, some of the Nine Tails' chakra factors flowed in Naruto's body. Although these weak chakra factors could not restore him to his original state instantly, they accelerated the repair of his body imperceptibly. Under the influence of these subtle Nine Tails chakra factors, his body recovered almost completely the next day. Naruto immediately continued to practice, and finally, after 3 days of practice, he gradually adapted to this high-intensity training rhythm. So, he increased the physical training of his hands and feet to more than 10 pounds. At the same time, he also changed push UPS into frog jumps, jumping back and forth between the trees. On this day, Naruto was doing physical training as usual in the dense forest. Suddenly, his feet slipped and he fell straight down from the tree. Fortunately, there was a thick pile of grass below, which cushioned his fall. Although he fell in a rather embarrassing manner, fortunately he was not injured. Naruto was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard a scream coming from not far away. "Ah! There's a pervert." Naruto was stunned and looked up. The scene in front of him made him dumbfounded. It turned out that the place where he fell was a hidden hot spring, and a group of women were bathing in the hot spring. They were startled by the sudden noise and wrapped their bodies in towels, looking at Naruto angrily. "Wait, everyone, I didn't mean to do that, I just accidentally fell from the tree." Naruto hurriedly waved his hands to explain. However, the women obviously didn't believe his explanation. They took out stones and branches from somewhere and threw them at him. "Don't run, you pervert. Catch him. Don't let him get away." Naruto dodged and swerved, easily avoiding the rocks and branches thrown at him, and turned and ran. During this time, he did not forget to shout, "I really didn't mean to do that, let me explain." Unexpectedly, at this moment, a slightly obscene male voice suddenly rang out, "Pervert, the pervert is there, ladies, don't be afraid, let this immortal help you catch him." As he was speaking, a man with white hair and a forehead protector engraved with oil-colored words rushed out from a haystack not far away. Naruto recognized the person at a glance. It was Jiraiya. As soon as he appeared, the women present immediately turned their attention to him and shouted, "Ah, it's you again, we caught you 2 days ago, and you dare to come again? Sisters, beat him up." All of a sudden, the rocks and branches that were thrown at Naruto turned towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya panicked upon seeing this and quickly waved his hands to explain, hey, ladies, you misunderstood. I'm here to help you catch the pervert. I'm a gentleman. However, the women obviously did not buy his tricks and instead threw stones and branches at him even more angrily. Stop talking nonsense, you old pervert. I haven't settled the score with you for peeping at us taking a bath last time. Sisters, don't let him go. Naruto couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. The resentment he had felt in the Forest of Death because of Jiraiya, which caused him to be targeted by Orochimaru, seemed to have dissipated a little at this moment. However, it would have been better if he didn't smile. This smile shifted some of the women's attention to him. Ah, by the way, sisters, there's another one over here. Don't forget him. Then, more rocks and trees were thrown towards Naruto. Naruto quickly dodged and ran quickly away from the hot spring. Soon, the women's shouts behind him no longer disappeared. What an unexpected disaster. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered, I'm the one who got into trouble, little brat. As Naruto finished speaking, Jiraiya's angry voice came from above and behind him. Naruto immediately turned around and looked up, only to see Jiraiya standing on the tree trunk, staring at him angrily. There were still several red marks on his face from being hit by stones. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot from the rain of stones and branches. Did you get into trouble? Naruto rolled his eyes at him and said, look at the way you look just now. You've been peeping there for a long time. You deserve it, Mr. Pervert. What did I ask this called peeping? This immortal is just collecting materials, you little brat. Jiraiya jumped down from the tree, glared at him, and said dissatisfiedly, if you hadn't suddenly fallen from the tree, how would I have been exposed? Also, don't call me Mr. Pervert, call me immortal. Material, tisk, to be able to talk about peeping in such a high-sounding way, only a shameless guy like you can come up with it. Naruto curled his lips. Said, you still want me to call you immortal? Fine. At this point, he suddenly put away the playful look on his face and said seriously, hello, lecherous immortal. Jiraiya suddenly felt helpless and silently complained in his heart, this kid's mouth is really poisonous, he and his mother are simply cut from the same mold. Thinking about it, he looked Naruto up and down, and was immediately attracted by the lead blocks tied to his hands and feet. He asked, boy, are you training? Yeah, what's the matter? Do you want to teach me? Naruto replied arrogantly. In fact, Naruto knew in his heart that even if he didn't ask this, Jiraiya would still accept him as his apprentice. After all, he was the son of his apprentice, and he believed that Jiraiya's appearance here was accidental and someone must have told him. Naruto guessed that this person was either the third Hokage or Kakashi. However, no matter who that person is, it doesn't matter to Naruto, just like whether he can become Jiraiya's apprentice. After all, he also knows the ninjutsu that Jiraiya knows, and he also knows the ninjutsu that Jiraiya doesn't know, so whether he can become Jiraiya's apprentice is actually not important to him. Of course, becoming Jiraiya's apprentice still has some benefits for him, one of which is, in this way, Naruto can use all the ninjutsu he has mastered without worrying about arousing suspicion from others. If someone asks, he can just put the blame on Jiraiya. In addition, he can also sign a spiritual contract with Mayaboku Mountain and gain the support of the Toad clan. As expected, after hearing what he said, Jiraiya nodded and said, okay, but before that, I need to test your quality first. As he spoke, he clasped his hands together and shouted, the chaotic lion's hair technique. The chaotic lion hair technique. Swish! As Jiraiya's low roar fell, his white hair quickly stretched out like a snake, sweeping towards Naruto with a fierce momentum. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he quickly leaped back, dodging the attack. Bang! The white hair hit the place where Naruto had just stood, and a deep hole was instantly smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly and gravel to scatter everywhere. Hey, you lecherous sage, you just start fighting without any martial ethics, Naruto complained dissatisfiedly while stabilizing his body. Although he said light-hearted words, his eyes were fixed on Jiraiya's movements, not daring to be careless at all. Jiraiya laughed heartily, pulled back his white hair, crossed his arms, and assumed a leisurely attitude, saying, boy, the battle won't wait until you're ready. A ninja must be prepared for emergencies at any time. This is basic skill. Cut! Naruto immediately curled his lips. Although he was not convinced, he knew that Jiraiya was right. He took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, then put his fingers together and shouted, Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, more than a dozen shadow clones of Naruto appeared in the woods and surrounded Jiraiya. Each shadow clone assumed a fighting stance, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Jiraiya looked around at the densely packed shadow clones, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of approval. He said, not bad, boy, being able to create so many shadow clones in one breath is rare among Jonin, you do have some strength, but you can't defeat me by sheer numbers. Naruto did not respond, but instead acted simultaneously with his shadow clones, rushing towards Jiraiya from all directions. Some of them swung punches, some kicked, and some threw various ninja tools at him. The attack was fierce and intensive. Jiraiya was not in a hurry. He clasped his hands together and shouted, fire style, flame bullet. Boom! A ball of blazing flame spewed out of Jiraiya's mouth, like a fire dragon, sweeping towards Naruto and his shadow clones. Wherever the flames passed, the air was burned and distorted, and the surrounding trees were scorched black by the high temperature. Seeing this, Naruto quickly formed seals with his hands and said, "Wind style, great breakthrough." A strong gust of wind blew out of Naruto's mouth, collided with Jiraiya's flames, and instantly blew away the flames. Bang! The flames and strong winds intertwined to form a huge wall of fire, which then gradually dissipated. At the same time, the shadow clones took advantage of the chaotic moment when flames and strong winds intertwined and quickly approached Jiraiya from all directions. Seeing this, Jiraiya's eyes flashed with approval, but the corners of his mouth still had that calm smile, and he said, "Not bad, boy, you know how to use ninjutsu to create chaos and then take the opportunity to attack that you have a strong tactical awareness, but for me, you are still too young, Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp." In an instant, the ground around him became extremely soft, and the shadow clones that were approaching him lost their balance one after another, fell into the mud, and turned into white smoke. Naruto immediately jumped back quickly and landed on the trunk of a large tree far away from the swamp. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands and said, "Fire style, great fireball technique." Boom! A blazing fireball flew towards Jiraiya like a meteorite. A hint of surprise suddenly flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. That it was obvious that he was a little surprised that Naruto could master so many ninjutsu. However, he thought again, how could Naruto have survived Orochimaru's clutches for so long without any real strength? At the same time, his hands were not idle either. He quickly formed seals and shouted, "Earth escape, earth flowing wall." Boom! In an instant, a thick earth wall rose from the ground, blocking Jiraiya. Naruto's fireball hit the earth wall with a loud bang, and the flames collided with the earth wall, stirring up a cloud of dust and sparks. However, at this moment, a bright blue light suddenly appeared in the dust that had not yet settled, accompanied by a sharp buzzing sound. Jiraiya's pupils suddenly shrank, because he was very familiar with this azure light. He immediately opened his palm, and an azure light also lit up. "Raise Nan!" Naruto and Jiraiya's voices rang out almost at the same time, and the Raise Nan in their hands suddenly collided with each other, emitting a more dazzling azure light and a powerful shock wave. The surrounding dust was blown away instantly, and the trees were shaken by this force, and the leaves fell one after another. At the same time, Naruto and the other person were blown away by the shock wave, sliding on the ground for more than 10 steps before slowly stopping. "Boy, who taught you your Raise Nan?" Jiraiya had just stabilized his body and immediately asked Naruto, "I also want to ask you, who taught you your Raise Nan?" Naruto asked back. Although he knew that Jiraiya's Raise Nan was taught by the fourth Hokage, he still needed to go through the process. After all, he and Jiraiya are not that familiar with each other now. If he directly reveals that he knows too much information, it will arouse suspicion. "Of course it was my apprentice, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, who taught me," Jiraiya said proudly. "This is his original ninjutsu." "What?" Naruto immediately pretended to be surprised, widened his eyes, and stepped back exaggeratedly. Bulletin, as if he had received a huge shock. "You said my father is your apprentice. Are you lying to me, you lecherous immortal?" "Laughing at you." Jiraiya glared at him in dissatisfaction and said, "Can't this immortal be the fourth Hokage's master in this state?" As he said this, he shook his hair in a particularly cocky manner, making a gesture that he thought was very handsome. "Forward." After hearing what he said, Naruto deliberately looked him up and down, then nodded seriously and said, "Yes, it's not qualified, because you are really too vulgar, lecherous sage. You." Jiraiya was immediately furious and pointed at Naruto, unable to speak for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then he shook his head helplessly and said, "You are really good at talking, kid, but I didn't lie to you. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is indeed my apprentice. Otherwise, how could I know his Raise Nan?" "That's true." Naruto nodded immediately. He knew that the play should end here and there was no need to continue. Otherwise, it would be a bit too much. Seeing that Naruto finally believed what he said, Jiraiya immediately showed a smug smile on his face, and then continued with the previous question, asking, "Now can you tell me who taught you your Raise Nan?" "Of course it was taught to me by my father, the fourth Hokage," Naruto replied, according to the same trick he used to deceive the third Hokage. "What? Minato taught you?" Jiraiya was startled, then showed the same expression as the third Hokage when he first heard the news. "Hasn't he already? No, if it's him, then it's not surprising. That guy always does something unexpected." At this point, Jiraiya's eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of nostalgia and emotion, as if his student, Minato Namikaze, who he was once so proud of, was standing in front of him at this moment, with that gentle smile, saying softly, "I have a new idea, Jiraiya. A lecherous immortal." Naruto's shout brought Jiraiya out of his thoughts, and he immediately glared at him in dissatisfaction and said, "What are you doing? Are you still going to fight or not?" Naruto looked at him impatiently and asked, "No more fighting." Jiraiya waved his hand and said, "For the sake of your father Minato, I will accept you as my disciple." His tone was somewhat casual, as if accepting Naruto as his disciple was a very reluctant thing, but there was a hint of imperceptible relief and anticipation in his eyes. Naruto felt very unhappy after hearing what he said. "No, if you want to take me in, I don't want to be one." "What do you mean, brat, do you think I am wronging you by being your teacher? Jiraiya widened his eyes and looked at Naruto with dissatisfaction, with a threatening tone in his voice. Of course I feel wronged. If word gets out that I have a filthy fellow like you as my teacher, I'll be so ashamed. Naruto retorted bluntly, ashamed? I'm one of the legendary Sannin. So many people begged me to take them in as my apprentice, but I ignored them. How can it be embarrassing? You little brat, you really don't know what's good for you. The Sannin, are you that great? It's not like I haven't fought the Sannin before, it's just that. In this way, Naruto and Jiraiya's initial physical communication turned into a verbal confrontation. The two of them argued back and forth, neither of them willing to give in. After a while, the two stopped and stared at each other. The atmosphere was tense for a while. Jiraiya took a breath, rubbed his temple, and said helplessly, you little brat, you really have a stubborn temper. I don't know if you inherited this from your father or your mother. But, no matter what, today, I have decided to accept you as my disciple. Tell me, what do you want in exchange for me becoming your teacher? Naruto also took a breath. He knew that there was no point in continuing this argument, so he said, it's fine if you want me to be your disciple, but you have to show some appreciation, right? Express. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly widened, and he said angrily, I have seen disciples express their feelings to their masters, but I have never seen a master express his feelings to his disciples. You are turning the tables on Tien Gang, do you understand, brat? It's up to you whether you want to give it to me or not. If not, I'll just leave. Naruto shrugged indifferently, turned around, and pretended to leave. Etc. Jiraiya immediately stopped him, sighed, and said, okay, I can show it to you, but I have to wait until you are strong enough. You are far from qualified right now. At the end, he added smugly in his heart, I'll give you that thing sooner or later anyway. Using it as a condition now will just motivate you, brat, to work hard on your cultivation. After hearing what Jiraiya said, Naruto nodded immediately and said, okay, in that case, I will reluctantly become your disciple. In fact, he was not very interested in what Jiraiya said. It was just an excuse. He just didn't want to agree to Jiraiya so easily. Now that he had argued enough, he could naturally agree to it. However, in the future, Naruto realized how important Jiraiya's gesture to him would be to him. Jiraiya saw Naruto finally nodded, a relieved smile appeared on his face, and he said, in that case, call me teacher first. Okay, lecherous sage. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with a smirk on his face, deliberately dragging out the tone and said, call me teacher. Okay, wretched immortal. What a wretched immortal, call me teacher. Okay, pervert immortal. I told you to be a lecherous immortal. Oh, lecherous immortal. Time flies, the years pass by like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, a month of off-season passed quietly, as if it was just a snap of the fingers. In front of the memorial stone in Konoha village, Jiraiya stood alone and quietly. His gaze was deep and distant, as if he had crossed the barriers of time and space and returned to the years he spent with his close friends. His eyes flashed with reminiscence and emotion, as if he was telling stories of the past. After a long moment, Jiraiya slowly spoke, his voice deep and magnetic. Minato, what kind of genius have you and Kushina given birth to? This child, Naruto, has mastered most of the ninjutsu I know in less than a month. He even mastered the sage mode that took you 3 months to learn in less than half a day. Even the great Toad Sage was shocked by such talent, and he determined that he must be the prophesied child of the prophecy. At this point, Jiraiya's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a self-deprecating smile. Moreover, not only that, he also transformed the nature of chakra and integrated it into the Rasengan, successfully creating a ninjutsu that even you couldn't complete. Minato, the future of your son will probably far exceed all of our imaginations. It's time for us old guys to step aside. Although there was a hint of self-mockery in Jiraiya's tone, it was more of pride and relief. After all, Naruto is his disciple. After all. As a master, he is naturally very proud that his disciple can surpass him. However, what Jiraiya didn't know was that Naruto wasn't as gifted as he thought. In fact, Naruto just re-demonstrated everything that Jiraiya taught him in another world in a short period of time. Therefore, Jiraiya felt that his talent was amazing, even surpassing his father Minato Namikaze. In fact, all of this is the result of Naruto's countless sweat and efforts in another world. Therefore, now he is just picking fruits from another world. Of course, Naruto would never tell anyone about this no matter what. This would be a secret that he would never be able to tell. At this moment, Jiraiya seemed to recall something. He suddenly raised his head and cast his gaze towards the circular training ground in the distance. He said darkly, Orochimaru, what exactly do you want to do? If you just want to force me to show up, why would you go to such lengths? Or do you actually have a bigger plan? Jiraiya's words were tinged with worry, but more of it was a deep apology, as if he had some kind of unspeakable guilt towards Orochimaru. And old man, what on earth are you thinking about? Jiraiya's voice was low, with a hint of helplessness and confusion. Are you really going to let Orochimaru continue to make trouble like this? Not long ago, Jiraiya asked Naruto to convey the information he had accidentally obtained to the third Hokage, telling him that someone was preparing to attack Konoha during the Chunin exam. However, after learning the news, the third generation was silent for a moment, and then said lightly, I know, and there was no further words, and he did not even ask Naruto where the information came from. This made Jiraiya very confused and even a little angry. He was sure that the person who was preparing to attack Konoha must be Orochimaru, because Orochimaru had suddenly appeared once during the previous Chunin exam, and he didn't believe that it was just a coincidence. At the same time, he could also conclude from the third Hokage's reaction that with his intelligence network, he might have already noticed Orochimaru's movements and intentions a long time ago. However, he, who has always been known for his decisiveness and toughness, chose to remain silent this time and did not take any coercive action. This made Jiraiya feel extremely confused, as he always felt that the third generation seemed to have other plans. Perhaps he was planning something. Old man, what on earth are you planning? Jiraiya's gaze once again turned to the circular training ground in the distance, with 1,000 thoughts in his mind. The auditorium in the circular training ground was already packed with people. The candidates have lined up in the center of the venue under the sunshine, waiting for the announcement of the start of the competition. Likewise, standing in the center of the venue with them was the chief examiner not far in front of them. Moon pass gust of wind. However, he was treated better than the candidates, as he stood under the shade of a tree, while the candidates were exposed to the scorching sun, with sweat dripping down their cheeks to the ground. Despite this, Naruto and the others did not think that these insignificant hardships were a big deal. In contrast, some candidates felt a little nervous about competing under the gaze of so many people for the first time. For example, Hinata. Naruto noticed that even she, who was bold and strong by nature, seemed a little uneasy at the moment. Her hands were tightly clutching the corners of her clothes, her eyes were lowered, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she seemed to be trying to calm her inner tension. For some reason, looking at Hinata's appearance at this moment, Naruto felt as if he saw the shyness of Hinata in the original work. However, he did not say anything to comfort Hinata, because he believed that with Hinata's personality, she would be able to adjust herself quickly. Of course, there were also some candidates who looked indifferent, such as Gaara and Naruto himself. The former is because of his naturally cold personality and does not care about the hustle and bustle around him, as if it has nothing to do with him. The latter is because this is not his first time participating in this kind of competition. He has already participated in it once in another world, so it is considered a piece of cake for him. Not to mention, he had witnessed more grand scenes and experienced more severe tests than this. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the audience seats above, which immediately attracted the attention of Naruto and others below. They all raised their heads and looked in the direction of the commotion. Naruto and the others discovered that the commotion was caused by a few people, or to be more precise, 2 middle-aged men with slightly graying temples. One of them had short black hair, a serious expression, and sharp eyes, while the other had long, smooth hair, a stern face, and a pair of white eyes with an elusive depth. Naruto recognized one of them at a glance. He was Hinata's father and the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. The other person looked familiar to him, but he just couldn't remember who it was. Father. At this moment, Zoyu, who was standing not far from him, suddenly murmured something in a low voice. Although her voice was soft, it carried a hint of excitement that was difficult to conceal. Naruto then suddenly realized that the man was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, Satsuki's father and the former head of the Uchiha clan. Zoyu once mentioned to his father that he hoped he could come to watch his game. However, at that time, Uchiha Fugaku only responded faintly and did not express his opinion clearly. Zoyu thought her father would not come, but she did not expect him to show up here. This made her both surprised and touched, and the tension in her heart was slightly relieved. Naruto muttered to himself, no wonder it looks so familiar. Although Uchiha Fugaku did not appear in many scenes in the original work, his stern face still left some impression on Naruto. At this moment, Naruto's body suddenly shook, because he felt 3 pairs of eyes were cast at him at the same time. He immediately looked in the direction of the gaze and found that the 3 gazes came from Hinata Hayashi in the audience, Uchiha Fugaku, and a middle-aged woman sitting next to him who looked 70% similar to Satsuki. Naruto immediately recognized her. She was none other than Uchiha Fugaku's wife, Satsuki's mother, Uchiha Mikoto. At the same time, her eyes showed completely different emotions compared to those of Hinata Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku. They appeared gentle and loving, as if she had some kind of natural closeness to Naruto. However, the looks from Hinata Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku made Naruto feel pressured. There was a hint of scrutiny and vigilance in Hinata Hayashi's eyes, as if he was assessing Naruto's strength and potential. His eyes showed both expectation for the younger generation and a hint of vigilance, as if he was worried about the influence Naruto would have on Hinata. As for Uchiha Fugaku, his eyes were even more complicated. Although his expression was still serious, there was a hint of hard-to-conceal wariness in his eyes, as if he was worried that Naruto would steal something important from him. Being stared at by 3 different gazes at the same time, Naruto felt very uncomfortable for a moment, and couldn't help but complain in his heart, no, why does it feel like I'm being stared at by my future father-in-law, mother-in-law, and, my other father-in-law? At this moment, the entire training ground suddenly became lively, relieving Naruto of the awkward situation. It turned out to be the 3rd generation in the kage who came to watch the game together. They entered the field at the same time from 2 different directions at the top of the training ground. When two people from 3 generations meet, it is natural that they can't avoid exchanging pleasantries. The third Hokage is still strong and healthy, even at this age. He still insists on being on the front line. Haven't you ever considered retirement? A light laugh came from under the tightly wrapped mask of the kage, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. When Sandai heard what he said, he did not show any displeasure. Instead, he smiled slightly, looking calm and composed. He slowly walked to the center of the platform, looked at the kage with a gentle but profound gaze, and replied calmly, Lord Kage, you're joking. Konoha village has many affairs to attend to. Although I'm old, I dare not let go easily. But Lord Kage, you are in your prime and can lead the sand village so calmly. It is truly admirable. Feng Ying raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously a little surprised by the response of the third generation. He chuckled and continued, Third Hokage, you are too modest. However, you should rest well when you are old. Overwork is not good for your health. After all, the future of Konoha should be left to the young people to steer, right? The third generation still had a smile on his face, but beneath that calm tone, there was a hidden edge. Master Feng Ying, what you say makes sense. However, although young people are full of vigor and vitality, they are still inexperienced and need more guidance from us old guys. But Master Feng Ying, you are so calm at your age. It is truly admirable. A hint of displeasure flashed across Feng Ying's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He leaned slightly to the side, his eyes sweeping across the examines below, his tone carrying a hint of meaning. Third Hokage, you're too kind. However, speaking of young people, Konoha's new generation of ninjas seems to be quite outstanding too, especially that blonde kid. He looks like he has a lot of potential. As he spoke, he glanced at Naruto's eyes, and a barely perceptible trace of murderous intent and hatred flashed in them. The third Hokage seemed not to notice this. He followed the Kazekige's gaze and looked at Naruto. A hint of relief and pride flashed in his eyes, but his tone remained calm. That child is called Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage. He is indeed very good, but he still needs more training. On the other hand, the younger generation of the Sand Village also has many geniuses. The child named Gaara seems to be your child, Kazekage-sama. I heard that he is the best among the younger generation of the Sand Village. It's true that a tiger father has a dog son. There was a hint of appreciation in the Sandame's tone, but his gaze remained deep, as if he was testing the Kazekige's reaction. The Wind Shadow chuckled lightly, his tone indifferent. There are indeed many outstanding young people in the Sand Village, but compared to the foundation of Konoha, we still need to learn a lot. I just don't know if the young people of Konoha can show their due strength in the next game. The third Hokage smiled slightly and looked at the Kazekage with deep eyes. Please rest assured, Kazekage-sama. The young people of Konoha will never disappoint us, just as Konoha will never disappoint the villagers. But you, Kazekage-sama, seem to be paying special attention to this exam. When Feng Ying heard what the third generation said, his expression froze slightly, and he thought that the third generation had noticed something, but he quickly returned to normal. He smiled faintly, his tone tentative. Third Hokage, you're joking. Our two countries are allies, and we naturally hope that the young people of Konoha can perform at their best. After all, this is also an opportunity for us in the Sand Village to learn. The third Hokage nodded, his tone carrying a hint of meaning. Lord Kazekage is thoughtful. However, the outcome of the exam will still depend on the performance of the young people. As for us old folks, we should just watch and watch. Feng Ying couldn't help feeling a little annoyed when he saw that the third generation was always calm and his words were very precise. He snorted coldly, with a hint of provocation in his tone. The third Hokage is indeed very calm. However, sometimes being too calm can lead to missing out on important opportunities. The third Hokage smiled slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Lord Kazekage is right, but opportunities always come to those who are prepared. Konoha and the young people of Konoha have already made preparations. Lord Kazekage can rest assured about this. Feng Ying felt a little annoyed when he saw that he could never gain the upper hand in front of the third Hokage, but he quickly adjusted his mood and smiled faintly. Since the third Hokage is so confident, then let us wait and see. Alright, then please wait and see, Master Kazekage. The third Hokage nodded slightly, then swept his eyes across the room, and with a hint of authority in his tone, he said, Now, I declare that the third round of the Chunin exam, the official round, begins now. As the third generation finished speaking, the entire training ground instantly became boiling. The cheers and shouts of the audience resounded through the sky, and the atmosphere in the venue reached a climax in an instant. Upon seeing this, the chief examiner, Yuguan Ji Feng, stepped forward and said to the examines, Now, Uzumaki Naruto and Kankuro, who are in the first round, please state out the other examines, please go to the viewing area upstairs to rest. As soon as these words were spoken, except for Naruto and Kankuro, the other candidates immediately walked towards the viewing area above. Before leaving, Hinata didn't forget to whisper to Naruto, Come on, Naruto. Naruto immediately gave her a huge smile back and nodded slightly. Zoyu glanced at him calmly and said nothing. She hadn't spoken a word to Naruto since the preliminaries that ended a month ago. However, the look in her eyes, a hint of deep worry, betrayed her. Naruto naturally noticed this and immediately smiled back at her. Zoyu did not respond to this, but just snorted coldly, but the worry in her eyes disappeared without a trace. At the same time, her ears turned slightly red, and it was obvious that her heart was not as calm as she appeared. Little did they know that this scene of Naruto and the other two was seen by the Uchiha Fugaku couple and Hayaga Hayashi, who were watching them in the audience seats above. A hint of displeasure flashed in the eyes of the two fathers, and they snorted coldly. In contrast, there was a meaningful look in Uchiha Mikato's eyes, as if she was curious and looking forward to the relationship between Naruto and the other two. Hinata Hanabi, who was sitting next to Hinata Hayashi, was also curious like her, because it was the first time she saw her sister treat someone so gently, and she couldn't help but remember Naruto's name silently in her heart. So, do you two have any objections? After Satsuki and the other candidates had all left, Tsukaseki Hayate immediately turned to Naruto and Kankuro, who remained, and asked, "No." Naruto and Kankuro shook their heads and replied in unison, "Then, I declare that the third round of the Chunin exam, the official round, the first round, Uzumaki Naruto vs Kankuro, will begin now." Swish! As soon as Moonlight Gale finished speaking, he quickly jumped back and lightly retreated to the edge of the venue, leaving enough space for Naruto and Kankuro to fight. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became tense, and the noise in the audience gradually subsided. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two young ninjas in the center of the venue. However, to the surprise of everyone present, Naruto and Kankuro did not start fighting immediately, but stood there, staring at each other. After a moment, Kankuro slowly said, "Boy, this time, I won't be careless, just wait for you to admit defeat." His tone was filled with deep hatred and murderous intent, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife, piercing straight at Naruto. "Oh, really? Then I'll wait and see." Naruto responded indifferently, still maintaining a relaxed expression on his face. At this moment, a childish and loud shout suddenly came from the audience, "Brother Naruto, come on, you must beat up that clown-faced guy." Naruto looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person was Konoha Ling, whom he had not seen for a long time. I saw her holding a big loudspeaker in one hand and waving the other hand towards Naruto, repeating words like "Brother Naruto, come on," and "Brother Naruto, beat the clown-faced guy up for me. Naruto, don't lose to that guy." In the audience on the other side, Kiba shouted loudly to Akamaru, who was lying on top of his head, who also barked twice, as if cheering for Naruto. "Ha, it seems you're quite popular." Kankuro sneered, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, "but popularity alone won't win me." "Popularity?" Naruto shrugged, still maintaining a relaxed attitude, and said, "I never thought of winning you by popularity. Besides, you are not qualified enough for me to take you seriously to that extent." "Arrogant." Kankuro's eyes turned cold, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. "Then let me see what you are capable of." Swish! The puppet he was carrying behind him, the crow, instantly flew into the air, and the bandages that originally wrapped it gradually faded away. At the same time, lines of chakra emerged from Kankuro's fingertips, and some of them attached to the crow. Under Kankuro's control, the crow immediately approached Naruto rapidly. Its black mechanical arms stretched out like a poisonous snake, and a number of shining daggers suddenly popped out from its palms, pointing directly at the vital points of Naruto's body. "Ha, nice speed. It's a pity that this level of attack can't hurt me." Naruto dodged left and right very easily, avoiding all of the crow's attacks. However, Kankuro was not in a hurry at all. He seemed to be planning something. He still controlled the crows and continued to attack Naruto. However, the fingertips of his right hand were trembling slightly inadvertently, as if he was controlling something invisible. Naruto seemed not to notice this and continued to dodge the crow's attacks easily, with even a faint smile on his lips. "Hey, is this all you have?" Naruto dodged and teased, "If this is all you have, then I'm going to end this battle." "Oh," Kankuro sneered, a vicious glint in his eyes, "don't be impatient, kid, the fun has just begun." As he spoke, his fingers suddenly twitched violently, and the chakra lines originally attached to the crow instantly tightened. Puff! The next second, a puff of light purple poisonous smoke spewed out of the crow's mouth and headed straight for Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto frowned slightly and quickly jumped up to avoid the range of the poisonous smoke. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook, and the next second, a bloated puppet with red devil horns and 6 arms suddenly broke out from the ground. This is none other than Kankuro's other puppet, Black Ant. "Go to hell, kid." Kankuro quickly controlled the chakra lines, and the Black Ant's bloated body opened up instantly, revealing rows of sharp blades inside. At the same time, its 6 arms suddenly rushed towards Naruto, trying to completely trap and strangle him. "Oh no!" In the audience, Miuya Ling watched this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed, and the loudspeaker in her hand almost fell to the ground. Kiba and Akamaru also stood up nervously, staring intently at the situation on the field. Satsuki and Hinata in the viewing area also looked at Naruto nervously. However, Naruto was not panicked at all. His eyes remained calm, and the corners of his mouth even rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. In fact, he had already noticed Kankuro's little tricks, but he just didn't bother to expose them. "You think you can beat me like this? You're still too young," Naruto said disdainfully, quickly clasping his fingers together. Shadow clone technique. Bang! A burst of white smoke flashed, and a shadow clone appeared above Naruto, grabbed his hand, and threw him into the sky. Swish, Naruto's body instantly flew into the air, avoiding the encirclement of the black ant's 6 arms. At the same time, he quickly formed hand seals and said, "Now that your attack is over, it's my turn, fire style, great fireball technique." Boom, a huge fireball burst out of Naruto's mouth and headed straight for Kankuro below. The blazing flames instantly ignited the air, and the temperature in the entire venue seemed to rise suddenly not good. Kankuro's face changed, and the chakra lines in his hands danced quickly like snakes, controlling the 2 puppets, Crow and Black Ant, and quickly blocking in front of him. Bang! The fireball hit Crow and Black Ant violently, and the scorching flames instantly enveloped the 2 puppets. The flames suddenly shot up into the sky, and the air above the field was filled with thick smoke and the smell of burning. However, when the flames gradually dissipated, the Crow and the Black Ant were still standing, with only some burnt marks left on the surface, and bursts of slight friction sounds coming from the joints of the mechanisms. "Ha ha ha, kid, you didn't expect that. These puppets of mine have been processed with special means and are extremely fire resistant. That you were just dreaming if you want to destroy them with just your little fire escape." Kankuro laughed triumphantly, with a sinister gleam in his eyes. The chakra lines in his hands danced again, and Crow and Black Ant immediately moved, attacking Naruto quickly from the left and right. As soon as Naruto landed, before he could even stand firm, he felt the fierce attacks coming from both sides. He quickly used a body flash technique to distance himself from the Crow and the Black Ant, and at the same time, said maliciously, "Oh, really? Then let me see how resistant your puppet is to fire." As he spoke, Naruto bit his lip, wiped it with his finger, and pressed it on the ground, summoning technique. Bang! A burst of white smoke suddenly rose up, accompanied by a huge roar, and a huge toad appeared on the scene. It is wearing armor and has a rosary around its neck with a striking character engraved on it. This toad is called Toad Straight. Jiraiya. At the highest point of the training ground, the Wind Shadow looked at Naruto and Gamma below. A trace of strong murderous intent and hatred emerged in his eyes, and he said in his heart, "I must kill you." The third Hokage, who was sitting next to him, just glanced at him calmly, as if he didn't notice anything unusual about him. He muttered in his heart, "Naruto really has Jiraiya as his master. Fate, this thing is really amazing, alas." At the same time, a large number of Konoha spectators in the audience also recognized the summoning beast summoned by Naruto, and immediately started talking, "Hey, that isn't Jiraiya-sama's summoning beast. When did Naruto become Jiraiya-sama's disciple?" "Yeah, I haven't heard about Jiraiya-sama returning to the village. I remember that Minato-sama was also Jiraiya-sama's disciple before." Naruto can be said to have inherited his father's mantle. No wonder Naruto's strength has improved so quickly recently. It turns out he has Jiraiya-sama's guidance. The audience's discussions were endless, and the atmosphere in the venue became more heated. In the field, the toad raised his head and glanced at Naruto standing on his back, and said in a deep and powerful voice, "Quack, it's Naruto. It's been a long time. Who are you calling me out to deal with?" "Brother Gamasato, please prepare some toad oil." Naruto pointed at the crows and black ants not far away and said, "Quack, got it, Naruto." Gamasato responded, and the next second, his stomach swelled up, and a thick light yellow liquid came out of his mouth and went straight to the crows and black ants. At the same time, Naruto, who was standing on its back, quickly formed a seal and said, "Fire style, toad oil flame bullet." Boom! The blazing flames spewed out from Ming's mouth. The moment they came into contact with the toad oil, the flames instantly exploded and turned into a sea of fire, completely engulfing the crow and the black ant. At the same time, the heat wave caused people in the audience seats on the sidelines to raise their hands to block the heat, and some people were even forced to hide behind their chairs. The high temperature of the flames caused the air in the entire training ground to become distorted, as if even the space was burned blurred. "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" someone in the audience exclaimed. "It's terrifying. Naruto can actually release such a powerful fire escape. As expected of Jiraiya-sama's disciple, he is truly extraordinary." Kankuro stood at the other end of the field, his face ashen. He wanted to use his chakra lines to pull Crow and Black Ant back, but his chakra lines were instantly burned off by the scorching heat as soon as the flames touched them. He could no longer control the puppets. He could only pray secretly in his heart that Crow and Black Ant were fire resistant enough to withstand Naruto's fire escape. After a while, the flames gradually dissipated, revealing the Crow and Black Ants inside, which were completely burnt but still intact. Seeing this, Kankuro felt relieved, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Ha ha ha, kid, you see, my puppet is not so easy to be destroyed. No, I didn't say it's all over." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Naruto raised a smirk on his face, pointed his finger at the sky, and said, "You'd better look up." "Forward." Kankuro immediately looked up in the direction of Naruto's finger, and saw that a thick cloud of steam had gathered above the field at some point. That was formed by the water vapor evaporated from the toad oil fire bullet that Naruto had just used. "Is this steam?" Kankuro was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt uneasy. The smile on Naruto's lips deepened, and he quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Lightning style, thunder dragon bullet." Boom! As Naruto's voice fell, thunder suddenly sounded above the field, and then a giant dragon formed by lightning roared out from the steam cloud and rushed straight towards the crows and black ants on the ground. What? Kankuro widened his eyes and wanted to rush to the puppets and protect them with his body, but the speed of lightning was too fast and he had no time to react. Boom! The thunder dragon hit the crow and the black ant hard, and a powerful electric current instantly ran through the puppet's body. It had already been burned by flames. The puppet completely disintegrated under the impact of thunder and lightning, turning into a pile of charred fragments and scattered all over the ground. No, Kankuro roared, his eyes instantly turning red. As a puppeteer, if he lost his puppet, it would be like losing both arms, and he would no longer be able to exert his true strength. He fell to his knees, picking up the charred puppet fragments on the ground with trembling hands, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. My puppet. My crow. My black ant. Kankuro's voice was hoarse and low, as if he was muttering to himself. His fingers tightly grasped the fragments, his knuckles turned white due to the force, but he could not change the fact that the puppet had been completely destroyed. Uzumaki Naruto, I want you to die. Kankuro suddenly raised his head and looked at Naruto, his eyes full of anger and resentment. The next second, he rushed towards Naruto like crazy, completely forgetting that he was a ninja. At this moment, he was completely overwhelmed by anger and hatred, and rushed towards Naruto madly like a beast that had lost its mind. His hands did not form any hand seals, but were just waving around randomly, as if he wanted to tear Naruto to pieces in the most primitive way. Naruto immediately jumped off Gamasato and said, "Thank you, brother Gamasato, you can go back now." "Okay, Naruto." The toad responded and immediately turned into a white mist and disappeared. At the same time, Naruto was not idle either. He opened his palm, and a smaller Raise-Non instantly condensed and took shape in his palm. The blue chakra ball rotated at high speed, making a sharp buzzing sound. Naruto looked calmly at Kankuro who was rushing towards him. There was no panic in his eyes, but a hint of pity. "Kankuro, you've already lost. Continuing like this will only embarrass yourself further," Naruto kindly reminded him, with a hint of admonition in his tone. However, Kankuro could no longer hear anything. There was only anger and hatred in his eyes, as if Naruto was the only enemy left in the world. He waved his hands wildly, roaring, "I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you." Naruto sighed softly and shook his head, "Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto's figure disappeared instantly. The next moment, he appeared in front of Kankuro, and the Raise-Non in his hand hit Kankuro's abdomen without hesitation. Boom! The power of the Raise-Non exploded instantly, and Kankuro's body was blown away by the huge impact force like a kite with a broken string, and slammed hard into the wall in the field, creating a huge hole in the wall. Kankuro's body trembled violently several times, he spat out a mouthful of blood, tilted his head, and fainted immediately. Seeing this, Yuegwan Haifeng immediately announced the third exam of the Chunin exam, the official match. The first match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Kankuro, the winner is Uzumaki Naruto. Cokes, the entire audience instantly boiled over, as if ignited by an invisible force. They never expected that the first match of the official competition would be so exciting. Wouldn't the next matches be even more exciting? The audience's enthusiasm was completely ignited, with cheers and shouts rising one after another. The entire training ground seemed to have turned into a huge whirlpool, and everyone's emotions were caught up in it, unable to extricate themselves. Too powerful, Naruto can actually use fire style and lightning style at the same time, and can also fight with summoned beasts. A Konoha ninja stood up excitedly, his eyes full of admiration and shock. As expected of the fourth Hokage's son, he has inherited his father's powerful talent. Another older ninja spoke with a hint of nostalgia, as if recalling the golden flash that once dominated the world. As expected of Master Jiraiya's disciple, this fighting style is truly breathtaking. Another spectator couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Great, brother Naruto defeated that clown again." Konoha Ling held the trumpet tightly in her hand and looked at Naruto in the field with admiration on her face. "Akamaru, see, Naruto won. I knew this guy could beat me, and he would definitely be able to beat that arrogant guy too," Kiba said excitedly to Akamaru, who was lying on his head with a smug look on his face. Akamaru immediately barked twice, and his tail wagged like a windmill, as if he was also happy for Naruto's victory. "As expected of the son of the fourth Hokage, you do have some abilities, but you are far from being worthy of Hinata." Hinata Hayashi crossed his arms across his chest, staring coldly at Naruto in the field, and said to himself in his heart, "This guy named Uzumaki Naruto is really strong. No wonder my sister likes him." Hinata Hanabi looked at Naruto in the field with curiosity, her eyes flashing with excitement, and she also said silently in her heart, "The children of the Kushina family are really amazing, don't you think, Fugaku?" Uchiha Mikato looked at Naruto in the field, and the admiration in her eyes became more and more intense, like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she was. "Humph, it's just a little bit of strength, what's there to be proud of?" Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly, with a hint of disdain in his tone. However, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Then, he suddenly looked up at the VIP seats at the top, with a meaningful glint in his eyes. It seems that Naruto's strength has improved again. If this continues, my plan may be able to succeed ahead of time. The third generation sat in the VIP seat, took a light puff of his pipe, with a hint of relief and deep meaning in his eyes. Waste, everyone in the sand village is trash except Gaara. The kage looked at Naruto in the field, his eyes filled with murderous intent and hatred. Then, he turned his gaze to Gaara in the viewing area, a hint of expectation and coldness in his eyes. Gaara, I hope you won't let me down. Uzumaki Naruto, you are indeed a very good opponent. Gaara stood in the corner of the viewing area, his arms folded across his chest, his eyes cold and deep, his voice filled with a hint of suppressed fanaticism. Killing you will definitely be very interesting. As he said this, his fingers trembled slightly, as if he was suppressing the murderous intent that was brewing in his heart. At the same time, Temari stood aside, looking at the fallen Kankuro with a worried look on her face, muttering, is Kankuro going to be okay? As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Naruto and said through gritted teeth, Uzumaki Naruto is too ruthless. If anything happens to Kankuro, I will definitely not let him go. Naruto is really strong now, I have to work hard to keep up with him. Satsuki and Hinata, who were on the other side of the viewing area, looked at Naruto in the field, silently clasped their hands tightly, and said in their hearts almost at the same time, this kid's strength has improved too fast. It's only been a month, and he's already grown to this point. He's truly a monster. In the field, Uegwen Jaifeng ordered the medical ninjas to carry Kankuro onto a stretcher, while watching Naruto walking towards the spectator seats, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, congratulations, Naruto. As Naruto stepped onto the viewing area, Shikamaru came up to him and waved lazily, his tone mixed with a hint of teasing and sincerity. You're only one step away from becoming a Chunin. Thank you, Shikamaru. Naruto smiled and replied, you should also work hard. With your strength, becoming a Chunin will definitely be no problem. Don't be ridiculous, Naruto. Shikamaru curled his lips, his hands in his pockets, his tone revealing helplessness and laziness. My next opponent is Rock Lee. He's a master of personal techniques. How can I possibly defeat him? I'm thinking of just surrendering later. Besides, after being promoted to Chunin, there will be more missions and heavier responsibilities. I don't want to get entangled in trouble so early. Naruto just smiled after hearing what he said and said nothing more. Because he knew that what Shikamaru said was actually half true and half false. It is true that they find it troublesome, but when they say they want to surrender, it is probably just a casual remark. If he really didn't want to fight Xiao Li, he could have just given up before the official match. Why wait until now? Moreover, he also knew that the criteria for selecting Chunin did not necessarily depend entirely on victory or defeat, and there are other standards. Not to mention, he didn't think he could make it to the end of this exam. After all, thinking of this, Naruto subconsciously raised his head, his eyes passing over the crowd and falling on the kage sitting in the VIP seats. At this time, Uegwen Jaifeng's voice came from the field. Now, please invite the candidates for the second round, Hyuga Hinata and Temari, to enter the field. Swish! Temari couldn't wait to jump down from the spectator seats and landed lightly on the field. Hinata glanced at Naruto, and Naruto immediately gave her an encouraging look. Hinata immediately raised a happy smile on her lips, and her whole body seemed to be injected with infinite power. She took a deep breath, jumped lightly, and also came to the center of the field, standing opposite Temari. Do you two have any other objections? Moonlight Hayate glanced at the two of them and asked as a matter of routine. No. Hinata and Temari shook their heads and replied, then, I declare that the third round of the Chunin exam, the official round, the second round, Hinata Hyuga vs Temari, will begin now. Hinata and Temari did not take action immediately, but stood there quietly. After a moment, Temari broke the silence first, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she slowly said, you and Uzumaki Naruto seem very familiar. Could you be his girlfriend? Hinata blushed when she heard Temari's words and replied, we're not there yet, but we'll be there soon. Is that so? That's perfect. Temari sneered, a sharp light flashing in her eyes, then I will defeat you first and collect some interest for my brother Kankuro, and then I will go and get rid of that Uzumaki Naruto and avenge my brother. So you want to cause trouble for Naruto, then you have to get past me first. Hinata snorted coldly, and her aura suddenly changed. Her eyes became sharp and determined, and her hands slowly took the starting position of the Hyuga clan's soft fist. The veins in her white eyes bulged, as if there was light flowing in them. Seeing this, Temari's smile widened. She swung the huge fan in her hand, creating a sharp gust of wind. Interesting, let me see how powerful the Hyuga clan, Konoha's largest clan, is. After saying that, Temari waved her fan violently, and a strong wind blade instantly swept towards Hinata. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever the wind blade passed, deep cracks were immediately created on the ground, dust flew everywhere, and the momentum was astonishing. Hinata's eyes narrowed, and the bulging veins in her eyes suddenly became more obvious. Through her Byakugan ability, she clearly captured the trajectory of the wind blade. She dodged lightly, her movements as smooth as flowing water, graceful and swift, as if she had already predicted Temari's attack route. Soft fist technique, 8 diagrams 64 palms. Hinata let out a low roar, and her body suddenly accelerated, rushing towards Temari. Her hands moved quickly like a phantom, each palm accurately aiming at Temari's chakra points. There was a hint of surprise in Temari's eyes. Obviously she didn't expect Hinata to be so fast. She quickly retreated, waving her fan and trying to use wind jutsu to block Hinata's attack. Wind style, Kama Itaki technique, Temari shouted, and as she waved her fan, countless wind blades flew towards Hinata like sharp blades. Hinata took her time, stopping immediately and spinning rapidly as she whispered, Quaiton. In an instant, a rotating chakra shield formed around her body, deflecting all of Temari's wind blades. The wind blade hit Quaiton's shield, making a bang-bang sound, but it could not break through Hinata's defense. Seeing this, Temari frowned slightly, obviously not expecting Hinata's defense to be so strong. She quickly adjusted her tactics, waved her fan, and quickly retreated, creating distance between herself and Hinata. As expected of the Hyuga clan, you're quite capable. Temari sneered and waved the fan in her hand again, but you can't defeat me with just defense. Wind style, great scythe weasel technique. Temari let out a low shout and swung her fan violently. A storm stronger than before formed instantly and swept towards Hinata. The storm was filled with countless sharp wind blades, as if they were going to tear everything apart. Hinata's eyes fixed, and she quickly retreated. At the same time, she struck out with her right palm and shouted, soft fist technique, Bagua empty palm, bang! An invisible chakra blast shot out from her palm, heading straight for Temari's storm. Boom! The two forces collided in the air, making a loud noise, and the air waves scattered, and the dust in the field was blown up, blocking everyone's vision. After a while, the dust gradually dissipated and the scene in the field gradually became clear. Hinata and Temari were still standing in the middle of the field, but their states were completely different. Hinata was panting slightly, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Obviously, the Huoshin and Bagua Kongjang just now consumed a lot of her physical strength and chakra. Her hands were shaking slightly, and it was obvious that she was no longer able to do it. Temari seemed much calmer. Although her face showed some fatigue and her chakra was consumed a lot, her condition was much better than Hinata's. She held the huge fan in her hand firmly. A sneer played on her lips, her eyes fixed on Hinata. It seems you've almost reached your limit. Temari said calmly, the Hyuga clan is no more than this. Hinata gritted her teeth and tried to calm her breathing. She knew that she could not delay any longer and had to end the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the chakra and body, if she runs out of energy, she will definitely lose. Soft fist technique, 8 diagrams 64 palms. Hinata growled again, her body suddenly accelerated, and she rushed towards Temari again. However, this time, her speed was obviously not as fast as before, and her movements seemed a little slow. A trace of contempt flashed in Temari's eyes, and she waved the fan in her hand violently. Wind style, Kama Itaki technique. Countless wind blades flew towards Hinata again. Hinata barely dodged a few of them, but was eventually hit on the shoulder by one of them. Puff! Blood instantly oozed out of the wound, staining her sleeves red. Forehead! Hinata groaned in pain and her body swayed slightly, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted, continuing to move towards Temari. Court death. Temari sneered and waved her fan again. Wind style, great scythe takejutsu. This time, the storm was more violent than before, and there were more wind blades. At this moment, the chakra in Hinata's body was no longer able to support her use of Quaiton for defense, and she could only reluctantly use Bagua Kongjang again. Bang! The chakra shockwave collided with the storm, making a loud noise. However, this time the power of Hinata's Bagua Kongjang was obviously much weaker than before, so it failed to completely offset Temari's wind escape, and the remaining wind blades still swept towards her. Hinata relied on her Byakugan to barely dodge several wind blades, but was eventually hit in the abdomen by one of them. Bang! She immediately flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, a large mouthful of blood immediately spitting out of her mouth. Elder sister. Hinata Hanabi in the audience cried out in pain, her eyes full of worry. Although Hinata Hayashi, who was sitting next to her, didn't say anything, there was a hint of heartache in his eyes, but more of encouragement. He silently said in his heart, come on, Hinata. That's enough, Miss Hinata. In the spectator seats, Niji looked at Hinata in the field with distress, and secretly said in his heart, you have tried your best. In contrast, Naruto on the other side, although he did not express anything and his face looked normal, the concern and anxiety that flashed in his eyes from time to time betrayed him deeply. He whispered softly, come on, Hinata. In the field, Hinata struggled to get up from the ground, with blood still hanging from the corner of her mouth, but she still stood up stubbornly. Her hands were trembling slightly, her chakra was almost exhausted, and her physical strength was close to the limit. However, her eyes remained firm, and she showed no sign of giving up. Do you still want to continue? Temari looked at Hinata coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. You have no chance of winning. If you continue fighting, you will only bring humiliation upon yourself. Hinata didn't answer, but took a deep breath and put her hands in the soft fist position again. I will not give up. Hinata whispered, her voice was weak but full of determination. For Naruto, for the glory of the Hyuga clan, I will never fall so easily. Temari looked at the stubborn girl in front of her, a complicated look flashing in her eyes. Although she admires Hineda's perseverance, as an opponent, she will not show mercy. Since you are so persistent, I will grant your wish, Temari said coldly. The next second, the giant fan in her hand opened again, and the wind chakra condensed on the huge fan. Wind style, Kama-Itaki technique. Temari waved her fan violently, and countless sharp wind blades swept towards Hineda like a storm. This time, the speed and power of the wind blade were much weaker than before, but it still showed a momentum that wanted to tear everything apart. Hineda gritted her teeth, and even though her body was exhausted, she still didn't give up. Her white eyes were wide open, trying to catch the trajectory of the wind blade, trying to find a flaw. However, her physical exhaustion made her movement slow. Even though she could see the path of the wind blade clearly, her body was unable to react in time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of wind blades cutting through the air was past her ears. Hineda barely dodged several wind blades by turning sideways, but was eventually hit on the left arm by one of them. Blood instantly oozed out of the wound, staining her sleeves red. Her body swayed slightly and she almost lost her balance, but she gritted her teeth and held on without falling. Why do you insist? There was a hint of confusion and even some anger in Temari's voice. She didn't understand why Hineda was still resisting so stubbornly when the outcome was already decided. Hineda raised her head and looked at Temari with a firm gaze. Although her voice was weak, it was full of power. Because I can't lose. I can't let Naruto down, nor can I bring shame to the glory of the Hyuga clan. As long as I can still stand, I will not admit defeat. Temari's brows furrowed slightly, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. She looked at the stubborn girl in front of her and felt a little admiration in her heart. But she quickly suppressed this emotion and said coldly, in that case, I will make you fall completely. After saying that, she waved the giant fan again, and the wind chakra condensed on the fan, forming a wind blade storm that seemed even more powerful. Wind style, Kama-Itaki technique, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind blades swept towards Hineda. Although their number and power were weaker than before, they were still a deadly threat to the already wounded Hineda. Looking at the wind blades sweeping in like a storm, Hineda's body could no longer effectively dodge them. Bang! The wind blade hit her body hard, and Hineda was knocked away and fell heavily to the ground. Her body slid on the ground for several meters and finally stopped at the edge of the field wall. Her consciousness began to blur, the scene before her eyes gradually turned black, and finally returned to silence. She fainted. There was silence, save for the sound of Temari's fan slowly closing. She looked exhausted and looked at Hineda lying on the ground with admiration, saying calmly, the winner has been decided. Upon seeing this, Yuegwan Haifeng immediately announced the third exam of the Chunin exam, the official match, the second round, Hyuga Hineda vs Temari. The winner is Temari. Swish! Hineda Hanabi immediately jumped up from her seat, tears glistening in her eyes, but she did not cry out loud. She just silently looked at Hineda lying on the ground and swore in her heart, sister, I will definitely become stronger and will never let you suffer such harm again. Well done, Hineda. Failure is not scary, but your courage and persistence have proved to people your strength and the glory of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi's face remained calm, but a trace of imperceptible relief flashed in his deep white eyes, and he said silently in his heart, from the Hyuga family, what a great kid. Uchiha Mikato glanced at Hineda in the arena, then turned her gaze to Satsuki in the spectator booth, her lips slightly raised with a meaningful smile. It seems Satsuki has a strong opponent. At the same time, Niji, who was sitting in the spectator booth, looked at Hineda in the field, silently clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white due to the force. At this moment, his heart was filled with complex emotions, admiration, self-blame, but more of heartache. Miss Hineda, you've done well enough. Niji murmured, don't worry, I will definitely help you get revenge. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Temari, his eyes filled with anger and coldness, as if he wanted to record her every move. On the other side of the spectator booth, Suzuki looked at Hineda with a complex expression, a mixture of admiration and recognition. However, there was still a trace of indescribable emotion, which eventually turned into a silent sigh. Naruto, who was standing not far from her, looked normal, but his eyes were flashing with heartache and relief. He murmured softly, Hineda, you've done very well, I'm proud of you. Forward. Suddenly, Naruto noticed that Temari's eyes fell on him, her eyes were full of provocation and hatred, as if silently declaring war on him. Naruto shrugged helplessly and said nothing. He was not angry because Hineda was injured by Temari. After all, this was a competition. As long as it was a competition, there would be winners and losers, and injuries were naturally inevitable. However, if Temari really meets him in the future, he will definitely do his best to let her see his true strength. Of course, if there is a follow-up to this exam. A moment later, the medical ninja carefully lifted the injured Hineda onto a stretcher and took her out of the examination room. At the same time, Temari also returned to the viewing area above. Sakaseki Hayate immediately announced, now, please invite the third-round candidates, Uchiha Satsuki and Gaara, to enter. Satsuki and Gaara immediately walked slowly from the viewing area to the center of the field. Gaara looked cold and expressionless, and seemed not to be very interested in this duel. His eyes were cold and empty, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. In comparison, Zoyu seemed a little nervous. Although her steps were firm, there was a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. After all, she still remembered the information about Gaara that Kabuto had provided her. Therefore, she was still a little unconfident about this duel. However, when she thought about her efforts over the past month, especially the new ninjutsu she had mastered, her uneasiness was slightly relieved. In the audience, Uchiha Mikoto seemed to notice something was wrong with Satsuki. She frowned slightly and turned to Uchiha Fugaku beside her and asked worriedly, "Fugaku, do you think Satsuki can defeat that sand ninja named Gaara?" Uchiha Fugaku remained calm and replied calmly, "I don't know, but as long as she tries her best, whether she wins or not, I don't care." Although his words were calm, there was a hint of uneasiness deep in his eyes. He always felt that there was something wrong with this sand ninja named Gaara. That cold aura seemed not something a human could possess, but some more dangerous existence. "Suyu, come on, Ziyu, come on." At this moment, a passionate female voice suddenly resounded throughout the audience, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. "That child looks so familiar, have you seen him somewhere?" Uchiha Fugaku looked in the direction of the voice, frowned slightly, and asked Uchiha Mikoto beside him, "Oh, the child's name is Harano Sakura, one of Satsuki's teammates." Uchiha Mikoto replied with a rather strange expression. "That's right. The person who cheered for Satsuki was Sakura, who arrived late." At the same time, sitting next to her was Ino, who also arrived late. Ino originally didn't plan to come, but after Sakura's constant persuasion, she finally pulled her over. They also happened to catch up with the duel between Satsuki and Gaara, so the scene just now happened. Harano Sakura, is she the girl who was rescued by Satsuki that year? Uchiha Fugaku's brows relaxed slightly, as if he remembered something, and asked in a low voice, "Yes, it's her. She seems to have some special feelings for Satsuki." Uchiha Mikoto nodded and said meaningfully, "Special feelings? Could it be that she likes Satsuki?" Uchiha Fugaku raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of surprise and confusion in his tone. Uchiha Mikoto sighed, nodded slightly, and said that after hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Sakura with an extremely complicated expression. Naruto, who was in the spectator seats, naturally heard Sakura's cheers, but he just smiled and whispered softly, "Sakura, you really came just in time." As he spoke, he looked at Satsuki and Gaara, who were already standing in the field. With a look of worry and expectation in his eyes, he said quietly, "Do your best, Satsuki." In the field, Uegwen Jiefeng, like before, once again turned to Satsuki and Gaara and asked, "Do you two have any objections?" "No." Satsuki and Gaara replied in unison, "Okay, then, I declare that the third round of the Chunin exam, the official round, the third round, Uchiha Satsuki vs Gaara, will begin now." Wow. As soon as Uegwen Jiefeng finished speaking, Gaara took the lead in launching an attack. Countless grains of sand suddenly gushed out of the gourd on his back and rushed towards Zoyu like a tide. Zoyu's eyes narrowed, and he quickly retreated while forming seals with both hands, and whispered, "Fire style, great fireball technique." Boom! A ball of blazing flames burst out of her mouth, forming a massive fireball that headed straight for Gaara's sand. The flames and sand particles collided in the air, making a hissing sound. The sand particles were burned red by the flames, but they still did not stop their attack. Gaara's sand seemed endless, quickly swallowing up the flames and continuing to approach Satsuki. As Zoyu continued to retreat, he frowned and said to himself, "Looks like I can't break through his defense all at once. I'll just try to disperse my attacks." Thinking of this, Zoyu quickly formed seals with his hands again and shouted, "Fire style, Phoenix fire technique." Swoosh, 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 countless small fireballs spewed out of Satsuki's mouth, flying out like the petals of a marigold, attacking Gaara from all angles. The fireballs drew arcs in the air, trying to bypass Gaara's sand defense and hit his body directly. However, Gaara's sand seemed to have life, and it quickly formed an impenetrable barrier around him, blocking all the fireballs. The fireball hit the sand, making a bang 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 sound, but it couldn't break through at all. "It's useless," Gaara said coldly with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Your attack is ineffective against me." As he said this, he once again controlled the sand particles to attack Ziyu. Bang! Satsuki rolled sideways and barely avoided the attack of sand particles. At the same time, she took out several shurikens from her ninja tool bag and threw them at Gaara. Puff, puff, puff. Shuriken is naturally. Gaara blocked them all with sand, but that was not Satsuki's purpose. Swish! I saw that Satsuki opened her Sharingan, and two Megatama were spinning rapidly in her scarlet pupils. She rushed to Gaara like a ghost, kicked him hard in the chest, and kicked him away. Swish! Satsuki immediately followed and appeared under Gaara in an instant, kicking him hard in the back again, kicking him into the air. However, Satsuki's offensive was not over yet. She instantly turned into a shadow and appeared above Gaara, kicking him hard in the abdomen again, kicking him heavily into the ground. Bang! In an instant, smoke and dust rose up, and a huge hole appeared on the ground, with Gaara's body stuck in it. Saitsuki landed steadily on the ground, breathing slightly, with a hint of fatigue on his face. The Megatama in his Sharingan slowly rotated as he watched the movements in the pit vigilantly. Xiaoli, who was watching the scene from the spectator booth, had a hint of surprise in his eyes, because he was very familiar with the move Zhou Yu had just used, which was exactly Shadow Dance Leaf. But he couldn't understand when Zhou Yu learned this trick. Suddenly, a picture flashed through his mind. Could it be that Naruto and I? So when I was fighting with Rock Lee before, you opened your Sharingan and copied his moves, Satsuki. Naruto on the other side chuckled and murmured, "You're really fast," but at this point, he suddenly changed the subject and became serious. Gaara won't be defeated so easily by you, Satsuki. Fugaku, what do you mean? That Satsuki's beautiful physical attack just now was completely useless. Uchiha Mikoto frowned and turned to look at Uchiha Fugaku beside her, with a hint of confusion and anxiety in her tone. Just now, after seeing Satsuki unleashing that smooth and flowing combo of Taijutsu on Gaara, she couldn't help but excitedly exclaim, "Fugaku, look at how beautiful Satsuki's moves are, she must have the upper hand." Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Uchiha Fugaku, who was sitting next to her, shook his head and replied, "No, Satsuki's attack just now had no effect on him at all. So, this is what happened. Because..." After hearing his wife's words, Uchiha Fugaku instantly opened his Sharingan. 3 Megatama slowly rotated in his scarlet pupils. His gaze was fixed on Gaara in the pit. He said in a serious tone, "Satsuki, all the attacks just now only landed on the sand covering his body. They didn't really hurt him at all." What? Sure enough, just as Uchiha Fugaku said, Gaara in the field slowly stood up from the pit, and the sand that originally wrapped his body gradually peeled off, revealing his unharmed body. His eyes were still cold, as if Zhou Yu's fierce physical attack combo just now was just a breeze and posed no threat at all. Damn it! Satsuki cursed softly. She didn't expect that Gaara's sand defense was so perfect, and her series of attacks just now were useless. Is that really the only trick I can use? Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and said to himself. Wow! At this time, Gaara's sand surged again, turning into a huge sand palm, and slapped towards Satsuki fiercely. Zhou Yu's eyes flashed, and he quickly jumped up, using the inside of the Sharingan to easily avoid the sand palm attack. Then, she pressed her toes on the sand palm and leaped upwards like an arrow. At the same time, Kakashi's words when he taught her this move rang in her ears. "Satsuki, remember, in your current state, you can only use this move 3 times at most, after which you will be exhausted. So, don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary." "Excuse me, Kakashi-sensei, it seems like now is the time." Satsuki, who was in mid-air, said this in his heart, and glanced at the Uchiha Fugaku couple in the audience, and found that they were looking at him with anticipation and worry. Then, she looked at Naruto in the viewing area and found that although his expression was normal, there was a hint of concern and nervousness in his eyes. Zhou Yu's heart suddenly felt warm, and then he took a deep breath, quickly formed seals with his hands, and the chakra in his body began to surge wildly. Her Sharingan became sharper at this moment, as if it could see through everything. Chidori! With a low shout, Zhou Yu's right hand was instantly wrapped in dazzling lightning, and a shrill chirping sound instantly resounded throughout the entire venue, as if hundreds of birds were chirping at the same time. Swish! Her body dived down like lightning, heading straight for Gaara below. Seeing this, Gaara quickly manipulated the sand and wrapped himself into a huge sandball, leaving only a pair of cold eyes exposed. He tried to use this method to block Zhou Yu's attack. Sakura, Satsuki, what kind of ninjutsu is this? It looks so scary. Ino looked at Satsuki in the field in shock, and asked with a trembling voice. She couldn't imagine what would happen to her if Satsuki used this trick on her during the preliminaries. I don't know either. This is the first time I've seen Satsuki use this ninjutsu. Sakura was also shocked. She shook her head, staring intently at Satsuki in the field, and said, "Chidori, that's the result of a month of practice between Satsuki and me." As soon as she finished her words, Kakashi's voice of explanation came from behind her. "Teacher Kakashi, when did you come?" Sakura turned around suddenly and looked at Kakashi in surprise, who appeared behind them at some point. Kakashi put his hands in his pockets, but his eyes were always fixed on Satsuki in the field. He said lightly, "She just arrived. It seems that Satsuki has decided to go all out, otherwise, she would not use this move so casually." "Kakashi-sensei, based on what you said, can Satsuki defeat that guy?" Sakura looked at Kakashi with anticipation and asked anxiously. "It's hard to say, but maybe." Kakashi replied uncertainly, then looked up and said to himself, "Third Sama, everything you arranged has been completed. When are you going to take action?" At the same time, Satsuki in the field was approaching Gaara's sandball. Puff! The Chidori in her hand was like a flash of lightning, piercing straight into the center of the sandball and sinking into it. Break! Zhou Yu let out a low shout, and the Chidori in his hand suddenly exploded, and the lightning instantly penetrated the sandball's defense. The sandball was torn apart, revealing Gaara's figure. Satsuki's attack did not stop at all. Chidori directly slashed across Gaara's shoulder, and blood splattered instantly, spilling all over the ground. Blood, this blood is.my.my blood, Gaara looked down at the blood on the ground, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression gradually became distorted. His body began to tremble, and his voice became low and hoarse, as if he was suppressing some violent power. My blood.my blood.is actually flowing out. Gaara's voice gradually became crazy, and his eyes were full of violence and murderous intent. Zhou Yu's heart trembled, and he quickly retreated, trying to keep some distance. However, Gaara's body began to change. Half of his face was gradually covered with sand, his right eye became as ferocious as a beast, his arm began to swell, and sand surged wildly around his body. What the hell is this thing? Zhou Yu felt a little uneasy, and his Sharingan spun rapidly, trying to find a chance to escape. However, it was too late. Gaara roared, and the sand swept towards Satsuki like a tidal wave. Satsuki quickly formed hand seals and tried to use substitution techniques to dodge, but Tsuneko was too fast and instantly sucked her in. Bang! Zhou Yu's body was hit hard by the sand, and the whole person flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth, her face was pale, and she was obviously seriously injured. Sasuke! Sakura in the audience couldn't help but yell, her eyes full of anxiety and worry. On the other side, Uchiha Mikoto also nervously grabbed Uchiha Fugaku's arm, and said in a trembling voice, "Fugaku, Satsuki. Is she okay?" Uchiha Fugaku's eyes remained calm, but the worry in them grew stronger. Satsuki's life should be out of danger for the time being, but that Gaara's power seems to be more than that. His Sharingan turned slightly, clearly capturing the chakra that was expanding wildly in Gaara's body. It was a heart-pounding power, as if some sealed monster was breaking free and could explode at any time. In the field, Gaara's body was completely covered by sand, and his appearance gradually became like a monster. Sand formed a thick layer of armor around his body, his eyes turned blood red, and his murderous intent almost solidified. Die. You all must die. Gaara's voice was low and hoarse, as if coming from the abyss, with a creepy chill. Zhou Yu struggled to get up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Although she didn't know what had happened to Gaara, she was very sure of one thing: Gaara seemed to have completely lost control, and her next battle would become even more difficult. However, just as she was about to launch another attack, something like snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky and landed in every corner of the venue. Most of the ordinary audience present fainted instantly after coming into contact with these snowflakes. At the same time, the Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja who were originally mixed in the audience immediately took action. They quickly tore off their disguises, revealing their true identities, and began to attack the Konoha ninjas and spectators present. The entire venue fell into chaos in an instant. Konoha's collapse plan officially begins. Bang! Kakashi kicked an approaching Sound Ninja away, then quickly turned around and grabbed another Sand Ninja who was trying to attack from behind with one hand, and pinned him to the ground. He swept his eyes across the chaotic venue, his brow furrowed. He turned to Uchiha Fugaku, who was protecting the audience members not far away, and shouted, "Excuse me, Chief Fugaku, the situation here is far more serious than we initially anticipated. So please allow us to trouble you for a while until the others can arrive." "It's okay." Uchiha Fugaku used his Sharingan to pull the three Otonin who were attacking him into an illusion, and said, "I'm more worried about the Sandaime and Satsuki and the others. Are they really okay?" It turned out that just a moment after the Konoha collapse plan was launched, Gaara was forcibly taken away by Temari and Kankuro, who had barely recovered some ability to move, because the power of the tailed beast in his body ran wild. As someone who knew the plan from the beginning, Hayata Kitsukaseki immediately gave orders to Satsuki, asking her to intercept Gaara and the other two at all costs, and he would send people to support her later. Satsuki immediately chased after him without saying a word. This was not only because of the order from Gekko Hayate, but also because she wanted to complete the competition with Gaara. Naruto, who was sitting in the spectator seats, naturally noticed this scene first. He knew very well that with Satsuki's current condition, even if she forced herself to catch up with Gaara and the others, she would be in great danger. So he was about to follow, but was blocked by several Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja. Just as he was about to deal with them, Kakashi suddenly dropped from the sky and took care of those Sound and Sand Ninja for him. Then he gave him an order to chase Satsuki and leave the rest to them. Naruto didn't say much. He could tell from Kakashi's confident look that the third Hokage seemed to have been prepared for this attack. Therefore, he nodded without hesitation and quickly chased in the direction where Zhou Yu left. "Fine." After listening to Uchiha Fugaku's words, Kakashi replied confidently, "Don't worry about Satsuki, Naruto is there. On the contrary." As he spoke, he looked up at the purple wall of light above the roof, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Because at this time, the third generation and Orochimaru were fighting alone inside. On the roof of the venue, within the four purple flame formation, the third Hokage and Orochimaru, who had just experienced a round of ninjutsu battle, were standing opposite each other, and the air was filled with a suffocating atmosphere of tension. "Orochimaru." The third Hokage's voice was low and heavy, his eyes filled with pain and anger. "You swore a solemn oath back then that you would never set foot in Konoha again. Why are you coming back now?" "I did make such a vow." Orochimaru smiled grimly, his golden pupils flashing with a dangerous light. "But, sensei, vows are sometimes meant to be broken. Besides, Jiraiya and I still have a debt to settle. How could I give up so easily?" So, you're going to attack the village you once cherished the most? Sanday's voice was filled with deep disappointment, and his eyes gradually sharpened. Don't forget, everything you once cared about is here, including your former companions and friends. Haha, everything you care about, companions, friends, I have already discarded these things many years ago. Orochimaru sneered, a trace of disdain flashed in his golden vertical pupils. Besides, old master, stop acting. I know that I can't hide this plan from you. With your intelligence ability, you should have guessed everything long ago. If I guess correctly, the villagers have already been properly settled by your people, and the sand ninja and sound ninja who invaded the village should be quelled soon. Am I right, teacher? If that's the case, then why did you insist on launching this meaningless attack? The third Hokage's voice was filled with anger and confusion. His eyes were fixed on Orochimaru, trying to see something from his expression. Teacher, I think you must have received an anonymous piece of information before. It should be about my plan to cause great sabotage during the Chunin exams. Orochimaru did not directly answer the third Hokage's words, but suddenly mentioned another matter, with a meaningful smile on his lips. If my guess is correct, it should be Jiraiya who gave it to you. Do you know where he got that information from? Where are you from? The third generation seemed to have guessed something, but he still followed Orochimaru's words and asked, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Orochimaru's smile became even more sinister, and his golden pupils revealed a strong hatred and murderous intent. I deliberately leaked that information to Jiraiya. My purpose was to force him back and then destroy the village he once cared about the most, along with you, my teacher, right in front of him. At this point, Orochimaru seemed to have fallen into a frenzy, his expression twisted and ferocious, his voice filled with madness and resentment. I want him to see with his own eyes how everything he once fought so hard to protect turns to ashes before him. I want him to feel the pain of powerlessness, just like when he caused me to lose everything I wanted. After hearing what Orochimaru said, the third generation fell into a brief silence. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice filled with deep fatigue. So many years have passed, you still won't forgive him? Forgive him? Ha, that's impossible unless he dies. Orochimaru sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be like this now, so I want to take revenge on him. I want him to see the deep sense of powerlessness after seeing the most important thing destroyed. Teacher, you and this village are the first step in my revenge. Then there's the son of the fourth Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. I want Jiraiya to experience everything I've experienced. After hearing what he said, the third generation knew that whatever he said was useless. After all, it was Jiraiya who wronged him first, but, as long as I'm here, you won't succeed, Orochimaru. The third Hokage snorted coldly, a flicker of determination in his eyes, and his aura suddenly exploded. The air around them seemed to tremble. Teacher, so many years have passed, you are still as strong as ever. However, I am not the only opponent you have, Orochimaru said as he quickly formed seals with his hands, his movements so fast that they were almost invisible. Oh no, that seal is. The third generation was shocked and rushed towards Orochimaru, trying to stop him. However, he was still a step too late. Orochimaru's seal was completed very quickly. In desperation, he could only throw several shurikens in front of Orochimaru. Swish, swish, swish. 3 coffins slowly rose in front of Orochimaru, but 2 of them were immediately hit by the shurikens thrown by the third Hokage, and stopped immediately, leaving only 1 coffin rising. I saw a big word "Chu" written on the coffin. Then, under the gaze of the third generation, the coffin lid slowly opened, and a cold breath emanated from it. Damn it! The third Hokage cursed, his voice filled with anger and grief. Orochimaru, you actually disturbed the peace of the dead and desecrated their souls. Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Orochimaru's smile grew even more sinister, his golden pupils flashing with madness. Divine punishment, teacher, when did you become so naive? In this world, power is everything. As for the peace of the dead, they are merely my tools. Besides, I originally wanted to have a gathering of you Kages, but it's a pity you ruined it. As Orochimaru was speaking, the coffin lid opened completely and a tall figure slowly walked out of the coffin. He was wearing red armor from the Warring States period, with long black hair draped over his shoulders and a stern and majestic expression on his face. His appearance seemed to freeze the air around him. The first Hokage. Hashirama Senju. The third Hokage's voice was filled with deep shock and pain. He looked at the man in front of him who had once created Konoha and led Konoha to glory, his heart filled with complicated emotions. Oh, by the way, teacher, I forgot to tell you one thing. I have also arranged people to deal with Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, Orochimaru seemed to have remembered something interesting. He walked forward and inserted a kunao engraved with a talisman into the back of Hashirama's head, saying with a smile, after all, he is Jiraiya's disciple and the son of the fourth Hokage. If he died, Jiraiya would probably be very desperate. This is a very interesting thing. The third generation looked at Orochimaru's twisted smile, his heart suddenly sank, and a trace of anxiety and uneasiness flashed in his eyes. Who did you arrange? Justice Sister Khan, Orochimaru said softly, with a hint of teasing and pride in his tone. At this time, Hashirama's eyes slowly opened, but there was no trace of life in his eyes, only cold and dead silence. The next second, he attacked the third generation. Forward! Naruto, who was originally chasing Satsuki, Gaara and others, suddenly stopped on a tree trunk, frowned, and looked around with a strange expression. He felt an inexplicable sense of disharmony, as if the scene before him was familiar, as if he had experienced it once before. No, this is an illusion. Naruto suddenly came to his senses, quickly formed seals with his hands, and shouted, "Release!" Wow! As he finished speaking, the surrounding scene rippled like the surface of water, then gradually distorted and shattered until it returned to calm. The illusion was broken by Naruto. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, countless kunai shot towards him from the front, at a speed that caught him off guard. Depend on. Naruto cursed and quickly took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag that he turned his wrist and accurately shot down the kunai that were shot at him one by one. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Who is it? Get out here, you have the guts to attack us but don't have the guts to show up?" Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, the air around the tree trunk not far away began to distort, as if space was torn apart. The next second, a man in a black robe with red clouds appeared on the tree trunk. He had a stern face and wore a scratched kanava forehead protector. His eyes were bloodshot and murderous, and his gaze pierced Naruto like a knife. This person is Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, how could he appear here? Naruto's pupils shrank, and he was shocked, and couldn't help but say inwardly. He had never expected to suddenly run into Satsuki's brother here. Judging from his clothes, he must have joined the Akatsuki organization. So, was he here for the 9 tails within him? No, that's not right. Judging from his murderous look, it seemed that he was not here for the 9 tails within him, but for. Just as Naruto was thinking about this, Uchiha Itachi, who was not far away from him, suddenly made his move. He quickly formed seals with both hands and shouted, "Fire style, great fireball technique." Boom! A huge fireball instantly spewed out of Itachi's mouth, carrying with it scorching heat, and swept towards Naruto like a roaring beast. Naruto quickly jumped back, forming seals with both hands, and shouted, "Wind style, great breakthrough." Strong wind pressure instantly gushed out of his mouth and collided with the fireball. The flames were blown away by the wind pressure, turning into sparks and dissipating in the air. Damn, this guy really wants to kill me? Naruto gritted his teeth and said in his heart, the vigilance in his eyes becoming more and more intense. He knew that with Uchiha Itachi's strength, if he didn't take it seriously, he might end up in an irretrievable situation if he wasn't careful. Swish! Itachi flashed and approached Naruto quickly like a ghost. A kunai suddenly appeared in his hand and pointed directly at Naruto's throat. So fast! Naruto was startled and leaned back subconsciously, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. However, Itachi's attack did not stop. His movements were smooth and the kunai drew a cold light in the air and stabbed towards Naruto's chest again. Naruto immediately spun the kunai in his hand and collided fiercely with Itachi's kunai, making a sharp metal collision sound and sparks flying everywhere. Naruto and Itachi's eyes met in an instant, and he only saw cold murderous intent in Itachi's scarlet Sharingan. "Uchiha Itachi, what on earth do you want to do?" Naruto gritted his teeth and asked sternly. He used the kunai in his hand to resist Itachi's attack and tried to find the answer from his eyes. However, Itachi did not answer. His movements were still fierce. The kunai drew cold rays of light in the air, and each attack was aimed directly at Naruto's vital points. Although Naruto managed to hold on, he still looked a little embarrassed under Itachi's fierce attack. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto took advantage of a gap in his attack, clasped his hands together, and shouted softly. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of shadow clones instantly appeared around him and attacked Itachi. Itachi's Sharingan moved slightly, and he easily saw through the movements of the shadow clones. His figure was like a phantom, shuttling back and forth between the shadow clones, and every attack could accurately defeat one shadow clone. Bang! As the last shadow clone turned into a cloud of white mist and dissipated into the air, the originally noisy sounds of fighting around suddenly quieted down. However, at this moment, a red light suddenly appeared behind Itachi. The next second, a Rasengan wrapped in scorching flames hit his back hard. Fire style, great flame Rasengan. Naruto shouted. Itachi's Sharingan flashed slightly, and his body tilted slightly like a phantom, easily avoiding Naruto's Rasengan wrapped in hot flames. Not only that, he also grabbed Naruto's wrist with his backhand, twisted it hard, and slammed the flaming Rasengan in Naruto's hand towards himself. Ah! Naruto suddenly let out a wail of pain, but the next second, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and it turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated into the air. At the same time, a kunai fell from his body. Swish! In an instant, Naruto's figure reappeared in front of him, with a chakra ball condensed in each hand, exactly Rasengan. Naruto growled, and the spirals in his hand Uzumaki slammed down hard on Itachi's body. Bang, bang. 2 dull thuds were heard, and the Rasengan hit Itachi's body solidly. Bang! A powerful impact force knocked Itachi flying. His body drew an arc in the air and finally hit a big tree heavily. The trunk instantly cracked and wood chips flew everywhere. Success? Naruto took a breath, still looking warily at the direction where Itachi was knocked away, and said something uncertainly. After a moment, Itachi's body slowly slid down from the tree trunk and finally fell to the ground. His black robe with red clouds was badly torn, and a trace of blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered considerable injuries. However, his expression remained indifferent, and his scarlet Sharingan was still staring at Naruto, as if examining something. Bang! The next second, Itake's body suddenly turned into a ball of white mist and disappeared, leaving only a dead crow in its place. What? A clone? Naruto looked at the dead crow not far away in some surprise, then looked around vigilantly. Just in case, he also started Sage Mode, vigilantly sensing the chakra fluctuations around him, fearing that Itachi would suddenly appear again. After a while, he released the Sage Mode because he found that Itachi had really left, or to be more precise, from the very beginning, the one who stopped him and fought with him was just a clone sent by Uchiha Itachi. Damn it, what on earth does Uchiha Itachi want to do? Naruto clenched his fists, feeling both angry and helpless. This feeling of being teased made him feel very uncomfortable. However, he knew that now was not the time to worry about these things, as there were more important things waiting for him to do. So, Naruto quickly adjusted his mentality, took a deep breath, temporarily suppressed the anger and doubts in his heart, then turned around and continued to chase after Satsuki, Gaara, and the others. At the same time, dozens of kilometers away from Konoha village, in an open area, a crow that was originally circling high in the sky suddenly let out a shrill scream, and then fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Itachi slowly opened his eyes, a trace of fatigue appeared in them, and he exhaled a breath of foul air, muttering in a low voice, Raiznan and Flying Thunder God technique. I didn't expect that he could master such powerful ninjutsu at such a young age. It seems that I really underestimated him. As he spoke, a complex expression emerged on his face, showing reluctance, approval, and even a hint of barely perceptible relief. Who are you looking down on again, Senior Itachi? At this time, a woman's low and slightly hoarse voice came from behind him, with a hint of ridicule and laziness. Itachi looked back and saw a tall woman who was a few years younger than him standing not far behind him. She had slightly pale skin and long blue hair that cascaded down with slightly curled ends. Her eyes were as dark as the deep sea, and there was a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. She wore a forehead protector with the marks of the Rain Village on it, and carried a strange broadsword wrapped in bandages on her shoulder. This person is Itachi's partner in Akatsuki, Hoshigaki Mina. Nothing. Itachi stood up, shook his head slightly, and then changed the subject. By the way, how's that guy? After hearing what Itachi said, Hoshigaki Mina curled her lips, obviously dissatisfied with Itachi's perfunctory attitude, but she still stretched out her hand, pointed at a ball of water floating in the air not far away, and said, he's still in there. Not far from Itachi and the others, a man wearing an umbu mask was wrapped in a huge ball of water and suspended in the air. If Naruto were here at this moment, he would definitely recognize that the umbu in front of him was Shun, who was sent by the third Hokage to test him. No, he's already gone. Unexpectedly, Itachi just glanced at it and said with great certainty, what? Hoshigaki Mina was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said in disbelief, no, this is impossible, I have been watching him here the whole time, how could he get away? Moreover, he was trapped in your illusion, Itachi-senpai, how could he break free? Itachi didn't answer immediately, but slowly walked towards the floating ball of water and gently touched it with his hand. Wow! The next second, the water ball turned into countless blue butterflies, flying in all directions and finally disappearing into the air. He really ran away. When did this happen? Hoshigaki Mina looked at this scene in shock. She had been staring at him the whole time, so when did he use the ninjutsu? I'm not sure about that, but it should be a while. Itachi said softly as he looked at the blue butterfly remaining in his hand. The next second, the blue butterfly transformed into a piece of text and appeared in his palm. Not bad, Itachi, you've made rapid progress over the years, however, your new partner is a little lacking. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Itachi looked at this text and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. After so many years, his cousin still liked to play tricks on people as always. Then, he exerted force with his hand, and the words on his palm disappeared. Seeing Itachi suddenly silent, Hoshigaki Mina thought he was angry, and quickly said, Itachi-senpai, don't worry, I will go and catch him back now. No, that's not necessary. Itachi shook his head and stopped her. Even if you chase him, you can't beat him. Let's go and complete the mission that Zero has given us. Hey, a mission? Hoshigaki Mina looked at him in surprise. Didn't you say you were going to Konoha? When you received the message that Orochimaru had someone bring you, you were so angry that you said you were going to kill someone. Why aren't you going now? Because I've already met him, we've fought each other, so, there's no need to go to Konoha now, it's not the time to go. As Itachi spoke, he turned and walked in the opposite direction of Konoha. Hey, have you met him? Have you fought with him? Hoshigaki Mina looked at Itachi as he left with a bewildered look on her face. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly followed him, asking, could it be that the person you were talking about when you woke up just now, Itachi-senpai, is the person you came to Konoha to find this time? Then when did you go there? Itachi-senpai, did you use illusion on me again? Senior, you make me so sad. Also, why do you think I can't beat that Konoha Umbu? Do you know him, Itachi-senpai? Her voice gradually faded away and disappeared into the empty wilderness. Return to heaven. A familiar male voice suddenly sounded right in front of Naruto. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling white light lit up not far away, followed by a strong gust of wind, mixed with countless sharp wind blades, whistling towards Naruto. Naruto's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly formed seals with his hands and said, "Wind style, great breakthrough." A strong gust of wind pressure instantly gushed out of his mouth and collided with the oncoming wind blade. Bang! The two forces clashed fiercely in the air, the wind blades and wind pressure tore at each other, and finally turned invisible and dissipated into the air. Only then did Naruto see the situation in front of him clearly. He saw that not far below, a young man in a gray short-sleeved coat was fighting fiercely with Temari. "This person is Ninji, why are you here?" Naruto asked in surprise. "Uzumaki Naruto, don't get me wrong, I'm here to avenge Miss Hinata." Ninji opened his Byakugan eyes, glanced at him indifferently, then struck Temari with a Bagwakong Jong and said coldly, "Leave her to me, go chase the others. They should be ahead. Don't even think about getting over there." Temari waved the giant fan in her hand vigorously, blocking Niji's Bagwakong Jong, and roared at Naruto and the others. Then, she gripped the giant fan tightly with both hands and swung it with all her strength, wind style, net. Bang! A web-like gust of wind whistled out from Temari's giant fan, and the wind blades intertwined into a huge net, covering Naruto and Niji. Wherever the wind net passed, deep cracks were cut into the ground, and the surrounding trees were instantly cut off, making a crackling sound and sending wood chips flying everywhere. Just as Naruto was about to use ninjutsu to block, Niji suddenly flashed and appeared in front of him, shouting Kaiten. Bang! Niji's body spun rapidly, chakra gushing out of him, forming a perfect spherical barrier that blocked all the incoming wind nets. The wind blade hit the barrier, making a harsh friction sound, but it couldn't break through at all. "Go!" Niji turned his head and shouted to Naruto, his tone full of unquestionable determination. "Good." Naruto nodded, and without any hesitation, he took advantage of the gap that Niji had blocked for him, quickly bypassed the battlefield between him and Temari, and rushed forward. "Don't even think about running." Seeing this, Temari shouted angrily and tried to wave her fan again to stop Naruto. However, Niji's figure was already firmly in front of her. "I told you, your opponent is me." Niji looked at her coldly, his hands forming the starting position of a soft fist. "I will personally avenge Miss Hinata." Temari gritted her teeth, a trace of anger and impatience flashed in her eyes. "In that case, I'll get rid of you first." As she spoke, she suddenly waved the giant fan again, and the strong wind swept towards Niji again. The battle between the two started again. The collision of wind blades and soft fists stirred up waves of air in the forest. The surrounding trees were destroyed and shattered, and the battlefield was in a mess. Bang! With a loud bang, Zoyu was hit hard by a huge sand hand. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit a thick tree trunk heavily. The tree trunk made a crisp crack sound when it was hit, and several cracks appeared. Puff! Zoyu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale as paper. Her body slid weakly to the ground, and she barely supported herself with her hands, trying to stand up, but her arms were trembling slightly, and it was obvious that she was no longer able to do it. "Damn it!" Zoyu gritted his teeth, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. The chakra in her body was almost exhausted. She had just used Chidori on Gaara twice. Including the time in the examination room before, she had used Chidori 3 times in a row. This high intensity of chakra consumption almost pushed her body to its limit, and she didn't even have the strength to stand up. She supported herself on the ground with her hands, her fingertips trembling slightly, and her breathing became rapid and heavy. Her vision was a little blurry, and the scene before her began to shake, but she still stared at the figure wrapped in sand in front of her. "I love Luo." At this time, Gaara had completely changed his appearance. His body was wrapped in thick sand, forming a half-human, half-beast form. The sand flowed on his body surface as if it had life. His eyes glowed scarlet, his face was covered with strange lines, and his whole body exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. His aura was violent and chaotic, like a wild beast out of control, ready to tear apart everything in front of him at any time. "Die. Everyone must die." Gaara's voice was low and hoarse, as if it came from the depths of hell. He slowly raised his right hand, and the sand condensed in his palm, forming a sharp sand spear. Zoyu's pupils shrank slightly. She knew that she was no longer able to fight, but her stubbornness and pride would not allow her to fall down like this. She still had a lot to do. She hadn't confessed her feelings to him, she hadn't killed him to avenge her family, she hadn't. Zoyu raised his hand with difficulty and tried to make a seal, but his fingers were too stiff to move. "It's over," Gaara said coldly, and the next second, the sand spear in his hand suddenly shot toward Satsuki. "Call out." The sand spear cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and headed straight for Zoyu's chest. Zoyu closed his eyes unwillingly, and a feeling of powerlessness suddenly surged in his heart. She had never thought that it would end this way. If she had known it would be like this, she would have told him what she had kept in her heart for many years. She really wanted to tell him. "Naruto, I." Swish! Bang! As soon as Zoyu shouted, she felt something flash past her, and then a warm breath spread throughout her body. Zoyu opened her eyes immediately and found herself being held in someone's arms. What she saw was a face that was very familiar to her. Naruto, why are you here? There was a hint of surprise and weakness in Satsuki's voice. If I hadn't come, you would have died here. Naruto pursed his lips and teased. Satsuki immediately looked in the direction of Naruto's pursed lips, and saw that the place where he was originally located had been deeply pierced into the ground by a sharp sand spear. The ground around the sand spear had cracked into countless cracks, as if it had been torn apart by a huge force. If Naruto hadn't arrived in time, the sand spear would undoubtedly have pierced her body. Saitsuki was suddenly filled with fear and couldn't help but say to Naruto, "Thank you for saving me, Naruto." When Naruto heard that Satsuki actually thanked him, he couldn't help but tease him again. "Hey, you actually thank me? This is really the sun rising from the west." Naruto had thought that when he said this, he would get a displeased scold from Satsuki. However, to his surprise, Satsuki didn't say anything this time. Instead, she hugged Naruto tighter and buried her head deeply in his chest. Her whole face flushed, making her look particularly cute. Satsuki felt the familiar yet unfamiliar warmth coming from Naruto, and couldn't help but feel a sense of security and joy in her heart. Her heart beat quick and slightly, as if at this moment, all her worries and stress were melted away by this warmth. Naruto looked at the appearance of Satsuki in his arms, and his heart was moved. He was about to say something but was interrupted by an inappropriate voice. Ha, Uzumaki. Naruto, you came at the right time. I just wanted to kill you too. Gaara's body looked even more hideous under the sand. His eyes were as red as blood, and the lines on his face seemed to come alive, twisting and wriggling. His voice was low and hoarse, with an almost crazy obsession. Uzumaki. Naruto. You came at the right time. I just wanted to kill you too. You all have to die. As he finished speaking, the surrounding sand began to surge wildly, as if summoned by something, quickly condensing into countless sharp sand thorns, attacking Naruto and Satsuki in an overwhelming manner. Swoosh, 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 the sand spikes cut through the air, making a series of sharp whistling sounds, as if they were going to tear the two of them apart completely. "Be careful, Naruto," Zoyu immediately shouted, her voice filled with anxiety and worry. Although she was weak, she still held on to Naruto's sleeve tightly, trying to warn him of the danger. Seeing this, Naruto just smiled confidently and thought in an instant. He and Satsuki disappeared from the spot and appeared on a tree trunk about tens of meters away from Gaara. A kunao engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique was stuck in the tree trunk. "Just rest here first, Satsuki, I'll take care of that guy." Naruto gently placed Satsuki on the tree trunk, and only let go after making sure she was sitting firmly. His movements were gentle and careful, as if he was afraid of hurting her. Satsuki looked up at Naruto, a look of tenderness and concern in his eyes, and said, "Naruto, be careful, that guy is completely out of control, he's even more powerful than before." "Don't worry, I can do it." Naruto nodded, and gave her a confident and sunny smile, saying, "Don't forget who I am." After saying that, he turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot again in an instant. "Be careful, Naruto, you must win." Satsuki leaned against the tree trunk, looked at where Naruto had just stood, and whispered softly, his voice full of concern and worry. Swish! Naruto's figure appeared not far from Gaara. However, as soon as he appeared, Gaara immediately noticed his presence. A cold light flashed in his scarlet eyes. He controlled the sand without hesitation, and the sand waves roared like a giant beast and swept towards Naruto. "Tisk, they start fighting as soon as we meet, without even giving me a chance to say a few words." Naruto curled his lips, a helpless smile on his face. He suddenly exerted force on his feet, and his body leaped backward like an arrow, easily avoiding the impact of the sand waves. At the same time, Naruto quickly clasped his hands together and shouted, "Shadow Clone Technique." Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, more than a dozen shadow clones appeared around Gaara, and then they attacked Gaara without saying a word. Gaara's scarlet eyes scanned the surroundings coldly, a ferocious smile curled up at the corner of his mouth, and his tone was full of disdain. "You want to use such a childish trick against me, Uzumaki Naruto? You underestimate me." As he spoke, he waved his hands, and countless gravels formed by sand shot out like bullets, rushing towards the shadow clones. Swoosh, 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 the gravel cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and instantly defeated Naruto's shadow clones one by one, turning into a thick white smoke and dissipating in the air. Earth escape, Huanquan Marsh. However, just as the shadow clone dissipated, Naruto's voice came from the white smoke. Puff! The ground under Gaara's feet suddenly became soft, and the originally solid land quickly turned into a muddy swamp, and his body sank involuntarily. What? Gaara's pupils shrank slightly, and he hurriedly condensed a huge sand hand from his half-tailed beast body and pressed hard on the ground not far away that had not yet become a swamp. Call out! With the help of this force, his body suddenly broke free from the swamp and leaped into the air. Raise Nan! However, Naruto's figure appeared above Gaara like a ghost, as if he had guessed that he would do such a thing. His right hand condensed a high-speed rotating chakra ball and shot it straight towards Gaara. It was so fast that it arrived in front of Gaara almost instantly. Bang! The Raise Nan hit Gaara hard, and the powerful impact smashed him into the swamp below. A big hole was suddenly smashed into the ground, and for a moment, gravel and dust were scattered everywhere. Swish! Naruto landed steadily on the edge of the pit, staring warily at the dust-covered hole. He didn't think that just one Rasengan could completely defeat Gaara. Sure enough, just as Naruto thought, the next second, dozens of sand spears made of sand shot out from the dusty pit and headed straight for Naruto. Naruto quickly retreated, clasping his hands together and shouting, multiple earth-flowing wall technique. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 3 walls of earth rose from the ground, blocking Naruto's way. Bang, bang, bang. The sand spear hit the earth wall hard, making a dull sound. The 2 earth walls in the front quickly collapsed under the impact of the sand spears and were eventually pierced through completely. Fortunately, the last earth wall barely blocked the attack of the sand spears. Although a deep crack was left on it, it did not completely collapse. Bang! However, Gaara's attack did not end there. A huge fist made of sand suddenly broke through the earth wall and attacked Naruto straight away. Naruto immediately moved his mind and disappeared from the spot in an instant. He blasted the sand fist straight towards the woods behind him, instantly breaking several large trees in half, with wood chips flying everywhere and dust flying. Swish! Naruto's figure appeared on a tree trunk not far away. He pulled the kunai off the tree, exhaled slightly, and stared at Gaara. A moment later, Gaara's figure emerged from the dust. However, at this moment, he had completely shed his human appearance and completely transformed into a humanoid-tailed beast. The sand that wrapped around his body flowed like a living thing, and the surface of the sand was covered with strange patterns, like a thick layer of armor. His originally scarlet eyes became even deeper, like 2 burning flames, revealing endless murderous intent and madness. Uzumaki Naruto. You can't escape. Gaara roared like a beast, his voice full of violence and murderous intent. He suddenly waved his hands, and countless gravel rushed towards Naruto like a rainstorm, covering the sky and the earth, as if to swallow Naruto completely. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Naruto looked at the gravel pouring down like a rainstorm, and his mind moved again. He disappeared from the spot in an instant again and appeared on a tree trunk not far away on the other side. However, as soon as he landed, Gaara's attack came again, and sand and gravel swept in like a violent storm. Looking at the sand and gravel that were shooting towards him again, Naruto frowned. He had originally wanted to play with Gaara for a while, but now it seemed that it was no longer possible. Brown eye shadow immediately appeared in the corners of his eyes. He opened one hand and a high-speed rotating milky white chakra shuriken instantly appeared in his palm. Wind style, Rasengan shuriken. Naruto shouted and threw the chakra shuriken in his hand towards Gaara without hesitation. Call out. The Rasengan shuriken carried a sharp wind blade, instantly crushing the incoming gravel into powder and heading straight towards Gaara. Gaara's scarlet eyes narrowed slightly, obviously not expecting Naruto to have such a move. He quickly controlled the sand and condensed a thick wall of sand in front of him, trying to block the attack. Boom! The Rasengan shuriken slammed heavily into the wall of sand, unleashing a massive energy shockwave. The wall of sand quickly crumbled under the impact of the Rasengan shuriken, and was eventually completely pierced through, landing on Gaara behind him and instantly sending him flying. He slid heavily on the ground for several meters before coming to a stop. Then the Rasengan shuriken transformed into a powerful whirlwind, spreading out in all directions. Countless tiny wind blades continuously sliced at Gaara's body. His humanoid-tailed beast body slowly oozed blood, and a sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body. No! Gaara let out an unwilling roar, and then there was a bang and a thick white smoke suddenly rose into the sky, instantly blowing away the whirlwind around Gaara. A huge figure gradually emerged from the white smoke. It was a huge monster that looked like a civet cat. Its entire body was covered with thick sand armor. Its tail was as thick as a mountain. Its eyes were blood red, revealing endless murderous intent and madness. It was Gaara who had completely transformed into a tailed beast. That's Shukaku. Temari, who was fighting fiercely with Neji and gradually losing the upper hand, caught sight of the huge figure in the distance. Her pupils suddenly shrank and an expression of shock and uneasiness appeared on her face. Her movements couldn't help but pause, and the huge fan in her hand trembled slightly, because she knew very well how terrifying Gaara would be after he completely transformed into a tailed beast. Once she completely lost her mind, the consequences would be unimaginable. She couldn't help but curse Naruto in her heart, asking for Gaara's life and death by forcing him to this point. At the same time, she was deeply worried about her and Kankuro's situation. Being distracted during a battle is a big no-no. Just when Temari was stunned, Niji's cold voice came from beside her. Then, Niji's figure appeared in front of her like a ghost, and he shouted, soft fist technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Bang, bang, bang. Niji's palm winds fell on Temari's body as densely as raindrops, and each palm hit her chakra points accurately. Temari felt that the flow of chakra in her body was instantly blocked, her body gradually became extremely stiff, and the huge fan in her hand fell to the ground weakly. Temari groaned in pain, her body falling backwards involuntarily and landing heavily on the ground. She tried to struggle to stand up, but found that her limbs were completely out of control and her chakra was completely blocked. Niji slowly withdrew his strength and stood in front of Temari, looking at her sternly and saying, "You've already lost, give up." Temari clenched her teeth, her eyes full of unwillingness. She raised her head with difficulty and looked at the huge figure of Shikaku in the distance, her heart filled with complicated emotions. She was now worried about Gaara's safety, but also felt deeply powerless about the current situation. You can kill me if you want." Temari turned her head back, looked at Niji, and said with difficulty, "But please you must stop Gaara and don't let her lose control completely. Otherwise, it will cause an irreparable disaster that not only your Kana, but even our sand village will be dragged into it." There was a hint of pleading in her voice and a complex glint in her eyes. Although she and Niji are enemies, at this moment, she is more concerned about Gaara's safety and the disaster that may be caused. "The task of stopping that monster is Uzumaki Naruto's job. I am only responsible for defeating you." After hearing her words, Niji just silently glanced at Shikaku in the distance and replied that he could naturally see how terrifying the monster was, but that was not his problem. He believed that with Naruto's strength, he should be able to handle it. "As for killing you, don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm just here to avenge Miss Hineda's loss to you." "You?" Temari opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just smiled bitterly, looking at Shikaku in the distance, and silently prayed in her heart, "Please, Uzumaki Naruto, you must stop Shikaku, and please don't hurt Gaara." That stopped the monster inside Gaara? Satsuki, who had just recovered some strength, forced himself to stand up from the tree trunk. Looking at Shikaku's huge body, shock and uneasiness appeared in his eyes. He murmured in a low voice, "Naruto. Naruto, please don't be in any trouble." Swish! Several kilometers away, a dark space crack suddenly appeared. A mysterious man wrapped in a black windbreaker rolled out in a panic. He covered his eyes with his hands, his tone tinged with fatigue and pain as he muttered, "Sure enough, those two forces still can't be perfectly integrated. Although they come from the same source, their mutual repulsion is still so strong that we must find a way to completely integrate them together, otherwise, it will greatly affect the exertion of their own strength. But then again, where is this place? I don't remember setting this spatial coordinate before. Could it be that they have shifted again?" As he spoke, the mysterious man looked around. Suddenly, his pupils shrank because he noticed the huge figure in the distance. That's Shikaku, the one-tailed one," the mysterious man whispered in surprise, and a hint of excitement suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth under his black robe. "I didn't expect to meet him here. In that case, let's take him in first." After saying that, the mysterious man slowly stood up, dusted himself off, and leaped toward Shikaku. The art of spiritual communication. Naruto pressed his hand on the ground, and with a bang, a huge toad with a purple-red body appeared not far from Shikaku. In his hand he held a thorny harpoon, and behind him he carried a shield shaped like a pot lid. "Exactly, Toad Jian. It's you, Naruto. What's the matter with calling me here?" Gameken looked up at Naruto standing above him and asked in a calm tone, "Brother Gameken, I'm sorry to trouble you this time." Naruto pointed at Shikaku not far away and said, "Help me stop him. That's the sand village." Shikaku. Gameken narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze swept over Shikaku's huge body, nodded, and said, "I understand, leave it to me, even though I'm clumsy." After saying that, Toad Jian suddenly jumped up, but his huge body was abnormally agile. He jumped in front of Shikaku in an instant. He swung the harpoon in his hand suddenly, creating a gust of wind and stabbing straight at Shikaku's head. Shikaku let out a deafening roar and swept his huge tail violently, trying to block Gameken's attack. However, Gameken's strength was no less than Shikaku's. When the harpoon collided with Tsuneo, a huge impact force erupted, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by the shock. Boom! The two forces collided, and Shikaku's body was knocked back several meters, while Gameken also took a dozen steps back before he could barely stabilize his body. "This guy's power is indeed extraordinary," Toad Jian muttered in a low voice, with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. He quickly adjusted his stance and charged toward Shikaku again. Seeing this, Shikaku roared angrily, and the sand around him quickly condensed into countless sand spears, shooting towards Gameken. "Brother Gameken, be careful of those sand spears," Naruto reminded hurriedly. Toad Jian was not in a hurry. He swung the harpoon in his hand suddenly, creating a whirlwind and smashing the attacking sand spears one by one. Although his movements seemed clumsy, they were extremely precise and every blow was just right. However, Shikaku's attacks did not stop. Its body suddenly sank, and the surrounding sand and gravel quickly condensed into a huge sand hand, grabbing towards Toad Jian. "Humph, a mere trifle." Toad Jian snorted coldly, and suddenly thrust out the harpoon, smashing the hand of sand directly. However, just as he was about to continue his attack, Shikaku's body suddenly changed and stood still. Gaara's body slowly emerged from above Shikaku's head, his eyes filled with madness and murderous intent. "Uzumaki Naruto, you are really very interesting. I must kill you. Kill you, ha ha ha." Gaara let out a creepy laugh, quickly formed a seal with his hands, and whispered, "Sleeping technique. The art of feigning sleep." As Gaara finished speaking, his body seemed to lose all strength in an instant, and he fell limply on top of Shikaku. His eyes were closed and his breathing was steady, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. At the same time, the huge body of Shikaku under him shook slightly, his originally open pupils suddenly shrank, the aura on his body suddenly surged, and the sand and gravel floating around him instantly became violent, like a sandstorm blown up by a strong wind. Ha ha ha, I'm out, I'm finally out. Shikaku's voice resounded throughout the sky like thunder, full of ecstasy and violence. Its eyes flashed with scarlet light, and its huge tail was raised high, then slammed hard on the ground, instantly stirring up countless sand and gravel, as if the entire earth was shaking under its power. After so many years, I finally don't have to be suppressed by that brat anymore. Shikaku laughed wildly towards the sky, his voice filled with endless resentment and relief. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes swept around, and finally locked onto Naruto and Gameken not far away. A toad and a little yellow-haired devil? Shikaku grinned fiercely and said coldly, "That's perfect, I'll use you to celebrate my freedom." As he spoke, Shikaku slapped his own stomach with his palm and shouted, "Wind-style air training." Puff! A huge air bullet condensed from violent chakra immediately spewed out from his mouth, with a sharp sound that tore through the air, and went straight towards Gameken and Naruto. Seeing this, Tojian immediately held the harpoon in his hand across his body, and at the same time, he quickly raised the potlid-shaped shield behind him to block in front of him. Boom! The empty bullet hit Tojian's shield hard, making a deafening roar. The powerful impact caused Tojian's huge body to slide back more than 10 steps, and 2 deep grooves were plowed into the ground by his feet. This guy's strength is truly terrifying, even though I'm clumsy. Tojian gritted his teeth and managed to stabilize his body, but the hand holding the harpoon was shaking slightly. There was even a tiny crack on his shield, obviously the power of the previous attack was far beyond his expectations. Ha ha ha, how about it, stinky toad, my air bullet tastes good, right? Shikaku laughed wildly, and raised his huge tail again, slamming it hard on the ground. In an instant, countless gravel surged up like waves, sweeping towards Gameken and Naruto. Naruto, hold on tight. Tojian let out a low roar and suddenly jumped up, trying to avoid the head-on impact of the sand waves. However, Shikaku's attack range is too wide and sand wave speed is astonishingly fast. Although Gameken tried his best to dodge, he was still hit by the edge of the sand wave. Bang! Tojian's body was blown away by the impact of the sand waves and fell heavily to the ground. He groaned and the harpoon in his hand almost slipped out. Naruto, who was standing on him, was almost thrown out, but fortunately the chakra under his feet was firmly attached to his body. "Brother Gameken, are you okay?" Naruto asked with concern. "I'm fine, Naruto, it's all my fault for being so clumsy." Gamajian managed to stand up, with a hint of self-blame in his tone. "Brother Gameken, don't say that. It's our turn to fight back," Naruto said with a confident smile. "Fight back, Naruto, are you planning to do that?" Gameken asked curiously. "I'm going to jump on Shikaku's head and wake Gaara up. If my guess is correct, as long as we wake him up, his technique will naturally be lifted." Naruto pointed at Gaara above Shikaku and said, "So, Brother Gameken, all you have to do next is get closer to that guy. I'll take care of the rest." "Okay, Naruto, although I'm clumsy." After hearing what Naruto said, Gameken immediately nodded slightly. For some reason, when he saw Naruto commanding him, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but say in his heart, "They are indeed father and son, they are exactly the same in some aspects." Thinking of this, Gameken suddenly jumped up and quickly approached Shikaku. "Oh, you still dare to come close to me? It seems that you think death is not fast enough." Shikaku sneered, immediately opened his mouth, aimed at Gameken, and pressed his hands to his stomach again. Wind-style air training. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, 3 air bullets shot towards Gameken and Naruto, one in front and one behind. The air bullet tore through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, as if it was going to crush anything that stood in its way. Tojian's expression became serious. With the experience from last time, he knew how to defend best this time. He thrust the shield in his hand hard into the ground in front of him, and the shield immediately embedded deeply into the ground, forming a solid barrier. Bang! The first air bomb hit the shield with a loud noise, and the shield was immediately blown away, but it offset most of the power of the air bomb. However, the second air bomb followed immediately, and Tojian swung the harpoon in his hand violently, and the harpoon came straight at the second air bomb with a whistling sound. Clang! The harpoon collided with the air bullet, causing a sharp metallic collision sound. Tojian gritted his teeth, tensed the muscles in his arms, and split the air bullet apart. However, the powerful impact still makes he swayed, and 2 deep furrows were plowed out on the ground beneath his feet again. "There's one more," Tojian growled, quickly adjusting his posture to prepare for the third air bomb. However, at this moment, Naruto's voice sounded beside his ear. "Brother Gameken, give me the last one, you just charge." Tojian nodded and continued to rush forward without hesitation. He had absolute trust in Naruto's words. Wind-style, wind blade. Naruto raised his hands, and instantly a giant air sword formed by wind attribute chakra appeared in the palms of his hands. The wind blade flashed with a light blue light and headed straight for the third air bomb with a sharp sound of tearing the air. Swish! The wind blade collided with the air bullet in the air, instantly cutting the air bullet into two halves. The cut air bomb lost its original power and turned into two weak air currents, dissipating in the air. Well done, Naruto! Gameken shouted in approval, quickening his pace and continuing to approach Shikaku. Seeing this, Shikaku's scarlet eyes flashed with anger. How dare you, a mere brat, ruin my plans again and again? His huge tail swept suddenly, creating a gust of wind, trying to blow Gameken and Naruto away. However, Tojian was well prepared. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, firmly rooted himself on the ground, and took the blow. Now! Naruto shouted, kicked his feet hard, jumped high with the help of Gameken's shoulders, and landed steadily on Shikaku's body. Although there was still some distance from his destination, he had already thought of a way. Brother Gameken, just leave the rest to me, you go back first. Naruto turned around and shouted at Gameken. Okay, Naruto. Gameken responded. He knew that if he stayed here, he would no longer be of any help to Naruto. It would be better for him to leave first so as not to become a burden to Naruto. With a bang, Gameken turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared from the spot, returning to Mayaboko Mountain. The shield that had flown out before also left with him. Boy, don't even think about succeeding. If Shikaku still doesn't know what Naruto wants to do until this point, then he is an absolute idiot. He suddenly raised his huge palm, which was as big as a mountain, and slapped Naruto hard with a whistling sound. Naruto looked up at the giant palm that covered the sky and felt the oppressive feeling coming towards him, but there was no panic on his face. He quickly took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag and threw it hard at Shikaku's head. Swish! Bang! Shikaku's giant palm suddenly slapped down, bringing up a gust of wind. A slight pain instantly spread throughout his body, and countless sand and gravel fell off his body. But he didn't care about it at all. Instead, he said smugly, "Ha ha ha, kid, this is the fate of wanting me to go back. Go to that world and have a good life." His words suddenly stopped when he said this, because his eyes caught a glimpse of Naruto's figure. He had appeared above his head and was now only a dozen steps away from Gaara's position. Not good! Shikaku screamed in his heart, shaking his body wildly, trying to throw Naruto off, while raising his giant palm again and slapping towards Naruto. However, it was too late. Naruto had come to Gaara's side, stretched out his hand, and was about to slap her face to wake her up. However, due to the violent shaking of Shikaku beneath him, Naruto's body suddenly lost balance at the last moment. The hand that was originally intended to slap Gaara's face accidentally deviated and landed on her chest. Forehead. A strange soft touch suddenly passed from his palm to his brain. A bold idea immediately came to his mind. In order to verify his guess, Naruto pinched the soft spot a few more times, which instantly confirmed his idea. This Gaara is actually a woman. Naruto swallowed and said in surprise in his heart. On the other side, Gaara, who was attacked one after another by Naruto, let out a groan and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that caught her eye was Naruto's disgusting face. Then she glanced around and found that Naruto's hand was still on the place she least wanted to expose and which was also her most sacred place. Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara roared in rage, his voice mingled with shame, anger, and murderous intent. Her eyes instantly turned blood red, and the aura around her suddenly became violent, like an enraged beast. At the same time, Shikaku's huge body suddenly stopped, and the palm that was originally slapping towards Naruto stopped in midair. He let out a low growl of unwillingness. "No, I won't. Go back." Before he could finish his words, his consciousness was sent back into Gaara's body. However, at this moment, Naruto and Gaara had no time to care about his departure. Because, for them, the current situation is more difficult and complicated. "No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Naruto quickly withdrew his hand, his face full of embarrassment and helplessness. It's all because Shikaku was shaking so badly just now. I didn't stand firmly for a moment, and that's why I really didn't mean to do that. I just woke you up at first." However, Gaara wouldn't listen to his explanation at all. All that was left in her mind was Naruto's hand and the touch on her chest. Shame and anger almost overwhelmed her. She moved her fingers slightly, and countless gravel floated out from Shikaku's body under her, turning into dense sand rain and shooting towards Naruto. Tsunashijure. Seeing this, Naruto quickly retreated while forming seals with his hands and chanting water-style, water dragon bullet technique. Puff! A small water dragon came out of Naruto's mouth and headed straight for Gaara's Tsunashijure. Bang! The water dragon and the sand collided violently in the air, making a deafening roar. The gravel was dispersed by the water flow, turned into mud and fell to the ground, and the water dragon was weakened by the power of the gravel and eventually dissipated into nothingness. "Gaara, calm down, I really didn't mean it." Naruto continued to explain as he backed away. However, Gaara was completely overwhelmed by anger, as if she didn't hear his words. She continued to control the sand, condensing them into several sharp spears, attacking Naruto. At the same time, in order to prevent Naruto from continuing to escape backwards, she also controlled the sand and the huge body of Shikaku under her to tie Naruto's feet. Seeing this, Naruto quickly formed seals with his hands and said, "Water style, water formation wall." Swish! A vertical wall of water instantly appeared in front of Naruto, blocking the attack of the sand spear. Puff, 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 the sand spears hit the wall of the water array, making a dull sound, and were eventually dissolved by the force of the water flow, turning into mud and falling to the ground. At the same time, a miniature Raisnon condensed in his hand and slammed it towards the sand that was binding his feet. Bang! The sand was instantly dispersed by him, and Naruto took the opportunity to jump up, completely widening the distance between him and Gaara. Seeing this, Gaara's eyes became even more angry. When he was about to launch the next round of attack, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. She turned around suddenly and found that a mysterious man wrapped in a black windbreaker had appeared behind her at some point. "Who are you?" Gaara exclaimed. Naruto, who was not far away, also noticed this scene and asked with the same vigilance, "Who are you?" "I was wondering why there were two different auras of tailed beasts. Turns out the Nine Tails is here too." Unexpectedly, the mysterious man ignored their questions and muttered to himself, "Good things really come in pairs, capturing two tailed beasts at once is fantastic." "What, you want Shikaku? No way." After hearing his words, Gaara immediately controlled the sand to sweep towards the mysterious man. However, the mysterious man was faster than her. His palms suddenly pressed on Gaara's waist, and a strange force instantly invaded her body. Gaara's body suddenly stiffened, and she could clearly feel that the chakra of Shikaku, the one tail, was being rapidly drawn out of her body. "Be good, close your eyes, it won't hurt." The mysterious man's voice was low and cold, as if it had some kind of hypnotic power. Gaara's body gradually lost the ability to resist under his control, her eyes began to become blurred, and her consciousness gradually faded. "Stop, let her go." Seeing this, Naruto roared and rushed towards the mysterious man without hesitation. He leaped up and condensed a Raisnon in his hand again, shooting from top to bottom, straight at the mysterious man's back. Raisnon! Naruto's attack was swift and fierce, and the Raisnon, with a whistling sound, went straight to the mysterious man's vital point. However, the mysterious man only glanced at him briefly, as if he saw through Naruto's actions. He turned his body at a tricky angle and easily avoided Naruto's attack. "Boy, don't be so impatient, it will be your turn soon." The mysterious man sneered with a hint of mockery in his voice. Bang! Naruto's Raisnon hit Shikaku's body below hard, instantly creating a deep pit and splashing sand and gravel everywhere. At the same time, his whole body rolled forward several times due to the impact. However, Naruto didn't care about it at all, and instead had a look of shock in his eyes. Because, just at the moment he met the mysterious man, he saw a pair of eyes from under the windbreaker that covered his entire body, a pair of white eyes. "Who are you, and why do you have the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan?" Naruto quickly turned around, pulled out several kunai from his ninja tool bag, and threw them at him one by one. At the same time, he loudly demanded, "Guess, Nine Tails Jinchuriki." The mysterious man nimbly dodged the incoming kunai and responded in a joking tone, "If you guess, I might be able to." Before he could finish his words, Naruto's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of him in an instant. Naruto grabbed the last kunai shot at him in one hand, and with the other hand, he condensed a high-speed rotating chakra ball and shot it straight at his chest. "What?" The mysterious man never thought that Naruto had this trick, so he had no time to react and was hit by the Raisnon in Naruto's hand. Bang! He immediately flew backwards, leaving a long groove on Shikaku's huge body, and finally stopped at the edge, stirring up a cloud of dust. Most of Shikaku's chakra, which had been extracted by him, returned to Gaara's body. The mysterious man's windbreaker on his chest was torn by the impact of the Raisnon, revealing a bloody wound inside. Space ninjutsu. The mysterious man looked at Naruto, who was holding Gaara in his arms not far away, with surprise in his tone. "No wonder you look so familiar. It turns out you are the son of Minato Namikaze. I didn't expect you to survive. If I guess correctly, it must be the nine-tailed fox that saved you." As he spoke, the bloody wound on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his torn windbreaker returned to its original shape. Seeing this, Naruto's eyes were filled with shock and vigilance. He didn't dare to relax at all, not only because of the mysterious man's terrifying strength and recovery ability, but also because of what he just said, that he should be the mysterious man mentioned to him by the previous 3 generations, the mysterious man who he and the 4th generation could not defeat even if they joined forces. If I can't even defeat them, then with my current strength, I will definitely not be his opponent. It seems I have to find an opportunity to escape first, Naruto said to himself. At this time, the mysterious man not far away moved. He suddenly glared and shouted, "Amaterasu." "What?" Naruto was startled, and a ball of black flame instantly burst out from the mysterious man's eyes and rushed towards Naruto at lightning speed. Naruto immediately had an idea and disappeared from the spot with Gaara in an instant. Bang! Amaterasu's black flames fell on the place where Naruto and Gaara had originally stood, and instantly spread out in all directions. In just a moment, the flames spread to most of the top of Shikaku's body. Another space ninjutsu. This thing is really troublesome. The mysterious man looked at the place where Naruto and Gaara disappeared, and muttered a little irritably. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes gradually disappeared and turned back into Byakugan. The black flames that had originally spread over most of Shikaku's body also disappeared immediately. However, the mysterious man didn't care about it at all. He stood on Shikaku and searched down with his Byakugan. Soon, he found traces of Naruto and the others in the woods below Shikaku's body. This time, I won't let you escape. The mysterious man immediately prepared to chase after them. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes. The next second, blood flowed out of his eyes, and his white eyes gradually disappeared, turning back into normal eyes. At the same time, his whole body knelt down on one knee due to the severe pain. Damn it, I really shouldn't have used force before these two powers were fully integrated. The mysterious man cursed softly, his tone tinged with weakness and pain. Now that's it, it's causing the other powers in my body to go out of control. As he spoke, he stood up unsteadily, looking at Naruto and Gaara in the woods below, with a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes. I'll let you go today, Nine-Tailed Fox and One-Tail, and I'll come back to take you in later. After he finished speaking, a space crack suddenly appeared behind him and sucked him in. Swish! Naruto held Gaara in his arms and appeared in the woods about 10 meters away from Shikaku's body. However, he did not stay for long, but picked up Gaara and ran away from Shikaku's body. After running for more than 100 meters, Naruto slowly stopped, because he found that the mysterious man did not catch up with him. Just in case, Naruto entered the sage mode and carefully sensed his surroundings. After confirming that there was indeed no trace of the mysterious man, he breathed a sigh of relief. He gently placed Gaara under a big tree and leaned against it, breathing heavily. The battle with Gaara did not consume much of his energy, but the battle and confrontation with the mysterious man consumed a lot of his energy, mainly in terms of energy that he had to stay highly concentrated at all times, otherwise if he was not careful, he might fall into an irretrievable situation. In addition, the inexplicable battle with Uchiha Itachi when he was chasing him earlier also consumed a lot of his chakra and physical strength. Therefore, at this moment, he still felt a little tired. Naruto leaned against the tree, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He knew that now was not the time to completely relax. Although the mysterious man had left temporarily, no one knew when he would come back. The strength he displayed was truly terrifying. It was the first time that Naruto had seen someone who possessed both the Byakugan and the Mangekyo Sharingan at the same time, and his recovery ability, which was comparable to that of a Jinchuriki, made him feel unprecedented pressure. In addition, Gaara's condition is not optimistic. Although Shikaku's chakra has returned to her body, she is still unconscious and has obviously suffered a great shock. Naruto opened his eyes and looked down at Gaara, feeling a little complicated. Forehead. At this moment, Naruto noticed some tiny cracks appearing on Gaara's face, as if something was peeling off. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and he reached out his hand involuntarily and gently touched the cracks. As he moved, the sand that originally covered Gaara's face began to gradually fall off, revealing a face he had never seen before, which was Gaara's true face. Her skin was as white as jade and so delicate that it seemed to reveal light. Her eyebrows were slender and soft, slightly furrowed, as if she was restless even in her dreams. Her eyelashes were thick and curled, like two small fans, trembling gently. Her nose is small and straight, with a slightly upturned tip, giving her a hint of playfulness. Her lips are slightly pursed, and her lips are light pink, like newly blooming cherry blossoms. What surprised Naruto the most was that Gaara's face had soft contours and smooth lines, completely unlike her usual cold and ruthless appearance. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, as if a hint of blood was showing through due to the peeling sand. Her whole face looked both delicate and fragile, as if it would break at the slightest touch. Gudong. Naruto swallowed subconsciously. He didn't expect that under Gaara's cold sand mask, there was such a beautiful and lovely face. Her face formed a strong contrast with her usual image, which made him stare at her in fascination for a moment. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise brought Naruto back to reality. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and found that the chakra used to support Shikaku's body in the distance was finally exhausted and began to collapse. Sand and gravel poured down from a great height like a waterfall, making a deafening roar. The entire ground was shaking, as if the earth was also trembling at the fall of this behemoth. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He thought that the mysterious man had returned, but he didn't expect that it was just Shikaku's body that collapsed. At their current distance, the collapsing sand and gravel from Shikaku's body would not endanger them. Forehead. At this moment, Gaara suddenly let out a painful groan, as if he had woken up from a nightmare. Her eyes slowly opened, a trace of confusion appeared in them, but soon, her gaze focused on Naruto, and the confusion was instantly replaced by anger and murderous intent. Uzumaki Naruto, I will kill you. Gaara's voice was hoarse and weak, but the murderous intent in his tone did not diminish at all. She tried to raise her hand and control the sand to attack Naruto, but it seemed as if all the strength had been drained from her body, and she couldn't even move a finger. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, Hey, you are too unreasonable, aren't you? I just saved you. it's okay if you don't thank me, but you actually want to kill me. Is there any justice in the world? Gaara's eyes were still cold, that even though she was too weak to even stand up, her tone was still full of hostility. Save me, ha, I didn't ask you to save me, that you just did it on your own, and don't forget, we are still enemies now. Who knows if you saved me because you have some conspiracy. Conspiracy, haha. Naruto was immediately amused by Gaara's words. If I hadn't risked my life to save you from that mysterious man, you would have died in his hands long ago. You actually said that I had a conspiracy to save you. Hey, girl, don't go too far. When Gaara heard Naruto call her girl, his expression suddenly became even colder, and the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. Shut up, don't call me with such frivolous words like that. Ha, frivolous, fine. Naruto raised a smirk at the corner of his mouth. Since you say that calling you like this is frivolous, then I will show you how frivolous I am, little girl, Gaara little girl, beautiful Gaara little girl. Faced with Naruto's verbal provocation, Gaara was so angry that his face turned pale and his eyes almost spitted fire. She didn't know where she got the strength from, but she actually raised her hand and slapped Naruto. I told you, you are not allowed to call me a girl. Bang! Gaara's hand was grabbed by Naruto. Hey, if you continue like this, I will use force. Naruto grabbed her soft and boneless hand, the smirk on his face became even more intense, and he threatened. Gaara looked at Naruto's malicious smile, and his heart tightened. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. She tried to pull her hand back, but her body was too weak to even have the strength. She could only grit her teeth and say, you dare, if you dare to do anything wrong, I will make you regret it. Seeing her like this, Naruto smiled even brighter. Oh, are you scared? If you are scared, just apologize to me, maybe I will let you go. Afraid? Ha, I'm not afraid of you, Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara stared at him intently, without a trace of retreat in her eyes. Although she was weak, her tone was still firm. You want me to apologize to you? There's no way. Alright, you forced me to do this. Naruto's eyes flashed with cunning, and he said, so what if I forced you, can you make me? As soon as Gaara said this, her cherry lips were suddenly blocked. Naruto leaned down and kissed her on the lips without hesitation. Gaara's eyes widened instantly and his whole body froze in place, as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to move at all. In her mind there was a blank, and all the anger, murderous intent, and hostility seemed to be frozen at this moment. She had never thought that what Naruto meant by force would be this way, and she had never thought that he would be so bold as to do such a thing to her. Naruto's kiss wasn't rough, but rather gentle and tentative. He pressed his lips gently against hers, as if waiting for her reaction. However, Gaara's body remained stiff, and her fingers trembled slightly, but she was powerless to push him away. It took Gaara a while to come back to his senses, and then he bit Naruto's lips hard. Oh my god. Naruto suddenly felt pain and immediately let go of Gaara's lips. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Gaara had bitten off a small piece of the inner wall of his lip. Bah! Naruto spat out a mouthful of blood and angrily shouted at Gaara, you are a dog, girl. Unexpectedly, Gaara ignored Naruto's words, but took advantage of his inattention to pull his hand out of his hand and slap him hard. Bang! The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the air. Naruto was caught off guard and a red palm print suddenly appeared on his face. You! Gaara looked at Naruto with some surprise. Obviously, she didn't expect that she could hit him in this situation. Her palm was slightly numb, and her fingertips still felt the touch of the slap. For some reason, she felt a little regretful. But when she thought of what Naruto had just done to her, she immediately turned into an indescribable anger and shame. You bastard. Gaara's voice was trembling, and although her body was still weak, her eyes were full of anger. Her cheeks flushed slightly, not sure if it was from anger or the lingering warmth of the kiss just now. She stared at Naruto intently, as if she wanted to tear him apart with her gaze. Naruto covered his face, but a helpless smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was not angry about the slap. After all, he asked for it. Not only that, he even thought that Gaara's frustrated look was a little cute. Naruto shrugged, his tone filled with a hint of amusement and helplessness. Alright, I'm the bastard, alright, now we're even, how's that? When Gaara heard his words, his brows furrowed even more tightly, and the anger in his eyes seemed to intensify. She bit her lip, her voice still trembling. Even, you think this is a loan, borrowing and paying back can make it even, you idiot. Although her voice was still filled with anger, there was a hint of complex emotions in her tone, as if even she herself could not fully understand her feelings at the moment. When Naruto heard her say this, the smile on his face suddenly deepened. He spread his hands and said helplessly, what do you want, another slap? Or did I want you to forcefully kiss me back? Yeah, that's fine too. Anyway, I won't lose anything. There was a hint of teasing in his tone, but his eyes were full of tenderness and seriousness. Gaara was choked by his words and was speechless for a moment, and the blush on his cheeks suddenly became more obvious. She didn't say anything, just glared at him fiercely, then turned her head away and stopped looking at him, but her heart beat faster involuntarily. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became subtle and complicated. Naruto. Gaara. At this moment, an anxious call broke the delicate atmosphere between the two. The sound came from far away and soon, two familiar figures appeared in Naruto and Gaara's sight. They were Satsuki and Temari, as well as Kankuro, who was carried on Temari's back. At the same time, behind them, there was an unexpected figure. Kakashi. We are here. Although Naruto was very surprised by their combination, he immediately shouted to them. When Satsuki and Temari heard Naruto's voice, they immediately quickened their pace. After a while, they arrived in front of Naruto and the others. Temari immediately threw Kankuro, who was on her back, to the ground without saying a word. Then, with a look of concern on her face, she walked up to Gaara, helped her up, and asked softly, "Are you okay, Gaara?" As Gaara's sister, she is much more attentive than her brother Kankuro. Therefore, she had noticed Gaara's gender a long time ago, and even secretly saw her true appearance, so she was not surprised by Gaara's appearance in front of her. "I'm fine." Gaara stood up with the strength she had just recovered and shook her head gently. Her voice was still a little cold, but there was a hint of imperceptible softness in her tone. Temari naturally noticed the change in Gaara's tone. It was the first time she saw Gaara talking to her like this, and she was immediately surprised. Temari was about to ask her something when Gaara beat her to the punch. "Temari, let's go, I don't want to fight anymore." "Oh, okay." Temari was stunned for a moment. Obviously, she didn't expect that Gaara, who was always belligerent, would take the initiative to say that he didn't want to continue fighting. She was a little confused for a moment, but nodded subconsciously and said, "Anyway, we have already admitted defeat." As she said that, she turned around and walked towards Kankuro, who she had just thrown away. On the other side, Satsuki also came to Naruto quickly, with deep concern in his eyes, and asked, "Naruto, are you okay?" "It's okay. With my strength, how could anything possibly happen to me?" Naruto said with a confident smile. "Really?" Satsuki looked him up and down with concern, her gaze finally resting on the red palm print on his face that hadn't completely faded. A hint of doubt emerged in her eyes. "Then what's with this palm print? Did you inflict it yourself?" This." Naruto was suddenly speechless and scratched his head awkwardly. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer Satsuki and could only laugh dryly, "Ha ha ha." At the same time, his eyes subconsciously glanced towards Gaara. Just at this moment, Gaara had just finished talking to Temari, and his eyes consciously looked towards him. The two people's eyes suddenly met, and Gaara seemed to have thought of something in an instant. His face, which had originally returned to normal, suddenly flushed again. Then, she glared at Naruto fiercely, but this time, there was no anger or murderous intent in her eyes, only a hint of shame and complicated emotions. Then she quickly turned her head away and stopped looking at Naruto, but her heart beat faster involuntarily. Satsuki naturally noticed this at the first moment. In fact, it was only now that she realized that Gaara's appearance had undergone a drastic change. She never imagined that Gaara was actually a woman, and so beautiful. She thought about the slap mark on Naruto's face and Gaara's actions just now, and she immediately realized something. She snorted at Naruto in dissatisfaction and said in a bad tone, "I didn't expect in such a critical situation just now, you still have the leisure and elegance." What do you mean by leisurely and elegant?" Naruto couldn't keep up with Satsuki's train of thought for a moment. He looked at her blankly and asked, but Satsuki didn't intend to explain at all. She just glanced at him coldly, then turned her gaze to Gaara with unkindness and vigilance in her eyes. Gaara immediately felt Satsuki's hostile gaze. She turned around, her eyes slightly cold, and glared back without showing any weakness. For a moment, a tense atmosphere spread between the two of them, and the air seemed to be filled with gunpowder. Naruto, standing by, looked at this all too familiar scene and couldn't help but secretly groan inwardly, why the hell is this Shura field scene happening again? Just as he was thinking about how to resolve this awkward situation, Temari suddenly roared in dissatisfaction from the side, "Get up now." "Don't get up yet." Temari slammed her fan onto Kankuro, who was lying on the ground, making a dull thud. Naruto and his companions were instantly attracted by the sudden sound. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweats, and they were secretly worried about Kankuro, who was already seriously injured. However, to everyone's surprise, Kankuro didn't groan or struggle in pain as they had imagined. Instead, he slowly sat up from the ground, rubbed his sleepy eyes, looked at Temari drowsily, and muttered, "Is it time to eat, Temari?" When Naruto and the others heard what he said, they broke into a sweat again. They never expected that Kankuro, who usually looked cold and arrogant, would have such a cute side. "Eat your big head, ghost." Temari gave him a slap without any courtesy and said angrily, "Don't you see what's going on now?" Kankuro seemed to finally wake up a little after being hit by Temari. He frowned, trying to recall what happened before he fell asleep. At that time, Temari stayed behind to stop the pursuing Satsuki, while he was responsible for helping Gaara, who was gradually turning into a tailed beast, escape. However, before they ran far, Zou suddenly caught up with them. Just as he was about to go up to fight, Gaara suddenly went crazy beside him and slapped him with a sand palm, sending him flying. He fell heavily to the ground, and his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. However, before he fainted, he vaguely saw Satsuki and Gaara fighting, and Gaara seemed to be stabbed by Satsuki's Chidori again. Thinking of this, Kankuro's eyes suddenly widened and he woke up instantly. He looked around hurriedly and asked anxiously, by the way, where's Gaara, how's Gaara? Seeing that he had finally come to his senses, Temari snorted coldly, pointed at Naruto and the others not far away, and said, look, she's over there. Kankuro looked in the direction she pointed, and the first thing that caught his eye was Satsuki with a stern face, followed by a beautiful face he had never seen before. The owner of that face was wearing the same clothes as Gaara, and finally Naruto's hateful face. Swish! Kankuro instantly entered combat mode, chakra lines rapidly flowing out from his fingertips, ready to control the puppet to fight. However, just as he raised his hand, he suddenly remembered that his puppet had already been destroyed by Naruto. He was immediately filled with anger, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he did not forget to shout to Temari in front of him, Temari, prepare to fight. Fighting! Temari gave him another slap without any mercy, and said unhappily, Gaara said he doesn't want to fight anymore. Besides, our village has already surrendered. Ah, not fighting anymore, surrendering. Kankuro wilted instantly after hearing Temari's words. His fighting spirit instantly dissipated, replaced by a look of confusion and loss. Hey, what happened after I fainted, and where is Gaara? Why can't I see him? Temari sighed, with a hint of helplessness in her tone, and said, alas, I'll tell you about this later. Anyway, it seems that we have been deceived. As for Gaara, she paused and pointed at the girl not far away. Didn't you just see her? She was standing with the Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Satsuki. Why? Kankuro followed her gesture and looked again. His eyes fell on the unfamiliar beautiful face and he was stunned. His eyes widened and he asked in disbelief, wait, Temari, are you saying that girl is Gaara? Temari rolled her eyes and nodded helplessly, that's right, she's Gaara. Why? Are you surprised to know that Gaara is a woman? Kankuro's head was pounding like crazy. He was not just surprised, he was shocked to the point of not being able to be more shocked. He never imagined that Gaara, who had always been cold and ruthless and wore a cold mask, was actually such a beautiful girl. This completely overturned all his understanding of Gaara. However, after the shock, Kankuro felt a little secretly happy in his heart. It seemed not bad to have such a beautiful sister. At least she was pleasing to the eyes, and it could also satisfy his dream of being a sister Khan. So, Kankuro cleared his throat, ready to get closer to Gaara. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Gaara coldly, Temari, let's go. After saying that, Gaara turned around first, dragging his weak body and slowly walked towards the sand village. Before she left, her gaze lingered on Naruto for a moment, a complicated look flashing in her eyes. Then she glanced at Zoyu again, with a hint of provocation in her eyes, as if silently declaring something. Zoyu frowned at her provocative gaze, crossed his arms across his chest, and stared back coldly. The air was suddenly filled with an invisible smell of gunpowder. Seeing this, Temari's eyes showed a trace of thoughtfulness. Then she quickly glared at Kankuro and said, why are you still in a daze? Hurry and catch up with Gaara. With that, she stopped paying attention to Kankuro and quickly caught up with Gaara, asking with concern, Gaara, are you okay? Do you want me to carry you? Gaara shook his head calmly, his voice still a little cold, no, I can walk by myself. Kankuro, although he was a little slow to react, he quickly caught up with the two of them. He followed Gaara closely, stealing glances at her from time to time, and secretly sighed in his heart, Gaara is so beautiful, why didn't I notice it before? On the other side, Naruto looked at Gaara's departing back, feeling mixed emotions. He touched the slap mark on his face that had not yet completely faded, but a helpless smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zoyu walked up to him and said coldly, don't look, everyone has gone far away. Naruto came back to his senses, laughed dryly twice, and said, haha, Satsuki, don't get me wrong, I just... Zoyu snorted coldly and interrupted him, you don't have to explain, I'm not interested in listening to your stupid things. After saying that, she jumped up onto the treetop and headed back to the village. Naruto looked at Satsuki's departing back inside helplessly. At this moment, Kakashi, who had been standing aside silently, suddenly started to tease, I didn't expect that Naruto, you have such good luck in love. Naruto seemed to have just noticed Kakashi's presence, looked at him in surprise, and asked, hey, Kakashi-sensei, why are you here? Kakashi immediately rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, you deserve it, Suzuki. After saying that, he also jumped up and followed Zoyu's footsteps. Naruto looked at Kakashi's departing back, scratched his head, and said to himself, it seems that I have offended everyone, alas. As he said this, he sighed silently, jumped up, and followed. On the way back to the village, Naruto asked Kakashi about the war while he was on his way. Kakashi told him that because the third Hokage had made careful preparations in advance, the losses in this war had been kept relatively small. Although some casualties and building damage are inevitable, the overall situation has been effectively controlled. In addition, thanks to the powerful intelligence network of the third generation, Konoha successfully found the body of the fourth generation Kazekage who was killed by Orochimaru and returned it to the Sand Village. This action made the ninjas of the Sand Village realize that they were being used by Orochimaru, which quickly shook their fighting spirit and ended the war early. Not only that, Kakashi also mentioned that it was because of the early end of the war that he was able to take the time to pick up Naruto and the others. On the way here, he first met Ninkai and Temari. After telling them about the war, Ninkai returned to the village first, while Temari chose to follow Kakashi to find Naruto and others. Afterwards, they met Satsuki and Kankuro, who fainted on the roadside, and finally found Naruto and Gaara. So, this is how the previous scene happened. After listening to Kakashi's words, Naruto couldn't help but admire the third generation again. The third generation in this world is indeed an amazing leader. Not only did he predict the actions of the Sand Village in advance, but he also successfully minimized the losses of the war through precise intelligence and strategies. Thinking of this, Naruto said in his heart, the third generation of this world is really terrifying. This made him recall the indifferent look on the third Hokage's face when Jiraiya asked him to tell him the information that someone was about to attack Konoha in the Chunin exams. It seems that at that time, the third generation had already received the intelligence in advance and made preparations early. The reason why he did not cancel the Chunin exam was probably to lure the enemy into a trap. What Naruto didn't know was that the reason why the third Hokage did this was actually far more than just this. There were other reasons. Of course, it took him a long time to realize this. At this moment, Naruto suddenly remembered something and asked Kakashi beside him, "By the way, Teacher Kakashi, how is Grandpa Sarutobi doing, who won the duel between him and Orochimaru?" In fact, Naruto knew in his heart that with the strength of the third Hokage, Orochimaru was no match for him at all, and the reason why he still asked this question. Firstly, it was out of concern for the third generation. After all, the third generation in this world was very good to him. Secondly, they are afraid that the third generation will die in this war, just like in the original book. After hearing Naruto's question, Kakashi's expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, he replied, Orochimaru was successfully repelled by the third Hokage. However, the third Hokage himself was also seriously injured. It is estimated that he will not be able to continue to serve as Hokage. What? The war is over, though. However, the damage caused by the war is real, and work such as house reconstruction, compensation for the dead, and comforting the people are all being carried out in an orderly manner. However, even though everything seems to be moving in a good direction, there is always an indelible shadow hanging over the sky of Konoha village. That is, after the third Hokage abdicates, who will take over the position of Hokage? If this matter is not handled properly, Konoha is likely to be in turmoil again. The top leaders of Konoha were naturally well aware of this. Therefore, after learning that the third Hokage could no longer serve as Hokage, they quickly convened an emergency meeting to discuss the next Hokage. In addition to the patriarchs of Konoha's leading families, the participants also included representatives holding important positions in various key departments, as well as important advisors to the village. The atmosphere in the meeting room was so solemn that it was almost suffocating, and everyone was worried about the future of the village. The Fire Nation's daimyo was the first to break the silence. His voice was low and solemn. "I would like to express my regret and respect for the fact that the third Hokage is unable to continue serving as Hokage." As he spoke, he looked around at everyone present and continued, "However, the future of the village cannot be delayed. We must quickly determine the next Hokage to ensure Konoha's stability and prosperity. Does anyone have any recommendations for suitable candidates?" There was silence in the conference room. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. After all, the position of Hokage requires not only strong strength, but also sufficient prestige and leadership ability to win the support of the people and lead Konoha into a new future. Such a candidate is obviously not easy to find. At this time, Maidamanen, one of Konoha's senior advisors, slowly spoke. "I think Jiraiya is a suitable candidate. He is not only a disciple of the third Hokage, but also the teacher of the fourth Hokage. He is personally powerful enough and has a very high reputation in the ninja world. He is one of the three ninjas. If he is willing to take over, he will undoubtedly be the best choice." Yutain Koharu, who was sitting next to him, nodded immediately and added, "Jiraiya is indeed a good choice. However, he travels a lot and has a casual personality. I'm afraid he may not be willing to take on this responsibility." "No." Unexpectedly, just as they finished speaking, an old man sitting opposite them, wearing a black and gray kimono and with his entire right hand wrapped in bandages, immediately objected, and said, "I have intelligence that shows that the reason why Orochimaru attacked Konoha this time was entirely because of Jiraiya. If he becomes Hokage, there's no guarantee that Orochimaru will attack Konoha again, or even more severely than this time. Therefore, we can't take this risk, and..." Having said this, he paused slightly and continued, "Although Jiraiya is powerful, he is away from the village for most of the year and has limited knowledge of the village's current situation and internal affairs. The position of Hokage requires someone who can always pay attention to the development of the village and handle daily affairs, not a ninja who travels around everywhere." The person who said this is Danzo Shinura. Danzo's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. The conference room fell silent again, and everyone lowered their heads in thought, obviously touched by his words. After a moment, Maidamanen frowned, looked at Danzo thoughtfully, and asked, "Then, according to you, who is more suitable to be the Hokage, Danzo?" Danzo slowly raised his head, his eyes firm and deep, and without a trace of hesitation in his tone, he said, "I'm not bragging, but I believe that the most suitable candidate for the position of Hokage is me." Having said this, he paused for a moment, as if giving everyone present some time to think, and then continued, as you all know, Hiruzen and I are both disciples of the second Hokage, and I have been the leader of the root for many years, so I am well aware of the internal affairs of the village and external threats. Therefore, I believe that with my experience and ability, I can lead Konoha through this difficult period and towards a more prosperous future. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room was in an uproar. Everyone was obviously shocked by Danzo's self-recommendation. Midaman N and Yutain Koharu looked at each other with frowns, obviously having reservations about Danzo's proposal. Hinata Hayashi pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke, Danzo-sama, your qualifications and abilities are indeed unquestionable, but the position of Hokage requires not only strength and experience, but also the trust and support of the villagers. That you have been in charge of the affairs of the root for many years, and your style of doing things is too secretive. I am afraid it will be difficult to convince the people. Danzo sneered, his eyes sweeping sharply around the table, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Trust, support, are the trust and support you speak of more important than the safety of the village? Konoha has just experienced a war. While the internal damage hasn't been severe, it's still surrounded by powerful enemies. Even though Orochimaru was repelled, that doesn't guarantee that other villages won't take advantage of the situation and move in. Furthermore, with Orochimaru's personality, you don't think he'll just give up, do you? Therefore, what we need is a leader who can make decisive decisions and respond to crises, not someone who only talks about ideals and is indecisive. He paused, his voice growing colder. As for the villagers' trust and support, that's just a matter of time. As long as I can lead Konoha to prosperity, the villagers will naturally understand my approach. Do you think that Jiraiya, who travels all year round, or anyone else, would understand the village's current situation better than I do? Danzo's words were like a sharp sword, striking directly at the heart of the matter. There was silence in the conference room, and everyone looked at each other, obviously shocked by his words. Even Mito Kato N and Yutain Koharu, who had just supported Jiraiya, were speechless and unable to refute. Seeing this, the daimyo of the Land of Fire nodded slightly, as if he was moved by Danzo's words, and was also quite satisfied with his performance. He immediately cleared his throat and was about to announce Danzo as the new Hokage when the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. I object. A weak but firm voice came from outside the door. Everyone present immediately looked in the direction of the sound and saw the third generation standing at the door. Although his face was not very good and his body was wrapped in bandages, his eyes were still bright and full of unquestionable majesty. Hiruzen? Danzo's face instantly darkened, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. The third generation slowly walked into the conference room, his eyes sweeping over everyone present, finally stopping on Danzo. He said in a deep voice, Danzo, your abilities and qualifications are indeed impeccable, but the position of Hokage requires not only strength and means, but also a heart that cares for the village and its inhabitants. Your style of action is too radical. If Konoha were handed over to you, I'm afraid you would not be able to lead it towards true peace and prosperity. You would most likely bring Konoha to the brink of war and destruction. Danzo's expression changed, and he said coldly, Hiruzen, are you saying that I will harm Konoha? Snort. The third generation did not answer him, but snorted coldly. His attitude was very obvious. You. Danzo wanted to say something, but the third Hokage didn't want to pay any attention to him. Instead, he turned to the Fire Country daimyo sitting in the middle and said in a firm tone, Daimyo, I heard what you just said outside. Since you think Jiraiya is not qualified to be the Hokage, then I propose that Tsunade be the next Hokage. As soon as the third generation said this, the conference room fell into a brief silence again. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade not only possesses powerful medical ninjutsu and combat abilities, but also enjoys extremely high prestige in the village. Moreover, it is said that she has a good relationship with the top leaders of other villages. If she is allowed to serve as Hokage, it will undoubtedly bring more allies and support to Konoha. However, she had left Konoha for many years, and her whereabouts were erratic, so there was no way to find her. As expected, Danzo immediately sneered and said, Hiruzen, you really don't avoid relatives. Everyone knows that Tsunade is not only the granddaughter of the first Hokage, but also one of your disciples. You proposed her to be the Hokage out of selfish motives, isn't it? Moreover, Tsunade has been away from Konoha for many years, and her whereabouts are a mystery. It is unknown where to find her, and whether she is willing to come back. If you make such a suggestion now, aren't you just stalling for time and wasting everyone's opportunity? Danzo's tone was full of sarcasm and disdain, and he was obviously extremely dissatisfied with the third generation's proposal. The third Hokage was not shaken by Danzo's words, and his expression remained calm. He then slowly said, I already have information about Tsunade's whereabouts. I also have a way to get her back to be the Hokage, so you don't have to worry about the two problems you mentioned. As for nepotism. Having said this, the third Hokage turned and looked at Danzo, his eyes flashing with determination and calmness. That's right, I do appoint people based on personal connections, but the premise of my nepotism is that the candidates I recommend are capable, qualified, and responsible. Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage and has inherited the will of the Senju clan. Her medical ninjutsu and combat abilities are unmatched in the ninja world, and I'm sure you're well aware of this. More importantly, she has a heart that cares about the village, which is the most required quality for the position of Hokage. At this point, he paused, his tone becoming more resolute. Danzo, you always use the safety of the village as an excuse to try to control everything with tough means, but you have to understand that the Hokage is not only the protector of the village, but also the hope and faith of the villagers. Although Tsunade has been away from Konoha for many years, I believe she has never forgotten her responsibilities. After all, this village was founded by her grandfather himself, so her return will not only stabilize the village, but also the situation in the village can also bring new vitality to Konoha, so I think Tsunade is undoubtedly the best candidate to take over the position of Hokage. After hearing what the third generation said, Danzo's face suddenly became even gloomier, and his fists were clenched tightly. Obviously he was extremely dissatisfied with what the third generation said. Finally, he could no longer suppress his inner rage, and stood up from his chair, shouting, Hiruzen, stop being so overbearing. Ever since you recommended the fourth Hokage, you've been insisting on having your own way. Later, when it came to the Nine Tails incident and the handling of the Uchiha clan, you never asked for our opinions. Now, you're forcing Tsunade into office. Do you really think Konoha belongs to you alone? Danzo's voice echoed in the conference room, carrying with it years of suppressed anger and resentment. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing straight at the third generation, as if he wanted to pour out all the resentment accumulated over the years. The third Hokage's expression remained calm, unshaken by Danzo's words. He slowly raised his head, his eyes deep and firm, his tone calm, yet filled with unquestionable power. Danzo, you are wrong. I have never considered Konoha to be mine alone. Every decision I made was for the future of the village and the well-being of the villagers. The ability and character of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, are obvious to all. His sacrifice was to protect the peace of Konoha. As for the Nine Tails incident and the Uchiha clan, I never felt that I did anything wrong. Naruto is not only the most important fighting force in the village, but also has a high prestige among the villagers. In this war, his performance was impeccable. If he had not defeated the One-Tails Jinchuriki, the losses suffered by the village would have been 10 times greater than they are now. As for the Uchiha clan, under the leadership of clan leader Tenko, they have become better integrated into the villagers over the years and have gained their recognition. What? Don't you think that's a good thing? As for the accusation that I'm domineering. At this point, he paused slightly, looking at Danzo with a sharp gaze, his voice carrying a hint of majesty and oppression. Danzo, whether I'm domineering or not, everyone here knows it well. You've worked with me for so many years, but you've never felt this way. Why do you think you're the only one who feels this way? Don't you think the problem might be with you? The words of the third Hokage were like a heavy hammer, hitting Danzo's heart. The conference room fell silent instantly, and everyone's eyes were focused on Danzo, waiting for his response. Danzo's face turned pale, and a sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he stared coldly at the third Hokage, his voice low and threatening. Hiruzen, are you questioning my loyalty? You know how much I have sacrificed for Konoha. Everything I have done is for the safety of the village. Safe? Haha, Danzo, don't think that I don't know what you have done privately over the years. If it weren't for the great contributions you have made to Konoha and the fact that you and I were once companions, I would have taken action against you long ago. The third Hokage's voice suddenly rose, his eyes like torches, as if he wanted to reveal all the secrets deep in Danzo's heart. From time to time, his eyes would look at Danzo's bandaged right hand. There was an uproar in the conference room, and everyone looked shocked. Maidamanan and Utane Kohara looked at each other, a hint of uneasiness flashing in their eyes. Although they knew that Danzo's root acted in secret, they never thought that the third generation would openly question Danzo's actions at this moment. Danzo's face instantly turned ashen, his fists clenched, his knuckles white. He stared coldly at the third Hokage, his voice filled with suppressed anger. Hiruzen, you. Alright, third Hokage, Danzo, please stop arguing. I know you both care about the future of Konoha, just in different ways. At this time, the daimyo of the Fire Country suddenly interrupted the quarrel between the third Hokage and Danzo, cooling down the tense atmosphere in the conference room. The daimyo spoke in a calm tone, his eyes sweeping across the crowd, finally stopping at the third Hokage. Third Hokage's suggestion is very good. Since you think Tsunade is the most suitable candidate for the position of Hokage, then we should follow your suggestion and find Tsunade as soon as possible and let her return to Konoha to take over the position of Hokage. The third Hokage nodded slightly and said solemnly, thank you for your support, Daimyo-sama. That I will arrange for someone to retrieve Tsunade as soon as possible. The daimyo nodded, then looked at Danzo again, his tone reassuring. Danzo-sama, your loyalty and ability are obvious to all. Konoha's future needs talents like you to assist the Hokage and jointly protect the safety of the village. I hope you can continue to contribute to Konoha. Danzo's face was still gloomy, but facing the daimyo's decision, he couldn't say anything. He looked at the third Hokage coldly, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes, but he could only nod reluctantly, his voice low and cold. Don't worry, Daimyo-sama, I will continue to serve Konoha. For a moment, the tense atmosphere in the entire conference room was finally relieved. Seeing this, senior officials such as Maidamanan and Utane Kohara breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement with the daimyo's decision. The daimyo smiled slightly and glanced at the crowd again. In that case, then, as the third Hokage suggested, Tsunade will temporarily serve as the fifth Hokage. If she is willing to accept the position, we will officially announce her appointment. In the meantime, I would like to trouble you, third Hokage, to continue to act as Hokage to ensure the stability of the village. The third Hokage bowed slightly and said solemnly, "Thank you for your trust, Daimyo-sama. I will do my best to ensure a smooth transition for Konoha." After a while, this tense meeting finally ended and everyone left the meeting room one after another. Danzo walked last, his eyes gloomy, obviously extremely dissatisfied with the result. After all, he had always believed that he was a sure thing to succeed the Hokage, but he didn't expect. Thinking about this, he glanced coldly at the back of the third Hokage walking in front of him, and muttered to himself in a low voice, "Hiruzen, do you think you can stop me like this? The future of Konoha will never develop according to your wishes." The third generation walking in front naturally felt Danzo's hostile gaze, but he did not look back, just sighed slightly that he knew very well in his heart that Danzo's ambition would not disappear because of this. However, he would not let him succeed. After all, in his entire plan, nominating Tsunade as Hokage was just a transition. He would be the one who would accept Konoha. After leaving the conference room, the third generation looked up at the sky covered by dark clouds and silently said in his heart, "Brat, I have tried my best to pave the way for you. As for whether you can succeed in the future, it depends on your own performance." Just at this moment, a ray of sunlight penetrated the thick dark clouds and sprinkled on Sanday's face. The corners of his mouth immediately raised a relieved smile, and he murmured softly, "It seems that there will be good weather next." Naruto naturally had no idea what was happening among the Konoha high-level officials. At this moment, he was fully immersed in intensive training, trying his best to improve his strength. The tremendous pressure brought to him by the sudden appearance of the mysterious man forced him to work harder to cope with the challenges that might come in the future. In fact, before this, Naruto had guessed the identity of the mysterious man many times, but in the end he ruled them out one by one. After all, among all the powerful Hokage he knew, no one possessed both the Byakugan and the Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, it is not ruled out that some of them have undergone some changes and thus acquired these two abilities. After all, this Naruto world is different from the one he is familiar with. But no matter what, Naruto decided not to delve into the identity of the mysterious man for the time being. After all, as long as the nine-tailed fox is still in his body, the other party will come back again one day. By then, as long as I am strong enough to defeat him, I will naturally be able to uncover the mystery of his identity. Of course, the premise of all this is that Naruto himself must become strong enough to deal with any challenge. This is also the reason why he immediately started practicing after the war. During this period, Naruto visited the third Hokage and found that although he was seriously injured, he was still in good spirits. However, the sadness that occasionally appeared in his eyes revealed his inner pain. It seems that the battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru caused him far more than just physical injuries. This may be the reason why he can no longer continue to serve as Hokage, Naruto said in his heart. However, precisely because of this, he did not tell Sanday about his encounter with the mysterious man during his visit. He did not want to cause Sanday any more trouble at this time. 3597. Naruto tied dozens of kilograms of lead to his body and did frog jumps back and forth among the bushes. Although his current physical strength is several times stronger than before the Chunin exam, it is still a long way from the effect he wants to achieve. Therefore, his training plan for this period of time is still mainly based on physical training, while improving his proficiency in ninjutsu through shadow clones. Fire style, great fireball technique. At this moment, a deep male voice suddenly sounded, and then a huge fireball roared from the depths of the woods, heading straight for Naruto's face. What? Naruto, who was jumping from one tree to another, suddenly narrowed his eyes and quickly formed seals with his hands. Wind style, great breakthrough. Bang! The strong wind and the fireball collided with each other, causing a violent explosion. Naruto took advantage of the momentum to retreat, landing steadily on another tree. While removing the lead from his body, he looked vigilantly in the direction of the attack. In the smoke and dust, a figure dressed in Uchiha clan uniform slowly walked out, and the three Magatama Sharingan slowly turned in his scarlet eyes. The man who came was none other than Satsuki's father, the former head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, Uncle Fuyo. Clan leader. This was the first time Naruto met Uchiha Fugaku in a real sense. The last time they just looked at each other during the Chunin exam. Therefore, he really didn't know how to address him at first. He originally wanted to call him uncle, but when he thought about how they were not very familiar with each other, he immediately changed his name to the current one. Uzumaki Naruto, I heard that you and Satsuki are very close? Uchiha Fugaku ignored Naruto's address to him, but instead looked at him with a knife-like gaze and said coldly, "Ah." Naruto was slightly stunned, and for a moment he could not keep up with Uchiha Fugaku's thinking, but soon he understood what Uchiha Fugaku meant and why he came. After all, during the Chunin exams, he had looked at her with scrutiny and wariness in his eyes. Thinking of this, Naruto immediately wanted to explain to him, "Chief Fugaku, Satsuki and I are actually." Unexpectedly, just as he said this, Uchiha Fugaku started to move again, fire style, phoenix flower technique. Call. A ball of blazing fire shot out of his mouth in an instant. The moment it touched the air, it quickly broke apart, like a blooming flower, attacking Naruto from all directions. Wind style, fierce wind palm. Naruto clasped his hands together and a gust of wind burst out from his palms, blowing away all the incoming fireballs. However, Uchiha Fugaku didn't give Naruto any chance to breathe, and his hands quickly formed seals again, saying, "Fire style, great fire dragon technique." Roar! A fire dragon formed by scorching flames roared and swept towards Naruto. Water style, water wall technique. Naruto quickly formed hand seals, and a wall of water rose from the ground, colliding with the fire dragon, making a chi-chi-chi sound, and instantly a large amount of white mist rose up. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next second, countless shurikens shot out from the white mist, attacking Naruto's vital points. Naruto quickly took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag and spun it rapidly in his hand to form an impenetrable defensive barrier. The sound of metal collision was endless, and sparks flew everywhere. The reaction is pretty good, but it's still a little too naive. Uchiha Fuya's voice suddenly sounded from behind Naruto. It turned out that all his attacks just now were just feints. His purpose was actually to get closer to Naruto. Naruto turned around suddenly, but Fugaku's hand was already on his shoulder, and his three Magatama Sharingan flashed with a strange light, illusion, dream shadow. In an instant, Naruto felt dizzy, and the surrounding scene began to distort and deform, and then, with a bang, he turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared into the air. What? Uchiha Fugaku was shocked. He didn't even notice when Naruto used the shadow clone. Raise Nan. At this moment, Naruto's voice suddenly sounded from behind him, and a high-speed rotating chakra ball hit his back directly. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes turned immediately, and the original three Magatama instantly changed into a kaleidoscope shape. The whole person immediately turned into an afterimage and disappeared on the spot. Bang! The Raise Nan in Naruto's hand hit the ground where Uchiha Fugaku had just stood, and then he landed steadily on the ground, looking around vigilantly. "You're quite capable. I didn't expect you could force me to use my Mangekyo Sharingan." At this moment, Fugaku's voice sounded from right in front of him, and at this moment, the fog gradually dissipated, revealing his figure in front of Naruto. A trace of fatigue appeared on his face, and his Mangekyo Sharingan returned to three Magatama. He looked at Naruto with a hint of appreciation and recognition, as well as a hint of inexplicable complex emotions. "Now, I allow you to be friends with Satsuki." After saying that, he turned and left without caring about Naruto's reaction. Unexpectedly, he had just taken 2 steps when he seemed to remember something. He suddenly turned his head and cast a sharp look at Naruto. "But we can only be friends. If you dare to go further." As he spoke, the three Magatama Sharingan in his eyes transformed into a Mangekyo again. "Be careful or I'll kill you." After saying that, Uchiha Fugaku really walked into the depths of the woods without looking back. Just like he appeared before, he came and went in a hurry. "No, what's going on?" Naruto looked at the direction where Uchiha Fugaku left, scratched his head helplessly, and muttered to himself that he could naturally understand that Uchiha Fugaku's purpose of coming this time was nothing more than to test his own strength and at the same time, to find out what the relationship between him and Satsuki was. But it is obvious that Uchiha Fugaku seems to have not fully achieved either of these two things. First of all, it is a test of strength. Naruto can see that Uchiha Fugaku didn't use his full strength just now, not even half of it. At the same time, he also believes that Uchiha Fugaku can also see that he also used his full strength. The battle they just had was at best a mutual test, but if this met Uchiha Fugaku's test standards, then it would be too simple. Of course, this is not the point for Naruto. The real point is, Naruto really couldn't understand Uchiha Fugaku's definition of the relationship between him and Satsuki, and what Uchiha Fugaku meant by those last words. After all, if Uchiha Fugaku agreed that he and Satsuki could be friends, then he wouldn't need to agree to this at all, because he and Satsuki were already friends. But if the friend he was talking about wasn't a friend in the literal sense, but had a meaning of something else, then he wouldn't allow himself to go any further. So where exactly was the boundary of this friend he was talking about? It's so annoying, ugh. The more Naruto thought about it, the more confused he became. He could only turn all his confusion into a long sigh and then continue his training journey. 8 Trigrams Palm. Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall. Raise Nan. Return to Heaven. Bang. Amidst the violent collision, Naruto and Hyuga Hayashi each slid back several meters before they managed to stabilize their bodies. Yeah, not bad. Hinata Hayashi put away his eye roll, looked at Naruto with a glint of approval in his eyes, nodded slightly, and said, "I allow you to be friends with Hinata." After saying that, he also ignored Naruto's reaction and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, he also didn't take 2 steps before he seemed to remember something. He suddenly turned his head to look at Naruto and cast a sharp look. "But we are just friends. If you dare to go further." At this point, his eyes suddenly turned blue. "Be careful or I'll kill you." After saying that, he walked towards the depths of the woods, just like Uchiha Fugaku before him. Naruto looked at the direction where Hinata Hayashi disappeared, listening to his extremely familiar lines, and froze in place for a moment. It took a while for Naruto to come back to his senses. He said to the air, a little defensively, "No, do all fathers in this world like to be riddlers so much?" What Riddler, Naruto? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya's curious voice came from behind him. Naruto looked back at him, shook his head gently, and said, "No, nothing. But you, why are you here? Hey, brat, what's with that attitude?" Jiraiya exaggeratedly covered his chest, made a hurt expression, and said, "After all, I'm still your teacher. How can a disciple treat his master like this?" As he spoke, his eyes scanned the surroundings for signs of battle, knowing that Naruto had just finished fighting someone else. However, he was not worried about this at all, because he could infer from certain traces that the person who was fighting against Naruto should be from the Hyuga clan. He thought about the rumors he had heard in the village these days about Naruto and the two eldest daughters of the Uchiha and Hyuga families, and couldn't help but mutter sourly in his heart, "How come this brat is as popular with women as his father? When will you stop being so disrespectful, then I can properly call you teacher?" Naruto rolled his eyes at him and said, "Hey, brat, how am I disrespectful? I'm the most serious ninja." Jiraiya retorted dissatisfiedly, "Tisk, serious?" Naruto curled his lips in disdain and said, "During the Chunin exams, I saw what you were like during the month I was with you. 8 out of 10 days you were peeping at girls taking a bath. The only reason you didn't do that for the other 2 days was because we went to Mayaboku Mountain. Otherwise, you would have set a record of peeping for 10 consecutive days, wouldn't you?" Jiraiya almost stumbled and fell when he heard Naruto's words. His old face flushed and he quickly waved his hands and explained, Ahem, you little brat, what do you know? I was just collecting materials. Artistic creation requires a deep understanding of life, do you understand? Oh? Naruto crossed his arms and said with disdain, "Then why did you only take pictures in women's bathhouses and places where girls bathe? Don't men's bathhouses have artistic value?" Jiraiya was speechless, sweat oozing from his forehead. Suddenly, his eyes rolled and a serious expression appeared on his face. Ahem. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I came to you this time for something serious. Oh, what's the matter? Naruto looked at him suspiciously and said, "Are you asking me to keep watch for you again? I'm warning you, I won't do it this time. Watching for the wind, even if I were watching for the wind, I wouldn't dare look for you again." Jiraiya muttered, "Every time you watch for the wind, I will be discovered immediately. I really suspect that you were watching for those women." "Ah, what did you say?" Naruto seemed to be after hearing what Jiraiya said. She deliberately raised her voice and asked, "Nothing. Jiraiya quickly waved his hand and changed the subject. "Okay, I came to you this time because I want you to go with me to find someone." "Looking for someone?" Naruto seemed to have guessed who Jiraiya wanted him to find, but he still deliberately asked, "Who?" "The granddaughter of the first Hokage, one of the 3 ninjas as famous as me, Tsunadeheim." Jiraiya's tone became serious for once, and he replied, as expected. Naruto immediately said in his heart, after all, the 3rd Hokage could no longer continue to serve as Hokage, so Konoha naturally needed a new Hokage. On the candidate list, there are only a handful of people in Konoha who meet this condition, among whom Jiraiya, who is a disciple of the 3rd generation, has the highest probability. But with Jiraiya's personality, it would be impossible for him to take on this burden. Therefore, Tsunade, who was also a disciple of the 3rd generation, naturally became the most suitable candidate. Moreover, in the original work, it was Tsunade who took over the position of the 5th Hokage. Of course, apart from them, there is another person who is also quite suitable, that is Danzo is from the same class as the 3rd Hokage, but considering Naruto's understanding of Konoha's current situation, he probably won't be considered, right? Naruto had no idea that Danzo had almost become Hokage, but was forced to oppose it by the 3rd Hokage and was suppressed. "What do you want to do with her?" Although Naruto already knew Jiraiya's purpose in looking for Tsunade, he still wanted to put on a good show, so he continued to ask her to come back to be Hokage. After all, you know the current situation of the 3rd Hokage. Jiraiya took into account the close grandfather-grandson relationship between Naruto and the 3rd Hokage since childhood, and was afraid that Naruto would be emotional when he heard the news, so he couldn't help but lower his tone. Naruto looked at Jiraiya's cautious look and felt both touched and amused. Of course he could understand Jiraiya's concerns. After all, the 3rd generation in this world was like a family member to Naruto, but he is not the original Naruto after all, and his feelings for the 3rd Hokage are not as deep. At the same time, he is no longer the kind of boy who likes to act impulsively when encountering things. He can naturally understand the decision of the Konoha high-level officials. Therefore, after listening to Jiraiya's words, Naruto did not show any excitement, but nodded calmly and said, "I see, then you can go find it by yourself. Why do you have to take me with you? Do you think I am willing? This is the order of the old man from the 3rd generation." Jiraiya said helplessly, his eyes suddenly became deep, as if he was lost in memories. "What, you want me to go find Tsunade, old man? Are you getting senile? Don't you know why Tsunade left Konoha?" In the Hokage's office, the master and apprentice, Sandaime and Jiraiya, who had not seen each other for a long time, sat opposite each other across the desk. "Of course I know that." Sandaime took a puff of his cigarette, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. He said quietly, "That's why I want you to find her. Only you can find her. After all, she still owes you a big favor, doesn't she?" After hearing what the 3rd Hokage said, Jiraiya's expression changed slightly. He said with some embarrassment, "Old man, you know I'm actually reluctant to use that favor. After all, that is Tsunade's eternal pain, and it was one of the main reasons why she chose to leave Konoha. If I understand your concerns. The third Hokage raised his hand to interrupt Jiraiya, his old face filled with solemnity. But you must use it now, even if it will expose the scars in Tsunade's heart. That you also know the current situation of Konoha. Danzo has been restless. At the previous high-level meeting, he almost became Hokage. I forced it down, but I can suppress it once. But it doesn't mean I can suppress it a second time. That if Tsunade doesn't come back to take over this Hokage, do you want to see Danzo take the stage? You also know what Konoha will become if he takes the stage. After hearing what the third Hokage said, Jiraiya fell silent. He knew that if a radical fanatic like Danzo became Hokage, Konoha would most likely be heading towards war, and by then, the entire ninja world might be engulfed in war again. After a while, Jiraiya sighed slowly and said, "Alright, then I'll go get Tsunade, but I don't know where she is now, so it might take some time to find her." "Don't worry about that, I've already tracked Tsunade's whereabouts." The third Hokage pulled a scroll from a drawer in front of him and pushed it towards Jiraiya, saying, "According to the Umbu reports, she's been active in the Tancho Street area in the southern part of the Land of Fire recently." Jiraiya took the scroll, opened it, and quickly glanced at the contents. His brows furrowed slightly. Tancho Street, isn't that where the gambling houses are? At this point, he seemed to have thought of something, smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said, "Tsunade is still the same. Okay, I actually know her whereabouts, so I'll go and bring her back now." As he said that, he stood up from his chair, turned around and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the third generation suddenly called him, "Wait a minute, take Naruto with you." "What are you taking him for?" Jiraiya turned around, looked at the third Hokage in confusion, and asked, "He and Tsunade aren't." Wait. At this point, he suddenly realized something, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a look of shock and surprise appeared in his eyes. "Old man, you are not going to let Naruto?" "That's right." The third Hokage interrupted him, nodded slightly, and said, "I am indeed planning to do that, so before that, I want Naruto and Tsunade to have a good contact, so that my subsequent arrangements can be carried out more conveniently." "You must be joking." After hearing what the third Hokage said, Jiraiya slammed his hand on the table and said angrily, "Hey, old man, even though Naruto has made rapid progress in strength, he's still young and doesn't have enough experience. You think he's age and experience are things that can be accumulated slowly." The third Hokage took a deep drag on his cigarette, his eyes deep as he spoke. "Also, I don't want Naruto to take over right away. It might take a few years. I'll let Tsunade handle it for the next few years. After that, I'll arrange for Naruto to join the Umbu and let him take over the Umbu's power first." "Old man, you are playing a big game." Jiraiya took a deep breath, frowned, and said, "But, have you asked Naruto's opinion?" The third generation slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and said with a firm look, "Jiraiya, you know, some things are not determined by personal will. Naruto is the son of the fourth generation, and the nine tails is sealed in his body. He is destined to take on the responsibility of protecting Konoha. And you also know that this world is not peaceful. I am hidden. I always feel that something big is going to happen in the near future, so we must prepare in advance." "Hey, old man, you really are going to push Naruto into that position, but you're right, that kid does have this potential." Jiraiya was silent for a moment and finally sighed and said, "But besides me, who else knows about this matter now?" "Not many people." The third Hokage shook his head, the light from his pipe illuminating his aged face. "After all, the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. This is a protection for both Naruto and Konoha." "Okay, then I'll take Naruto with me." Jiraiya shrugged helplessly, turned around and walked out of the office. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the voice of the third Hokage sounded again behind him. "Oh, by the way, tell Naruto some good news, he has been promoted to Chunin." "Chunin?" This time, Jiraiya didn't look back, but continued walking out of the office while asking, "Isn't this also part of your plan?" "That's not the case. This is what Naruto deserves for his outstanding performance in the Chunin exams, but it's also the icing on the cake." A pleased smile appeared on the Sandame's face. "However, this is indeed a good foundation. After all, the status of Chunin will make his future actions more convenient." Jiraiya stood at the door, turned his back to the third Hokage and waved, "Got it, old man, I'll bring it to him, but..." At this point, he paused, his tone becoming serious. "If Naruto himself doesn't want to take this path in the future, then I won't force him. I believe he will make the right choice." The third Hokage's gaze softened. After all, he has the fourth Hokage's blood in his bones and has the instinct to protect Konoha. "I hope so, old man." Jiraiya opened the door, the sun shining on his back. "Naruto and I will leave as soon as possible." As the office door gently closed, the third Hokage looked out the window at the scenery of Konoha and murmured to himself, "Naruto, I hope that when you understand the truth in the future, you will understand my painstaking efforts and not blame me." The lecherous immortal, the lecherous immortal, the lecherous immortal. Naruto's hoarse calls exploded in Jiraiya's ears, each one louder than the last, pulling him back from his memories. "Ah, what's the matter?" Jiraiya suddenly startled, scratched his ears which were a little itchy from Naruto's shouting, and asked, "I was just about to ask you what's wrong, you suddenly stopped talking?" Naruto rolled his eyes at him unhappily and asked, "Oh, sorry, I was thinking about something just now and was a little absent-minded." Jiraiya said with a subtle expression. After all, he couldn't let Naruto know about the third Hokage's plan now that this was not only for the future of Konoha, but also for Naruto himself. Because Jiraiya was afraid that once he knew the plan, he would always be under heavy pressure, which would be detrimental to his growth. Thinking about it, he quickly changed the subject and said, "Oh, right, where were we just now?" Naruto could naturally tell that Jiraiya was hiding something from him, but since he didn't want to tell, he didn't bother to ask. After all, if Jiraiya wanted to say something, he would tell him naturally that if he didn't want to say it, no matter how much he forced Jiraiya, it would be useless. So, he followed Jiraiya's words and replied, "Grandpa Sarutobi asked me to go with you to find Tsunade." "Oh, yes, then let's go." Jiraiya nodded, turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute, what are you going to do?" Naruto stopped him immediately and said unhappily, "I didn't say I wanted to go with you." "What, you're not going?" Jiraiya turned around, looked at him with some surprise, and said, "Don't forget, this is the order of the third generation master? I didn't see Grandpa Sarutobi give this order in front of me, so who knows if you're lying?" Naruto shrugged and said, "You just want to trick me into going with you so I can have a companion on the road. You." Jiraiya was immediately choked by Naruto's words, and couldn't help but think to himself, "Stinky boy, even if this sage wants a companion on the road, he should find a beautiful woman. What's the point of having a brat like you accompany me?" But on the surface, he still pretended to be serious and said, "All right, brat, if you don't believe me, then let's go confront the third generation old man and see if he actually gave you this order, right?" "No." Naruto refused flatly, "I still need to practice." "Practice, with your current strength, even if you don't practice for 10 days or half a month, there won't be any problem." Jiraiya looked at him helplessly and said, "Besides, we will only be gone for a few days, so it won't delay you for too long." "No, I won't go for a few days. Haven't you heard the saying that training is like rowing against the current? If you don't advance, you will retreat." Naruto said seriously, "So, I can't waste my time with you." Jiraiya saw that Naruto was not moved by any persuasion, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do with him. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and immediately a plan came to mind. He said, "All right, since you're not going, then I won't give you the gift I was going to give you, just practice well here." After saying that, Jiraiya turned around without looking back, walked away with firm steps, and his back looked very handsome. Gift. Naruto's eyes suddenly narrowed, staring at Jiraiya's receding back, a thoughtful look in his eyes. His reason told him that Jiraiya's words were most likely a trap. If there really was a gift, he would have taken it out long ago. Why wait until now? But then he thought, what if this guy really has something good hidden? Although the ninjutsu they know are similar, and Naruto even knows more than Jiraiya, it is possible that Jiraiya still has some tricks up his sleeve. After all, he also needs to take into account some of the particularities of this Naruto world. So, no matter what this gift Jiraiya mentioned is, I should confirm it first. Moreover, if his gift is not to her liking, she can return to practice at that time. Anyway, if she wants to leave, Jiraiya cannot stop her. Thinking of this, Naruto immediately made up his mind and shouted at Jiraiya's back, "Hey, lecherous sage, I'm going with you." Jiraiya heard Naruto's shout and paused for a moment. He felt relieved that he thought Naruto wouldn't fall for it, but, thinking of this, a triumphant smile suddenly appeared on his lips, but soon it turned into an impatient expression. Without even turning his head, he said, "What, didn't you say you wanted to practice? Don't let me delay your practice." Naruto quickly caught up and said confidently, "You can take your time with training. As the saying goes, a good balance between work and rest is the best way. Besides, I suddenly figured it out, since this is Grandpa Sarutobi's order, I must resolutely carry it out." But, at this point, his eyes turned and a sly smile appeared on his face. "You have to tell me first, what exactly is the gift?" "Well," Jiraiya touched his chin mysteriously and said, "I'll tell you on the way." "What? Wait a minute." Naruto's eyes widened, a hint of suspicion flashing in them. "Are you kidding me? There's actually no gift at all." "Humph, lied to you?" Jiraiya he snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "How could I, one of the three ninjas, possibly lie to a brat like you? I said there are gifts, and there are gifts. Believe it or not, just say whether you want to go or not." After hearing what he said, Naruto stared at him suspiciously for a few seconds. Seeing that he looked normal and didn't show any guilt, he nodded reluctantly and said, Okay, I'll go with you, but if I find out that you're lying to me." He waved his fist and said, "I won't let you go easily." When Jiraiya heard what Naruto said, a trace of guilt flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he quickly concealed it, so Naruto didn't notice it. He patted Naruto's shoulder gently and said, "Don't worry, brat, you will definitely like this gift of mine. Let's go. Let's get on the road first, and I'll give it to you on the way." So Jiraiya took Naruto back to his home first. After packing some simple luggage, the two left Konoha. Because they had the order from the third Hokage, they did not encounter any obstacles when leaving the village. They passed through the gate of Konoha very smoothly and headed towards Tancho Street where Tsunade was. What, Chunin? That night, Naruto and Jiraiya were unable to reach the next town, so they slept in a forest. Beside the campfire, Naruto heard that Jiraiya's so-called gift turned out to be the news of his promotion to Chunin. He immediately looked at him with dissatisfaction and said, "What a joke. What kind of gift is this? I'm not going." After saying that, he stood up and prepared to return directly to Konoha. Wait a moment. Jiraiya was quick to act and grabbed Naruto's hand. You little brat, now that you're here, come with me to find Tsunade. Besides, becoming a Chunin has its benefits. Oh, what benefits? Naruto asked with pretended curiosity. Although he had experienced the process of being promoted to a middle and senior ninja when he traveled through time last time, he also knew what benefits he could enjoy after the promotion. But considering the particularity of this world, he still wanted to know whether there would be different changes after being promoted to Chunin in this world. The commission rate will be higher, and you will be able to accept higher level missions and join the Umbu. Jiraiya counted on his fingers and listed them one by one for Naruto. When he mentioned Umbu, he deliberately emphasized his tone, as if hinting something to Naruto. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't notice his hint at all and rolled his eyes instead, because he found that the benefits Jiraiya mentioned were exactly the same as the benefits he enjoyed after he traveled through time and became a Chunin last time, and there was nothing new about it. Goodbye, Naruto said without another word and prepared to leave again. Stinky boy, what do you want me to do in order to continue looking for Tsunade with me? Jiraiya grabbed his hand again and asked helplessly, no, why do you insist that I go with you to look for Tsunade? It's not just the order of Grandpa Sarutobi, is it? Or do you have other purposes, lecherous sage? Naruto stared at Jiraiya with suspicion, a vigilant light flashing in his blue eyes. Jiraiya felt a little guilty at Naruto's eyes, and immediately let go of his hand, scratched his head, and said, how could I have any other purpose? It's just the order of the third generation old man. Oh, really? Naruto narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms. Sir, you're not the type to just follow orders. If you tell me the truth, I might change my mind and continue to accompany you. Don't try to fool me with Grandpa Sarutobi's orders. Jiraiya immediately fell silent. After a while, he slowly said, Naruto, please don't force me. I can't tell you the reason no matter what. You will understand in the future. But there is one thing I can tell you clearly. This is indeed the order of the third Hokage. Of course, if even after all this, you still don't want to go, I won't force you anymore. After saying that, Jiraiya turned around, with his back to Naruto, and said with a bit of loneliness in his tone, if you want to go back to the village, go back, I won't stop you anymore. Naruto looked at Jiraiya's back with a frown on his face. He was keenly aware that things were not simple. Jiraiya has always been free and easy and rarely shows this kind of expression. There must be some hidden story behind this. After a moment, Naruto sat back down by the campfire and said, alright, since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly accompany you. Jiraiya's shoulders relaxed noticeably after hearing what Naruto said, but he still turned his back to Naruto and said, humph, brat, you still have some conscience. Don't, I haven't finished talking yet. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Naruto suddenly changed the subject and said, I have a condition. Why are there conditions again? Jiraiya turned around abruptly, glared at him dissatisfiedly, and said, you little bastard, do you really have to squeeze me dry? Drain you dry, you wish. I'm not interested in men. Besides, you're too old. Naruto curled his lips in disdain and said, Jiraiya found that every time he talked to Naruto, he would be annoyed to death by him. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said, okay, tell me, what are your conditions? As long as they are not too outrageous, I can agree to it. Of course not. I just want you to give me the show you said when you accepted me as your apprentice. Naruto said seriously, don't try to fool me by saying I'm not strong enough. I won't necessarily lose to you as I am now. Well, logically speaking, with your current strength, I can indeed give you that thing, but Jiraiya's face showed a trace of embarrassment. It's really not possible now. Why, you said before that you would give it to me as long as I am strong enough. Why are you going back on your word now? Naruto glared at him dissatisfiedly, with a hint of anger in his eyes. Alas, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but someone doesn't let me give it to you. Jiraiya sighed and said, who? Naruto frowned and asked, your father, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya said seriously, huh? The confusion on Naruto's face suddenly became more intense. I know you have a lot of doubts, so I'll just tell you all at once today. Jiraiya took a deep breath and said slowly, actually, this thing in my hand was originally a gift that Minato asked me to give you when you were strong enough. I just used it as a token of my acceptance of you as my apprentice. Don't be unhappy. Anyway, this is just a favor, and thanks to me, you should feel honored to have such a powerful teacher. After hearing what he said, Naruto immediately rolled his eyes at him in disdain. Jiraiya ignored Naruto's gaze and continued, you are indeed strong enough now, but there is still a prerequisite for me to give that thing to you. This is what Minato repeatedly warned me about. What's the prerequisite? Naruto asked impatiently. That is, you must be able to master the power of the nine tails in your body. Otherwise, I can't give it to you no matter what, because it will only harm you. Jiraiya said seriously, what? You have to master the power of the nine tails? Naruto was shocked and asked, why? What on earth is that thing? I don't know about that either. Minato sealed that thing very tightly. I didn't dare to open it at all, so I have no idea what's inside. Jiraiya shook his head and said, however, Minato asked Gamoto to bring me a message saying that the thing will greatly improve your strength. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can master the power of the nine tails. Is that so? Naruto muttered softly and immediately touched the seal on his stomach, a thoughtful look in his eyes. In fact, he had tried to find Nine-Tailed Fox many times before, but she had forcibly blocked him outside and he had no way to enter Nine-Tailed Fox's space. Now, after hearing Jireya's words, he suddenly became extremely curious about the gift left to him by the fourth Hokage. What on earth could possibly be the thing that could significantly boost his strength, and he'd need to master the Nine-Tailed Fox's power first. It seems that after I find Tsunade, I must meet the Nine-Tails no matter what, even if I have to force my way in, Naruto said silently in his heart. Thinking of this, he raised his head, looked at Jiraiya, and said, "Alright, since it's my dad's order, I won't ask you for that thing for the time being, however, after I master the power of the Nine-Tails, you must give it to me." "I know." Jiraiya rolled his eyes at him and said, "It's useless for me to keep that thing." As he spoke, he looked up at the darkening night and said, "Alright, it's getting late, let's get some rest, we have a long journey tomorrow." "Okay." Naruto nodded and found a comfortable position for himself to lie down. No words were spoken that night. 4, 5, 6, big. As the dice cup was opened, the casino dealer was already sweating profusely, simply because the blonde woman sitting in front of him had won 10 consecutive rounds of big. If he continues to lose, his boss will kill him. Thinking of this, a sharp look flashed in the dealer's eyes. His hand quietly touched a small button under the table and he said to himself, "It seems that I have to use this." The blonde woman sitting opposite him seemed not to notice his little action. She just gathered the chips she won in front of her. There was no joy of winning money on her face. Instead, her face was solemn, as if these chips were some kind of ominous thing to her. "Go on," she said lightly, with a hint of boredom in her tone. The dealer immediately shook the dice cup a few times, then gently put it down and shouted, "Please place your bets." The blonde woman immediately pushed all the chips in her hand to the big position again, her movements very quick and decisive. When the dealer saw this, a trace of panic immediately flashed in his eyes, and his finger quietly pressed the mechanism under the table. Crack! A subtle sound of a mechanism being activated was heard, and the dice in the dice cup silently flipped into small dots. Sitting behind the blonde woman, a woman in black holding a snow-white kitten in her arms saw this scene and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She gently patted the kitten in her arms and whispered, "Ziobai, go." Swish! The kitten in her arms immediately turned into a shadow, rushed under the table like lightning, and accurately bit off the connecting wires of the mechanism under the table. At the same time, the woman in black quietly made a seal, and the dice in the dice cup immediately turned back to their original number. Open, 4, 5, 6, big. Big. The dealer opened the dice cup, and his originally confident face turned pale in an instant, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, the golden-haired woman slowly stood up. Her chest rose and fell with her breathing, and her long golden hair moved without wind. She said leisurely, "It seems I have good luck today." As she spoke, she suddenly slammed her fist down on the gambling table, causing it to shatter and a deep crack to appear on the ground below. "But, I hate it most when people cheat." Amidst the flying wood chips, the casino security guards rushed in from outside. When they saw this scene, they thought that the blonde woman was causing trouble because she lost money, so they immediately rushed towards her, waving their weapons. Court death. Before the blonde woman could move, the woman in black behind her spoke coldly. The next second, dozens of senbon flew out from her hands and accurately pierced the security guards' feet, pinning them to the spot. At the same time, the little white cat suddenly appeared out of nowhere and quickly passed in front of the security guards. Its sharp claws quickly scratched across each of their bodies, leaving several deep blood marks. The security guards fell to the ground screaming, and blood instantly soaked their uniforms. The blonde woman watched the scene coldly, then slowly walked up to the dealer, looked down at him, and yelled, "Change money." The dealer was so frightened by the blonde woman's roar that he collapsed to the ground. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. At this moment, a trembling voice came from the second floor of the casino, "Tsunade-sama, please calm down." A fat, middle-aged man came tumbling down the stairs, holding a box full of money. "Here. This is the money you won," and a small apology. Tsunade glanced at him coldly and said, "It would have been better if you had done this earlier." As she spoke, she took the cash box, threw it to the woman in black behind her, and said, "Jingian, take it, let's go." After that, she walked out of the casino. "Yes, Lady Tsunade." Shizun followed quickly, holding the cash box. Swish! The little white cat took the opportunity to quickly jump into Tsunade's arms, leaning against her majestic chest and letting out a contented purr. Tsunade rubbed its head and continued walking towards the door. However, just as she was about to step out of the casino, she suddenly stopped and said without turning back, "Remember, if I find out that you dare to cheat again." With that, she slammed her fist into the doorframe, causing the entire wall to collapse. "So this is what happens to you. Good on." The casino owner swallowed in horror, his face pale as he nodded frantically, Yes, we will never ever dare to do that again, Lady Tsunade." Walking out of the casino, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on Tsunade's face. Shizun held the cash box and asked cautiously, "Tsunade-sama, where are we going next?" Tsunade looked at the sunset in the distance, a hint of gloom flashing in her eyes. Her tone was mixed with a little irritation as she said, "Let's find a place to drink. I won so much money today, but it's really unlucky. I always feel like something bad is going to happen. As she spoke, she walked towards the izakaya she often visited. Jingian followed closely behind her, holding the cash box. Unexpectedly, just as they reached the corner of a street, they suddenly realized that something was wrong with everything around them, because the originally noisy street suddenly became unusually quiet. Tsunade suddenly stopped, looked around sharply, and said, "Since come on, come out, hiding is not your style, Orochimaru." He that you're just as good as me, Tsunade, your perception is still as sharp as ever. Orochimaru slowly walked out from the shadows, followed by a pale, white-haired girl of about 14 or 15 years old. "What are you doing here?" Tsunade asked coldly to Shizun, who was following behind her, and immediately took a fighting stance. The little white cat in her arms also arched its back with a grin. "Don't be so nervous, I just came to catch up with you, an old friend." Orochimaru smiled grimly, his golden snake eyes flashing with a dangerous light, and said, "By the way, I want to ask you for a small favor." Cough cough cough. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-haired girl behind him suddenly started coughing violently, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Orochimaru patted her back gently and said, "Look, this child needs your medical ninjutsu, Tsunade. I'm sorry, but I've been a doctor for many years and no longer treat others." Tsunade refused flatly. "Besides, treating your experimental subjects is even more impossible. It's not like I can't treat her anymore. All you need to do is pick up your medical tools again. Besides, she's not a test subject," Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. "She's the closest thing to a perfect vessel I have right now." "Container, Orochimaru, how come so many years have passed? You are still so obsessed with that thing, how pathetic." Tsunade's eyes flashed with disgust, and she said, "Pathetic? There is nothing pathetic about those who pursue their dreams." Orochimaru shrugged and said disapprovingly, "But you, Tsunade." As he spoke, his eyes swept over her clenched fists, and a hint of sarcasm curved his lips. "Indulging in alcohol and gambling, escaping the past, that's the real tragedy." Tsunade's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the air around them seemed to freeze. "It's not your place to judge my affairs." Tsunade's voice was low and dangerous. "If that's all you're saying, get out of here." "Of course not." Orochimaru chuckled and said, "As long as you can help me heal this child, I can let you see the person you want to see most." As he spoke, he clasped his hands together, and the next second, two coffins rose from the ground in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the coffin lid was opened, and two lifeless corpses slowly stood up from the coffin. "Immortal reincarnation, Orochimaru, how dare you desecrate the peace of the dead?" Tsunade's voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with a complex emotion of anger and pain. Shizun, who was standing behind her, also had a look of anger and shock on her face. "Desecrating the dead." Orochimaru shook his head gently and said, "Don't put such a big accusation on me, Tsunade. I just did something that others wanted to do but didn't dare to do. For example, Tsunade, what do you think? As long as you help me heal this child, I can reunite you with the person you once cherished most. This deal is a good deal, right?" After hearing what he said, Tsunade clenched her fists until they crackled, her knuckles turning white. Her gaze was fixed on the two reincarnated bodies. It was exactly the appearance of her former lover and younger brother. After a long while, Tsunade slowly loosened her fist. The anger in her eyes gradually transformed into a kind of deep pain, and finally replaced by a complicated look. "Can you let me think about it, Orochimaru?" "Okay." Orochimaru nodded slightly and said, "But I hope it won't take too long. After all, this child can't wait too long. Tomorrow, I will give you an answer," Tsunade said with a bit of fatigue in her voice. "Okay." Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction and said, "Then I will wait for you in the stone forest outside the city before sunset tomorrow." After saying this, he clasped his hands together again, and the two coffins slowly sank into the ground and disappeared without a trace. The white-haired girl coughed weakly a few times, turned and left with Orochimaru, and soon blended into the shadows of the street corner. Tsunade stood there, her fists unclenching and clenching, and finally she sighed deeply. Shizun took a step forward worriedly and asked, "Tsunade-sama, you go drink, Shizun." Tsunade interrupted her, her voice low. "Tonight I need to get drunk." After saying that, she no longer paid attention to Shizun and walked towards the izakaya on her own. Jingian looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, she sighed silently and followed him. The little white cat twisted uncomfortably in Tsunade's arms, its golden cat eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. As night falls, the lights of the izakaya sway in the wind. Shizun looked at Tsunade, who was drinking one glass after another, her brows unconsciously frowned, and a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. Although, she knew in her heart that with Tsunade's amazing physique, these wines would not cause any substantial harm to her. But seeing Tsunade's increasingly blurred eyes and increasingly red cheeks, Shizun finally couldn't hold back any longer and said, "Tsunade-sama, you." Unexpectedly, just as she said this, there was a sudden burst of intense noise outside the door. "You little brat, you should be the one to treat me tonight. I paid for everything this morning and lunch," a slightly hoarse male voice shouted. "No way." A clear young man's voice immediately retorted, "You were the one who insisted I come along, so you should be responsible for everything I eat, drink, poop, urinate, and sleep on this trip. No, you're just like a miser, you're so stingy. Besides, I'm your master. It's only natural for a disciple to ask for his master's help. Tisk, once you stop being so disrespectful, I can treat you to a meal. No, then I won't be able to eat for the rest of my life. Ugh, that's not right. What are you saving so much money for? Of course, it's for marrying and having children in the future. How old are you this year? And you're already thinking about getting married and having children. It's better than you, you're so old and still lecherous, you can't even find a wife. I'm just preparing for a rainy day. As the noise got closer, the door curtain of the izakaya was suddenly pulled back. A blond boy walked in with a look of disgust on his face, his blue eyes full of impatience. Following behind him was a man with long silver white hair, scratching his head helplessly. Hey, Jiraiya-sama. Shizen exclaimed as she looked at the middle-aged man. No wonder she felt that one of the voices was so familiar just now. Jiraiya and Tsunade, who was drinking from her cup, immediately looked in the direction of the voice and shouted Tsunade almost at the same time. Jiraiya. Long time no see, Tsunade. Jiraiya sat across from Tsunade, staring at her chest with a lewd look on his face, drooling, and said, "You've grown bigger. No, you've become more beautiful. Jiraiya, if you keep looking around, believe it or not, I will dig out your eyeballs and soak them in wine." Tsunade shook the wineglass in her hand, narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes, and said coldly. After hearing what Tsunade said, Jiraiya immediately sat up straight, but his eyes still couldn't help glancing at places he shouldn't be looking at. Tisk, you're indeed an old pervert. Naruto, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but roll his eyes and complained, "Hey, brat, save some face for me in front of outsiders." Jiraiya immediately glared at him with dissatisfaction and muttered in a low voice, Naruto rolled his eyes at him and snorted coldly to express his contempt for him. Tsunade watched this scene with great interest, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes as she asked, "Jiraiya, who is this brat?" "Him, he's my new disciple, named Uzumaki Naruto." Jiraiya patted Naruto's shoulder with pride and introduced him, Uzumaki. Kushina's child, no wonder he looked so familiar. Tsunade's eyes flashed with understanding, and when she looked at Naruto, her eyes softened immediately. "He's grown so big." As she spoke, she turned to Jiraiya, a meaningful smile on her lips. "It seems that Kushina won the bet between Minato and Kushina. That couple just loves to make such boring bets." Jiraiya shrugged, but his voice suddenly became low, and a trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. "Bet? What bet?" Naruto blinked and asked curiously. It was the first time he knew that the couple Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki in this world actually liked to make bets. This made him feel extremely novel. "I'm betting on whether it's a boy or a girl." Jiraiya explained, "If it's a boy, he'll take Kushina's last name, and if it's a girl, she'll take Minato's last name. Minato is also an idiot. Kushina studied with me for a while and knows some medical ninjutsu. She might have known it was a boy," Tsunade said, her lips curled up unconsciously, but she pretended not to know, just waiting to see Minato's face. After hearing what they said, Naruto's mouth twitched unconsciously. This bet was indeed quite boring. At the same time, he also figured out one thing, which was why did the third Hokage already reveal his true identity to everyone in Konoha, but his surname was still Uzumaki instead of Namikaze. "Alright, kid, since you are the child of Minato and Kushina, from now on you should be like them and call me Sister Tsunade." At this moment, Tsunade suddenly showed a charming smile, reached out and ruffled Naruto's blonde hair, and said, "Ha, sister." Naruto said subconsciously, "Don't be ridiculous, you are about the same age as the lecherous sage. I should be calling you grandma." Swish! As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Jiraiya, Shizen, and the little white cat in her arms immediately retreated to the corner of the izakaya, with expressions of horror on their faces. Tsunade's smile froze instantly, veins popped up on her forehead, and the wineglass in her hand made a click sound. Crushed it into pieces. "You little brat." Tsunade's voice dropped dangerously low. "What did you just call me?" Naruto then realized that he had said the wrong thing. After all, no matter which world it was, a woman's age was always a taboo topic. He quickly waved his hands and was about to explain himself. No, I. Unexpectedly, just as he said this, Tsunade suddenly stood up, left her seat, and walked outside, saying, "Kid, come out here. Today I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Otherwise, you don't know what it means to respect your elders." "No, Tsunade, you." Jiraiya was about to stop her in the corner, but was silenced by Tsunade's sharp glare. He could only helplessly wink at Naruto, the meaning of which was very clear, tell him to be careful and not hurt Tsunade. Naruto gave him an equally helpless look in return, indicating that he understood. At the same time, he secretly complained in his heart, how could he have been involved in such a thing for no apparent reason? He had only spoken the truth. Their actions confused Shizen, who was standing next to Jiraiya. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "Jiraiya-sama, did you make a mistake? Why are you asking this brat to go easy on him? Shouldn't you call him Tsunade-sama? Is this brat really that powerful?" This made her look at Naruto with a hint of curiosity and inquiry in her eyes. Soon, she would understand why Jiraiya had given such special instructions to Naruto. Outside the izakaya, the bright moonlight sprinkled on the stone road, giving the duel a layer of silver glow. Naruto and Tsunade stood facing each other, while Jiraiya and Shizen stood aside, silently watching the upcoming showdown. "Don't accuse me of bullying you, little brat." Tsunade crossed her arms, her impressive figure casting a slender shadow in the moonlight. "For the sake of Minato and Kushina, I'll only use a third of my strength against you. And if you can even touch me, you'll win." Naruto immediately curled his lips, but Tsunade mistakenly thought that his expression was complaining about his harsh conditions. "What, do you think I'm bullying you?" Tsunade impatiently shook her long golden hair and said, "Okay, I'll let you have 3 more moves." Unexpectedly, Naruto shook his head and said seriously, "No, I'm worried that if you only use 30% of your strength." He paused deliberately, flashing his signature sunny smile. "I might lose too badly." Boom! The ground beneath Tsunade's feet cracked instantly, and the veins on her forehead bulged. "You little brat, you're really arrogant, I think you're courting death." As she spoke, Tsunade suddenly rushed out, her figure leaving a trail in the moonlight, and her fist came straight at Naruto's face with the sound of breaking through the air. Naruto was not in a hurry, and quickly formed seals with his hands earth-style earth flow wall. Boom! A thick earth wall suddenly rose from the ground in front of him. Bang! However, the earth wall only existed for a few seconds before it was smashed to pieces by Tsunade's punch, with gravel and dust flying everywhere. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto's voice rang out in the smoke and dust, and the next second, dozens of shadow clones rushed out from the smoke and dust, rushing towards Tsunade from all directions. Each clone carries a fierce momentum, punches and kicks combine to form an impenetrable offensive. Humph! What a boring trick. Tsunade snorted coldly and shuttled back and forth among the clones like a ghost. Each of her punches and kicks was extremely precise, and her clones turned into white smoke and dissipated one after another. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was the only one left standing in the entire field. Fire style, great fireball technique. Unexpectedly, Naruto suddenly opened his mouth, and a ball of blazing fireball instantly spewed out of his mouth, illuminating the night sky, and rushed towards Tsunade with a roar. Tsunade raised a sneer of disdain at the corner of her mouth, and punched the ground hard. With the explosion of strange force, dozens of pieces of rubble were shaken into the air, forming a natural barrier. With a loud boom, the fireball hit the gravel, bursting into dazzling flames and forming an even thicker cloud of smoke, but failed to hurt Tsunade at all. "You little brat, I thought you were so capable just now because of your arrogant tone, but it turns out that this is all you are capable of, it seems." Tsunade walked slowly out of the smoke and dust, her long golden hair fluttering in the night wind. However, just as she said this, she suddenly felt an unusual breeze behind her. "Got you!" Naruto's voice sounded from behind Tsunade, and at the same time, a pair of hands grabbed towards her. The Naruto who had originally performed the fire style immediately turned into a white mist and disappeared on the spot. Tsunade saw this, but her face was not panicked at all. Instead, a smile of success appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Heh, you little brat, did you think I didn't notice you?" She suddenly turned around at the last moment and accurately grabbed Naruto's wrist with her right hand. "This time, let's see how you can run away." "Run? Ha, I don't need to run." Naruto also raised a triumphant smile at the corner of his mouth. The next second, there was a bang sound, and Naruto, who was caught by Tsunade, turned into another ball of white mist and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, the moment he disappeared, he quickly formed a seal with one hand, but Tsunade did not notice it. "What?" Tsunade was shocked. She hadn't expected that the Naruto who attacked from behind was actually just a shadow clone. So who was the real Naruto? Just as she thought of this, a bright blue light suddenly appeared above her. Naruto was seen holding a high-speed rotating chakra ball in his hand, falling from the sky and rushing towards her. In the blink of an eye, he was almost in front of her. That's Tsunade's pupils shrank suddenly and her feet immediately stepped back. Bang! However, at this moment, there was a sudden sound of breaking ground beneath her feet, and 2 pairs of arms made of mud rose from the ground, one on the left and one on the right, and grabbed her feet tightly, making her unable to move for a while. Tsunade immediately exerted force with her feet, shattering the arm made of mud, but this short delay was enough. Naruto shot straight towards Tsunade. Naruto! Jiraiya, who was standing by, reminded him at the right time. Boom! Naruto seemed to have heard Jiraiya's words, and seemed to have planned to do so. At the last moment, he suddenly changed his tactics, shifted the direction of the Rasengan in his hand, and slammed it heavily on the ground next to Tsunade. The huge impact created a gust of wind, blowing Tsunade's golden hair into the air. At the same time, Naruto pressed his hand to the ground, jumped up, and gently touched Tsunade's smooth forehead with his other hand. He grinned and said, "It seems that I won, Sister Tsunade." Under the moonlight, Tsunade looked at the blonde boy in front of her. Seeing his brilliant smile, she was a little dazed for a moment, as if she saw 2 figures in him that had haunted her dreams, and a certain chord in her heart was immediately gently plucked. However, soon, her emotion disappeared without a trace, because she suddenly felt a strange sensation in her chest. It turned out that because Naruto's Rasengan hit the ground where she and Tsunade were standing collapsed instantly, and both of them lost their balance at the same time. Naruto lost his balance and his face crashed directly into Tsunade's plump chest. A strange fragrance mixed with the smell of alcohol instantly rushed into his nostrils. The indescribable soft touch made his brain go blank in an instant. "You little brat, you dare to take advantage of me." Tsunade's angry roar suddenly rang out, shaking the tiles on the roof. She clenched her fist and swung a punch at Naruto, but at the last moment she restrained more than 90% of her strength. Bang! But even so, Naruto flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, bounced several times on the ground before stopping. Naruto immediately took advantage of the situation and tilted his body, closing his eyes and pretending to faint. After all, he knew that in this situation, it would be safer to pretend to be dead. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, no matter which world it is, Tsunade's majesty is so amazing. Naruto! Jiraiya yelled in mock panic before quickly running towards him. Jiraiya naturally knew in his heart that with Naruto's strength and Tsunade's final slackness, this punch could not really hurt him. But Tsunade was still angry at the moment, so he had to give both sides a way out. He rushed to Naruto's side, pretending to check his injuries, but in fact he lowered his voice and said, "Stop pretending, brat. I know you're fine, but you're really amazing. Looking at the entire ninja world, you're the first one who dares to take advantage of Tsunade so blatantly." Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly, and he quietly opened a crack. He looked at him with disdain and whispered, "Who took advantage of her? It was just an accident. And you, if you want to act it seriously. If she finds out that I didn't faint, I'll probably get beaten even worse." "You little brat, so you're afraid too. Do you want me to cooperate with you in acting? Pay me for my morning and lunch meals, I'll cooperate with you in acting." Jiraiya lowered his voice and said with a wicked smile. Of course, he didn't care about that little bit of money, he just wanted to get back at Naruto. After all, ever since he met Naruto, he has always been led by Naruto. Today he finally got the chance, but he should take advantage of it to turn the tables. When Naruto heard this, his eyes widened even more. He lowered his voice and angrily said, "You lecherous sage, are you taking advantage of me?" Jiraiya was immediately displeased and was about to turn around and shout at Tsunade, who was still furious not far away. Naruto immediately grabbed his sleeve and whispered through gritted teeth, Okay, I'll treat you. Isn't it okay if I treat you?" Jiraiya then revealed a triumphant smile, nodded with satisfaction, and pretended to check Naruto's injury. Then he howled in a feigned sadness, Naruto, why can't you control your hands? Can you eat Tsunade-sama's tofu whenever you want? Look at you, you've been beaten like this, okay?" As he said this, he squeezed out 2 tears with great acting skills. Naruto, lying on the ground, was so angry after hearing what he said that he almost stood up and fought with him. "What do you mean by I can't control my hands? I told him it was an accident. This old man is clearly adding fuel to the fire and taking malicious revenge on me." But in order to avoid being beaten by Tsunade, Naruto could only suppress his anger and continue to lie there pretending to faint, while gritting his teeth and whispering a warning, "Lecherous sage, that you wait for me." Jiraiya pretended not to hear and continued his performance. "Tsunade, look at Naruto. How about let it go?" Tsunade walked over with a sneer, looked down at them, and said, "Have you two had enough of the master-disciple show?" Jiraiya's face suddenly froze, and he laughed dryly. "Ahahaha. This. Tsunade. Hee. As he said that, he immediately kicked Naruto beside him, signaling him to stop pretending. Naruto realized he couldn't pretend anymore, so he jumped up and slid smoothly behind Jiraiya. He poked his head out and explained, "Granny Tsunade. No, Sister Tsunade, that was really an accident, I swear." As he said this, he tugged at Jiraiya's clothes, indicating that he should say a few good words for him. Jiraiya glared at him helplessly, then coughed lightly and was about to explain to Tsunade on his behalf. Then Tsunade suddenly waved her hand and said calmly, "All right, since you said you didn't mean it, then I forgive you, but this won't happen again." After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the izakaya. Her long golden hair drew an elegant arc in the moonlight, but her face was full of complicated emotions. Shizun, who was holding a little white cat, looked at Naruto thoughtfully, then trotted to catch up with Tsunade. Tsunade's sudden change made Naruto and Jiraiya unable to react for a while. They stood there in a daze, not knowing what she was up to. After a long while, they looked at each other and said in unison, as expected, "A woman's heart is as deep as the sea." Naruto and Jiraiya had no idea that Naruto's action of hiding behind Jiraiya just now made Tsunade feel as if she was dreaming of her younger brother who had made a mistake and was afraid that she would teach him a lesson, so he hid behind her lover. The scene just now touched her heart again. She was afraid that she would lose her composure in front of everyone, so she left in a hurry. Inside the izakaya, Tsunade sat down again and continued to drink one glass after another, her eyes looking a little dazed. Shizun looked at her worriedly and whispered, "Tsunade-sama." Tsunade waved her hands, indicating that she was fine, and at the same time couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "That boy really looks like you guys. I really want to see you guys again." Thinking of this, the deal that Orochimaru had mentioned to her before emerged in her mind, and a conflicted look suddenly appeared in her eyes. At this time, Jiraiya walked in with Naruto and saw Tsunade drinking one glass after another. Jiraiya frowned, walked over and held her glass, and said, "Okay, Tsunade, stop drinking. If you drink more, you will get drunk again." "How?" Tsunade glanced up at him, a self-deprecating smile on her lips. "You even want to control my drinking?" "I don't want to control you, I'm just afraid that you are drunk." "Wait a minute, I can't hear you clearly. I want to talk to you. Let's talk about business." Jiraiya sighed, his expression suddenly became serious, and said, Naruto standing aside, keenly aware of the change in the atmosphere, and immediately quieted down, because he knew very well that Jiraiya was going to talk to Tsunade about something next. Tsunade slowly put down her wineglass, narrowed her eyes slightly, and said self-deprecatingly, "Business. I knew that winning too much money today would be bad news. Sure enough, one after another, they came to me. One or two, besides us, who else would come to see you?" Jiraiya keenly grasped the key point in Tsunade's words and asked, "You don't need to know this for now. Tell me first, what's the important matter you want to tell me?" Tsunade waved her hand, her eyes flickered, obviously not wanting to continue this topic. Jiraiya stared at her for a few seconds, then finally sighed and said, "Tsunade, the village needs you to return now to serve as the 5th Hokage." As soon as Jiraiya said this, the air seemed to freeze instantly. Tsunade's hand stopped in mid-air, Shizen covered her mouth in shock, and only Naruto, who had already known the purpose of this trip, looked calm. After a while, Tsunade asked quietly, "Where's the old man Sande? What happened? He's not going to be Hokage anymore?" "The 3rd Hokage was seriously injured in the recent war and can no longer serve as Hokage." Jiraiya said seriously, "What? The 3rd Hokage was injured? Who hurt him?" Tsunade stood up suddenly and slammed her fist on the table, causing the wineglass to jump up. A hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she said, "Although the old man is annoying, he is very powerful. Looking at the entire ninja world, there are only a handful of people who can hurt others. Who did it? It's Orochimaru." Jiraiya's expression became complicated, and he said, "Not long ago, he joined forces with the Sand Village to launch an attack on Konoha. Although the 3rd Hokage had forewarned them in advance and successfully repelled them, he was injured in the duel." "What? Orochimaru actually attacked Konoha?" Shizen, who was standing by, had been in shock since just now. Now, hearing that her hometown was attacked, she finally couldn't help but exclaimed, "This bastard actually wants Tsunade-sama to help him." Halfway through her words, she suddenly realized that she had said something wrong and hurriedly covered her mouth. However, Jiraiya keenly caught this sentence, and when he thought about what Tsunade said not long ago, he seemed to understand something suddenly. He immediately looked directly at Tsunade and asked seriously, "Orochimaru, did I look for you before?" Tsunade didn't blame Shizen for being too talkative, but instead graciously admitted, "That's right." As she spoke, she sat back in her chair, poured herself a full glass of wine, and drank it all in one gulp, with the wine sliding down the corners of her mouth. "What does he want you for?" Jiraiya pressed on. "He wants me to help him heal a little devil." Tsunade played with the empty wine glass in her hand and said lightly, "Little devil, his new container." Jiraiya sneered, a hint of dejection flashed in his eyes, and said, "So what is his exchange condition?" Tsunade's movements suddenly stopped. Her voice became very soft, her eyes drifting away as she said, "He said that he could let me see them again." As soon as these words were spoken, the noise in the entire izakaya seemed to stop at this moment. Jiraiya's expression froze. He swallowed hard and said, "Immortal reincarnation, this condition is indeed, but I didn't agree." Tsunade interrupted him, shook her head, and said, "I said I need to consider it, but..." At this point, her voice suddenly dropped, and a look of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Jiraiya slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Tsunade, you should know very well what impure world reincarnation is. It is not a true resurrection, but a forbidden technique that desecrates the dead. If they knew you." "That's enough." Tsunade interrupted him angrily and smashed her fist on the table again. This time the heavy wooden table finally couldn't bear it and broke into 2 pieces. Wine bottles and glasses were shattered all over the floor. The diners around them looked at them in horror. "Why do you make decisions for them? For me, I just want to see them again." Her voice was choked with sobs at the end. For a moment, the entire izakaya fell into deathly silence, with only Tsunade's heavy breathing echoing. After a while, Jiraiya said quietly, "As expected, the 3rd elder was right to let me come. Although he is annoying in some aspects, I have to say that he is indeed very foresighted. If it were someone else, there would really be nothing we could do." "Forward?" Tsunade was stunned for a moment, frowned, looked at Jiraiya, and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Jiraiya did not answer directly, but suddenly said seriously, "Tsunade, you must accept the position of the 5th Hokage no matter what. Remember, this is not a request, but a demand." "Request? Haha." Tsunade sneered, with a flash of anger in her eyes. "Jiraiya, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to order me around, you?" Halfway through her words, she suddenly realized something, and her eyes instantly became sharp. "Are you finally going to use the favor I owed you back then, Jiraiya?" "That's right." Jiraiya nodded solemnly, his eyes firm as he said, "Originally I didn't want to use it, but given the current situation, I have no choice but to use it. I can't watch you make a mistake and fall into Orochimaru's trap." "Making a mistake? A trap? What a plausible excuse, Jiraiya. I didn't expect that you have learned to use morality to kidnap others." Tsunade smiled bitterly, her mood suddenly becoming extremely low, and she said in pain, you know that I swore that I would never return to Konoha, and you still. But Konoha needs you. Jiraiya suddenly raised his voice, and his tone suddenly softened. If they were still alive, wouldn't they want you to protect this village they love so much? And don't forget, becoming Hokage is their dream. You've helped them realize their dream, haven't you? After hearing what Jiraiya said, Tsunade fell silent, her eyes flashing with struggle and pain. Then, her eyes unconsciously glanced towards Naruto and found that he was looking at her calmly, as if he had no interest in whether she should become the fifth Hokage. This made her feel unhappy for no reason. Am I really unworthy of being Hokage, or is Hokage just so insignificant in your eyes? At this moment, Tsunade seemed to regard Naruto as she looked at him in the shadow of her former lover and younger brother. Perhaps it was the same heartstring that had been pulled before that was causing trouble. The more she saw that he didn't care, the more she felt an indescribable irritation. Thinking about it, Tsunade suddenly said to Jiraiya, okay, I can promise you to go back and be Hokage, but I have one condition. Conditions? What conditions? As long as they're not too outrageous, I can satisfy you, even giving myself to you. Seeing Tsunade give in, Jiraiya immediately returned to his frivolous appearance, rubbing his hands and laughing. Before Tsunade could respond, Naruto glanced at him with disdain and muttered in a low voice, he's really like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh, ugly in appearance, but wishful thinking. Although Naruto's voice was low, everyone present heard it clearly. Jiraiya immediately glared at him in dissatisfaction, as if to say, you little bastard, you really do like to sabotage things, huh? Naruto stared back fearlessly, as if to say, who told you to treat me like that just now? I'm just returning the favor. Tsunade and Shizun couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tsunade's original unhappiness caused by Naruto's contempt had dissipated a lot at this moment. She immediately cleared her throat and said, the condition is very simple, you must stay with me tonight until I'm drunk, and you pay for it, and then. As she said that, she suddenly pointed her finger at Naruto, I want this brat to pour us some wine. That's great. Jiraiya immediately smiled. Why, I won't do it. Naruto protested dissatisfiedly. Won't do it, little brat, have you forgotten that you just took advantage of me? Tsunade glanced at him coldly and threatened. No, didn't you just say you forgave me? Why do you mention it again? Naruto widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief, you believe what a woman says? Tsunade raised her eyebrows and gave a sly smile, either pour the wine obediently, or as she spoke, she clenched her fists, and her knuckles made a crackling sound. Naruto was speechless. At this moment, the old pervert Jiraiya came up shamelessly and said, Naruto, just give in, just think of it as a contribution to Tsunade's return to become Hokage. Naruto glared at him angrily and cursed, you're a man who forgets his disciples when he sees a beautiful woman. Afterwards, he nodded helplessly and said through gritted teeth, alright, pour it over then, I'll drink you to death. So, Jiraiya immediately asked the boss to replace the table that Tsunade had just dropped with a new one, and ordered a lot of wine. His attentive and servile appearance made Naruto feel sick. Come on, let's get drunk tonight, Tsunade. Jiraiya raised his glass with a flattering smile on his face. Tsunade snorted coldly, but did not refuse. She took the glass, drank it all, and then slammed the empty glass on the table. Kid, pour the wine. Naruto pouted and reluctantly filled their glasses. Then he watched them drinking one glass after another, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. What Naruto didn't know was that while Tsunade was drinking, she had been watching him out of the corner of her eyes, with a hint of determination in her eyes, as if she had made some important decision. The two of them drank until late at night. Naruto and Shizun helped the drunk Tsunade and Jiraiya to a nearby hotel and booked 4 rooms. After settling them down, they went back to their rooms to rest. No words were spoken that night. Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya-sama. A series of rapid knocks on the door, accompanied by anxious calls, suddenly woke Jiraiya from his deep sleep. He rubbed his slightly aching temple and stumbled to open the door. What caught his eyes was Jingian's anxious face. Shizun, what's wrong? What happened? Jiraiya suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart and asked, oh no, Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama is missing. Shizun said hurriedly, what? Jiraiya felt like a basin of ice water was poured over his head, and the discomfort of his hangover was instantly thrown away. He grabbed Shizun's shoulders and asked, when did it happen? I don't know. When I went to look for her just now, I found that the window of her room was wide open. It seemed that she had left for a while. Shizun bit her lower lip and said, I suspect she might have gone to find Orochimaru alone. Jiraiya's face instantly turned livid, and he pounded the doorframe heavily, regretting, damn it, she kept urging me to drink last night, I should have noticed, that's not her style at all. Shizun couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard what he said. When Tsunade-sama toasted you last night, you looked flattered and drank more than anyone else. No wonder Naruto was so. By the way, where's Naruto, hasn't he gotten up yet? At this moment, Jiraiya suddenly remembered something and asked. Shizun was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to have thought of something as well. I don't know. I was too anxious just now, I haven't checked on him yet. Quick, take me to Naruto's room. Jiraiya interrupted her because he knew very well that Naruto would never sleep so late and not get up yet. Therefore, there was only one possibility, that is. Good. Shizun immediately came to Naruto's door with Jiraiya without saying a word. Jiraiya knocked hard on the door and yelled, "Naruto, are you in there?" The room was silent and no one answered. Shizun's face suddenly turned pale. Could it be Naruto also? Jiraiya's heart sank immediately and he pushed open the door. As expected, there was no one in the room and the windows were also wide open. Oh no! Jiraiya gritted his teeth and said, "That kid must have secretly followed Tsunade." What? Shizun bit her lip, her face suddenly turning even paler. That's even worse. With Lady Tsunade's strength, even if she faced Orochimaru alone, she might not be able to defeat him. Now with Naruto holding her back, Lady Tsunade and him would be in even greater danger. No, Shizun, you're wrong. Jiraiya shook his head and said, "With Naruto here, I feel much more at ease. With that kid's current strength, even I have to go all out to deal with him. If I'm not careful, I might lose to him." What? Shizun was startled, a look of disbelief on her face. After all, she knew Jiraiya's strength very well. That he was one of the top ninjas in the entire ninja world. Even he had to go all out to deal with Naruto, and there was even a chance he would lose. How could this be possible? Jiraiya seemed to see the doubt in Shizun's eyes, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Shizun, you saw the battle between Naruto and Tsunade last night. Then I can tell you clearly that Naruto only used 1/10 of his strength last night. If he had used his full strength, he could have defeated Tsunade immediately." What? Shizun's face was instantly filled with shock. She tried to recall the fight between Naruto and Tsunade last night. Although Tsunade hadn't used her full strength either, Naruto's composure and even the fact that he had taken the initiative to withdraw his attack at the end certainly didn't seem like he was going all out. But if that was the case, then why did Jiraiya have that look on his face just now? Thinking of this, she looked at Jiraiya in confusion and asked, Then Jiraiya-sama, why were you so anxious just now?" "Because Asa master, I am actually not as vigilant and sharp as my own apprentice. I am a complete failure as a master and a Sunin," Jiraiya said with a look of defeat. Shizun was speechless for a moment, unsure how to respond to Jiraiya's sudden self-reflection. "Okay, now's not the time to talk about this." Jiraiya quickly adjusted his attitude and said, "Where is the place you and Orochimaru agreed to meet?" "The stone forest outside the city." Shizun replied immediately. "Okay, let's set off now." Jiraiya immediately took Shizun and rushed towards the stone forest outside the city. At the same time, he sighed in his heart, "I didn't expect that after so many years, we would meet in this way, Orochimaru." At the same time, there is a stone forest outside Duan Street. "Is this your answer, Tsunade?" Orochimaru's cold voice echoed in the stone forest. His golden snake eyes stared at his former companions, a dangerous smile on his lips. "You really don't want to see them again?" The white-haired girl standing next to him had a blank expression on her face, as if she didn't care at all about Tsunade's rejection. She stood quietly, like a delicate puppet. "Yes, Orochimaru, this is my answer. I will not help you," Tsunade said coldly. "As for meeting them, when I reach that world, I will naturally have the opportunity to reunite with them. In that case, I can only kill you, Tsunade." Orochimaru smiled coldly. "After all, those who cannot be used by me have no need to exist." "Kill me?" Tsunade's eyes flashed with disdain. "I wanted to kill you and clean up the mess for the old man Sandai." As she spoke, Tsunade stomped on the ground suddenly, and the ground instantly cracked. She rushed towards Orochimaru like a cannonball, and her right fist condensed with terrifying strange power, and slammed towards Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru hurriedly grabbed the white-haired girl and jumped to a place some distance away from his original position, barely avoiding Tsunade's attack. Boom! Tsunade punched a huge pit with a diameter of several meters at the place where Orochimaru had just stood, with gravel flying everywhere and smoke and dust rising. You're still as violent as ever, Tsunade." Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, a sinister light flashing in his eyes. "But don't worry, the one who fights with you won't be me." But, as he spoke, he clasped his hands together, and two coffins slowly rose from the ground. The coffins fell down with a loud bang, and two people slowly walked out from inside. It was the two people that Orochimaru showed Tsunade before were also the two people she had always been thinking about. Her most beloved brother, Senju Noeki, and her beloved lover, Kato Dan. "Orochimaru, you bastard who desecrated the dead, you shall not die a good death." Tsunade dodged the attacks of Rope Tree and Dan, and at the same time, she shouted "Swish" to Orochimaru, who was watching the show coldly from a distance. Tsunade dodged the kunai swung by Noeki by moving sideways, and her hand subconsciously swung towards his chest, but at the last moment, it stopped just an inch away from his chest. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar face of her beloved brother, Tsunade's eyes flashed with pain, and her fists trembled uncontrollably, as if she saw the innocent boy standing in front of her and calling for his sister. Puff! In the brief moment she was stunned, the broken kunai had already accurately pierced her shoulder, and blood immediately dyed her clothes red. Break! Tsunade felt the pain in her body and turned to look at the man she once loved deeply. The tenderness of the past was no longer in his empty eyes. Duan mechanically pulled out her kunai and assumed an attacking stance once again, while Rope Tree also swung her kunai and stabbed at her once more. This time, both of their attacks were aimed directly at the vital parts of Tsunade's body. Tsunade stood there blankly, blood dripping from her fingertips. This time, she decided not to hide anymore. Since she couldn't attack them, dying at their hands would be a relief. This way, she could go downstairs and accompany them properly. At this critical moment, ding, ding, a golden figure suddenly stood in front of Tsunade, blocking the kunai that was stabbing at her. At the same time, he kicked Naoki and Dan away. Hey, I say. Fifth Hokage, you just took over the position of Hokage, and you're thinking of quitting? Naruto turned around, looking directly at Tsunade with his azure eyes, and teased, then all the hard work that the lecherous sage and I have put in along the way will be in vain. Kid, why are you here? Tsunade looked at the blonde boy in front of her in surprise. She clearly remembered that she had left the hotel secretly. Next time you want to do something sneaky, remember not to be too purposeful, only that old pervert, the lecherous sage, could be fooled by you so easily. Naruto grinned. In fact, when Tsunade kept persuading Jiraiya to drink last night, he noticed her abnormality. Therefore, he had been paying attention to the movements in the room where Tsunade was. Sure enough, he guessed it right. You little brat, you. Tsunade was about to say something when Orochimaru suddenly roared in the distance, Uzumaki Naruto, you came just in time, I was just wondering how to kill you. As he spoke, he clasped his hands together, and Rope Tree and Dan, who had been kicked away, quickly formed seals with his hands and said, water style, water sleet. Wind style, wind cutting technique. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, countless sharp water droplets mixed with the whistling wind blades attacked Naruto and Tsunade. Fire style, fire dragon bullet technique. Naruto quickly formed seals with his hands, and scorching flames instantly gushed out of his mouth, colliding violently with the incoming Feng Shui composite ninjutsu. The moment water and fire met, a deafening roar erupted, and a large amount of steam spread like thick fog, and the entire stone forest was suddenly shrouded in white. Be careful, little brat. Tsunade looked at the thick fog surrounding them and warned Naruto in front of her. Naruto turned around and glanced at her, then smiled confidently and said, don't worry, Before he could finish his words, two sounds of breaking air came from his left and right sides at the same time. In the thick fog, Naoki and Dan were like precise killing machines, pointing the kunai in their hands directly at Naruto's vital parts. Naruto seemed to be prepared. He leaned back slightly, and the kunai in his right hand accurately blocked the attack of Rope Tree. His left hand directly grabbed the broken wrist, and then he suddenly exerted force. With a crack, the broken arm was broken. Then he pushed him out with force. At the same time, his right leg made a roundhouse kick and hit Rope Tree's abdomen hard, knocking him out. At the moment when the two men flew backwards, Naruto's fingers passed over the corners of their clothes without leaving a trace, and quietly collected a few grains of special dust from the impure world reincarnation. Rope Tree, break. Tsunade watched this scene, and although she knew that they would not feel any pain in their current bodies, her heart still couldn't help but ache. Sure enough, the next moment, Naoki and Duan stood up as if nothing had happened, and Duan's arm, which had just been broken by Naruto, also recovered quickly under the effect of the impure world reincarnation. They once again assumed attacking stances with expressionless faces, without a trace of emotion in their eyes. He, you little brat, impure world reincarnationists aren't that easy to defeat. They're all immortal. Orochimaru's smug laughter echoed through the thick fog. Unless you seal them away, or I, the caster, automatically cancel the impure world reincarnation spell, they'll keep fighting. Just wait for your death by exhaustion. Oh, really? But I have another way. Naruto raised a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth and clasped his hands together, wind style, great breakthrough. Call. A gust of wind roared out from Minkao's mouth, instantly sweeping away the thick fog that covered most of the stone forest. The sunlight once again fell on the stone forest, clearly reflecting everyone's figure. You little brat, is this your idea? Orochimaru said disdainfully, you want to use wind escape to blow us away. It seems that the power is not enough. Of course not, I just want to see your shocked expression later. Naruto's smile deepened. He pinched the special dust he had collected from the rope tree and the body of the broken one in his hands, and quickly formed seals with both hands and said, reverse impure world reincarnation jutsu release. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Shenshu and Duan's bodies began to tremble violently, and countless tiny points of light emanated from their bodies like fireflies. The pure chakras intertwined into brilliant bands of light in the air, slowly dissipating like shooting stars across the night sky. At the same time, the filthy soil covering their bodies began to peel off, revealing their real skin and faces underneath. What? This is impossible. Orochimaru's golden pupils suddenly shrank as he looked at the scene in shock. You little ninjutsu, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Where did you learn this ninjutsu that can cancel the impure world reincarnation? In fact, it was not just Tsunade, who was standing behind Naruto, also looked at him in shock, because it was the first time she saw someone being able to cancel the impure world reincarnation technique without the help of the caster. Guess, Naruto said with a mysterious smile. Of course, Orochimaru couldn't guess where Naruto learned this ninjutsu, because this ninjutsu was created by him personally, or to be more precise, he created it during his last time traveling through time. At the beginning, in order to create this ninjutsu, Naruto spent a lot of effort that he almost read all the major forbidden technique books and repeatedly studied the structure of the impure world reincarnation technique. Finally, after countless failures, he successfully reverse-engineered the structure of the impure world reincarnation technique and created this unique solution. However, this ninjutsu has a flaw, or a shortcoming, which is it must be activated through the dust on the body of the impure world reincarnated person as a medium, and after it is released, the summoned person will be sent directly back to the pure land world. At the same time, the chakra on their bodies will completely dissipate into the air. The reason why Naruto wanted to create this ninjutsu was naturally to deal with the impure world reincarnation army in the Fourth Shinobi World War. In fact, he had a better way at that time, which was solve the problem of pocket in advance. Unfortunately, his best chance to kill Kabuto was during the Three Ninjas War, but he failed and Kabuto did not die. From then on, Kabuto seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, and it was not until the start of the Fourth Shinobi World War that he noticed his whereabouts again. But by then, the impure world reincarnation army had already begun to wreak havoc on the battlefield. Ultimately, all of this can be blamed on the fact that he excessively changed the direction of the plot, which ultimately led to the occurrence of various butterfly effects. Moreover, during the actual application of this ninjutsu, Naruto discovered another problem, which was he alone was unable to remove the spells of a large number of impure world reincarnationists. Although he had the blessing of the multiple shadow clone technique and could create a large number of clones to help him complete this task, it was extremely chakra consuming and physically demanding. Even though he already had the Nine Tails mode at that time, he was still somewhat unable to do so. At that time, he regretted it immensely. Why didn't he just create a large-scale sealing technique and seal the impure world reincarnation away? Why go through so much trouble? As for why he didn't give this ninjutsu to others and let them help him remove the impure world reincarnation technique, the reason is simple: the conditions for performing this technique are extremely harsh. Not only does it require precise chakra control, but it also requires a deep understanding of the structure of the impure world reincarnation technique. At the same time, there is another reason, that is, the Fourth Ninja World War has come early. Therefore, he had no time to teach this ninjutsu to others. Of course, this ninjutsu is not without any achievements. At least he successfully cancelled the impure world reincarnation technique of powerful figures such as the second Mizu Kage and the third Raikage, greatly reducing the frontal pressure on the ninja coalition forces at that time. However, there were times when he failed, and that was when he faced Uchiha Madara. Because Kabuto had witnessed him successfully dispelling the impure world reincarnation technique of the second Mizu Kage and others. Therefore, after he summoned Uchiha Madara, he informed him in advance about Naruto's technique, which led to Madara keeping a safe distance from him during the duel, deliberately avoiding Naruto from touching the impure world dust on his body. In addition, he was just a clone at that time, so he was unable to fight Madara for too long and dissipated due to the depletion of chakra and physical strength. After all, at that time, he still needed to deal with Obito and the tailed beasts he led personally. Speaking of this, it was originally impossible for Obito to catch so many tailed beasts, but due to his negligence and carelessness, he was able to capture all the tailed beasts at once. And everything that happened after that was just like in the original work. Obito successfully became Six Paths Obito, then Madara used him and successfully resurrected himself. In the end, he was betrayed by Black Zetsu, and Kagaya Satsuki was resurrected, separated him from Suzuki, and shot him, causing him to come to this world. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but laugh at himself. If he hadn't changed the original plot so excessively, perhaps the butterfly effect wouldn't have been so great, and these tragedies could have been avoided. Unexpectedly, Naruto's bitter smile was seen as an invisible mockery by Orochimaru from a distance. "You little brat, since you refuse to tell me, I will arrest you and torture you thoroughly, Snake Hand." A cold light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He suddenly raised his hand, and dozens of poisonous snakes instantly sprang out from his sleeves and shot towards Naruto like arrows. A trace of disdain flashed in Naruto's eyes. He really couldn't understand why Orochimaru liked to use this move so much when he knew it was useless to him. As he was about to use Fire Escape to burn the poisonous snakes, he suddenly paused, a smile forming on his lips, because Fire Style, Flame Bullet. Boom! A ball of flame filled with a pungent smell of oil suddenly attacked from the side, instantly burning the attacking poisonous snake into ashes. The scorching flames temporarily separated Naruto and the others from Orochimaru. The next second, Jiraiya fell from the sky with Shizune holding a little white cat in her arms and landed next to Naruto and Tsunade. "You lecherous sage, you are so slow to come?" Naruto glanced at him and teased him, "You little bastard, since you already knew that Tsunade was going to see Orochimaru alone, why didn't you wake me up?" Jiraiya glared at him dissatisfiedly and said, "How could I know that as a Sunin? How could you, one of the few, not notice Tsunade's abnormality? You are not qualified to be a Sunin, you are a lecherous sage." Naruto shrugged and said, "It seems that you have to change your lecherous habit in the future." Jiraiya immediately rolled his eyes at him and said nothing more. After all, he knew that what Naruto said was true, and this time he was really careless. On the other side, after landing, Shizune immediately checked Tsunade's body and found that only her clothes were stained with blood, and there was nothing else seriously wrong with her. She breathed a sigh of relief. "Lady Tsunade, please don't do such dangerous things alone next time, if you. Shizune's voice was choked with sobs and she couldn't continue. She clutched Tsunade's sleeve tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. The little white cat in her arms also meowed and rubbed its head against the back of Tsunade's hand, as if expressing the same concern. Tsunade's eyes softened as she looked at this disciple who had followed her since childhood and the pet she had raised since childhood. She ruffled Jingian's hair, gently scratched the little white cat's chin, and said, "Okay, I'm fine, right?" Besides, she turned her gaze to Naruto, who was bickering with Jiraiya, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. With that unfathomable brat around, it would be hard for me to get into trouble. At this time, the flames gradually dissipated, revealing the cold and resentful expression of Orochimaru opposite him. He stared at Jiraiya intently, his eyes looking as if he wanted to tear him to pieces, and roared, "Jiraiya, you finally dare to face me." Jiraiya looked at him silently, with a complex expression in his eyes, including guilt, anger, and a hint of indescribable emotion. After a moment, Jiraiya said quietly, "Long time no see, Orochimaru." "Humph, it's been a long time, but you're just hiding from me, Jiraiya." Orochimaru gritted his teeth and said, "If you hadn't suddenly barged in, my research would have been successful long ago. How could I have fallen to this point today? I'm sorry." Jiraiya lowered his head and blamed himself. "It was indeed my fault back then, I apologize to you." "Oh, apologize?" Orochimaru sneered harshly. If apologies were effective, what would the world need ninjas for? "That's enough, Orochimaru, stop pushing your luck." At this time, Tsunade stood up and interrupted, "Even if Jiraiya hadn't barged in, you wouldn't have been able to succeed. In other words, your experiment was doomed to fail. So in a sense, it was Jiraiya who saved you. Moreover, he paid a corresponding price. Don't forget, you almost beat him to death. He didn't fight back. If it weren't for my desperate efforts to save him, he would have died in your hands long ago." Naruto and Shizun, who were standing aside, watched this scene. Although they were very curious about what happened between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, they all remained silent tacitly at this moment. Even the little white cat in Shizun's arms cooperated very well and did not move or make any sound. Not only that, they were also very tactful and moved their bodies to leave space for Jiraiya and the other three, because they knew very well that the next conversation might turn into a grudge showdown between the three of them. "Ha ha ha, after all, this is all my fault." Orochimaru laughed in anger. "Alright, in that case, let's end this here today." After saying that, Orochimaru immediately bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. Almost at the same time, Jiraiya and Tsunade made the same move. The art of spiritual communication. Bang! 3 huge balls of white smoke exploded in the stone forest, the ground shook violently, and the surrounding rock pillars collapsed. After the smoke and dust cleared, 3 huge monsters suddenly appeared. They were none other than the giant purple snake coiling around Manchi, the orange one holding a pipe, Gamabunta, and the slug with a blue background and white edges, Live Slug. Their appearance made the already narrow stone forest even more crowded, and gravel fell from the sky like raindrops. "By Lin, I'll leave that Uzumaki Naruto to you." Orochimaru stood on the head of the 10,000 snakes and gave the order to the white-haired girl below, calling out by linear. The white-haired girl raised her head slightly, her ice blue eyes swept towards Naruto, and a dangerous arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. She replied, "Understood, Lord Orochimaru." After she finished speaking, her figure flashed out like a ghost, and a sharp bone blade condensed in her hand, rushing straight towards Naruto. Almost at the same time, Orochimaru also shouted at Jiraiya and Tsunade, "Let's make a clean break, this time, I won't hold back." "Come on, Orochimaru." Jiraiya and Tsunade responded at the same time. Thus, 2 battlefields began. "Be careful, Naruto." Looking at Bai Lin rushing towards her, Shizun subconsciously protected Naruto behind her, completely forgetting what Jiraiya had said to her in the hotel before. At the same time, she quickly threw out several poisoned senbon, trying to intercept Bai Lin's attack. However, Bai Lin's body shook, and he unexpectedly changed direction in mid-air, easily avoiding all the thousands of arrows. Her movements were smooth and fluid, as if she had already predicted the trajectory of Shizun's attack. "Too slow," Bai Lin said coldly, and the bone blade in his hand suddenly stretched out, piercing Jingian's throat like a poisonous snake. In the blink of an eye, the bone blade had extended to Jingian's front, so fast that Jingian had no chance to react at all. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Naruto, who was protected behind her, grabbed her waist and jumped back. The bone blade brushed against Jingian's hair, cutting off a few strands of her hair. "Sister Shizun, are you okay?" Naruto asked with concern as he put Shizun down, while staring vigilantly at Bai Lin in the distance. "Oh, I doubt I'm fine." Shizun shook her head with a frightened look on her face and said, "Thank you, Naruto." The little white cat in her arms also made a meow, as if expressing gratitude to Naruto. "You're welcome." Naruto patted the little white cat's head, shook his head gently, and said, "Leave that guy to me." Shizun wanted to say something, but when she saw Naruto's confident look and remembered what Jiraiya had said to her at the hotel, she immediately changed the subject. Then you have to be careful, Naruto, that guy has a bloodline limit and is a very dangerous existence. Bloodline limit. It's okay, it's not like I haven't encountered it before, Naruto said with a calm smile. The next moment, he rushed towards Bilinear at the same time, he put his hands together and shouted, Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang, bang. As a burst of white smoke rose, more than a dozen shadow clones immediately rushed out and attacked Bai Lin from different directions. Bai Lin snorted disdainfully, and stretched out the bone blade in his hand again, sweeping it out like a whip, instantly defeating the one rushing in the front. Several clones. However, the other clones took advantage of this opportunity to approach her. Reborn. One of the clones condensed a blue chakra ball in his hand, appeared behind Bai Lin, and slapped her directly on the back. Bai Lin didn't look back when he saw this, but suddenly several sharp bone spurs appeared on his back. Bang! The Reborn collided with the bone spur, and a strong shock wave erupted instantly. The clone was immediately blown away and fell heavily to the ground. However, before he could stand up, a sharp bone spur shot towards him, piercing straight through his body, and then turned into a cloud of white smoke and dissipated into the air. Disappearing along with him were the other shadow clones that were approaching Bilinear. Because the bone spurs that Bai Lin just shot out were not only aimed at his clone, but were shot in all directions. This penetrating power and defensive power are truly terrifying. Naruto sighed sincerely in his heart as he looked at the large hole shot out on the earthen wall in front of him and the bone spurs stuck in the large pit not far behind him. Her bloodline limit seems to far exceed Kimimura's. The reason why Naruto made such an exclamation was that when he traveled through time last time, he had a battle with Kimimaro. Although his Reborn could not directly break his defense, it would still cause cracks in his bones. But the Reborn he just used was completely useless against Bai Lin's bones. Interesting. Naruto raised his lips in excitement, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. He immediately jumped up and landed on the earthen wall in front of him. He looked down at Bai Lin from above and formed a seal, fire style, great fireball technique. Call! A blazing fireball roared out of Naruto's mouth and headed straight for Bai Lin below. However, it wasn't over yet. He quickly formed a seal and said, wind style, fierce wind palm. Bang! A strong whirlwind roared out from Naruto's palm, instantly engulfing the fireball and forming a violent firestorm. Boom! The fire took advantage of the wind, and the wind helped the fire's power. The scorching flames instantly expanded several times, like a roaring angry dragon, sweeping towards Bilinear. A serious look immediately appeared in Bai Lin's ice blue eyes, because she knew very well that with her bones in their current state, although they could barely defend against Naruto's attack, it would definitely cause some damage to the bones, which might affect her subsequent battle with Naruto. Therefore, without any hesitation, she immediately activated the curse seal in her body. Dark curse seal patterns instantly appeared on her body, and her skin became paler. A strange chakra spread out from her in all directions. Bone release, bone armor. Bai Lin quickly clasped her hands together and let out a low cry. The bones around her body suddenly grew. Under the strengthening of the curse seal, the density and hardness of her bones increased significantly. Layers of pale bone armor spread out from under her skin and quickly covered her entire body, forming a hideous and solid armor. Bang! The flame storm roared in, and the scorching waves of fire instantly engulfed her figure. The flames raged wildly, the surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature, and the gravel on the ground even began to melt. However, just as the flames were about to dissipate, a pale figure suddenly rushed out from inside. Swish! Bai Lin's figure rushed towards Naruto like a ghost. Although there were some charred marks on the bone armor, the whole thing was still intact. Her eyes were cold and sharp. She raised her right hand suddenly, and her bones instantly extended, turning into a sharp bone blade, piercing Naruto's throat. So fast! Naruto's pupils shrank, and he quickly leaned back to dodge, jumping off the earth wall. At the same time, orange eye shadows quickly appeared around his eyes. It was Sage Mode. With the help of the Sage Mode, his perception ability instantly increased several times, and his body retreated at a faster speed, constantly dodging Bai Lin's attacks. At the same time, his hands were not idle either. He opened his palm and a small, high-speed rotating chakra shuriken slowly appeared in his palm. Wind style, mini Reborn shuriken. Naruto nimbly moved sideways and, with his keen perception, avoided the bone blade again. He then slapped the mini chakra shuriken in his hand onto Bai Lin's bone armor. Bang! Bai Lin was blown away by the huge impact force, crashing into the earth wall not far away and leaving a long gully on the ground. However, it is not over yet. Boom! A violent wind blade spread outward from her, forming a small hurricane that crushed the surrounding soil and rocks into pieces. Ka. Bai Lin's bone armor made a harsh friction sound under the ravages of the wind blade, and fine cracks gradually spread. A trace of pain could not help but appear in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination and resoluteness. The next second, the cursed patterns on her body began to spread all over her body like a living thing. Her figure suddenly rose taller, and the bone armor that had been cracked by the wind blade shattered instantly, but then recondensed in an instant, turning into even more hideous bone spurs and armor. Her skin turned completely pale, and several sharp bone spears protruded from her back, like spread-out bone wings. Uzumaki Naruto, you are indeed very strong. There are only a handful of people in the entire ninja world who can force me to use the second curse seal. Bai Lin's voice became low and hoarse due to the influence of the curse seal, with a kind of inhuman distortion. She slowly raised her hands, pointing her fingertips at Naruto, but this battle should end now. Bone release, 10-finger piercing bullet. Swoosh, 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 10-finger bones shot out like bullets, so fast that they even left a vacuum trail in the air. These bone bullets are not only incredibly fast, but also constantly rotate during flight to enhance their penetration. Too fast. Naruto's pupils suddenly shrank, because under the perception of Sage Mode, he could only barely capture the afterimages of these bone bullets. However, even so, Naruto successfully avoided these bone bullets with his rich combat experience and the blessing of Sage Mode. Swish! However, before he could catch his breath, Bai Lin's figure appeared behind him like a ghost. Damn, is this speed real? Naruto exclaimed in his heart. He didn't expect that Bai Lin could be so fast with the blessing of Curse Seal 2, enough to be comparable to the fourth Raikage who activated the Thunder Chakra mode. It's over, Uzumaki Naruto. At this time, Bai Lin's cold voice sounded in Naruto's ears, and the bone blade in her hand stabbed straight towards Naruto's back with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Naruto moved his mind and instantly launched the Flying Thunder God technique. The whole person turned into a shadow and disappeared. Lost in the same place. Bang! Bai Lin's bone blade slammed heavily onto the ground, and the ground within a radius of several meters collapsed. Spiderweb-like cracks spread out, and the smoke and dust raised was more than 10 meters high. Swish! Naruto appeared beside Shizen. Just in case, he had engraved the Flying Thunder God technique on Shizen's clothes in advance. Naruto. Shizen looked at Naruto, who suddenly appeared beside her in surprise, and the little white cat in her arms was also startled. Just a second ago, she was still worried that he was almost killed by Bilinear. The next second, he appeared beside her silently. How could she not be shocked? However, she immediately thought of something and asked him, you actually know the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Naruto? I'm sorry, Sister Shizen, I left a mark on your clothes when I borrowed them. Naruto did not answer her question, but smiled at her slightly apologetically. Then his eyes became sharp again and looked straight at Bai Lin in the distance. Bai Lin slowly stood up from the smoke and dust. The bone wings behind him vibrated slightly, making a metallic humming sound. Suddenly, her body shook and she started coughing violently, with a trickle of blood sliding down the corner of her mouth. I can't delay any longer. If I delay any further, I might be killed by the curse seal first. It seems that I can only use that move. I hope Lord Orochimaru can forgive me. Bai Lin glanced at Orochimaru, who was fighting with Jiraiya and Tsunade in the distance and was gradually losing the upper hand. He said in his heart, and a trace of determination flashed in his ice blue eyes. He looked up at Naruto and said coldly, Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you a good runner? Let's see how you can run after this move. As she spoke, Bai Lin's hands quickly formed seals, and the bones around her made strange cracking sounds again. The cursed patterns on her skin squirmed like living things, emitting even colder chakra fluctuations. Bone escape, 100 bone thorns kill. Bone escape, 100 bone thorns kill. Bai Lin's pale hands suddenly clasped together, and the ground began to shake violently in an instant, as if a sleeping beast was awakened. Countless sharp bone spurs broke out from the ground and spread wildly around her in a radial pattern. The surface of those bone spurs glowed with an ominous cold light, the edges were sharp enough to cut through the air, and each one twisted and grew like a living thing. Oh no, the impact is too great. Naruto's perception in Sage Mode allowed him to instantly judge the horror of this move. Without hesitation, he picked up Jingian beside him and said, "Hold on to me, Sister Jingian." As he spoke, he hugged Jingian and retreated quickly, as if to put some distance between himself and the bone spur. Unfortunately, the ground was shaking more and more violently, and the bone spurs were growing faster than he expected. It's too late. Naruto's expression hardened, and he quickly formed seals with his free left hand and shouted, "Earth-style, earth flow wall." A thick earth wall rose up and lifted them to a higher place. However, Naruto still underestimated Bai Lin's move. The bone spurs growing from the bottom suddenly spread wildly upwards like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The sharp bone spurs twisted and entangled like living things, and in a blink of an eye, they surrounded the entire earth wall. Click, click, click. The solid earth wall cracked under the weight of the bone spurs, and the ground beneath Naruto and the others' feet began to crumble. Oh my god. Naruto cursed, and quickly pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool bag with his left hand. He threw it towards the distant area that had not yet been affected by the bone spurs, and thought to himself, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Swish! Naruto appeared at the place where kunai was, holding Shizen, and barely avoided the strangulation of the bone spur. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the ground beneath his feet began to shake again. It's not over yet, Uzumaki Naruto. Bai Lin's hoarse voice came from the depths of the bone forest. The girl maintained the seal posture, blood continued to flow from the corner of her mouth, and the purple blood vessels were clearly visible under her pale skin. Obviously, this move has seriously exceeded her physical endurance, but those scarlet eyes are burning with an even crazier obsession. On the other side, Jiraiya and his two companions had already been interrupted in their duel by the spreading bone spurs. Each of them avoided the attack of the bone spurs in his own way and was now standing on top of the towering bone forest. Orochimaru, why don't you tell that kid to stop? If she continues like this, she will die. Tsunade looked at Bai Lin, who was still releasing chakra in the bone forest below, and her face became extremely serious. He. Orochimaru's sinister laughter echoed through the bone forest. At this moment, his wide sleeves were torn and his face still bore scars from the fierce battle just now, but his snake eyes flashed with morbid excitement. Stop, what a naive suggestion, Tsunade. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. For the price of a container, in exchange for the life of the person you care about most, this deal is simply perfect. He turned his gaze to Jiraiya, who was in an equally miserable state not far away. The hatred in his eyes was almost tangible. Since I can't kill you today, then I will let you watch your beloved disciple die before your eyes. I believe it will be a good experience for you, Jiraiya. As he spoke, he quickly formed seals with his hands, and his entire body turned into a puff of white smoke and dissipated into the air. Damn it! Tsunade punched the bone spur beside her, and spiderweb-like cracks immediately appeared on the hard bone. She turned to Jiraiya and said urgently, "We must stop that girl. Her chakra is starting to break down, she'll definitely fight like hell next time." Jiraiya nodded solemnly. Although he did not activate the Sage Mode, his keen perception as one of the three ninjas allowed him to clearly sense the chaotic energy flow in Bai Lin's body, like a detonating tag that was about to explode. However, just as they were about to act, Bai Lin's hysterical roar suddenly came from below. Uzumaki Naruto, Dai, Bone Style, Cone Bone Spike. Boom! A giant bone spike, as thick as two people could hug together, broke out of the ground. The tip flashed with a cold metallic light and pierced Naruto's chest at an astonishing speed. It turned out that as Naruto retreated farther and farther, the range of Bai Lin's ninjutsu was almost reaching its limit. Therefore, she could only make a desperate attack, trying to use the fatal bone spike to end Naruto's life. Naruto could naturally see that this was Bai Lin's last swan song, and immediately shouted to Shizune in his arms, "Sister Shizune, hold me tight." At the same time, he opened his hands, and two huge Raiznan appeared in his palms instantly. Senjutsu, super large jade Raiznan. Bang! The two huge Raiznan collided violently with the bone cone, causing a deafening roar. The violent chakra storm spread in a circular shape, destroying the bone forest within dozens of meters around it, and rubble and bone fragments flew everywhere. Naruto and Shizune in his arms were knocked back several meters by the shock wave, but they managed to withstand Bai Lin's desperate attack. However, just as Naruto put Shizune down, he heard Shizune exclaim, "Be careful." The little white cat in her arms also meowed in warning. Suddenly, Bai Lin's figure jumped out from the bone spur closest to Naruto and the others, and rushed towards Naruto and the others like an arrow. Her right arm had completely ossified, forming a sharp sword, aiming straight for Naruto's throat. "It's over." There was a crazy light flashing in Bai Lin's eyes, and blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he had reached his limit. A trace of pity flashed in Naruto's eyes, because even without the blessing of Sage Mode, he could clearly see that Bai Lin's speed had slowed down, at least more than half as slow as when she first activated the Curse Seal 2. It was obvious that she had overdrawn her vitality, and she would definitely die after this blow. "That's enough." Naruto let out a low roar, and his figure suddenly flashed. Instead of retreating, he advanced and rushed towards Bai Linear. Swish! He was faster than Bai Linear at the moment when the bone sword was about to pierce his throat. He used the perception of the Sage Mode to easily avoid it by turning sideways. At the same time, his right hand turned into a claw, accurately grabbed Bai Lin's wrist, and twisted it violently. Crack! Surprisingly, the bone armor that was previously difficult to destroy even by the Raiznan now shattered under Naruto's grip. Bai Lin groaned, his body leaning forward due to inertia, and Naruto had already moved closer, with the 5 fingers of his left hand spread out, and a ball of chakra condensed on each fingertip, with the names of various attribute chakras written on them, which was 5-element seal. With a light shout, Naruto pressed his palm precisely on Bai Lin's abdomen. The chakra ball in his hand instantly invaded Bai Lin's meridian system, forcibly suppressing the runaway chakra in her body. Bai Lin's body suddenly stiffened, and the madness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by pain and confusion. The second state of her curse began to fade, and the hideous black lines on her skin faded quickly like the tide. With a slight sound of bones rubbing against each other, the protruding bone spur on her back slowly retracted into her body, and her originally ossified right arm returned to its soft flesh and blood state. Why? She raised her head with difficulty, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. "Why don't you kill me?" Naruto held her shaky body steadily, shrugged, and said lightly, "I'm sorry, I can't bring myself to kill a patient." "You." Bai Lin wanted to say something, but her body could no longer support her. Her vision went dark and she fell forward. Naruto quickly reached out to steady her, letting her slowly lie down on the ground. The sunlight filtered through the gradually dissipating bone dust, casting mottled shadows on her pale face. Jingian walked quickly forward, squatted down, and checked Bai Lin's condition. A hint of green chakra appeared on her fingers, and as soon as they touched Bai Lin's pulse, her face suddenly changed. How is this possible? Shizun's voice trembled slightly. As a medical ninja, she quickly determined the severity of Bai Lin's condition. In addition to her severe chakra overdraft and nearly exhausted vitality, there seems to be an extremely terrifying virus in her body that is eroding her internal organs at an alarming rate. The symptoms are like bloodline disease. Tsunade's voice suddenly came from behind. Naruto snapped his head back and saw that Tsunade and Jiraiya had jumped down from the bone forest and landed beside them. Tsunade squatted down with a serious expression, her fingers glowing green with medical chakra, and she quickly checked Bai Lin's physical condition. Sure enough, Tsunade withdrew her hand, her brows furrowed. He really is a descendant of the Kage clan. I thought the bloodline of this family had been cut off. Tsunade's words shocked everyone present. Jiraiya's eyes widened. The Hyuga clan, the one famous for their Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limit, but also the one that destroyed itself due to their love of war? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Wait, what about bilinear? That's right. Tsunade stood up and looked down at the unconscious Bai Lin with a mixture of disgust and pity in her eyes. She should be the last survivor of the Hyuga clan. I don't know where Orochimaru dug her out from. Shizun asked worriedly, what about her bloodline disease? This is the fate of the Hyuga clan, Tsunade said solemnly. This family's bloodline limit will continuously devour the host's vitality. It seems that Orochimaru has not completely solved this problem. Then can she be saved, Sister Tsunade? Naruto asked with a hint of pity in his eyes. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, it's difficult. Her body has been eroded by the blood disease for too long. In addition, she just forced an overdraft of chakra, and now it is almost at its limit, unless what? Naruto pressed. Unless a blood transfusion is performed, but even then, the chances of success are extremely low. Tsunade sighed, looking at the unconscious Bai Lin with a complicated gaze, and said quietly, even then, a ninja with strong vitality would be needed as a donor to provide her with blood. As she spoke, she looked at Naruto meaningfully. It was obvious that the so-called ninja with strong vitality was referring to him as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto naturally understood what Tsunade meant and fell silent. In fact, he still wanted to save Bai Lin, even though he was hostile to her and she had previously wanted to kill him. However, he saw a familiar shadow in her cold and stubborn character. Satsuki. But when it came to donating his own blood to save her, he hesitated. After all, Bai Lin is still Orochimaru's subordinate, and he really wanted to kill him just now. More importantly, he is not the kind of person who is extremely kind-hearted. At this moment, Bai Lin suddenly twitched in pain, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Her face was terribly pale and her breathing was getting weaker and weaker. Shizun immediately took emergency measures, while anxiously looking at Tsunade, shouting, Tsunade-sama, it seems she won't hold on much longer. Well, Naruto sighed helplessly, thinking that he was too kind. He immediately rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong arms, and said, use my blood. Use yours? Seeing that Naruto was willing to use his own blood to save an enemy, Tsunade suddenly felt a surge of anger in her heart. She said coldly, how can it be that simple? I still need to check whether your blood is compatible with his. Moreover, a lot of equipment is needed to assist in the blood exchange operation. Now we are in the wilderness and there is not even a sterilization tool. How can I perform the operation? Then, what should I do? Naruto was a little confused by Tsunade's sudden anger. He couldn't help but think to himself, no, just now you hinted to me with your eyes that you can use my blood to save her. Why are you suddenly angry now? Women's hearts are really unpredictable. Of course, there was no way Naruto could say this. After all, if he dared to say it out loud, Tsunade would definitely make him pay the price. I'll use the chakra of the 100 healings technique to temporarily stabilize her condition. Tsunade formed hand seals, and the diamond-shaped seal on her forehead unfolded. Emerald green chakra enveloped Bai Lin's body like flowing water. But it can only last for 4 hours at most. After that, we must find a fully equipped medical facility. 4 hours? Jiraiya stroked his chin and thought, if we rush back to Konoha at full speed now. It's too late, Tsunade interrupted. From Tancho Street to Konoha, even if we rush as fast as we can, we definitely won't get there in 4 hours. No, we can make it. Unexpectedly, Naruto said in an extremely firm tone, I have a way to get back to Konoha in a short time, and it won't take more than 4 hours. Oh, what's the solution? Tsunade raised her eyebrows and asked. Jiraiya's eyes flashed with understanding. Stinky boy, do you want to? That's right. Naruto nodded and said, I plan to use the passage to Mayaboku Mountain to first send the Kunao with the Flying Thunder God technique back to Konoha, and then use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport us all over. Wait, you know the Flying Thunder God technique? Who taught you that? Unexpectedly, just as Naruto finished speaking, Tsunade looked at him in surprise and asked, his father, Minato. Jiraiya replied, what, Minato? He's not, that's right. Tsunade was stunned at first, then showed an expression of sudden realization, given that kid's personality, he is indeed a guy who will keep a backup plan. As she spoke, her expression suddenly grew serious. But the risks of teleporting people long distances with Flying Thunder God are enormous, especially with seriously injured soldiers. Are you really sure, you little brat? Don't worry, Sister Tsunade, I know very well how big the risk is. Naruto smiled confidently and said, but I am 90% sure that I can complete this transmission. In fact, Naruto wanted to say that he was 100% sure. After all, he had used this method to save many people when he traveled through time last time, and was nicknamed Space Rescuer by Sakura. However, in order to prevent Tsunade and the others from accusing him of being too conceited, he deliberately said that he was 90% sure. Okay. Tsunade stared at Naruto for a few seconds, and seeing his confident look, she nodded and said, then we'll do as you say, but, as she said that, she suddenly grabbed Naruto's ear and said, if there is any mistake, I will let you taste my super strength punch. It hurts, don't worry, Sister Tsunade, I promise I won't make any mistakes, Naruto said with an exaggerated grin. Jiraiya looked at Naruto being pulled by the ear by Tsunade, and immediately smiled with relief, but soon said seriously, okay, without further ado, Naruto, you take the Flying Thunder God Kunao to the Konoha hospital first. I understand. Naruto rubbed his red ears, bit his finger, and pressed it to the ground, summoning technique. Bang! Following a burst of white smoke, a small toad carrying a scroll appeared in front of everyone. Naruto handed it a kunao engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique and said, please, deliver this to the gates of Konoha immediately. The little toad nodded solemnly, and with a bang, it turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. 10 minutes later, Naruto sensed that the kunao was in place. He took a deep breath and asked Jiraiya and the others who were surrounding him, are you all ready? I'm going to activate Flying Thunder God. After receiving everyone's affirmative response, Naruto immediately launched the Flying Thunder God technique. Swish! Accompanied by a subtle spatial fluctuation, the air rippled like water. In an instant, Naruto and his group appeared out of thin air in front of the gate of Konoha village. Who is it? The guards at the gate immediately entered combat mode. The sound of metal friction came one after another, and more than a dozen kunao were unsheathed at the same time. One of the Uchiha clan members reacted the fastest, his Three-Magatama Sharingan opened instantly, and his scarlet eyes stood out among the other team members. It's us. Jiraiya took a step forward, his signature white hair fluttering gently in the breeze. Tsunade behind him was holding by Lin, who was wrapped in green chakra, with a serious expression. Hey, Master Jiraiya. Master Tsunade. The captain of the security team immediately recognized the newcomers and dropped his weapon in surprise. Why are you? No time to explain. Tsunade interrupted sharply, her voice filled with undeniable authority. Notify the medical team immediately to prepare the operating room to the highest standards. Now, immediately. The captain of the security team then noticed the dying girl in Tsunade's arms. His years of ninja experience made him immediately aware of the urgency of the situation. He turned to the Uchiha team member beside him and ordered, Yang, notify the hospital as quickly as possible and prepare a high-level operating room. Understood, Captain. The team member named Yang nodded slightly and disappeared from the spot with a teleportation technique. Naruto and his group did not stop for a moment and rushed towards the Konoha hospital. It was not until their backs disappeared at the end of the street that the security guards who remained in place woke up from their dream and looked at each other in confusion. Hey, that's what Jiraiya-sama and the others used just now. A young team member swallowed and asked uncertainly, space ninjutsu, right? Yeah, that's right. The older team member stroked his stubble, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. That spatial fluctuation, if I'm not mistaken, should be the Flying Thunder God technique. This sentence was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, immediately causing ripples. What, Flying Thunder God technique? I remember that this ninjutsu is only known by the second and fourth Hokage, right? Another team member's eyes widened. Could it be Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama? Have they also learned the Flying Thunder God technique? Another team member chimed in, no. The captain shook his head and said firmly, Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama are experts in ninjutsu, but there's no such thing as space ninjutsu, so it's probably not them. If it's not them, then who could it be? A thoughtful look suddenly appeared in the eyes of everyone present. Suddenly, they seemed to think of something and looked at each other again. After a while, one of the team members spoke tentatively, do you think could it be Naruto? Although Naruto had performed very well in the Chunin exam, he was still a newcomer in the eyes of the veteran ninjas in the guard. It's very possible. After all, he's the fourth Hokage's son, another team member agreed. Besides, he's also Jiraiya-sama's apprentice. The captain of the security team continued, it seems reasonable for a son to follow in his father's footsteps and learn the Flying Thunder God jutsu. Yes. The security team members present nodded in agreement. Then, they fell into silence again. After a long while, the captain of the security team finally broke the silence. Anyway, no matter if it was Naruto or not, everything we just saw must be kept secret. Don't tell anyone. Do you understand? Yes, Captain. The team members nodded immediately and promised, as for Yang, I will personally explain it to him later. The captain then added, "Okay, now, everyone, go back to your own business." Yes, all the team members immediately dispersed and returned to their respective posts. However, a seed of expectation was silently planted in their hearts, as if they had seen a rising star who was on par with 4 generations. Naruto naturally didn't know what kind of shock the Flying Thunder God technique he had just used had caused among the security team. At this moment, he was standing in the corridor outside the blood test room of Konoha Hospital, tapping the wall unconsciously with his fingers, waiting for Tsunade to come out and tell him the blood match between his blood and Bailin's. Not long after, Tsunade, dressed in a white coat, pushed open the door of the blood test room and walked out. She looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "Naruto, the results are out. Now there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Naruto's heart skipped a beat, because usually when someone said something like that, the situation wasn't very optimistic. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's hear the good news first. The good news is that your blood is an 80% match with Bailin's, which is an extremely rare match even between relatives." Tsunade's tone was professional and calm. "This means the success rate of the operation will be greatly increased." "What's the bad news?" Naruto pressed. "The bad news is," Tsunade's eyes flashed with cunning, "you may need to draw more blood for her, because I found that your cell activity is abnormally strong, and your hematopoietic function is more than 3 times that of an ordinary person. Using your blood to help her recover will be very effective." Naruto was stunned for a moment, then realized that this news was not good or bad. "There are 2 good news tomorrow, right? Since my blood can help Bailin better, what's the harm in taking a little more? Anyway, I have already agreed." Moreover, his own physique was special and he recovered quickly. He really didn't understand why Tsunade said that. Suddenly, Naruto noticed the cunning in her eyes and immediately realized that Tsunade was teasing him. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, "No, you're already so old, but why are you still like a child, playing tricks on others? Isn't that childish?" Of course, on the surface, he said something else. "It's okay, I'm in good health, so I can just draw more blood. Let's start now." As he spoke, Naruto rolled up his sleeves once again, revealing his strong arms. "You little brat, why are you in such a hurry? I still have some things to explain." Tsunade glared at him dissatisfiedly and said, "Then Sister Tsunade, please hurry up and tell me." Naruto's tone was a little hurried. "You also know that Bailin is in a very bad state now. Every second of delay will increase the danger for her." "You little brat, it's just an enemy, why are you so anxious? You're not attracted to her, are you?" Tsunade looked at Naruto's anxious look, and her previous nameless anger once again emerged. She couldn't help but teasing him. "Huh, you're attracted to her?" Naruto's mouth twitched a few times, and he rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "What nonsense are you talking about? I just feel sorry for her." "Humph, you think she's pitiful? Who would believe that?" Tsunade snorted, but her expression softened. She said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Now let me tell you some precautions for this operation. This operation will be divided into 3 stages. First, I will transfer a small amount of your blood into her body to allow her body to adapt to the characteristics of your blood." Tsunade crossed her arms and said seriously, "This will be the most dangerous part of the entire operation." As she spoke, her eyes grew sharper. "Firstly, there's Orochimaru's curse seal power lingering within her body, which might repel external forces and expel them. Secondly, your own chakra factors are somewhat special. If these chakra factors enter her body and suddenly go berserk, it could kill her directly. Thirdly, and most importantly, although your blood is highly compatible with hers, it's not from the same source after all. If her blood reacts to yours, it could kill her as well." Naruto fell silent. He hadn't expected the risk of this operation to be so high. The advantages that he and Bailin had for each other actually turned into deadly threats. Needless to say, Bailin's curse seal had great power. As for the special chakra factor in his body mentioned by Tsunade, he was very clear about it. It was exactly the 9 tails chakra factor in his body. The reason why Tsunade didn't say it explicitly was because she considered that the third Hokage had not made public the fact that the 9 tails was sealed in his body. Therefore, she thought Naruto didn't know either, which was both to take care of his feelings and to protect the village's secrets. Naruto was quite touched by this. At the same time, he also understood that if Bailin could withstand this most dangerous part and successfully fuse his blood, she would gain amazing vitality. After all, the 9 tails chakra factor and the Uzumaki clan bloodline in his body are no joke. It is a source of power that can quickly repair injuries and provide strong vitality. Seeing Naruto's serious expression, Tsunade slowed down her tone and continued, "However, if she can survive this first stage, then she can enter the second stage, which will be purely medical repair." She raised her chin slightly, her eyes calm and determined. "I will use the properties of your blood to gradually restore her vitality, allowing her organs, which have atrophied due to the blood disease, to gradually regain their vitality. Although this stage will take a long time, the risks will be much smaller." "What about the third stage?" Naruto took a deep breath and asked. "The third stage?" Tsunade's mouth curled up slightly. That's when you witness a miracle. If everything goes well, she will not only fully recover, but she may also be able to get rid of her blood disease and gain special recovery abilities by fusing your blood and special chakra factors. Of course, at this point, her face suddenly turned stern. Assuming she can survive the first stage. In that case, then, Sister Tsunade, you should get started, Naruto said with a determined look. Without hesitation, she's already reached this point, we can only try our best. Whether she can hold on depends entirely on her luck and willpower. As he spoke, he stretched out his arm in front of Tsunade, as if to say let her draw blood quickly. Wait a moment. Unexpectedly, Tsunade did not take action immediately, but continued, that was about her risk. Now, it's time to talk about yours. Ah, mine? Naruto was stunned and immediately confused. I'm just a blood donor, what risks can I take? Who said you don't have risks? Tsunade glared at him dissatisfiedly and said, of course, your risk is not as great as hers, but if you don't handle it well, your risk is no less than hers. Naruto's expression suddenly became serious. He retracted his arm, looked at Tsunade seriously, and said, Sister Tsunade, please explain clearly, what are the risks? First, because her blood transfusion requires a large amount of blood, the amount of blood that must be drawn from your body will far exceed the amount required for ordinary medical ninjutsu. Tsunade raised a finger, her eyes sharp. But you also know that the human body has a limited amount of blood. If too much is drawn, it may cause you to go into shock, or even endanger your life. Therefore, this process will be divided into many times. As for how many times, it depends on whether she can survive the first stage. Secondly, after each blood draw, your strength will be limited. After all, the amount of blood you draw is too large, and this is an inevitable result. Tsunade raised her second finger, her expression becoming more serious. Finally, and most importantly, if you regret it, you can choose to give up now. After all, at this point, her eyes suddenly softened. It's not your obligation. Of course, you can also hope that she doesn't make it past the first stage, so you don't have to draw so much blood for her. As Tsunade finished speaking, the entire corridor fell into a brief silence. After a long while, Naruto slowly raised his arm and said, go ahead, Sister Tsunade, since I have made up my mind, I can't regret it easily. After all, I am a man. Tsunade looked at Naruto's resolute expression and couldn't help but feel a little relieved. At this moment, she seemed to see the shadow of her brother and lover in him again. That determination and responsibility made her feel both distressed and emotional. She took a deep breath and nodded, okay, now that you've decided, let's get started. As she said that, Tsunade led Naruto to the blood drawing room nearby. Looking at Tsunade after skillfully taking out the medical equipment and tying it around his arm, Naruto couldn't help but ask, by the way, Sister Tsunade, how much blood do I need to draw for this first stage? Oh, not much. In the first stage, let's try to draw out 1000 milliliters first. Tsunade replied as she inserted the needle into Naruto's vein. If she can survive the first stage, she may need more later. What? 1000 milliliters? Still trying? Maybe more will be needed in the future? Isn't it still too late for me to quit now? Naruto exclaimed, it's too late, kid. Tsunade retracted the needle and slowly drew out Naruto's blood. Soon, Naruto sat outside the operating room, holding the little white cat that had been following Tsunade and the others in his arms. Inside, medical ninjas such as Tsunade and Shizune were performing surgery on Bilinear. His face was a little pale because he had too much blood drawn. Of course, Tsunade's statement of 1000 milliliters just now was just to scare him. In fact, she only extracted 800 milliliters. Although it was only 200 milliliters less, it was enough to make Naruto feel dizzy after he had just experienced a big battle and used the Flying Thunder God technique many times in a row. Fortunately, the Nine Tails chakra factor flowing in his body and the blood of his own Uzumaki clan made his recovery ability far beyond that of ordinary people. Otherwise, just these 800 milliliters of blood would be enough to make him lie down now. Meow. The little white cat in Naruto's arms seemed to sense his discomfort and gently rubbed its head against his arm, making soft sounds, as if to comfort him in this way. Naruto lowered his head and looked at the pair of round cat eyes. He couldn't help but reach out and rub its little head. Thank you, little guy. Naruto raised a smile and said softly. At this time, several figures walked quickly from the end of the corridor. The leader was none other than the third Hokage, and behind him followed Jiraiya and the Umbu ninja named Shun. Naruto was not surprised at the arrival of the third generation. After all, after sending them to the hospital, Jiraiya reported the situation as soon as possible. Naruto, are you okay? The third generation came to Naruto, looked at his pale face, and a look of concern and distress appeared in his eyes. He asked about everything that had happened before. The third generation had already learned the whole story from Jiraiya, so he naturally knew what had happened to Naruto. I'm fine, Grandpa Sarutobi, thank you for your concern. Naruto shook his head gently and said, don't be stubborn. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me immediately. The third generation put his hand on Naruto's shoulder, his eyes filled with the kindness and concern unique to an elder. Don't worry, I will. Naruto nodded in response, but his eyes unconsciously drifted towards the closed door of the operating room. The third generation followed his gaze and asked, is Tsunade already operating on that child in there? Yeah, he's been in there for a while. A trace of worry flashed in Naruto's eyes. I wonder what the situation is like now. Don't worry, little brat. You have to trust Tsunade's medical skills. Jiraiya walked forward, patted Naruto's shoulder gently, and said, although Tsunade has a bad temper, her medical ninjutsu is the best in the world. As if to confirm his words, the door of the operating room opened at this moment. Shizue walked out with a tired look on her face, beads of sweat on her forehead. Sister Shizun, how's the operation going? Naruto walked forward and asked. The reason he cared so much about Bai Lin's safety was not only because he didn't want to see a life disappear, but also because he didn't want Tsunade and his own efforts to go to waste. After all, he had spent a lot of blood on this operation, and Tsunade had given her all. Shizun took off her mask and breathed a sigh of relief, her lips finally raising in a tired yet relieved arc. Phase 1. Success. Naruto heaved a sigh of relief, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he murmured to himself, that's good, that's good. At this point, he suddenly remembered something and immediately turned to Shizun and asked, by the way, Shizun-san, how is Tsunade-san? You little brat, you only remember me now. Tsunade's voice came from the operating room, and the next second, she walked out. Although her forehead was also covered in sweat, her mental state was much better than Shizun's. I thought you were going to burn the bridge after crossing it. Meow. The little white cat in Naruto's arms jumped out of his arms immediately when it saw Tsunade coming out. It snuggled into her arms very skillfully and rubbed its head against her cheek affectionately, as if it wanted to use this method to relieve her fatigue. This action immediately angered Shizun, who came out first. She pointed at it and said angrily, how come you are just like someone else, little guy? I've been taking care of you all the time, but now you're caring about Tsunade-sama first instead of me. I'm so disappointed. The little white cat seemed to understand what she said, and immediately jumped from Tsunade's arms into her arms, rubbed her cheek with its head, and licked her fingers in a flattering manner. You are too realistic, you are really too much like someone, Tsunade said unhappily to Naruto, who was standing beside her. After hearing what Tsunade and her apprentice said, Naruto's originally pale face suddenly turned pale, because anyone with a discerning eye could hear that the someone they were referring to was obviously him, and they were making indirect accusations. He had originally planned to say a few words of thanks to Tsunade, but now he had to swallow his words back. After all, if he did say it, wouldn't it just play right into Tsunade's words? At the same time, he noticed from the corner of his eye that Jiraiya was holding back his laughter, his shoulders shaking slightly, obviously laughing at him. Although the third generation had a serious expression, there was a hint of helpless smile in his eyes. Even that Umbu-shun, although wearing a mask, but Naruto clearly saw him turn his face away slightly, and his shoulders were shaking suspiciously. For a moment, Naruto fell into an extremely awkward situation, and had to forcefully change the subject. Sister Tsunade, since the first stage of Bai Lin's operation was successful, how much blood do you need me to donate afterwards? When everyone saw Naruto change the subject so abruptly, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. This time, even the usually steady third generation couldn't hold back and shook his head and chuckled. Tsunade looked at Naruto's embarrassment and stopped teasing him. She said seriously, we don't need your blood for the second stage yet, but the third stage surgery in a month will require at least 2,000 milliliters of blood. So you have to come here to have your blood drawn once a week, 500 milliliters each time. Do you understand? Yeah, I understand, Sister Tsunade. Naruto nodded slightly and said with his special physique, drawing 500 milliliters of blood every week is not a big problem for him. Although it will still affect his strength, as long as he does not fight against a strong man at the upper shadow level, it will not be a big problem. Besides, if he really couldn't win, he could also use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Thinking about this, Naruto glanced towards the operating room and asked, can I go in and see her? Although he and Bai Lin were enemies before, they now have a so-called blood relationship after all, so he still wants to see her current situation with his own eyes. No, although her first stage of surgery was successful, she needs to rest well now. Besides, she is still in a coma. It's useless for you to see her. You should wait until she wakes up. Tsunade refused decisively. Okay. Seeing Tsunade so determined, Naruto could only nod helplessly and said, then I will wait until she wakes up and then come to see her. Alright, Naruto, you can go back first. I'll have the Umbu and the medical team guard this place. At this time, the third generation suddenly said, besides, you need to rest well in your current state. Good. Naruto didn't say much, but nodded, waved to everyone, and walked out of the hospital. One reason why he was so obedient was that he really needed a good rest. On the other hand, he could clearly see that the third generation had something to discuss and didn't want him to know, so they wanted him to leave. If Naruto guessed correctly, it should be related to Tsunade taking over as the fifth Hokage. After all, this was the original purpose of the third generation sending Jiraiya and himself to find Tsunade. However, what Naruto didn't know was that he had only guessed half right, because the other half was related to him. Of course, for him, this is just a matter of the past. Soon, Naruto arrived downstairs of his house. However, before he entered the corridor, a loud noise was heard from above, and the next second, thick smoke suddenly emerged from a house. Huh, that room looks so familiar? Naruto stretched out his hand to block the falling dust, squinting his eyes to identify it carefully. Suddenly, his pupils shrank sharply. Wait, isn't that my house? He immediately ignored his physical discomfort and rushed upstairs. As soon as he came upstairs, he heard two people arguing fiercely in the living room of his house. I didn't expect that as the eldest daughter of the Uchiha family, you would actually break into someone else's house without permission. You are really shameless. I should be the one saying this. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, didn't you come in without permission? I'm different. I told Naruto about this a long time ago, and I've been helping clean Naruto's house over the years. I was wondering why that guy's house was so clean over the years. It turns out it's because of you, a snail girl, who helps. You're really thoughtful. That's right, now you know it. Please get out right now, I still have to clean up. Don't bother me here. Why should I go out? This is my teammate's house. Can't I just come visit him? No, you are not welcome. Whether we welcome you or not is up to you. If you don't leave, I'm going to take action. Just do it, I'm not afraid of you. Naruto, who was originally listening to the two people arguing outside and didn't know what to do for a moment, suddenly heard that they were about to fight again, and immediately pushed the door open without saying a word. Hey, you two. As soon as he said this, he was stunned by the scene before him. There were overturned buckets and cleaning tools scattered around the living room, and a few marks on the wall that looked like they were left by Kunao. Hineda's Byakugan was already open, and she made the starting gesture of the soft fist. Satsuki was no less impressive, having also activated his Sharingan, with flashes of lightning seemingly flickering in his hands, clearly a precursor to Chidori. Stop! Naruto rushed between the two of them and opened his arms to stop them. Are you going to tear down my house? Hineda saw this and hurriedly put away her stance, a blush suddenly appearing on her fair cheeks. Naruto, I didn't mean it. You're really good at pretending. Saitsuki snorted coldly, the lightning in his hand gradually dissipated, but his Sharingan was still staring at Hineda. It was obviously she who provoked me first. Naruto looked at the mess in the room with a headache. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, because he found that no matter who he spoke for, he would offend the other one. So his eyes began to roll around, trying to find a reason to break the awkward situation. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something smoking in the corner of the wall. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the Ichiraku special ramen coupon that he had treasured for a long time. It seems that Naruto in every world is the same in that they like to eat Ichiraku ramen. Naruto suddenly had an idea and a plan came to his mind and he screamed, "Ah, my Ichiraku ramen roll." He immediately rushed over, frantically putting out the flames, then held up the half-burned coupon and wailed exaggeratedly, "This is a limited edition coupon that I saved up points for 3 years." His sudden action successfully diverted the attention of the two girls, and they were stunned for a moment. Hineda waved her hands in panic and said, Naruto, don't be like this, I can compensate you. Saitsuki curled his lips, but a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. Why are you crying as a man? Big deal. I'll treat you to ramen for a month. Naruto saw that his trick really worked and successfully diverted the conflict between the two people, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped away his non-existent tears and took the opportunity to say, "That's what you said, but now." He looked around the messy room. "Should we clean this up first?" Hineda immediately picked up the rag. I'll clean it. I was here to help you clean anyway." Zoyu was not to be outdone, and she grabbed a broom from somewhere and said, "Let me help you clean." The two of them looked at each other immediately, and sparks flashed in the air again. Naruto quickly stepped between the two and said, "Wait, how about this?" As he spoke, he pointed to the small room and began to divide it into areas. Hineda will take care of the left side, Satsuki will take care of the right side, and I'll take care of the middle. What do you think? Can. Good. Hineda and Satsuki nodded, but there was a look of provocation in their eyes when they looked at each other. Seeing this, Naruto could only wipe the cold sweat from his forehead helplessly and said nothing more. After all, the current result was already the best case scenario for him. He suddenly felt that he would rather face a bunch of cage-level warriors than face this Shura situation. At least when fighting the enemy, he only needs to think about how to defeat the opponent, instead of worrying that saying the wrong thing will cause a greater disaster. In this way, the three of them began to clean up the room with their own thoughts. While tidying up, Naruto secretly observed the two girls. After confirming that they were not picking on each other, he slowly asked, are you looking for us? There's something wrong with me? Hineda and Satsuki paused for a moment. However, Hineda, who had a legitimate excuse, was the first to react and replied, Naruto, I felt that your place hasn't been cleaned for a long time, so I thought of coming to help you clean it. Coming to clean for Naruto was naturally Hineda's excuse, but in fact, she just wanted to see Naruto. After all, it has been more than a week since the end of the Chunin exam, and she has not had the chance to meet Naruto during this time. Therefore, she missed him very much and thought of coming here under the pretext of cleaning. I just didn't expect to meet Zoyu here, and I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Naruto actually knew from outside that Hineda was here to help him clean. At that moment, he finally understood why Naruto's room in this world was so clean and tidy. It turned out that it was Hineda who had been helping him clean. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He said to Hinata with gratitude, "Thank you, Hinata, you have worked so hard over the years." As he said this, he gave Hinata his signature bright smile. Hinata's face instantly turned red to her ears, her fingers twisted together unconsciously, and she said shyly, It's nothing. I'm very happy to be able to help Naruto-kun." Zou looked at the intimate scene between the two and suddenly felt jealous. "Isn't it just helping you clean? I can do this kind of thing too. I will help you in the future." As she said this, she wiped the table hard in a fit of anger, and with a click, the table leg was broken by her. Satsuki froze in place. Hinata couldn't help but sneer, with someone so clumsy, he still wants to help Naruto clean the room, I'm afraid he wants to tear this place down. As she spoke, she gracefully picked up the rag and gently wiped the windowsill. "Let me do it." "You." Satsuki was so angry that his Sharingan started to roll. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Naruto immediately interrupted and said, "By the way, Satsuki, what are you looking for me for?" Sure enough, after being interrupted by Naruto, Satsuki immediately forgot about the dispute with Hinata. However, she seemed to still be jealous of Naruto's recent intimate behavior with Hinata. She snorted coldly and said with some dissatisfaction, "Can't I come to you if there's nothing wrong? Don't forget, we are teammates." That's natural, even teammates need to give each other some personal space. Before Naruto could say anything, Hinata spoke again. As soon as these words came out, Naruto immediately said in his heart, "Not good." He never imagined that the Hinata in this world was not only strong, but also quite sharp-tongued. "Hyaga Hinata, do you still want to fight?" Satsuki's Sharingan suddenly started spinning again, and the broom in her hand was even broken by her. She said angrily, "I'm talking to Naruto, why do you always butt in? What does this have to do with you?" "Of course, anything related to Naruto is my business." Hinata's veins bulged around her eyes, and she said without a hint of weakness, "You really know how to flatter yourself." Satsuki sneered, and the broom in her hand completely broke in two. "You are not related to Naruto, why do you care so much about him?" "Because I like Naruto." Hinata looked directly into Satsuki's eyes and said in an extremely firm tone, "Isn't that enough? On the other hand, why do you keep pestering Naruto?" Satsuki was speechless for a moment, because she never expected that Hinata would express her feelings so directly in front of Naruto. She suddenly fell into a brief silence, with a conflicted look in her eyes, as if she was considering whether to express her feelings. Just as she was hesitating, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Hinata's provocative eyes and Naruto's stunned look. After hearing Hinata's confession, she immediately gritted her teeth and shouted, "I like him too, and more than you." As soon as Zou said this, the whole room suddenly became eerily quiet. Naruto's eyes widened, and his mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in it. His originally dull expression became even more exaggerated, and he froze in place as if he had been hit by a lightning technique. He never expected that the fight between Satsuki and Hinata would eventually turn into this sudden confession to him, which made him really not know how to respond for a moment. Although he had known about their feelings for each other for a long time, there was at least a layer of window paper between them before. But now that the window paper was suddenly broken, he really didn't know what to do. Naruto was silent for a moment, and just as he was about to change the subject like he had just done, he heard Hinata suddenly rush towards him and ask, "Naruto, who are you going to choose?" Hinata's action of adding fuel to the fire suddenly made Naruto feel dizzy, as if he was hit by Tsukuyomi. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He could only watch helplessly as the two girls got closer and closer. Naruto could only feel the cold sweat on his forehead flowing like a waterfall. He screamed frantically in his heart, "Choose? How the hell am I supposed to choose? No matter which one I choose, I'll probably be beaten to death by the other one. Does that mean that I have to take them all?" Thinking about it, Naruto was about to open his mouth to say this when he saw Hinata suddenly smiled sweetly and said, "Naruto, you don't mean to say that you want both, right?" Although her smile was sweet, the bulging veins around her eyes were even more obvious. It was obvious that she was hiding a knife behind her smile. Satsuki's Sharingan instantly turned into a three-magatama shape, and the remains of the broom in his hand were crushed into powder. "Naruto, if you dare to say something like, 'I want it all,' I will make sure you can never be a man again." "Gudong." Naruto swallowed immediately and felt his throat was dry as if he had been blown by the wind of Sand Village for 3 days and 3 nights. His eyes subconsciously looked towards the door. At this moment, he really hoped that someone would suddenly appear and save him from this terrifying situation. Unfortunately, no one showed up to help him. Suddenly, he felt a slight tingling in his arm. It was the needle mark left by Tsunade when she drew his blood to treat by Linear. This slight pain suddenly gave Naruto an idea. He immediately held his head and cried out in pain, No, my head suddenly feels dizzy, I need to rest for a while." As he said that, he shook his body, pushed away Satsuki and Hinata in front of him and walked towards the bedroom. Unexpectedly, he had only taken a few steps when he was stopped by Satsuki and Hinata. They looked at him coldly and said in unison, "Where are you going? You haven't answered my question yet." Naruto looked at the two of them suddenly sharing the same hatred for the enemy, and for a moment he was a little dazed. "Why are they suddenly targeting me?" Naruto took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound weak yet sincere. Satsuki, Hinata, I'm really feeling a little unwell. I just went through a big battle and had a lot of blood drawn at the hospital. I'm feeling dizzy right now. Can you let me rest for a while? Once I've recovered, I can answer your questions properly, okay? As he spoke, he once again covered his head in feigned pain, appearing weak. A big fight? Drawing blood? Satsuki's Sharingan moved slightly, as if trying to determine if Naruto was acting. Dizzy, you were fine just now? Hinata's Byakugan was also fixed on him, and the traces of chakra flowing in his body were clearly visible to her eyes. Suddenly, Hinata frowned. Naruto, your chakra is indeed a little disordered. Besides, his face doesn't look very good either. Zoyu added. Then, the two of them said in unison again, so what you said is true. Of course, why would I lie to you? Naruto then told them how he and Jiraiya went to find Tsunade, and everything that happened afterwards. Of course, he blurred the fact that he used his own blood to save Bai Lin, who was his enemy. The reason why he did this was because he was afraid that speaking out would make the two of them jealous, thus making the already relaxed atmosphere tense again. Wait, who are you saying will take over as the fifth Hokage? Unexpectedly, after hearing what he said, Satsuki and Hinata didn't notice the ambiguity in his words at all, but were attracted by another message. The granddaughter of the first Hokage Tsunade. Naruto looked at the frightening, burning gazes of the two and stammered, what, Lady Tsunade is going to take over as the fifth Hokage? After confirming the news from Naruto again, Satsuki and Hinata immediately shouted excitedly, this is awesome. Looking at the two people who suddenly jumped up in excitement, Naruto was a little jealous. Do you have to be so excited? What do you know? Satsuki's Sharingan instantly returned to normal, even flashing with excitement. That's Tsunade-sama, one of the legendary Sannin. That's right. Hinata's Byakugan faded from her fighting spirit, her cheeks flushing slightly. Besides, Lady Tsunade is the most powerful medical ninja in the entire ninja world, and one of the greatest female ninjas in Konoha's history. 3 ninjas, it's not like I haven't seen them before, it's just like that. Naruto curled his lips and said disdainfully, you are not allowed to slander Lady Tsunade like that. Satsuki and Hinata glared at him at the same time, looking at him with great dissatisfaction, and shouted in unison that they also took a step closer to him at the same time, with a rare threatening look in their eyes. Naruto was frightened by their momentum and took a step back. He quickly waved his hands. Hey, calm down, I just want to say. Whatever you want to say, shut up. Satsuki grabbed Naruto's shoulders, completely forgetting the Shura field just now. Do you know how powerful Tsunade-sama is? She is the founder of Konoha's current medical ninjutsu system. Moreover, she is the first ninja to perfectly combine physical skills with medical ninjutsu. Hinata also took a step closer, her eyes full of admiration. She once used her superb medical skills on the battlefield to save many people in our Hyuga family, and the people of our Uchiha family have also received a lot of favors from her. Satsuki rarely agreed with Hinata's words, with admiration shining in her eyes. Naruto looked at the two people who had suddenly turned from rivals in love into little fangirls, and was a little confused for a moment. Are you guys not arguing anymore? Shut up. Satsuki glared at him, then turned to Hinata excitedly. Did you know, when Tsunade was young, she improved the formula of the Horyo pills, which increased the ninja's endurance during missions by 30%. I know. Hinata nodded repeatedly, and the female ninja taijutsu school she founded has been deeply influencing the major families in Konoha, including our Hyuga family. The two became more and more excited as they talked, and before they knew it, they were standing shoulder to shoulder, with the same reverence shining in their eyes. Naruto stared at the scene in amazement, his mouth twitching. Hey, your attitude change is too fast, isn't it? Zoyu waved her hand without even turning her head. Stop nagging me, If you're not feeling well, go and get some rest. That's right. Hinata rarely showed an impatient expression to Naruto. Naruto, go lie down, Satsuki and I still need to discuss Tsunade-sama's matter. Naruto stood there, watching the two girls huddle together, chattering about something related to Tsunade. He couldn't help feeling a little jealous. It was the first time he was jealous of someone, and that person was a woman. He had no way to deal with it. Why? Naruto could only sigh helplessly and then walk towards the bedroom. He really needed a good rest now. Because, at this moment, he was not only physically exhausted, but also mentally exhausted. Wait, Naruto. Unexpectedly, just as he reached the bedroom door, Zoyu behind him suddenly called him. This is for you. Ah. Naruto turned around and saw a green arm cuff thrown towards him. He reached out and took the arm cuff, looking at her in confusion and asked, what is this? The proof of the armband. Saitsuki replied, Kakashi-sensei asked me to give it to you, and that's why I came to see you this time. Of course, what she said was just an excuse, just like Hinata's just now. In fact, Kakashi, Naruto's instructor, was originally planning to hand this thing over to Naruto himself. But just at that time, Naruto and Jiraiya set out to find Tsunade. Therefore, he was unable to give it to him right away and could only send it to Satsuki, who was also promoted to Chunin this time. During this period, Satsuki learned that Naruto had also been promoted to Chunin like her, but had not yet obtained the armband certificate, so she volunteered to ask Kakashi to pass it on to Naruto. Her purpose was naturally the same as Hinata's. She wanted to see Naruto, whom she hadn't seen for many days. As a result, before Naruto saw her, she met Hinata first, and the previous scene happened. By the way, this is why Sakura didn't pester Satsuki. This is because she was inspired by Naruto and Satsuki becoming Chunin, and in order to be able to keep up with them, she is now receiving training from Kakashi. Evidence of the armband? Naruto looked at the green armband in his hand. Although he had a vague guess of what it symbolized, he was still a little unsure. After all, the last time he traveled through time, when he became a Chunin, he didn't have any evidence. This thing. Idiot, this is your proof of becoming a Chunin. Satsuki couldn't help but roll his eyes and said unhappily. Really? Satsuki's words immediately confirmed Naruto's suspicions. He couldn't help but think to himself, this thing really is the certificate for becoming a Chunin in this world. I wonder what the certificate will be after being promoted to Jonin. What, Naruto, you became a Chunin? Hinata covered her mouth in surprise, and her eyes lit up instantly. But it's not just him, it's me too. Satsuki took out another armband from his pocket and put it on his arm. At the same time, he did not forget to give Hinata a provocative look. Seeing this, Naruto immediately said in his heart, oh no, these two are going to quarrel again. Unexpectedly, Hinata did not quarrel with Satsuki again as Naruto expected, but instead gave her a look full of provocation and confidence, as if to say, don't worry, I will catch up with Naruto and you soon. Zoyu immediately gave her a look that said, then I'll wait and see. For a moment, the tension between the two of them became even stronger. But unlike before, this time, in addition to the spark of competition in the eyes of the two, there was also a hint of mutual admiration. It seems that the discussion about Tsunade just now has made them find some resonance. However, Naruto couldn't help but sigh in his heart once again. As expected, a woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. From today on, I, Princess Tsunade, officially declare myself the 5th Hokage of Konoha. On the terrace atop the Hokage's office building, the morning sun shone on Tsunade's dazzling blonde hair. She held up the Hokage hat and waved her arm, and the word fire on the hat sparkled in the sunlight. A breeze blew by, and the Hokage robe behind her rustled, outlining her tall and straight figure. The square below was crowded with people. Konoha's ninjas were lined up in neat rows, and villagers filled every corner. When Tsunade's clear voice echoed over Konoha, the entire square instantly boiled over. Long live Lady Tsunade. Long live the Godame Hokage. We finally have a new Hokage. The cheers came in waves. Some people waved their arms excitedly, and the older ninja even had tears in his eyes. After experiencing the shadow of Orochimaru's attack, Konoha finally ushered in a new dawn. The third generation, standing behind Tsunade, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, his wrinkles filled with relief and anticipation. Finally, we've taken the first step, he muttered to himself, his gaze piercing through the curling white smoke and landing on the dazzling blonde boy in the crowd. Next, it's up to you, Naruto. Naruto, can you do me a favor? In the Hokage's office, Tsunade crossed her hands and rested her chin on them, her elbows resting on the desk piled with documents. A soft light shone in her green eyes as she stared at Naruto silently, her voice incredibly gentle. Behind her stood Shizune, and the little white cat in her arms. Don't make that expression or speak in that tone, Sister Tsunade. Naruto subconsciously took a half step back and narrowed his eyes in vigilance. You're not trying to trick me into doing anything troublesome, are you? You little brat. Tsunade's forehead suddenly bulged with veins, and she slammed her fist down on the desk, making the teacup jump. Is this how you treat the Hokage? Shizune hurriedly held down the running Zyubai in her arms and whispered, Tsunade-sama, pay attention to your image. Pay attention to your image. Tsunade then took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She sat back in her chair, tapping the tabletop lightly with her slender fingers, and said majestically, Uzumaki Naruto, I am speaking to you as the 5th Hokage. That's right. Naruto curled his lips and grumbled, that's more like your style. You little brat, you really deserve a beating. Tsunade's forehead veins popped out again, and her fists were clenched so hard that they made crackling sounds, but she finally suppressed her anger. She suddenly stood up, walked to the window, turned her back to Naruto, and said in a serious tone, Naruto, I hope you can join the Umbu. Ah, what? Naruto's eyes widened, his face showing shock. Let me join the Umbu, you are not kidding, are you, Tsunade's sister? Do you think I look like I'm joking? Tsunade turned around, staring at him with a sharp gaze, and asked, no, not like that. Naruto looked at her serious face, swallowed hard, and said, but why me? Because you are one of the few people in Konoha that I can completely trust. Tsunade sat back in her chair, her eyes showing a rare seriousness. Also, you are strong enough to be competent for the tasks of Umbu, so I hope you can help me build a force within Umbu that is completely loyal to me. Ah. Naruto was stunned for a moment and asked, totally loyal to your power? Didn't Grandpa Sarutobi hand over his Umbu to you, Sister Tsunade? Yes, there is, but you should also know that the 3 generations of old men handing over is one thing, but whether that group of people will obey me is another. Tsunade sighed, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. Not to mention, the Umbu community is much deeper than you think. Shizun took a step forward, holding the little white cat. Naruto, you don't know that the Umbu are now divided into 3 factions, the regular Umbu loyal to the Hokage, Danzo's route, and, she hesitated, some old family forces that remain neutral. Tsunade stood up and walked to the window, looking at the Hokage rock. Those guys, when the third Hokage was still in power, would naturally obey him, but now that the third Hokage is no longer in power, whether they still obey him or not is another matter. That's why I need a force that is completely loyal to me, and you. She turned and looked directly at Naruto. He happens not to belong to any faction, and he's someone I can completely trust. Tsunade and Shizun's words, which echoed each other, were naturally half true and half false. For example, it is true that the Umbu factions are complicated, but the so-called Umbu members who obey the third Hokage but not necessarily Tsunade are completely fictitious. After all, with the strong style of the third generation, how could they be allowed to do such a thing of hypocrisy? In fact, when Tsunade first learned from the third Hokage that he wanted to use this method to pull Naruto into the Umbu, she asked him directly what to do if Naruto saw through her plan. The third generation simply replied to her calmly, "That depends on your acting skills." Tsunade was so angry that she almost beat him up, but fortunately, Jiraiya and Shizun stopped her. Naruto could naturally sense that something was wrong. After all, with his knowledge of this world, knowing the third Hokage well, with his personality, how could he allow the Umbu under his command to disobey Tsunade's orders? But he thought about it again and felt that it made sense. After all, a new emperor has new ministers. The third Hokage was the outgoing Hokage. How could he ensure that the Umbu would be completely loyal to the new Hokage? Naruto couldn't help but fall into deep thought, looking at Tsunade and Shizun from time to time, trying to find some clues from their faces, but found that they were looking at him seriously, with sincerity and expectation in their eyes. Wait, Naruto suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared at Tsunade suspiciously. Sister Tsunade, could it be that you and Grandpa Sarutobi have colluded to trick me into joining the Umbu? Tsunade's heart suddenly skipped a beat, but she didn't show it on her face at all. She frowned, slammed the table, and shouted angrily, "You little brat, what's with your attitude? Do I, the fifth Hokage, need to team up with the third Hokage to trick a little brat like you?" Shizun quickly agreed, "Naruto, Lady Tsunade really needs your help. The situation in the Umbu is much more complicated than you think, especially Danzo's route." When she said this, she looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, as if she was a little afraid. Naruto touched his chin, thinking that Danzo's roots were indeed a trouble. If Tsunade wanted to gain a foothold in the Umbu, she really needed a force that belonged entirely to her. But he always felt something was wrong. "Okay, I promise you." Naruto finally nodded, "But I have a condition." Tsunade's eyes flashed with joy, but she quickly concealed it. "What are the conditions?" "I want to have the freedom to act independently." Naruto looked directly at Tsunade. "I don't want to be bound by those cumbersome rules." Tsunade pretended to think about it for a moment, then readily agreed, "Okay, but you must report the progress of the mission to me regularly." "Deal." Naruto grinned. Tsunade secretly breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Naruto. "This is the Umbu joining agreement. Sign it and you will be a member of the Umbu." Naruto took the document, glanced at it briefly, found that there was nothing wrong, and then signed his name. Tsunade took back the document, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. "Welcome to join the Umbu, Naruto. From today on, your code name is Fox." "Fox?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, and subconsciously imagined the huge figure of the 9 tails in his mind. He couldn't help but chuckle and muttered, "That's quite appropriate." Tsunade ignored his reaction and tapped her slender fingers 3 times rhythmically on the desk. The next second, a masked Umbu appeared beside Naruto like a ghost. Naruto recognized him immediately. This person was the personal bodyguard who had always been beside the third Hokage. Instant. He couldn't help but have a thought in his mind that he seemed to have fallen into an elaborate trap. However, at this moment, it was too late for him to regret. After all, who asked him to sign the agreement to join the Umbu? Besides, he didn't want to regret it. Because, one of the other important reasons why he joined the Umbu was that he wanted to hone himself. Although he is already very powerful now, he still needs to continue to grow, and joining the Umbu may make him even stronger. After all, as one of Konoha's most elite forces, the Umbu carries out the most dangerous and secretive missions. For him, this is both a challenge and an opportunity. Only through experience on the brink of life and death can one achieve a true breakthrough. Naruto has always firmly believed in this. Although he now possesses powerful strength, it is still far from enough to face the coming storm. At the same time, he also wanted to use the Umbu to find out some things that he had not been able to find out before, such as the Konoha child abduction incident. Shun knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Hokage-sama, what can I do for you?" Tsunade nodded slightly. "From today on, Naruto, codenamed Fox, officially joins the Umbu. You should first take him to familiarize himself with the Umbu environment and related regulations." "Yes." Shun bowed his head and accepted the order, then turned to Naruto, "Please follow me." So, Naruto followed Shun out of the Hokage's office. The moment the door closed, Tsunade finally couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. "You little brat, you finally took the bait." As soon as she finished speaking, the office door was opened and the third generation walked in slowly. When Jingyun saw the third generation coming, she immediately and tactfully carried the little white cat out of the office and closed the door gently. He held a pipe in his mouth and said with a smile, "Well, I told you he would agree, right?" "Humph." Tsunade snorted lightly, dissatisfied. "If it weren't for the purpose of helping that brat grow better, I wouldn't cooperate with you in this drama." As she spoke, a hint of worry could not help but appear in her tone. "Old man, aren't you worried that Naruto will be in danger?" The third generation took a deep drag from his pipe and slowly blew out smoke rings. Danger is the inevitable path to growth, and besides, as he spoke, his eyes became deep. With Naruto's current strength, ordinary tasks are not difficult for him at all. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and her mind couldn't help but emerge from the strength that Naruto had displayed in Tancho Street before, as well as the information she had recently read about Naruto's performance in the Chunin exams. A smile immediately appeared on the corner of her mouth. "That's true. I just hope he can grow up faster, that way, I can hand over the command as soon as possible." "Is this position really that hot?" Sandai glanced at her disapprovingly, tapping his pipe lightly on the table. "When I took over, I wasn't thinking about giving up all the time like you are." Tsunade retorted bluntly, "That's because you're a workaholic. I don't want to be like you, clinging to the position of Hokage in your 70s and refusing to retire. Do you think I don't want to quit? If it weren't for the fourth generation, oh, forget it, I won't say anymore." The third generation shook his head helplessly, a trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. He turned and looked out the window, his eyes resting on the statue of the fourth Hokage on the Hokage rock. He said in a low voice, "If Minato were still here, then perhaps all this would be different." The office fell into silence for a moment. Tsunade looked at the third Hokage suddenly hunched back, and her expression softened. She walked up to the old man and whispered, "Old man, let the past be the past. Now we have Naruto. I believe that in the future he will be able to do better than his father, Minato. I've never doubted that." The Sandai straightened his back again, the sadness in his eyes replaced by sharpness. "However, precisely because of this, we must ensure that he is not." He paused meaningfully, then said, "Some forces are strangled in the cradle." "You mean Danzo?" Tsunade frowned and asked, "Not only him, there is also an organization called Akatsuki. I will give you information about it in 2 days." The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, his gaze growing serious. "This organization has been increasingly active in various countries lately. Not only have they recruited S-rank rebel ninjas from various countries, but more importantly, they're also gathering intelligence on all the tailed beasts." "What, tailed beasts?" Tsunade was startled and stood up suddenly, the chair making a harsh sound on the floor. "Then Naruto is not." "Don't worry, it's safe for now." The third generation raised his hand to signal her to calm down and comforted her. "According to the intelligence, they are still preparation stage, and," he smiled meaningfully, "I've planted a pawn among them." "Chess piece? Who?" Tsunade frowned and asked. She had no doubt about what the third Hokage said. After all, his methods were notoriously sophisticated. "Well, I can't tell you yet," the third generation said with a mysterious smile. "You will know it later." Tsunade rolled her eyes at him immediately, but she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she held her head in her hand with a look of pain on her face. "It seems like I'll have to suffer in this position for a few more years." "Don't be so pessimistic, maybe Naruto's growth rate will exceed our expectations." The third generation patted her shoulder. "Then you can retire early." Let's hope so." Tsunade snorted lightly, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Then, she glanced at the third generation and said, "Old man, if you have nothing else to do, please leave. I still have a lot of things to do." As she spoke, she looked at the pile of unprocessed documents on the table, and a look of worry suddenly appeared on her face. Seeing this, the third generation laughed heartlessly. "Ha ha ha. Then get busy. Oh, that's right, it'll take at least 6 or 7 hours to finish processing these documents, so just get busy." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the office in a happy mood. Tsunade angrily waved her fist at the back of the third Hokage, then sat down on the chair helplessly and began to bury her head in dealing with documents. However, what Tsunade did not notice was that when the third Hokage turned his back to her, a trace of deep worry appeared in his eyes. In fact, there was one thing he hadn't told Tsunade just now. What he was really worried about was that mysterious man. In his opinion, that guy was the most dangerous existence for Naruto, Konoha, and even the entire ninja world. Although he had asked Jiraiya to try to gather information about him, he didn't hold out much hope. After all, he had been trying to collect information about that mysterious man over the years, but to no avail. The third Hokage walked out of the Hokage building and looked up at the sky. A dark cloud was floating over the horizon and there was a faint sound of thunder. He couldn't help but murmur, "I hope we can have enough time to prepare before the storm comes." In the dark and damp underground passage, Naruto followed Shun's footsteps and walked through the maze-like corridors. On the wall, there was a dim oil lamp every 10 meters, stretching the shadows of the two people very long. The air was filled with a strange smell of rust and herbs. Naruto keenly noticed the occasional dark red marks on the ground. That was the blood that had seeped into the cracks in the stone over the years. This is the Umbu headquarters. Shun's voice echoed metallically through the owl mask. Remember the route, newbie. If you get lost here, you might end up somewhere you shouldn't be. As he spoke, his fingers tapped the wall 3 times at a fork in the road, seemingly at random, and a hidden stone door slid open silently. Seeing this, Naruto immediately took note of this detail in his mind. At the same time, he could clearly feel the densely packed sealing techniques on the surrounding walls, some of which were even at the forbidden level that he had seen in the Book of Seals. This discovery made Naruto tense up and instantly alert. Crack! The iron door of the lounge made a harsh sound and slowly opened. Naruto followed Shun into the small space and found a brand new set of Umbu equipment already laid out inside. This is yours. Shun pointed to the items on the table and said, the mask is specially made according to your code name. Naruto picked up the silver-white fox mask and felt a cool touch on his fingertips. The inside of the mask is engraved with some special but delicate curse patterns, and one can vaguely feel a faint chakra flowing. I'll give you 10 minutes to change. Shun turned and walked towards the door, then I'll take you to your teammates. Crack! When the iron door closed, Naruto quickly checked his equipment. The material of the black tight combat suit is extremely tough, the forehead guard is engraved with the unique emblem of Konoha Umbu, and the ninja tool bag is filled with various special weapons. After getting dressed, Naruto put on his mask and looked at himself in the mirror on the wall. The Umbu ninja in the mirror stood tall, with only a pair of sharp blue eyes visible under the silver-white mask. Not bad. Naruto muttered to himself. 10 minutes later, Shun pushed the door open and walked in on time. Seeing the new look of Naruto, he nodded imperceptibly. Not bad, at least it looks like the real thing now. As he spoke, he handed Naruto a small scroll. This is your identification and initial authority. Remember, the Umbu is divided into 3 levels, heaven, earth, and human. You are currently only at the lowest human level. Only by completing more missions and raising your level will you be able to advance faster and gain higher authority. Now, follow me. With that, Shun took Naruto out of the room and headed towards the training grounds. On the walls on both sides of the passage, dark red warning runes flashed from time to time. Naruto noticed that these runes glowed slightly as they passed by, as if recording their whereabouts. These are security spells, Shun explained without looking back. Any unauthorized entry will immediately trigger an alarm. Your mask has now been registered with the system, allowing free access to human-level areas. Soon, Shun brought Naruto to a circular training ground with a diameter of more than 50 meters. The lighting here was obviously much brighter than that in the corridor. 3 Umbu wearing different masks were already waiting in the field. Shun brought Naruto to them and pointed to a tall, thin man wearing a raptor mask. He introduced him. This guy, codenamed Hawk, is the team leader and specializes in reconnaissance and assassination. He then pointed at a slender woman standing next to the man, with a green snake coiled on her mask. This one is codenamed Snake, a medical ninja and poison expert. Finally, he pointed to a burly man wearing a bear mask. This is codenamed Bear, the commando. After that, he introduced Naruto to the 3 of them. This is Fox. From today on, he officially joins your team. After saying that, Shun left the spot in an instant, leaving Naruto and his new teammates looking at each other in bewilderment. After a brief silence, Ying suddenly raised a barely perceptible tentative tone. I heard you were specially approved by the Hokage. Umbu usually doesn't accept members under the age of 16. Really? Naruto raised the corners of his mouth slightly beneath his mask. You said it's normal, but there are naturally exceptions. Rules are sometimes meant to be broken, aren't they? You're quite good at talking. At this moment, Xiong snorted in disdain and took a step forward, his tall figure looming over Naruto. The Umbu isn't a place for a brat like you to play ninja games. The missions carried out here are all shady. The blood on your hands is more than the water you drink. Although the snake didn't say anything, his fingers had already quietly placed on the ninja tool bag, ready to deal with possible conflicts at any time. Oh, Naruto chuckled softly, the sound coming out a little muffled through the mask. How about giving it a try? 3 against 1, perfect. I also want to test out the strength of my new teammates. Kid, you're really arrogant. A hint of anger flashed in Eagle's eyes. But, since you said so. As he spoke, his voice suddenly turned cold. Then let's follow the rules of the Umbu, a test of strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately did with a gesture. The 3 of them instantly dispersed into a battle formation. The rules are simple. Eagle slowly drew the dagger from his waist. If you can still stand within 10 minutes, you pass. 10 minutes? Naruto slowly assumed a fighting stance. That's enough for me to defeat you. You're too crazy, boy. The bear roared angrily, and his huge fist smashed towards Naruto's face with a sound of breaking through the air. At the same time, the snake's sting came from the side and the eagle disappeared from sight. Too slow, Naruto said disdainfully. He was seen stepping back lightly, easily avoiding the bear's heavy punch. The snake's stinger brushed against the corner of his clothes and pierced into the ground, making a hissing corrosive sound. At the same time, he quickly turned around, and a kunai appeared in his hand, blocking the short knife that Eagle attacked from behind. When? A crisp sound of metal collision was heard, accompanied by sparks flying everywhere, which was particularly dazzling in the dim training ground. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto took the opportunity to put his hands together and growled. Bang, bang, bang. 3 clones instantly appeared around him, 2 of them quickly entangled the bear, and the other rushed towards the snake. Wind-style, vacuum wave. Naruto's body suddenly jumped high, took a deep breath, his chest swelled instantly, and then a sharp wind blade shot out from his mouth, tearing through the air with a shrill scream, and went straight to the eagle's throat. The eagle's pupils suddenly contracted, and in a hurry he could only raise the dagger in his hand to block his chest. Bang! The moment the blade collided with the wind blade, sparks flew everywhere. The huge impact force made Ying fly backwards. The knuckles of his right hand holding the knife broke, and blood dripped down the handle to the ground. He twisted his body with difficulty in the air, and his feet plowed 2 grooves several inches deep in the ground. Finally, he knelt on one knee to stabilize his body. Damn it! Ying gritted his teeth, sweat oozing from his forehead. How come this kid's wind escape is so powerful? However, just as he finished speaking, Naruto's clear voice suddenly rang out from behind him, Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. With a puff, the solid ground instantly turned into a sticky quagmire. Before Eagle could react, the mud had already reached his thighs, and the cold touch made his whole body stiffen. The more he struggled, the faster he sank, and in a blink of an eye the swamp had reached his waist. At the same time, on the other side of the training ground, Xiang Zheng was being entangled by Naruto's 2 shadow clones and was in a state of panic. Every time he swung his incredible strength, which was enough to split huge rocks, he could only hit the air. The 2 clones moved around him like butterflies, and the orange figures were so fast that they almost left after images. Left? No, it's on the right. Naruto's teasing voice came from all directions, and the bear's breathing became heavier. Just as he turned around, a clone suddenly rushed forward, leaped up, and placed his palm precisely on his broad back. He shouted, Earth escape, rock pressure. Boom! The bear felt as if a small mountain was pressing down on its back, and its legs sank half a foot into the ground. His face flushed and he tried to struggle, but he found it extremely difficult to even raise his arms. Hiss! A subtle sound of breaking through the air passed by the ears of the 3rd clone. The snake's poisonous needle glowed with a faint orchid light, flying almost past the clone's cheek and deeply piercing into the wall behind. The clone looked back at the poison needle, quickly forming seals with both hands and chanting fire style, great fireball technique. Call! A ball of blazing fire instantly spewed out of his mouth and whizzed towards the snake. The scorching flames burned and distorted the air along the way. The snake was forced to retreat hurriedly, but she didn't notice that Naruto's real body had already circled behind her under the cover of flames. The next moment, a cold metal touch was applied to the snake's back, causing her body to tense instantly. Don't move, Naruto warned softly, the tip of the kunai just touching her umbu vest, otherwise, it would be bad if you get hurt. For a moment, the training ground suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The eagle had half of its body stuck in the swamp, the bear remained bent over and struggling, and the snake was threatened by Naruto with a kunai. Although the masks of the 3 people concealed their expressions, the tense lines of their bodies revealed the same shock. The entire test process took less than 3 minutes and ended with Naruto's victory. Untie! Naruto put away his kunai, clasped his fingers together, and hummed softly. The muddy swamp solidified into hard land again, and the gravity pressing on the bear suddenly disappeared. Even the 3 clones turned into white smoke and dissipated into the air. It seems that the Hokage's vision is correct. Eagle patted the dirt on his body, with a bit of admiration in his voice. Welcome to join the Umbu and join our team, Fox. The bear scratched his head and said in a gruff voice, from now on you will be the ace of our team. Snake nodded silently and removed his fingers from the ninja tool bag, as if to acknowledge this new teammate. In the dark shadows, Shun watched the scene quietly. He gently pressed the communicator beside his ear, reporting to the Hokage, the fox has successfully passed the test with ease. Tsunade's voice, slightly amused, came from the other end of the communicator. I knew this kid wouldn't let me down. Keep observing, report any abnormalities to me immediately. Yes. Shun's figure gradually melted into the darkness, leaving behind only a whisper. Uzumaki Naruto, you've grown up quite fast. Next time I meet Itachi, I'm going to praise you in front of him. I really want to see what expression the die-hard sister Khan will show. Shun had no idea that Itachi had actually met Naruto a long time ago and had even fought with him. As a sister Khan, Itachi was quite satisfied with Naruto. Of course, whether he recognized him or not was another matter. Snake, be careful. Eagle's low roar exploded in the dense forest. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and several kunai shot towards the snake. The snake quickly dodged, and at the same time, the poisonous needle shot out from her sleeve. Ding ding ding, several crisp metal collision sounds were heard, and the hidden weapons collided in the air, sparks flying everywhere. 12 o'clock, 3 people. Xiang's deep voice came from behind the rocks. He pressed his hands to the ground, forming seals. Earth escape, rock pillar spear. Bang, 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 countless sharp stone pillars suddenly emerged from the ground, forcing 3 rock ninjas dressed in kage clothes to leap into the air. Get off! However, before they could adjust their positions, Naruto 5 shadow clones flashed out from the treetops and surrounded them in a fan shape. Wind-style, major breakthrough. 5 whirlwinds erupted at the same time, forming an interwoven wind network in the air. The 3 rock ninjas were forced to form defensive seals, earth-style, rock wall. With a loud rumble, the rock wall rose from the ground. The wind net fell on the wall, sending debris flying, but it ultimately failed to break through the defense. Just when the Uegakure ninjas were about to breathe a sigh of relief, Naruto's true form suddenly emerged from the ground. Earth escape, heart beheading technique. A pair of powerful arms suddenly grabbed the ankles of the rock ninja in the middle and dragged him into the ground, leaving only a terrified head exposed. Team leader. The other 2 Uegakure cried out in alarm and were about to come to the rescue, but they saw the huge body of the bear blocking their way. Your opponent is me. The bear's fists collided, making a dull thud. Earth escape, rock fist technique. His fists were instantly covered with hard rock and smashed towards the enemy with a whistling sound. The Uegakure ninja on the left tried to block hastily, but was sent flying several meters by the punch, crashing into 3 large trees before coming to a stop. The Uegakure on the right took the opportunity to form a seal and used Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. Roar! The ground suddenly bulged up, forming an Earth Dragon, which opened its huge mouth and pounced on the bear. At the critical moment, the figure of a snake flashed like a ghost. Poison mist, snake fang. Purple poisonous mist spewed out of her mouth, and the Earth Dragon was quickly corroded and disintegrated in the poisonous mist. Before the IWA ninja could react, the snake's kunai was already at his throat. Don't move, the snake said coldly, my poison is deadly on contact with blood. At the same time, Naruto had tied up the Uegakure captain underground with chains. He brushed the dirt off his hands and said in a relaxed tone, done. The eagle lightly descended from the treetops, carefully inspected the captives, and muttered to himself, Uegakure's reconnaissance force? What on earth is that old Tsuchikage planning? He then turned to Naruto and praised him, well done, Fox, with you joining us, our team's combat power has been greatly improved. Yes, if we continue like this, it won't be long before all of us can be promoted to the Earth level. Seong echoed Dayashi without saying a word, but nodded silently to show his agreement. To this, Naruto did not respond much, but just smiled and said lightly, let's quickly take these people back and report. Inside the Hokage's office. Boy, are you used to the life in the Umbu? Tsunade put down the documents in her hand, looked up at Naruto who was standing in front of the desk, and asked. The afternoon sun shone through the window onto the boy's body, and the Umbu uniform made him look a lot more mature. It's okay. Naruto shrugged. My teammates in Umbu are still very caring towards me, but, as he spoke, he suddenly lowered his voice and moved closer to Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, this mask is really too stuffy to wear, can you improve it? Puff. Shizun, who was standing by, couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw Naruto like this. The little white cat in her arms also meowed a few times, as if in agreement. Tsunade rubbed her temples, her blonde hair shining in the sunlight. She glared at him in dissatisfaction and said, you little brat, how many times have I told you, call me Hokage-sama in the office? As she spoke, she was about to hit Naruto on the head, but stopped at the last moment. As for the mask issue, she suddenly said seriously, this is the rule of the Umbu and cannot be broken, but, at this point, Tsunade suddenly pulled out an exquisite scroll from a drawer. This is a special formula for breathable fabric. Show it to the people in the equipment department. Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. He was really fed up with the mask on his face. Every time I finish a mission, my face will be covered in sweat and feel itchy. He was about to reach out to take it, but Tsunade suddenly pulled the scroll back, a sly smile on her lips. Want this? Finish the next mission first. What mission? Naruto asked impatiently, his blue eyes sparkling with excitement. Come in. Tsunade didn't answer him, but suddenly shouted towards the door. Crack. The next moment, a short-haired girl wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt with the Uchiha clan emblem printed on the back pushed the door open and walked in. This person was none other than Satsuki. After being promoted to Chunin, she was assigned to Konoha's special operations team thanks to her connections with the Uchiha clan, and was responsible for handling some difficult special tasks. Because, according to the organizational regulations of Konoha in this world, if a member of a Genin team is promoted to Chunin, then that member must temporarily leave the original team and be assigned to other positions. The team will not be reorganized until the other members of the team are successfully promoted to Chunin. The reason for this design is entirely due to 2 considerations. First, it is a recognition of the abilities of the Chunins, allowing them to give full play to their strengths in more important positions. Secondly, it is also to avoid team members with huge differences in strength from having coordination problems when performing tasks in the same team, and even endangering the safety of the Genin team members. Therefore, Team 7, where Naruto and his team are now, is temporarily in a silent state, and will only be able to regroup after Sakura is promoted to Chunin. As for Sakura herself, she was temporarily assigned to the Kai team. Because, in this Chunin exam, in addition to Naruto and Satsuki being promoted to Chunin, Niji was also promoted to Chunin. It is said that he has now been assigned to the Special Operations team just like Satsuki. When Naruto thought about the difficult relationship between Sakura and Lee, the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Given their bad relationship, they are now assigned to the same team. I really don't know if a Kai can control them. After Satsuki walked into the office, his black eyes glanced at Naruto lightly, and then he bowed respectfully to Tsunade. Hello, Hokage. Tsunade nodded slightly and said, I called you two here this time because I want you to protect someone. As she said that, she glanced at Shizune who was standing beside her. Shizune immediately pulled out a document from somewhere and handed it to Naruto and Satsuki. Naruto flipped open the file and saw the following. Fuji Fuyuki, a well-known actress, will be heading to the snow country in 3 days to film her new movie, Princess Fenjayun. Actor? Satsuki frowned slightly, looked at Tsunade with some confusion, and asked, Hokage-sama, protecting an actor, this kind of task should be handed over to the ordinary guards, right? Naruto also looked at Tsunade with a puzzled look, but for some reason, he always felt that the name in front of him and the actress in the photo looked very familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere, but he just couldn't remember where. Protecting an actor naturally doesn't require the joint efforts of Yorumbu and the Special Operations team. Tsunade crossed her hands and placed them in front of her chin, her expression becoming serious. This Fuji Fuyuki has another identity. She is the daughter of the former daimyo of the snow country, Fuka Koyuki. Zoyu's pupils shrank slightly, obviously realizing the seriousness of the matter. The snow country has been experiencing political unrest lately, Tsunade continued. She's returning to the country under the guise of filming a movie, but her true intention is to reclaim the throne. Intelligence indicates that the current daimyo of the snow country, Fukanuto, has dispatched a ninja force to ambush her en route. So, she wants us to help her restore her country? Naruto asked. No. Tsunade shook her head. Your mission is only to ensure her safety. As for other matters, they are the internal affairs of the snow country and we will not interfere. As she spoke, she swept her sharp eyes over the two of them. Do you understand? Understood. Naruto and Satsuki said in unison. Then you will depart now for Kailan City, the northwestern port city of the land of fire. Fuji Fuyuki's crew is already waiting there. Tsunade waved her hand and instructed, remember, this mission is primarily about protecting the target. Try to avoid any complications. Yes. On the way to Kailan City, Naruto and Satsuki kept a perfect distance from each other, walking through the woods one in front and one behind. Even though Naruto was wearing an umbu mask, he believed that Satsuki recognized him the first time she saw him in the Hokage's office. However, it seemed that for some reason she didn't want to recognize him. Naruto felt that all this was probably related to her sudden confession to him at his house with Hinata. That day, when he woke up, he thought she and Hinata would still be at his house, waiting for him to give them an answer, but he found that they had left at some point. The house that was originally a mess by them was also cleaned up as if nothing had happened. Later, he tried many times to find Satsuki and Hinata to explain, but the two of them seemed to have made an appointment and always avoided him. Even if they occasionally meet in public, they just nod in a businesslike manner, with a distant look in their eyes. This made Naruto feel an indescribable frustration in his heart, but he didn't know how to express it. He originally thought that time could dilute everything, but now it seems that things are much more complicated than he imagined. Hey, Satsuki. Naruto finally couldn't help himself and quickened his pace to catch up with the figure in front. Let's talk. Without even turning his head, Zoyu said in a very cold voice, talk, sorry, I don't know you very well, so there's nothing to talk about, Kitsune. Naruto choked, his brows furrowed even more tightly under his mask, and he suddenly accelerated, appeared in front of her, and stopped her. Satsuki didn't expect Naruto to do this suddenly. Therefore, there was no time to break at all, and the whole person crashed directly into his arms. The huge impact force knocked the two of them off the tree they had jumped into, and they fell heavily on the ground below, and dust flew up immediately. Uzumaki Naruto, what are you doing? Satsuki quickly stood up, looking angrily. Oh, so you knew it was me. Naruto took off the mask on his face, and raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Since you knew it was me, why did you pretend not to know me just now? Zoyu was speechless for a moment, a blush immediately appeared on her face, she turned her face away, with a bit of stubbornness in her voice. Isn't it because you are an umbu, your identity must be kept secret? Secret? Naruto refused to back down and took a step forward. Then why were you and Hinata avoiding me before I joined the umbu? What happened between you? Is it because I didn't give you an answer that you don't want to see me? Zoyu's body visibly stiffened. She turned her head sharply, a complex emotion flashing in her black eyes. Yes, but also no. As she spoke, she took a deep breath, as if to cheer herself up. The day I finally mustered up the courage to tell you what I had buried in my heart for so many years, but you but. When she said this, tears suddenly welled up in the corners of her eyes, as if there was some unspeakable grievance stuck in her throat. Naruto froze in place. Since he came to this world, he had never seen Satsuki look so vulnerable. In my memory, she was always so proud and strong, but at this moment, she was like a wounded little animal. Her tears were like a sharp kunai, piercing his heart. He subconsciously stretched out his hand, wanting to wipe away her tears, but stopped in midair. Saitsuki turned her head away, avoiding his touch. I'm sorry, your confession was so sudden, I wasn't prepared at all, and… Naruto silently withdrew his hand, pain and struggle appearing in his eyes. I really don't know how to answer you, but if you insist on an answer now, then I… Unexpectedly, just as Naruto said this, Satsuki suddenly turned back and covered his mouth with his hand, his eyes flashing with complicated light. Don't say it now. Her palms were trembling slightly, and her fingertips still had a hint of earthy smell. Naruto could feel the warmth from her palm, as well as the subtle tension. Why? Naruto said, his voice filled with confusion as he gently grasped her wrist and moved her hand away from his mouth. Saitsuki lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a shadow on her face. Because this isn't fair. As she spoke, she took a deep breath. Hinata isn't here, I can't and shouldn't decide anything while she's away. Besides, she and I have an agreement that we will use our own methods to make you make a choice, that even if you choose one of us, we won't. Her voice became softer and softer, until it almost became a soliloquy. Naruto stared at Suzuki in a daze. Her words were like a breeze blowing through his heart, but they created ripples. He never thought that these two rivals would reach some kind of agreement for him. He still held Ziyu's wrist, and he could feel her pulse beating, rapid and panicked, like a frightened bird. She lowered her eyelashes and pursed her lips stubbornly, but the tips of her ears turned red. So you're waiting for me to make a choice? Naruto asked in a low voice, disbelief in his voice. Zoyu turned her face away, her black hair falling down, hiding her expression. Yeah. She gently pulled her hand back, her fingertips brushing across his palm, leaving a slightly cool touch. Naruto was silent for a while, then suddenly smiled bitterly. You guys are really good at that. It's up to you to decide. Zoyu suddenly looked up, frowned slightly, and asked, what do you mean? What I mean is… Naruto looked her straight in the eyes, his voice low and firm. What makes you think I'm going to choose between you? Zoyu's pupils shrank, and her originally slightly red cheeks instantly became cold. You mean to say that you still want both? As she spoke, a murderous aura suddenly surged from her body. Naruto's expression froze, and he quickly waved his hands and said, it's just a joke, don't take it so seriously. Humph, I think you are serious. Zoyu glared at him coldly, then turned around. The atmosphere that the two of them had just created with great difficulty disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Naruto wanted to slap himself, but at this moment, he heard Satsuki's subtle whisper in his ear, but if you have that ability, I don't mind. The words were so light that they were almost blown away by the wind, but they made Naruto tremble all over. He looked up suddenly, only to see Zoyu had already jumped onto a tree branch, her long black hair fluttering in the wind, leaving only her back to him. Wait, Satsuki. Naruto hurriedly caught up. What did you just say? Satsuki didn't even turn around, but Naruto noticed that the tips of her ears were already red. I didn't say anything. I was just concentrating on getting on with my journey. The mission was more important. After saying that, she no longer paid any attention to Naruto, but continued to leap forward on her own. Naruto looked at her leading back, a smile unconsciously raised on the corner of his mouth, and as he followed her, he shouted, then you just wait for me. When Naruto and Satsuki arrived at Heilan City and found the crew of Princess Fengyun, they found that the entire crew had already become a mess. After asking around, they learned that the target of their mission was Fengwa Zyaksu was missing. When did she disappear? Naruto asked a little old man wearing glasses. She was Fengwa Zyaksu's agent. Mr. Asama, about half an hour ago. The third lady burst into tears. She said that she had to go to the bathroom, and she never came back. Did you notice any strange people coming in and out of here during this time? Satsuki asked. Santefa wiped her tears and tried to recall no particularly suspicious people. The security of the crew has always been very strict. Apart from the staff and actors, outsiders can't get in at all. Naruto and Satsuki looked at each other immediately. No suspicious people had entered or left the crew. In other words, Fengwa Zyaksu might not have been kidnapped by outsiders, but left on her own initiative, or it might have been done by someone in the crew. Of course, another possibility cannot be ruled out, that is, the person who kidnapped her is an extremely powerful ninja who can sneak into the crew without alerting anyone and kidnap her. Could it be that the daimyo of the Snow Country received the intelligence and took action in advance? A solemn look appeared in Naruto and Satsuki's eyes. Look for her, if you can't find Xuehui, I won't shoot this film. At this moment, an old man wearing an orange beret suddenly jumped up in anger at the crew members and shouted that this man was the director of The Adventures of Princess Fengyun, Okamura Tenno. That ninja-sama, can you please help me find Yuki? Santaifu looked at Naruto and Satsuki with a pleading look and asked, don't worry, Mr. Agent, since we are here to protect Miss Yuki, we will definitely help you find her. Satsuki comforted Naruto, but he immediately put his hands together and murmured, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a large number of shadow clones spread out like a tide, covering the entire crew in the blink of an eye. Disperse. As Naruto's real body fell, a group of shadow clones turned into afterimages, rushing in all directions and began a carpet search. Satsuki also opened his Sharingan and began to calmly observe the surrounding environment. The Scarlet Sharingan turned slightly, capturing any possible clues, trying to find clues about Fenghua Xiaoxu's disappearance. "Miss, are you alone?" In a remote alley, a few ruffian men were cornering a black-haired woman with a delicate face, looking at her curvy body with lustful eyes. This black-haired woman is exactly the missing Fenghua Xiaoxu. At this moment, she had already changed out of her costume and was wearing casual clothes and sunglasses, but it still couldn't hide her outstanding temperament. "Get out of here," Fenghua Xiaoxu said coldly, with a hint of disgust and irritation in her eyes. "Wow, you have quite a temper, don't you?" The leading thug grinned, revealing his uneven teeth. "But, I like girls with bad tempers the most. They make the fun of playing with us that way." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed her wrist. The soft touch made him unable to hold back an obscene laugh. "Let go." Fenghua Xiaoxu struggled hard, but the other party was too strong and she couldn't break free at all. He, don't waste your energy, just come with us obediently." The gang leader licked his lips and reached out his other hand to touch her face. However, just when his fingertips were about to touch Fenghua Xiaoxu, whoosh, a flash of cold light. The gang leader suddenly screamed and retracted his hand, only to see that there was a kunai stuck in his wrist and blood was flowing. "Who?" He looked around in horror and shouted, "It's really ugly for a few grown men to bully a girl." A cold voice came from above the crowd. Everyone immediately looked up and saw a man wearing a fox mask standing on the wall of the alley, staring coldly at the thugs, with another kunai in his hand. "Ninja!" The leading thug's pupils suddenly contracted, and the flesh on his face trembled with fear. Boss. The younger brothers next to him were so scared that their legs went weak and they took 2 steps back unconsciously. In comparison, Fenghua Xiaoxu seemed much calmer, but a complex look emerged in her eyes, showing surprise, helplessness, and a hint of unspeakable pain. The man wearing a fox mask who suddenly appeared was one of Naruto's shadow clones. He jumped down from the wall lightly, making no sound when he landed. "I'll give you 3 seconds now." The shadow clone held up 3 fingers, his voice as cold as ice. 3, 2, run. The thugs didn't even dare to wait for him to finish counting, and ran away in all directions with their pants wet. The gang leader who was stabbed by the kunai didn't care about the severe pain in his wrist, and crawled away with his brothers. The shadow clone did not pursue, but turned to look at Fenghua Xiaoxu and asked, "Miss Suiwai, are you okay?" "Sorry, you've got the wrong person, I'm not Suiwai." Fenghua Xiaoxu quickly lowered her head, pushed her sunglasses on her face, turned around and was about to leave. Swish! The shadow clone instantly stood in front of her and said in a deep voice, "Miss Suiwai, this joke is not funny at all. I advise you to just be quiet and come back with me." Fenghua Xiaoxu bit her lip, raised her head stubbornly, and said excitedly, "I said, I'm not Suiwai, get out of my way." Seeing this, the shadow clone could only sigh helplessly and soften his tone. "Miss Suiwai, the entire crew is looking for you now, and the director is frantic. Mr. Santeifu is extremely worried. If you have any difficulties, please tell us and we will help you solve them." "Solve it?" Fenghua Xiaoxu sneered, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. "What can you solve? You are just ninjas who do things for money." A hint of anger flashed in the shadow clone's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and replied, "Our mission is indeed to protect your safety, but if you have any troubles, we can also do our best to assist you. Running away will not solve the problem." Fenghua Xiaoxu's expression wavered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. "You don't need to meddle in my affairs." After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave in the other direction. The shadow clone stopped her again, his tone becoming serious. "Miss Suiwai, if you insist on not cooperating, then I will have no choice but to take you back by force. This is for your safety." "You can try it." Fenghua Xiaoxu stared at the shadow clone angrily. Although her eyes were full of stubbornness, her body was trembling slightly. It was obvious that her heart was not as tough as she looked. "Then I'm sorry." The shadow clone sighed, and the next second, his figure flashed and appeared behind Fenghua Xiaoxu, and he gently chopped her neck with a knife. Fenghua Xiaoxu's head tilted and she fainted in the arms of her shadow clone. Fenghua Xiaoxu woke up in a violent turbulence, and the first thing that caught her eye was the shaking ceiling. The sound of waves hitting the hull came to my ears, and the bed under me swayed slightly with the waves. She was in the cabin. "Woke up." A cold female voice suddenly came from her right. Fenghua Xiaoxu turned her head suddenly and saw a black-haired girl leaning against the cabin door with her arms folded, her stern face faintly visible in the dim light. Memories suddenly flooded through her mind like a tide: the fox-masked ninja in the alley, the dull ache in the back of her neck, and, "How dare you!" She pushed herself up, her long, dark hair falling from her shoulders, her voice trembling slightly with anger. "Where are you going?" "Snow Country." Saitsuki stood up and walked out of the shadows. "I'll go tell them you're awake." After saying that, she turned and left the cabin. The wooden door closed with a dull sound behind her. Soon, the cabin door was flung open, and the third lady rushed in. She knelt excitedly as soon as she entered the room. Princess, you are finally awake. Fengwa Xiaoxiu turned her face away and said in an extremely cold voice, how many times have I told you, don't call me princess, I haven't been one for many years. But your highness, the snow country needs you now, the people need me, ha. Fengwa Xiaoxiu interrupted him coldly, do you need me to go back and die? I escaped with great difficulty back then. Otherwise, I would have perished in the flames like my father. The third lady burst into tears and said, this time it's different, your highness, we have the support of the vast majority of people in the country, and, enough. Fengwa Xiaoxiu slammed the table and stood up. You don't think that the ragtag group of people in the country can fight against Fengwa Nudao alone? You have no idea how terrifying he is, or, at this point, she suddenly sneered, do you count on those 2 Konoha ninjas out there? What did the Umbu sent by Konoha all those years ago do besides rescuing me? They couldn't stop Fengwa Nudao from usurping the throne. Forget it, Santaifu, stop dreaming about this. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire cabin fell into silence, with only the sound of waves hitting the hull echoing in the small space. Outside the cabin, Naruto and Satsuki leaned against the wall of the corridor. Through the thin cabin door, the quarrel inside could be clearly heard. It seems we've been deceived. Naruto lowered his voice, his blue eyes flashing with thought under his golden bangs. This princess seems to know nothing about the restoration plan. Zouyu stood with his arms folded, his brow furrowed. The mission briefing didn't mention this was a mandatory escort mission. Do you want to terminate it? Terminate? Naruto smiled and said, why should I terminate it? I still want to complete this mission and get the fabric formula for the improved mask from Sister Tsunade. And, when he said this, he deliberately dragged out the tone, and his eyes wandered back and forth on Zouyu. From her long black hair, to her slender waist, and finally to her pretty face which was slightly flushed with anger. Zouyu felt uncomfortable under his gaze and punched him on the shoulder. And what? Why don't you tell me? Besides. Naruto suddenly leaned in close, his warm breath brushing against her ear. There aren't many opportunities to go on missions alone with you, so let's just treat this as a special date for the two of us. Swish! Zouyu's face flushed red instantly, and she punched him hard in the chest. Who wants to date you? It hurts, it hurts. Naruto immediately squatted down, holding his chest in an exaggerated manner, looking painful. Stop pretending, I didn't use any strength just now. Satsuki rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, who said I didn't use any strength? You almost made me vomit blood. Naruto coughed twice exaggeratedly and pretended to wipe the corner of his mouth. I need someone to help me up before I can get up. You. Satsuki was so angry at Naruto's shameless request that she was speechless. Her already red face became even redder. She was about to explode, but considering that this was a corridor with many people coming and going, she gritted her teeth and held out her hand. Get up. Naruto immediately smiled and grabbed her hand, but deliberately pulled it hard. Zouyu was caught off guard and stumbled forward, falling into his arms. A strong heartbeat could be heard from the boy's sturdy chest, mixed with a warm breath like sunshine. A charming atmosphere spread between the two of them. The tips of Satsuki's ears were so red that they seemed to be bleeding. She could clearly feel the warmth of Naruto's chest and the faint smell of sunshine. You. Zouyu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, but with an unconcealable panic. She subconsciously tried to break free, but found that Naruto's arms had been wrapped around her waist at some point. At this moment, Fengwa Xiaoxiu's tired voice suddenly came from the cabin. Third lady, please go out first, I want to be alone and quiet. Yes, your highness. Santaifu replied, opened the cabin door and walked out, just in time to see Satsuki throwing herself into Naruto's arms. The Santaifu froze for a moment, clearly confused as to what Naruto and Satsuki were doing. Two ninja masters, what are you doing? Zouyu immediately felt like she was electrocuted. The man bounced away from his arms, his cheeks red enough to bleed, and he stammered, well, I'll go to the deck. And patrol the deck to see if there's anything going on. After saying that, she didn't forget to glare at Naruto fiercely before turning and walking towards the deck. A smug smile appeared on Naruto's lips. For some reason, every time he saw Satsuki looking shy, he always felt an inexplicable sense of joy in his heart. At this moment, he noticed that the third lady was still looking at him with a strange look in her eyes, and he quickly coughed twice. Ahem. Old man, the wind and waves were too strong just now, that's why we accidentally fell. Oh, is that so? The third lady nodded in understanding, but there was no belief in her eyes. However, he was not prepared to dwell on such matters, and instead lowered his voice and said, Sir Ninja, can I ask you for a favor? Something? What is it? Just tell me. As long as it's our responsibility and we can help, we will definitely help. Naruto agreed readily. Well, Santaifu took a deep breath and suddenly knelt down. I want to beg you to help us restore our country. The people of the snow country have been suffering in dire straits for too long. Naruto was immediately startled by his action and quickly helped the Santaifu up. It's not that we don't want to help you, but our mission this time is only to protect the safety of your princess. As for other things, they are not part of our mission. Moreover, before we set off, the Hokage gave us special instructions to avoid unnecessary trouble. So that we may not be able to help you with your request. This. Santeifu's face turned pale in an instant. He trembled and grabbed Naruto's sleeve. Can't you make an exception for once? I can give you 3 times the reward, or even more, afterwards. Santeifu, this isn't a question of money. We ninjas have our own rules for mission levels. If we follow your request, we'll need to submit an S-rank mission application to Konoha again, Naruto explained. But I don't think the village will easily accept a mission like yours that involves regime change. Santeifu wanted to say something, but at this moment, on the deck, suddenly came Suzuki's urgent shout, Naruto, come out quickly, something happened. Naruto and Santeo looked at each other and immediately rushed out of the cabin. When Naruto stepped onto the slippery deck, the scene before him made his eyes widen instantly. Not far in front of them, they saw an extremely huge iceberg floating slowly, like a ghost island that suddenly appeared. At this moment, Director Okamura Tenno's excited voice penetrated the howling cold wind and exploded in everyone's ears. He waved the script and shouted to the crew, perfect, this is a natural setting gifted to us by God. Quick, have Shuehui get her makeup done. Princess Fen Jian's battle with the Ice Demon King will be filmed here. So, the crew members immediately got busy, and at the same time, the ship slowly approached the iceberg. During this time, Naruto and Satsuki said nothing, but just looked at each other silently, with a hint of vigilance in their eyes. Because they could keenly perceive that the timing of the appearance of this iceberg was too strange, and there must be some conspiracy behind it. Ha ha ha. Princess Fen Jian, you're finally here. A special actor dressed in exaggerated ice crystal armor stood high on the iceberg and laughed wildly, the unique laugh of a villain, as required by the script. Ice Demon King, don't be so complacent. Today is the day you die. Fenghua Xiaoxiu, wearing silver armor, raised a prop sword inlaid with artificial gems, pointed the tip of the sword at the special actor high up, and shouted coldly. Her movements were both professional and graceful, perfectly interpreting the heroic posture of Princess Fen Jian. The director behind the monitor nodded with satisfaction and shouted into the intercom, perfect, camera crew, pay attention to the close-ups, especially the princess's eyes. Boom! At this moment, a sudden explosion interrupted the director's instructions. 3 huge ice caves suddenly exploded high up in the iceberg. Amidst the shattered ice, 3 ninjas in strange armor broke out of the ice. The chakra armor on their bodies glowed coldly in the sunlight. Cut, the director angrily threw the script onto the ice. Who arranged for this improvisation? It's not in the script. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged snow ninja in the lead suddenly raised his hand and shot out an ice spike, which accurately nailed the director's feet. Shut up, old man, this is not acting. Then, he turned to look at Fenghua Xiaoxiu below. Princess Xiaoxiu, long time no see, Lord Nudao sent us to take you back. As he said this, he gave a look to a fat snow ninja next to him. He immediately rushed towards Fenghua Xiaoxiu below and shouted, Princess, come with us. Fenghua Xiaoxiu looked at the scene in front of her, her face turned pale instantly, and the prop sword in her hand fell to the ice with a clang. Memories of the bloody coup d'état years ago came flooding back. My father's pierced chest, the maid's screams, the pool of blood I stepped on as I fled in panic. Her legs began to tremble uncontrollably, as if she had turned back into that helpless little girl. In the blink of an eye, the snow ninja came in front of Fenghua Xiaoxiu and grabbed her with his strong arms. Hey, fatty, don't you take us too seriously. At this moment, Naruto's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Before he could react, Naruto had already kicked him hard in the abdomen, kicking him out and leaving a deep groove on the iceberg. Satsuki, escort them onto the ship first, leave this to me. Naruto turned back to Satsuki and shouted. At the same time, he put his hands together and whispered, shadow clone technique. Bang, bang. 2 clones instantly appeared on his left and right sides. On the other side, Zouyu had already picked up Fenghua Xiaoxue, who was still in a daze, and shouted to the crew members, if you don't want to die, run quickly. The director finally reacted and quickly directed the staff to retreat, while asking them to capture the scene of Naruto and the snow ninja fighting to use as material for the future movie. Santeifu followed closely beside Satsuki, glancing at Naruto from time to time, and asked worriedly, is it really okay to leave that ninja master alone to face it? Don't worry, that guy is very strong. Zouyu smiled confidently, hugged Fenghua Xiaoxiu, and continued to run forward without looking back. At this time, Naruto was already fighting with 3 snow ninjas. The fat snow ninja climbed up from the pile of broken ice, his chakra armor flashing with a strange light. You little brat, I'm going to freeze you into an ice sculpture. As he spoke, he suddenly formed a seal ice escape ice prison technique. With the sound of crackling, dozens of sharp ice spikes broke through the ice, instantly forming an impenetrable ice cage, trapping Naruto and his 2 clones inside. Ha ha ha, the leading snow ninja laughed triumphantly. Once we've dealt with this troublesome person, the princess will be ours. That may not be the case. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto's voice came from inside the cage, fire style, flame bullet. Boom, a huge fireball instantly shattered the ice prison, and hot steam spread out. Swish, 3 figures rushed out from the mist and shouted at the same time, water style, water dragon bullet technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Hokage, great fireball jutsu. Roar! A huge water dragon rose from the surging seawater nearby and rushed towards the fat snow ninja with a roar. At the same time, a ball of flames carried by the strong wind roared towards the other two snow ninjas. What? The leading snow ninja was horrified that he had never expected this. A seemingly young ninja can actually perform 3 different types of chakra ninjutsu at the same time. The fat snow ninja hurriedly formed hand seals and tried to use ice escape to block the water dragon, but the water dragon's attack had already reached him, leaving him no time to make a complete defense. Ice escape, ice rock wall. The fat snow ninja roared, and an ice wall that was obviously not thick enough was hastily formed in front of him. Boom! The water dragon smashed through the ice wall with overwhelming force, and the remaining force hit the fat snow ninja. Kakaka, the chakra armor on his body made a slight cracking sound, and although it was not completely shattered, he was still blown away by the huge impact force and slid on the ice for more than 10 meters before stopping. Cough. Cough cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood foam and looked down at the cracks in his armor with an expression of disbelief. Who the hell is this brat? How can he be so strong? At the same time, the other two snow ninjas were also forced to retreat again and again by the wind and fire combinations ninjutsu. One of them was even touched by the flames, and the surface of his armor was instantly charred. Damn it, you really can't underestimate the ninjas of Konoha. The middle-aged snow ninja growled with gritted teeth, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. Then, he shouted to his other two companions, "Don't hold back, come on, use that move." The obese snow ninja struggled to get up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and grinned, "Stinky brat, let me show you the true power of our snow ninja." The 3 of them quickly formed hand seals in unison, and the patterns on their chakra armor suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling blue light. Ice release, triple ice tornado. As they roared, 3 huge ice tornadoes rose from the ice and swept towards Naruto. Roar! Wherever the tornado passed, the ice surface shattered into pieces, and the terrifying cold even caused the surrounding air to condense into tiny ice crystals. Feeling the cold and oppressive feeling coming towards him, Naruto's expression did not change at all. His 2 clones on the left and right immediately rushed forward. He opened his right hand and a huge chakra ball immediately emerged from his palm. The Great Jade Raisnon. The 2 clones roared angrily, and the Raisnon in their hands spun violently, making a sharp buzzing sound, and slammed into the oncoming ice tornado. Boom! A huge explosion resounded across the entire sea, ice crystals splashed everywhere, and the violent chakra shock wave created countless cracks on the ice surface. Being at the forefront of the shock wave, the 2 clones were instantly torn apart by the violent energy and dissipated into white smoke. Amidst the mist, Naruto's real body had already rushed out instantly under the cover of the explosion, with a dazzling Raisnon condensed in his right hand, heading straight for the fat snow ninja. What? The fat snow ninja's pupils shrank suddenly, and he hurriedly wanted to raise his hands to defend himself, but Naruto was faster. Raisnon. Bang! The rotating chakra ball hit the opponent's abdomen heavily, and the chakra armor on his body finally made a crisp cracking sound under the heavy burden. The fat snow ninja's eyes bulged out, and his whole body was blown away by the terrifying impact force. After drawing a parabola, he fell into the sea with a splash, stirring up huge waves. Naruto continued his attack, his hands rapidly changing seals, his chest puffing out, fire style, Great Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Roar! A ball of blazing flame burst out from Naruto's mouth, transforming into a roaring fire dragon that rushed towards the remaining 2 snow ninjas. Damn it! The middle-aged snow ninja hurriedly formed hand seals, ice release, ice crystal wall. Swish! A thick ice wall rose from the ground, but quickly melted under the impact of the fire dragon. Another snow ninja seized the opportunity to grab his shoulders and yelled, "Captain, retreat, we are no match for this brat." Middle-aged Shuren gritted his teeth in unwillingness. This time, not only did they fail to bring Fengwa Zyaksu back, but they also lost a companion. But looking at the aggressive Naruto in front of him, he had to admit that the mission had failed. Since this is the case, we cannot allow the losses to escalate any further. They will have to return to the snow country anyway, and it will not be too late to repay them double for this humiliation then. Thinking about it, he glared at Naruto angrily, slammed his hands on the ice, and shouted, "Ice release, ice house technique." Bang! A dense icy fog erupted instantly, completely enveloping an area of dozens of meters. The biting cold was mixed with tiny ice crystals, and visibility dropped to 0 in an instant. Humph! Trying to escape. Naruto's expression turned stern, and he clasped his hands together, wind style, great breakthrough. Bang! A violent whirlwind roared out of his mouth, instantly blowing away the icy fog. However, there was no one on the ice, only a few falling ice crystals. Tisk, you're running so fast. Naruto curled his lips in dissatisfaction, turned around and jumped towards the ship that had already sailed away from the iceberg. In the distance, Satsuki stood on the edge of the ship, his Sharingan slowly returning to normal, finally solved. Fengwa Zyaksu slumped on the deck, looking in Naruto's direction with a pale face. The third wife hurried forward and asked, "Princess, are you okay?" Director Tenno Okamura excitedly grabbed his camera and exclaimed, "Great, with these real shots, this movie will definitely win an award. Write this down and add it to the script." Naruto jumped onto the boat with a few leaps and asked Satsuki, "How is it? Are you charmed by my handsome figure?" "I'm obsessed with it." Zoyu rolled her eyes at him unhappily, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "But don't be too proud, you didn't get rid of them, they will definitely come back later." "Then let them come." Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "At worst, we can just get rid of them all at once next time." Fengwa Xiaoxu looked at Naruto's energetic profile, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. She gently touched the necklace hanging around her neck, as if she had made some kind of decision. That night, the waves hit the hull, making a regular sound. Inside the cabin, after Santeifa revealed Fengwa Xiaoxu's true identity and the real purpose of her trip, the crew members were immediately in an uproar. "What? We've been tricked," the photographer was the first to jump up. "This isn't just a normal photo shoot, we're caught up in a political struggle." "What a joke," the lighting technician angrily threw down his tools. "We're just filming a movie, why should we risk our lives?" "I have a wife and kids at home," the script supervisor said in a trembling voice. "No, I want to get off the boat, and I want to get off now." The crew members protested in unison and the scene was chaotic for a while. At this moment, director Tenno Okamura suddenly slammed the table hard, making a loud bang sound. Everyone instantly fell silent and turned to look at the usually stern director. "Shut up, everyone." Director Okamura's eyes gleamed, his voice trembling with excitement. "You idiots, don't you realize what we've encountered?" He grabbed the script from the table and waved it vigorously. "A real princess plays the role of Princess Fen Jion. This is not a coincidence. This is fate." The assistant director weakly interjected, But director, this is too dangerous." "Danger." Director Okamura suddenly looked crazy. Smiled. "Do you know what this movie means now? It's no longer just a commercial film, but an epic that records the true story of a princess's restoration of her kingdom." As he spoke, he turned sharply and pointed out the porthole. The battle scenes of the Snow Ninja, the princess's true identity, and the upcoming war to restore the nation, these are all the most authentic material. The crew members looked at each other in confusion, and the photographer's eyes gradually ignited with enthusiasm. "The director is right. This may be our only chance in this life. Besides," the lighting engineer suddenly lowered his voice, "do you think it's too late to back out now? Those snow ninjas have already seen us with the princess." The cabin fell into silence, and the only sound was the sound of waves hitting the hull. Almost simultaneously, at the other end of the deck, Naruto leaned against the side of the boat, the moonlight casting a soft silver glow on his golden hair. The sea breeze, carrying a salty and humid scent, blew across his face, and a few strands of disobedient hair swayed gently in front of his forehead. He secretly glanced at Zoyu beside him. The girl was gazing at the sparkling sea in the distance in a trance. The bright moonlight outlined her delicate profile, and her long eyelashes cast a trembling shadow under her eyes. "Hey, Satsuki." Naruto suddenly moved closer, deliberately bumped her lightly with his shoulder, and asked, "When I was fighting those snow ninjas just now, were you secretly worried about me?" "No, who's worried about you, you idiot?" Zoyu glared at him and replied unhappily. However, the slightly red tips of her ears betrayed her true thoughts. This scene naturally fell into Naruto's sight without any obstruction. A smirk appeared on his lips, and he immediately leaned closer. "Then why do you keep staring at me with your Sharingan?" Who is staring at you? I was just observing the enemy's movements." Zoyu retorted angrily, but his feet unconsciously took half a step back, and his back suddenly hit the side of the ship. Naruto took the opportunity to put his hands on the railings on both sides of her, trapping her between himself and the side of the ship, forming an ambiguous encirclement. The sea breeze blew their hair, and a few strands of golden hair even playfully brushed against Zoyu's cheeks. "Is that really all?" Naruto lowered his voice, his blue eyes shining brightly in the moonlight. "I saw you were so nervous that your fingers were clenched white." Zoyu's face flushed all the way to her neck, but she still pretended to be tough and said, You idiot, you actually have the time to look at me during such an intense battle." "That's right, those guys aren't that strong anyway." Naruto shook his head proudly. "Besides, my Satsuki is so pretty, why shouldn't I take a few more glances?" Who is yours?" Sasuke's Sharingan appeared unconsciously, and the three Megatama spun wildly, showing her inner panic. "You idiot, get away from me." "No." Naruto smiled and moved forward again. "Actually, you're really cute when you're shy, Satsuki." "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a sharp female voice split the ambiguous atmosphere like thunder. Fengwa Xiaoxu appeared at the entrance of the deck at some point, looking at them in shock. Naruto and Satsuki were startled by her sudden shout. Like a frightened cat, Saitsuki quickly got out of Naruto's arms, her cheeks flushed as she said, I'll go look somewhere else." After saying that, she quickly fled the deck without looking back. Naruto looked at the fleeing figure, turned to Fengwa Xiaoxu helplessly, and said, "Ms. Suiwai, you came at the right time." "That's right, if I had been a step later, someone might have taken advantage of me," Fengwa Xiaoxu said proudly as she walked towards Naruto. For some reason, seeing Naruto's defeated look, she felt inexplicably happy, as if she had a sense of revenge. She couldn't help but say in her heart, I asked you to knock me out and bring me to the boat earlier. This time, I finally got my chance. Naruto could naturally see through her inner thoughts and shook his head gently, sighing in his heart, it's true that only women and villains are difficult to raise. He turned around, his golden hair swaying gently in the moonlight. Hey, Miss Suiwai, you're not sleeping in the middle of the night and running out to peek at others. This is not a good habit. Snort. Fenghua Xiaoxiu snorted softly and walked to the side of the boat beside him. Who's peeking? I came to you for business. Business? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Are you asking us to help you restore your country again? Naruto believed that she must have heard his conversation with Santaifu outside Fenghua Xiaoxiu's cabin, which was why he said that. Unexpectedly, she shook her head and said, No, I have no interest in restoring my country. I came here hoping that you can take me away. I don't want to go back to the snow country. I don't want anyone to die because of me. Take you away. Naruto turned his head, and the blue eyes behind the mask looked directly into Fenghua Xiaoxiu's eyes. Is this what you really think? Feeling the oppression coming from Naruto's eyes, Fenghua Xiaoxiu unconsciously looked away. After a long silence, she seemed to have made up her mind. She nodded gently and said, Yes, this is what I really think. I really don't want to see anyone die for me. Naruto stared at her, and he could tell that this was not what she really thought, because her fingers were tightly gripping the side of the ship, her knuckles were turning white, and her eyes were constantly dodging. However, Naruto did not expose her, but shrugged and said, Logically speaking, we should meet your request. After all, you are our protector on this mission, but... Having said this, he deliberately dragged out the tone, his eyes staring straight at Fenghua Xiaoxiu's slightly trembling eyelashes. But what? Fenghua Xiaoxiu couldn't help but look up, just passing through the fox mask on Naruto's face and colliding with his eyes as blue as the sea. A meaningful look appeared in Naruto's eyes, but unfortunately, the person who issued this mission is Mr. Santaifu. If you can convince him to cancel the mission, then we can naturally take you away. He spread his hands and said with a sly tone, But I guess that old man won't give up so easily, right? Fenghua Xiaoxiu bit her lower lip, her fingers unconsciously stroking the mottled paint on the side of the ship. Under the moonlight, her profile looked particularly pale. She naturally knew that it was impossible for Santaifu to cancel this mission. After all, he had waited for so many years for this day. But if she continued to go back, then, can't you just take me away by force? Fenghua Xiaoxiu suddenly looked up, a glint of determination in her eyes. I can pay double. No, triple the reward. Do you people from the snow country like to solve problems with money? Naruto shook his head slightly and said, Unfortunately, no. Once we ninjas take on a mission, we will definitely complete it. This is a matter of principle. Principles. Fenghua Xiaoxiu sneered, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Then why didn't you talk about principles when you knocked me out and brought me aboard? Naruto scratched his head and looked away awkwardly. Well, it's a special case. Special treatment. At this time, the sea breeze suddenly became strong, ruffling Fenghua Xiaoxiu's long hair. She raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, a movement that made Naruto notice that her wrist was shaking slightly. You know what? Fenghua Xiaoxiu's voice suddenly became very soft, almost drowned out by the sound of the waves. Every time I close my eyes, I can see my father falling. His blood staining the entire snow red. Naruto dropped his cynical expression and stared at her quietly. I've been on the run for so many years, acting for so many years. She stroked her hair with a wry smile. This fake name, this mask. I've long forgotten what I really look like. In the moonlight, Naruto saw a tear sliding down her cheek. He subconsciously reached out his hand, wanting to pat her shoulder, but stopped midair and said meaningfully, If you don't want to face this pain again, then you should go back and face everything. He turned and walked back into the cabin. Escape can only bring temporary respite. Only by facing the shadows can we truly escape the darkness. Fenghua Xiaoxiu stared blankly at Naruto's departing back. The moonlight stretched his shadow very long, extending all the way to her feet. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. In the end, it could only turn into a silent sigh and dissipate in the salty sea breeze. As the night deepened, the waves beat against the ship like a never-ending requiem. In this dark sea, dawn seems out of reach, yet it seems as if it will come in the next second. The next morning, the ship docked before the sea fog dissipated. The cold wind unique to the snow country carried tiny ice crystals and slapped everyone's faces. Your Highness, it's time to get off the boat. The third lady knocked lightly on Fenghua Xiaoxiu's cabin door, but received no response. His face gradually turned pale, and he pushed open the door with trembling hands. The cabin was empty, with only the curtain swaying gently in the cold wind. Oh no, the princess is missing again. The third lady's exclamation broke the tranquility of the early morning. Naruto and Satsuki quickly rushed over after hearing the news. Zoyu squatted down, stroking the bed with her slender fingers, and said, It's still warm. She left no more than 10 minutes ago. This princess is so willful. She's really going to make our mission more difficult. Naruto shrugged and said helplessly, Satsuki, use your Sharingan to track the traces. Saitsuki nodded slightly, her eyes instantly turning crimson, and her three Megatama slowly turning this way. She left through the window. The two followed the direction pointed by Zouyu and soon found messy footprints in the cedar forest near the pier. Suddenly, there were several swoosh, swoosh, swoosh sounds of breaking through the air, and several ice kunai shot out from the darkness, aiming directly at Naruto and Satsuki. Zouyu's eyes flashed, and his Sharingan instantly captured the trajectories of all the kunai. She quickly took out a kunai from her ninja tool bag, and with a few crisp ding-ding-ding sounds, all the ice kunai attacking them were shot down. Fire style, great fireball technique. Almost at the same time, a blazing fireball burst out of Naruto's mouth and headed straight for the direction the kunai came from. Ice release, ice wall technique. With a low shout, a thick ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the attack of the fireball. Bang! After a loud bang, the collision of ice and fire caused a large amount of white mist to rise. 3 snow ninjas walked slowly out of the mist, led by the middle-aged snow ninja who had escaped yesterday. The chakra armor on his body glowed with a cold blue light in the morning light. He said coldly, "You little brats of Konoha, I won't let you ruin our plans this time." "Tisk, it's you annoying guys again." Naruto smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. "It seems that we really can't get peace unless we get rid of you. Tell me, where did you take the princess?" Satsuki's Sharingan spun rapidly, and he asked in a cold voice. Fengwa Zyuxu's footprints disappeared here, and she was obviously taken away by the snow ninjas. "Oh," the middle-aged snow ninja sneered, "Your Highness, the princess will naturally go to see Lord Nutao, but..." He deliberately dragged out his words, "I'm afraid you won't have the chance to see her again." Unexpectedly, Naruto and Satsuki had no intention of paying any attention to him at all. After hearing his words, Satsuki immediately said to Naruto, "Leave this to me, you continue to chase Fengwa Zyuxu. Can you do it?" Naruto asked. "Don't worry, during this period of time, you are not the only one who has become stronger, I have also become stronger." Satsuki smiled confidently and said, "Besides, I have a secret weapon." "Alright, in that case, I'll go first." Naruto nodded gently, and did not forget to remind him, "But you have to be careful. If you get hurt, I will be very sad." "Got it, I'm not that weak." Saya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she rolled her eyes at him. The middle-aged snow ninja saw that Naruto and the others not only ignored him, but also openly flirted with him in front of him. He immediately flew into a rage and said in a hand seal, "Arrogant brat, I will make sure you die without a burial place." Ice release, ice dragon bullet technique. Roar! A huge ice dragon rose from the ground and rushed towards Naruto and the others with a roar. The other 2 snow ninjas were not idle either, and they also formed hand seals. Ice release, wolf rush. Ice release, swallow blowing snow. Several snow wolves and countless ice swallows followed the ice dragon, and the entire snow forest was instantly shrouded in biting cold. Fire style, great fireball technique. Naruto and Satsuki formed hand seals at the same time, and 2 huge fireballs spewed out of their mouths, merging in the air to form an even hotter flame storm. Boom! The 3 ice-style ninjutsu and the fused fire-style ninjutsu collided violently, causing a deafening roar. Ice crystals and flames intertwined, steaming up a white mist that covered the sky and the sun. Swish! Naruto took the opportunity to turn into a shadow, pass through the white fog, and rush towards the depths of the snowy forest. "Don't try to escape." The middle-aged snow ninja shouted angrily and was about to chase after him, but was interrupted by a cold voice. "Your opponent is me." Satsuki's figure slowly emerged from the mist, his 3 Magatama Sharingan flashing with a dangerous light. Her right hand had condensed into a dazzling ball of lightning at some point, emitting a shrill bird-like cry. "Chidori!" Zouyu's figure flashed and turned into a blue lightning that rushed straight towards the middle-aged snow ninja. Seeing this, the middle-aged snow ninja's eyes flashed with panic, and he could only hastily erect an ice wall for defense, but Chidori still easily penetrated the ice and headed straight for the chakra armor core on his chest. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, the middle-aged snow ninja was knocked back several meters, with obvious cracks appearing on his armor. He looked at the cracks on the armor, then looked at Satsuki, and was extremely shocked. This kid can actually destroy chakra armor. However, Zouyu did not give him a chance to breathe, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Boom! The blazing flames shot out in a straight line, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. At the same time, 2 other snow ninjas came from the flanks. Ice release, double dragon strangulation. Roar! The 2 ice dragons intertwined and roared as they attacked Zouyu. The corners of Zouyu's mouth curled up in disdain, and the 3 Magatama in his eyes gradually merged together. However, at this moment, a male voice suddenly came from above her. "Raiznan!" Bang! Naruto's figure fell from the sky, and the 2 Raiznan in his hands hit the 2 ice dragons at the same time. In an instant, ice crystals splashed everywhere. Naruto landed steadily next to Satsuki, the ice chips splashing out sparkling in the sunlight. "Hey, didn't you agree to let me handle it alone? Why did you leave a shadow clone?" Satsuki frowned and glared at Naruto. With her Sharingan activated, she could naturally recognize that the Naruto in front of her was not the real Naruto. He. I'm just worried about you." Naruto smiled and said, "I'll feel more at ease if I leave a clone here to help you." Idiot, who needs your help? Zoyu snorted coldly, but the smile on the corner of her mouth betrayed her deeply. The chidori in her hand flashed with dazzling lightning again. Now that you're here, don't hold me back. Don't worry, I don't take these guys seriously. Naruto also condensed a Rasengan in his hand, and the blue chakra rotated rapidly in his palm. Then, the two of them turned into two afterimages and rushed towards the three snow ninjas. Almost at the same time, on a steam train speeding through the land of snow, Fenghua Xiaoxu was tied up in the carriage, looking palely at the snow scene passing by quickly outside the window. At this moment, she regretted deeply why she had sneaked off the boat and was caught by the snow ninja. She bit her lip and dug her nails into her palms, but she felt no pain. Long time no see, my dear niece. At this time, Fenghua Nudao slowly pushed open the door of the box with a hypocritical smile on his face. He was dressed in the elegant attire of a daimyo of the snow country, and in his hand he was playing with a hexagonal crystal, the very pendant from the necklace Fenghua Xiaoxu had worn earlier. After all these years, you look more and more like your father. Shut up. Xiaoxu turned her head sharply, anger burning in her eyes. You are not worthy of mentioning my father. Fenghua Nudao smiled disapprovingly and sat down gracefully in front of her. Why get so excited? If your father hadn't been so stubborn and insisted on developing that useless geothermal generator, we wouldn't have. He was trying to save the people of the snow country, so they could have their own warm spring. Fenghua Xiaoxu interrupted him excitedly, her voice trembling with anger. He wasn't trying to enslave them with chakra armor like you did, turning the snow country into an icy military fortress. Fenghua Nudao's eyes suddenly turned cold. He stood up abruptly, the hexagonal crystal in his palm gleaming coldly. He stepped forward and grasped her chin. Foolish, what the snow country needs is not weak geothermal energy, but strong military force. As he spoke, he released Fenghua Xiaoxu's hand and pulled out a delicate remote control from his pocket. Just like now, as long as I press this button, the whole train will. Bang! Just as he said this, a huge hole suddenly appeared on the roof of the carriage. Naruto fell from the sky and landed in front of Fenghua Xiaoxu and his nephew. He said quietly, finally, we caught up with them. You really know how to cause trouble for us, princess. It's you. Fenghua Xiaoxu's face lit up with joy. However, her joy didn't last long before Fenghua Nudao grabbed her neck and held her in front of him as a hostage. He said coldly, don't move. If you move again, I'll kill her. Then go ahead and kill her. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly and said, anyway, it's none of my business if a completely uncooperative protected person like her is killed. A trace of sadness immediately flashed in Fenghua Xiaoxu's eyes, and she felt a wave of loss in her heart. She didn't know why her heart ached so much when she heard Naruto's words. Ha ha ha. I thought you Konoha's ninjas were so powerful. I didn't expect you were just like this. Fenghua Nudao laughed triumphantly, but the strength in his hands did not decrease at all. In that case, then I will give you. Whoosh, whoosh. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Naruto immediately threw two kunao at him. Fenghua Nudao sneered and dodged easily. You dare to attack with this level? Swish! The next second, Naruto's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, with a high-speed rotating chakra ball in his hand. Rasengan. What? Fenghua Nudao was startled and had no time to react before he was knocked away by the Rasengan in Naruto's hand. He crashed into the walls of several carriages and then slowly stopped. For a moment, smoke and dust filled the air. Naruto took advantage of the situation and caught Fenghua Xiaoxu, who had just been pinched by him, winked at her and said, I say, your highness, next time, please don't cause us this unnecessary trouble. Fenghua Xiaoxu was stunned as she felt Naruto's breath so close to her. For some reason, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She turned her head away with a slight blush on her cheeks and muttered softly, who wants you to care? Space ninjutsu. At this time, Fenghua Nudao's figure stood out from the ruins. Brat, I didn't expect that you could possess such a terrifying ninjutsu at such a young age. I underestimated you, but... As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the smoke and dust that was originally floating around him disappeared without a trace, revealing the chakra armor he was wearing. However, his attack was much more advanced than the snow ninjas that Naruto and his companions had encountered before. He was able to withstand the Rasengan without any damage. You underestimate the technological achievements of our snow country. Now, I will send you to hell with this traitor. Fenghua Nudao suddenly pressed the button in his hand, and the whole train suddenly made a harsh metal twisting sound, and the connections between the carriages began to separate automatically. The carriage Naruto and his companions were in quickly rushed towards the cliff ahead at an extremely fast speed. Tisk! What a hassle! Naruto grabbed Fenghua Xiaoxu's waist, and with a thought, the two of them instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot. Boom! Not long after they left, the entire carriage suddenly fell into the abyss. Swish! Naruto appeared on a snowy field holding Fenghua Xiaoxu, with a kunao stuck beside him. He had placed it in advance just in case. I say, princess, how long are you going to stay in my arms? Naruto looked down at Fenghua Xiaoxu, who had her eyes closed in his arms and couldn't help but teasingly said, ah. Fenghua Xiaoxu finally reacted and hurriedly jumped out of his arms, her cheeks flushed as she said, who wants to stay in your arms? As she spoke, she straightened her messy clothes and added softly, but thank you. You're welcome. Protecting you is our mission. Naruto shrugged and said, so it's just a mission. Fenghua Xiaoxu's expression darkened and she muttered softly, what did you say? Naruto approached in confusion and asked, no, nothing. Fenghua Xiaoxu shook her head in panic, then seemed to have thought of something, grabbed Naruto's shoulders, and said anxiously, quick, go chase Fenghua Nudao. He took the hexagonal crystal away. Hexagonal crystal? What is that? Naruto asked in confusion. That's the legacy my father left me. It said that activating it can grant power comparable to that of an entire country. Now that Fenghua Nudao has it, he will definitely use it to strengthen the Snow Country's military. Fenghua Xiaoxu explained anxiously, her eyes full of worry. We must stop him as soon as possible, otherwise, not only the Snow Country, but other countries will be dragged into the war. As she said that, she prepared to drag Naruto to where the treasure was buried. But Naruto pulled her back, shook his head, and said, Princess, our mission is only to protect you. Other things are none of our business. It's already this late, you're still talking like this. Fenghua Xiaoxu looked at him in disbelief and roared, I'm sorry, the rules are the rules and they won't change because of anyone. Naruto spread his hands, but then a sly smile suddenly appeared on the corners of his mouth. However, if someone takes the lead, rushes to the front line, and then finds himself in danger, we can be forced to help. You mean? Fenghua Xiaoxu was stunned at first, then seemed to think of something, her eyes widened with joy. You mean? I didn't say anything. Naruto shook his head gently. The answer is in your hands. It's still what I said last night, escape can only bring temporary respite. Only by facing the shadow can you truly walk out of the darkness. Princess, do you want to keep running away like this, or will you face your own destiny and take back everything that belongs to you? As he spoke, his eyes suddenly became serious, and he looked directly into Fenghua Xiaoxu's eyes. Now, tell me your choice, Princess. There was a flash of confusion and fear in Fenghua Xiaoxu's eyes. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. She looked at the towering snow-capped mountains in the distance, where her father's dreams and the future of the Snow Kingdom were buried. The howling cold wind blew up her long black hair, and snowflakes fell on her trembling eyelashes. After a while, she took a deep breath. The cold wind from the Snow Country filled her lungs, but it made her eyes gradually become firm. Her voice was clear and powerful. I won't run away again. Fenghua Xiaoxu suddenly looked up, and her long black hair drew a decisive arc in the wind and snow. She turned and looked directly into Naruto's eyes, a fire burning in them that hadn't been seen in years. I will go and take back the hexagonal crystal and complete my father's unfinished work. I will not let the Snow Country be destroyed by the windflower and the raging waves. Naruto raised a relieved smile under his fox mask. This is what a princess should look like, so. As he said that, he picked up Fenghua Xiaoxu again and said, let's go, etc. Unexpectedly, Fenghua Xiaoxu suddenly grabbed his sleeve and said, but I'm scared. Her voice trembled. If we fail. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you won't fail. Naruto interrupted her without hesitation, his blue eyes flashing with confidence and determination behind the mask. Fenghua Xiaoxu stared at him blankly, his blue eyes seemed to penetrate the wind and snow and reach the softest part of her heart. She felt a surge of warmth flowing from the depths of her heart, melting the ice that had been frozen for years. She nodded solemnly, yes, I believe you. Let's go. The treasure of the Snow Kingdom is just northwest of the royal city. I'll show you the way. Okay, hold on tight. Naruto nodded and was about to jump up, but his body suddenly shook and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. What's the matter? Fenghua Xiaoxu in his arms immediately noticed his abnormality and asked, Santayuki took people to ambush Fenghua Nudao while we were away. Naruto replied that this was the memory sent back by the shadow clone who had just stayed with Satsuki to deal with the 3 shinobi snows. After they defeated the 3 snow ninjas, a crew member rushed to them and told them that Santaifu had gathered a group of people and was going to ambush Fenghua Nudao. After Zoyu learned the news, in addition to asking her shadow clone to tell him the news, she also rushed over immediately. What? Fenghua Xiaoxu's face turned pale instantly, and her body trembled slightly. Santaifu and the others are no match for New Tao. Hurry and save them. Don't worry, my companions have already rushed over. Naruto comforted him as he began to move quickly towards the location transmitted by the shadow clone. Not long after, when Naruto arrived at the ambush site with Fenghua Xiaoxu in his arms, the scene before him was breathtaking. The white snow had been dyed red with blood, and dozens of rebels led by Santaifu lay scattered on the snow. The few remaining people were barely holding on with their backs to each other, but they were surrounded by dozens of well-equipped snow ninjas. In the wind and snow, screams were heard one after another. Santaifu. Fenghua Xiaoxu screamed in Naruto's arms. She saw Santaifu kneeling on one knee, her left arm twisted unnaturally, but still holding the kunai tightly with her right hand, protecting the injured companion behind her. Princess. Hurry up. Santaifu said in a hoarse voice with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Satsuki's black figure shuttled among the snow ninjas, his Sharingan as red as blood. She was holding a kunai and was dealing with the siege of more than a dozen snow ninjas at the same time. Although she was at ease, she found it difficult to escape for a while. Shadow clone technique. Naruto immediately clasped his hands together, and in an instant, more than a dozen shadow clones scattered towards the battlefield. Raise Nan. With a few explosions, Naruto's shadow clone and Satsuki joined forces and quickly defeated the snow ninjas who were besieging her. Sasuke's pressure suddenly dropped. He scanned the battlefield with his Sharingan, glared at him in dissatisfaction, and said coldly, "You're too slow, sorry about my problem." Naruto's shadow clone said with a hint of apology, and then he and Satsuki quickly dealt with the remaining snow ninjas on the battlefield. On the other side, the main body had already brought Fenghua Zyaksu to the side of the third lady. "Third lady, how are you?" Fenghua Zyaksu knelt on the snow, trembling as she held onto the third lady's hand and asked. A trace of relief flashed in the third lady's cloudy eyes, and she said weakly, "Your Highness. Princess, you're so glad to be okay, ahem. Ahem." Having said this, he suddenly coughed violently several times, and a mouthful of blood immediately came out of his mouth. "Third lady, stop talking, just have a good rest." Fenghua Zyaksu pressed the wound of the third lady with tears in her eyes, but blood still seeped out from between her fingers. "No, Your Highness." The third lady raised her hand with difficulty, pointing to the towering snow-capped mountains in the distance. Hurry. Fenghua knew that guy has already taken the hexagonal crystal. To the treasure land northwest of the royal city, go. Stop him. As he said that, he turned to look at Naruto. "Ninja-sama, please, help Her Highness the Princess, help the Snow Kingdom." As soon as he finished speaking, his head tilted and his hands fell down weakly. "Santaf." Fenghua Zyaksu cried bitterly. Naruto went forward to check his condition, patted her shoulder gently, and said, "Don't cry, he just fainted." Wind, flowers, and light snow. Hearing this, she looked up suddenly, tears still on her face, and asked in disbelief, "Really? Really?" Naruto nodded slightly and said, "Although he is seriously injured, he is still breathing." As he spoke, he turned to look at Zyuyu, who was about to finish the battle not far away. "Zyuyu, I'll leave this to you and my shadow clones, the princess and I will go stop that Fenghua Nudao." "Okay." Zyuyu nodded gently, and did not forget to remind him, "Be careful." "I know, I still have confidence in dealing with that kind of guy." Naruto picked up Fenghua Zyaksu and, under her guidance, rushed towards the northwest of the royal city. In the wind and snow, Fenghua Zyaksu's black hair intertwined with Naruto's golden hair, drawing a clear track on the pale snow. Amid the howling wind and snow, Naruto finally arrived at the high mountains northwest of the royal city holding Fenghua and Zyaksu. The first thing that caught their eyes were several crystal-clear icicles that pierced the sky like sharp swords. These icicles are arranged in a perfect hexagon, with an ancient mechanical altar in the center. The densely packed gears on it gleam with metallic luster amidst the ice and snow. At this moment, Fenghua Nudao was standing in the center, and the hexagonal crystal in his hand emitted a dazzling blue light. "Stop!" Fenghua Zyaksu broke free from Naruto's arms and staggered onto the snow. Fenghua Nudao turned slowly, the muscles on his face contorting. "You've come just in time, my dear niece." As he spoke, he suddenly inserted the hexagonal crystal in his hand into the groove in the center of the mechanical device. "Let us see what kind of terrifying weapon the treasure left behind by the late king is." Crack! A crisp mechanical sound was heard, and the hexagonal crystal fit perfectly into the groove. The mechanical device began to rotate slowly, and at the same time, the icicles around it began to emit a dazzling light. Boom! The entire valley began to shake violently, and the snow on the ground began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing the grass sprouts and soil underneath, accompanied by bursts of warm steam wafting out. Soon, the mechanical device was fully unfolded, revealing a huge geothermal generator core, with countless precise gears and pipes gleaming in the sun. This is Father's geothermal project." Fenghua Zyaksu looked at the scene in surprise, tears in her eyes. She never imagined that the power her father talked about that was enough to change a country would actually be this. This made her feel extremely moved and excited. It turned out that her father had always been working for the welfare of the people of the snow country. Absurd! Fenghua Nudao angrily punched the device, and the chakra armor on his body immediately emitted a sharp buzzing sound. "Is this the so-called treasure of the Fenghua family? Ha ha ha!" He laughed hysterically. "It's ridiculous that the thing I've spent all these years pursuing is such useless garbage." Having said that, he suddenly pulled out the hexagonal crystal. The mechanical device immediately issued a shrill alarm, the running gears began to jam, and the melted snow around showed signs of refreezing. "Since I can't get the power, I will destroy everything." Fenghua Nudao raised the hexagonal crystal fiercely, tightened his 5 fingers and was about to crush it. "No!" Fenghua Zyaksu couldn't help but scream when she saw him about to destroy the hexagonal crystal. She understood that once the hexagonal crystal was destroyed, all her father's life's work would be wasted. Fortunately, at this moment, Naruto, who was standing next to her, moved. Swish! He was seen rushing towards Fenghua Nudao at a very fast speed, and at the same time, throwing a kunao at him with force. "Call out!" A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the kunao instantly appeared in front of Fenghua Nudao. He quickly retracted his hand that was about to destroy the hexagonal crystal, and used the armor on his arm to block the kunao and send it flying. At the same time, he retreated backwards at a high speed. Swish, sure enough, the next second, Naruto appeared in front of him. You little brat, there's no way the same trick will work on me a second time. Fenghan Nudao looked at Naruto triumphantly, and at the same time, raised his armored arm and smashed it towards him. Really? Naruto raised a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth under the mask. At some point, orange eyeshadow had appeared at the corner of his eyes. He flashed and easily avoided Fenghan Nudao's attack. Then, a punch was sent towards his face, but he dodged it easily. A hint of pride immediately appeared on Fenghan Nudao's lips, but the next second, his face was strangely distorted, as if he had been hit by an invisible fist. Bang! He flew backwards and slid heavily on the grass where the snow had just melted for dozens of meters before he came to a stop. The hexagonal crystal that he was holding in his hand also fell down and was caught by Naruto with his quick eyes and hands. Got it, Your Highness. Naruto then threw the hexagonal crystal to Fenghua Xiaoxu behind him and shouted. Fenghua Xiaoxu stepped forward to take the hexagonal crystal, holding it tightly in her arms, tears of excitement and emotion flashing in her eyes. You little brats, do you think you can stop me like this? Fenghua Nudao struggled to get up, his chakra armor humming harshly. Since you want to die so badly, then I will grant your wish. As he spoke, he quickly formed seals with his hands and said, Ice Release, Double Dragon Blizzard. Roar! Two giant black dragons made of ice and snow roared and pounced towards Naruto and Fenghua Xiaoxu, freezing the air wherever they passed. That's interesting. A smile appeared on Naruto's lips, and he quickly rushed towards the black dragon. At the same time, he opened his hand, and a huge chakra ball instantly condensed in his palm. Immortal Technique Super Large Jade Raisnon. Boom! With a loud bang, the black ice dragon and the Raisnon collided with each other, and suddenly an astonishing energy fluctuation erupted. For a moment, ice and snow splashed everywhere, but soon, the Raisnon in Naruto's hand completely defeated the black ice dragon. He broke through the icy fog and rushed straight towards the raging wind and waves. Let's end it. Don't even think about it, you little brat. Fenghua Nudao roared unwillingly, and with a movement of his body, he actually rushed towards Naruto. His chakra armor, an astonishing burst of chakra erupted. Ice Release, Armor of Extreme Cold. A thick layer of ice crystals instantly condensed on Fenghua Nudao's armor, which met Naruto's Raisnon head-on. Bang! Amidst the deafening sound of the collision, Fenghua Nudao's ice crystal armor shattered into pieces, and he was blown backwards by the impact of the Raisnon. His body drew a perfect arc in the air and hit an icicle behind him heavily. Cracks instantly appeared on the huge icicle, and Fenghua Nudao slid off the icicle and fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to stand up, but found that the broken fragments of chakra armor on his body were deeply embedded in his body, and the blood spread a glaring red on the snow. Click! At this time, Fenghua Xiaoxu had taken the opportunity to run to the geothermal device and tremblingly inserted the hexagonal crystal in her hand back into the groove. Suddenly, warm steam gushed out again, meeting the cold air and forming a gorgeous rainbow in the sunlight. This rainbow of 7 colors stretches across the entire valley, shrouding the geothermal device in a dreamy halo. Uncle, do you see this? Fenghua Xiaoxu walked over to Fenghua Nudao and knelt down, tears dripping into the melting snow. This is the treasure Father left us, the power to free the people of the snow country from the bitter cold. Fenghua Nudao stared blankly at the beautiful rainbow, and his broken armor reflected the colorful light. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, as if wanting to touch the beauty he had never seen before, but it fell down powerlessly in midair. Naruto released his sage mode, walked over to Fenghua Xiaoxu, and said with a smile, Princess, it seems that the new future of the snow country will be written by you. Fenghua Xiaoxu stood up, looking at the gradually melting ice and snow in the distance, a relieved smile on her lips. What my father left behind is not only this geothermal device, but also his hopes for the future of the Snow Kingdom. As she spoke, she gently stroked the operating mechanical core, feeling the warm vibration from her palm. Naruto folded his hands behind his head, looking at the dark clouds gradually dispersing in the sky, and said jokingly, it seems that if things continue like this, the snow country will probably be renamed the spring country soon. That's not that exaggerated. Fenghua Xiaoxu rolled her eyes at him and said, although this geothermal device left by my father can warm parts of the snow country, it's still far from being able to completely change the climate. Besides, at this point, her eyes gleamed with determination. The ice and snow of the snow country are also our important wealth. That what I will do next is not to completely eliminate this ice and snow, but to make it no longer a burden to the people. Naruto looked at Fenghua Xiaoxu's eyes, which were full of hope for the future, and couldn't help but smile with relief. It seems that Her Highness the Princess has already made clear plans for the future. Fenghua Xiaoxu nodded, her eyes firm yet gentle. Yes, I will carry on my father's legacy and make sure the people of the snow country no longer fear the cold winter. As she said that, she turned to look at Naruto. This is all thanks to your help, especially you, so you can. Card. Unexpectedly, at this moment, an extremely excited male voice suddenly came from a distance, interrupting Fenghua Xiaoxu's words. Naruto and the others immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that in the distance, the director, Okamura Tenno, was slowly standing up from the snow. Beside them were a group of crew members. He waved the script excitedly, his face filled with ecstasy. Perfect, absolutely perfect, that shot just now will go down in film history. Yeah, I think our movie will be a big hit this time. The assistant director behind him also echoed excitedly, and maybe even win a big award. The others also echoed. For a moment, the entire crew started discussing excitedly. Naruto and Fenghua Xiaoxu watched this scene helplessly. No wonder they didn't see them when they were in ambush just now. They thought something had happened to them. It turns out that they quietly followed the wind, flowers, and waves all the way here. If he hadn't appeared and dealt with Feng Hua Nutao, this group of people would probably have died at his hands. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but admire the director's professionalism and fearlessness. I'm sorry, Director Masao is just like that. Fenghua Xiaoxu seemed to see the helplessness in Naruto's eyes and smiled apologetically. Once he encounters something related to movies, he will become very fanatical. It's okay, I understand. After all, it's not like I haven't seen someone as persistent as him. Naruto shook his head and said that for some reason, at this moment, his mind couldn't help but emerge with the shadows of many people in the original work, such as Sasuke, Nagato, Obito. You. Fenghua Xiaoxu saw that Naruto suddenly fell silent and was about to say something. Another voice came from the distance. Naruto, are you done? Naruto immediately came to his senses and looked into the distance again with Fenghua Xiaoxu. It was seen that Zoyu had appeared beside the crew members at some point, and she was accompanied by Santaifu and others who had just woken up. It's done. Naruto waved at her and said, that's fine. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Satsuki's mouth. It seems that our mission this time can be completed. Yeah, Naruto nodded and stretched. We can also go and report to Tsunade. Hokage-sama. Fenghua Xiaoxu, who was standing by, heard his words and a complicated look flashed across her eyes. Just as she was about to say something, she heard the excited voice of the third lady in the distance. This is the late king's dream. It seems that the future of our snow country will be even better. Yes, the future will get better and better. Fenghua Xiaoxu looked at the running geothermal device in the rainbow that had not yet disappeared. Her originally excited heart gradually calmed down and even became a little lost. She looked at Naruto's fox mask and felt a tightness in her chest. Since I can't keep him, then at least I have to let myself. Naruto, why did Princess Koyuki call you over before she left? On the ship returning to Konoha, Naruto and Satsuki stood on the deck, looking at the coastline of the snow country that was getting farther and farther away. Zoyu suddenly turned his head and asked casually, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the frost condensed on the side of the ship. Naruto touched the back of his head, and his face under the fox mask turned slightly red. Fortunately, the mask blocked it from being noticed by Satsuki. He stammered, just some words of thanks, saying we're always welcome to visit the snow country. Oh, really? Zoyu narrowed her eyes, a trace of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Although she could not see Naruto's expression under the mask, she keenly caught his slightly stiff body movements. Really? Why would I lie to you? Naruto could naturally sense Satsuki's suspicion of him, and he immediately said righteously that although Satsuki still didn't believe it, she also knew that even if she continued to ask, Naruto would not tell the truth. Instead of making it awkward for both of them in the end, it would be better to stop here and give each other some space. This would make him appear more generous. Anyway, he was the one who was by his side now, and that was enough. Okay, I believe you. Zoyu nodded and turned to look at the sea level in the distance. Naruto felt relieved upon seeing this, but he also knew that this was because Satsuki didn't want to pursue the matter any further, and he couldn't help but let out a warm smile, feeling warmed by Satsuki's thoughtfulness. At the same time, his mind unconsciously recalled the scene last night when Fenghua Xiaoxu called him over alone. Under the moonlight, Fenghua Xiaoxu gently pulled his sleeve. Before we say goodbye, can you let me see your face under the mask? This. Naruto was suddenly a little embarrassed. After all, according to the rules of the Umbu, unless there are special circumstances, Umbu members cannot easily reveal their true appearance when performing tasks. Fenghua Xiaoxu noticed his hesitation and whispered, just think of it as satisfying the last whim of a girl who's about to become queen. Besides, I also want to know the true identity of the hero who saved this country. There was a hint of pleading in her voice, and the moonlight reflected in her eyes, sparkling with crystal light. Naruto was silent for a moment before he finally sighed and slowly took off his fox mask. Fenghua Xiaoxu was slightly startled, then smiled in relief. He's just as I imagined. A sunny young man. She stretched out her hand, as if wanting to touch Naruto's cheek, but stopped in midair, and finally just gently tidied his hair that was messed up by the mask. Thank you, my warrior. Her voice was soft, yet resolute. Not only for the Snow Kingdom, but also for giving me the opportunity to fulfill my father's dream. Naruto scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. This is what I should do. Besides, it is you who will truly change the fate of the Snow Country, Princess Snow. Fenghua Xiaoxu shook her head, suddenly stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed Naruto's cheek in his astonished gaze. This kiss is a blessing from the Queen of the Snow Kingdom. She took a step back, a faint blush on her face, but her eyes were extremely serious. I hope it will bring you good luck. Naruto stood there, his cheeks burning slightly, not knowing what to say. Fengwa Zyaksu had already turned and walked towards the palace, leaving only a few gentle words in the night wind. Have a safe journey. When I come to the Snow Kingdom again, I hope to see you in the sunshine. Farewell, my warrior. Naruto felt the warmth of last night still lingering on his cheeks as he looked towards the now completely invisible coastline of the Snow Country and said quietly in his heart, Goodbye, Snow Country. The above is the complete report of our mission to the Snow Country. In the Hokage's office, Naruto and Satsuki reported the details of the mission to Tsunade. This included the fact that they indirectly helped Fengwa Zyaksu to restore her country. After all, when they first received the mission, Tsunade told them that they only needed to protect Fengwa Zyaksu's safety and not to interfere in the internal affairs of the Snow Country. Therefore, after Naruto and the others reported to Tsunade, they looked at her nervously, fearing that she would blame them for it. Unexpectedly, Tsunade did not show any dissatisfaction, but nodded with satisfaction and said, You did a good job. Although it exceeded the scope of the original task, the result is still quite perfect. As she spoke, she leaned back in her chair, a smile playing on her lips. The new queen of the Snow Country, Feng Hanakoyuki, has sent a formal diplomatic letter expressing her willingness to establish long-term friendly relations with Konoha. Saitsuki breathed a sigh of relief, but then seemed to remember something and glanced meaningfully at Naruto beside him. Naruto naturally noticed Satsuki's gaze the first time, and his eyes under the mask unconsciously looked away. Naturally, Tsunade saw every little action of theirs. A hint of curiosity and amusement suddenly flashed in her eyes. It seemed that some interesting things happened during this trip to the Snow Country. She was just about to inquire about it, but at this moment, the door of the Hokage's office was suddenly pushed open, and at the same time, a vigorous male voice rang out, Excuse me, Lady Tsunade. The next second, a middle-aged man in green tights and a watermelon cut came in with two women and one man. One of the boys, who was wearing almost the same clothes as him, was glaring angrily at the pink-haired girl who was traveling with him, and the pink-haired girl glared back with disdain. Following behind them, a black-haired girl with two buns on her head looked at the scene helplessly. That's right. The person who came was Team Guy, and Sakura and the other three who were temporarily assigned to their team. Tsunade rubbed her temples and said helplessly, How many times have I told you, remember to knock when you come in? Ah, I'm so sorry. Kai immediately bowed 90 degrees and said in a loud voice, But this is youth, Tsunade-sama, the youth of excessive passion. The corners of Naruto's mouth twitched uncontrollably under his mask. Zoyu rolled her eyes helplessly and sighed silently, alas. Hey, Suzuki, you're here too. It would have been fine if she hadn't said anything. As soon as she spoke, she immediately attracted the attention of Xiao Li and Xiao Ying, who immediately shouted excitedly in unison. Xiao Ying even pounced towards Zoyu very skillfully, habitually trying to hold Zoyu's arm. However, this time, Zoyu nimbly dodged to the side. Sakura was stunned on the spot, because this was the first time that Satsuki had dodged her so easily. Although Satsuki had disliked her in the past, at least she would always hug her in the end, even if it was only for a short while, but this time it didn't happen. She seemed to have thought of something, her face turned pale, a trace of uneasiness flashed in her eyes, and she looked at Zoyu in disbelief and asked, Zoyu, could it be that you… Ahem. Satsuki coughed a few times to interrupt Sakura's words, a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. Sakura, I'll talk to you alone about what's going on between us later, okay? Sakura was slightly shocked, her face instantly turning even paler, because what Satsuki said undoubtedly confirmed her worst suspicions. Her fingers unconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes, and she nodded slightly, her voice trembling as she said, Okay. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire office suddenly became subtle. Tian keenly noticed something unusual and quietly pulled Xiao Li's sleeve, signaling him not to make any sound at this time. Although Xiao Li seemed to have noticed something and a trace of loss flashed in his eyes, he still shut his mouth obediently, but his eyes still couldn't help but wander between Satsuki and Sakura. Even Kai, who was usually slow-wit, noticed something unusual in the air. He touched his chin and didn't dare to say a word. Tsunade looked back and forth thoughtfully between Naruto, Satsuki and Sakura, as if she understood something, and suddenly felt a little unhappy. Naruto, who was one of the people present at the time, stood there awkwardly, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead beneath his mask. He never expected that Satsuki would suddenly confront Sakura, and he immediately gave her a look that seemed to say, Why are you saying this to Sakura at this time? Satsuki felt Naruto's gaze and immediately glared at him, responding with her eyes, I'm going to say it sooner or later anyway. What's the difference between saying it now and saying it later? Do you think I miss you and hesitate? Naruto was speechless after being criticized by Satsuki. After all, she was right that he was indeed not as decisive as Satsuki in matters of the heart. Otherwise, he would not have caused so much pain to her and Hinata before. Of course, after what happened not long ago, he is no longer like that. Since everyone in the office was immersed in their own thoughts, no one noticed the little movements between Naruto and Satsuki. Knock knock knock. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door, breaking the strange silence in the office and bringing everyone's thoughts back to reality. The next moment, Jingian pushed the door open and walked in, holding the little white cat. As soon as she entered, she was keenly aware of the unusual atmosphere in the room, but even so, she still steeled herself and said, "Lady Tsunade, the meeting with the Sand Village has been prepared, you may go over." "Yeah." Tsunade nodded, somewhat lacking interest, then stood up and said, "Okay, I'll go right away." As she spoke, she turned and looked at Team Kai. Kai, regarding your mission report this time, please put it into written form and hand it to me, then you can rest for the next few days." "Yes, Lady Tsunade." Akage nodded with a sad face. As a passionate fighter, his biggest headache was paperwork. This made him wonder if Tsunade was taking revenge on him for barging in without knocking. Tsunade ignored Kai's depressed expression and turned to look at Satsuki. "Satsuki, you completed your mission very well this time. That you should go back and rest today, report back to the Special Operations Team tomorrow." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Satsuki nodded respectfully. At the end of her reply, Tsunade's gaze fell on Naruto, her voice carrying an unquestionable command. "As for Fox, you will immediately proceed to the Fire Country's Rolong Valley and assist Eagle and his team in investigating a missing persons case. As for the details, Eagle and his team will naturally inform you once you arrive there." "Hey, but I just came from..." Naruto subconsciously wanted to defend himself. Unexpectedly, Tsunade ruthlessly interrupted him, staring at him with a glare like a knife. "This is an order, leave immediately." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Although Naruto didn't know how he had offended Tsunade just now, he could only nod resignedly at this moment, and then turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot.